Jiang Han is back. Jiang Han is back. Jiang Han is back. Jiang Han transferred from the large bus to the minibus, and then to the urban and rural bus. After finally being able to board the ship, we were told that sailing was prohibited due to strong gusts at sea. Jiang Han waited near the dock for 2 days and finally got on the ship to Jiaohua Island. When Jiang Han was a child, he didn't like riding on a boat. It was okay when there was no wind, but when the wind was a little stronger, he felt it was too bumpy. Growing up on an island, he got seasick several times and was laughed at by the islanders for this. But now, not only did he not feel seasick, he even felt comfortable smelling the salty sea breeze. 3 hours later, he finally returned to Shijiang village on Jiaohua Island. The ants he met along the way greeted him warmly, and Jiang Han also responded enthusiastically. Just walking along the way, all I saw were elderly people and children running around everywhere. Jiaohua Island is far away from the inland. Compared with the people in the inland who are becoming increasingly well off, most of the villagers on Jiaohua Island live a hard life, and many young people have gone out to work. There are really few people of his age on the island now. Jiang Han felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. As you step into the house, everything in it appears before your eyes. There was a black and white TV, a tape recorder that was longer than his arm, and a radio with a cord mounted on the wall. Even the windows have wooden frames and slide outwards. If you don't know, you might think he was in the 1980s. This small island with inconvenient transportation is itself far away from the outside cities. In addition, their family conditions were not good. His sister got married early, and he went to college outside. As a result, the things in the house were still many years old. Jiang Han returned to his room, where there were 2 celebrity posters on the wall. He tore up the star posters and went to the cupboard to find a mattress pad and a quilt. He originally thought that there would be some musty smell on it, so he planned to take it out to dry in the sun. However, after taking it out, he found that not only was there no musty smell, but there was also the smell of the sun. Could it be that his sister helped him dry the quilt? Thinking of the spotless table and chairs in the living room, my sister must come back often to take care of the house. Their parents are no longer around, and for all these years, they have been relying on each other. A large part of his tuition for his first year of college was also paid by his sister. In the following years, his sister continued to give him living expenses. He refused to take it, but his sister forced it on him. He owed his sister too much over the years and didn't know when he would be able to repay her. Jiang Han's stomach growled. He had eaten a tea egg when he got on the boat in the morning, so he was really hungry now. In a place like theirs, there are no supermarkets or vegetable markets, so it's good enough to have a small shop. He went to the village shop and bought a pack of instant noodles, a bag of eggs, and a pack of sausages. Because there is no electric kettle at home, he lit a fire with a dusty face and finally put the instant noodles in the pot to cook. He beat 2 more eggs and put in 2 sausages. There is a palm-sized hole on the side of his wood-burning stove, and he scooped water from this hole when cooking instant noodles. When the instant noodles were cooked, the water in the hole also boiled. He scooped out the water and poured it into the thermos, and the water could be used for drinking. Perhaps it was because he hadn't done this for a long time, and when he put the steaming instant noodles on the table, he was already sweating all over. Jiang Feng opened the door and came in at this moment. Both the brother and sister were startled and asked in unison, "Why are you here?" Jiang Han dragged out a chair next to him for Jiang Feng to sit on. He took out his diploma and showed it to Jiang Feng, graduated. Jiang Feng looked at the graduation certificate with great curiosity. This is the graduation certificate from Nanshan's University, which is ranked among the best in the country. Her brother is really promising, but the joy on her face suddenly froze, and she thought of something. Jiang Han knew what Jiang Feng was going to ask, so he simply told Jiang Feng what happened between him and Yi Tian. She was admitted to graduate school and broke up with me. Jiang Feng opened his mouth, but many words were stuck in his throat. My younger brother and Yi Tian are both from this village. They grew up together and are childhood sweethearts. The conditions of both families are not good. A large part of Yi Tian's living expenses in college over the years was earned by her younger brother working part-time. I didn't expect that after she became a graduate student, she turned against me. She carefully observed Jiang Han's expression. Fortunately, Jiang Han's face looked good. You've graduated from college, you're already an educated person. You can do anything in the future. Jiang Han sighed. Sister, do you still remember the major I applied for? Of course I remember. It's financial management. It sounds very impressive. She asked people in the village and they all said that after graduating from this major, they all become leaders in big companies. Sister, I don't want to hide it from you. This major is indeed very high-end. But those who apply for this major usually have factories or companies at home. After they learn something from the major, they go straight back home to run their own companies. So what are your plans now? Jiang Feng was so anxious that he almost scratched his head. Did his brother's college education go to waste? Let me come back and stay for a few days, and then think about what to do next. Staying in my hometown, at least I don't need to worry about the expensive rent every month. Then just live here peacefully. If you need anything, just tell me. Sister, I can take care of myself. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Jiang Feng was immediately relieved. Her brother had grown up. If her parents were still alive, they would definitely be very happy to see her brother like this. Let's go to my sister's house for dinner tonight. Jiang Han paused. I'm still not going. His sister has helped him so much over the years. Although my brother-in-law didn't say anything, he already had some thoughts in his mind. Now my brother-in-law has already regarded my sister as a complete brother-worshipping demon. The most important thing is that their family conditions are not good. There are 2 daughters to support at home, and their own life is tight, so how can he bother them again? He only hated that he had no ability now, otherwise he would be able to help his sister. Jiang Feng didn't realize this. She felt around herself but didn't feel any money. She opened the upstairs window to get some fresh air the other day, and today she came over just to close the window. Okay, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Her brother was probably being lazy again. The 2 villages were so close and only took more than 10 minutes to walk to each other, but he just didn't want to take the step. Forget it, next time she comes over, she can bring some food and make more delicious food for him. The brother and sister exchanged a few more pleasantries, but thinking of her 2 children at home, Jiang Feng had to go back. After Jiang Feng left, Jiang Han slowly finished his instant noodles. He felt a bit bored staying at home alone, so he went out for a walk. The sun was a little strong, so he put on the hat hanging on the door. This bamboo hat is also called the Dongpo hat. In addition to protecting against the sun, it can also protect against rain. It is standard equipment for people on the island. Despite this, except for a few people with particularly good genes, most people's skin color is still 1 degree darker than that of inland people. After all, you wouldn't wear a hat if you went to your own yard to pick some onions or something. Jiang Han's skin color is not white, but he is tall and handsome. His slightly dark skin color makes him look more energetic. Even if he is placed among a group of pretty boys, he is still the one with outstanding looks. Jiang Han walked and walked until he reached the beach. In the minds of many inland people, the seaside will have golden sand and blue water, but in fact there are no beaches in many places. Where he was standing now was a mudflat, and looking out it was all pitch black. When Jiang Han was a child, he liked to roll around in the mud. After returning home covered in mud, he was beaten by his sister several times. Looking at the receding seawater, Jiang Han didn't expect that the tide would recede at this time today. Don't look at it, it's Xiao Xiao. Uncle Luo walked past with a teacup in his hand. When the tide recedes, the seawater is low and there are more things to be encountered when going to the beach. The situation is the opposite when the tide recedes. Jiang Han was not interested in the big or small tides, as he was not here to catch some seafood. But he still saw 2 little kids busying around on the mudflat. One of them was shoveling with a sand shovel, and the other was digging with an iron rake. They brought a lot of equipment with them, but they didn't find much. Jiang Han laughed unconsciously. The 2 children suddenly stopped what they were doing, and looked up at Jiang Han as if they were humiliated. Hey, what are you laughing at? Whose children are you? Given how remote Jiaohua Island is, no one from outside would come here. My father is Wang Fa. My dad, Li Tu. Jiang Han was stunned. The 2 families were next to each other, so they were neighbors. Wang Fa and Li Tu are 3 or 4 years older than him, but he didn't expect their children to be that big already. Don't think that just because you know our fathers, we will be afraid of you. Our fathers are all working, and you can't see them at all. It turned out to be a left-behind child. This is the situation for most of the children who remain in the village now. Their parents felt it was inconvenient to take them with them to work, so they left them with the elderly at home. They are all poor children. Seeing Jiang Han looking in the direction of their water buckets, the 2 little kids immediately protected their own buckets. You are such a grown man, you are not going to rob me, are you? Jiang Han was speechless. Did he look that terrible? And he really didn't like what was in their bucket. For some reason, Jiang Han suddenly felt dizzy and even had a feeling of nausea and vomiting. Wait until the nausea wears off. He blinked and felt that his vision seemed to have improved a lot. Even though I didn't wear glasses after graduating from college, my eyesight was still somewhat affected. But now he can see things very clearly. Suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Host is facing the sea. The infinite scanning system is awakening. Would you like to load it? Infinite scanning system? What is that? Goldfinger? Jiang Han chose to load without thinking. After a moment, I looked at the mudflat again, and my goodness, he could actually see what was under the mudflat. There was nothing to be seen on the mudflat, but there were all kinds of shellfish underneath the mudflat. What surprised him most was that there were quite a few mantis shrimps here. It's just that the scanning range is a bit short. Jiang Han estimated that the visual range was only about 10 meters. Jiang Han tried running along the shore, and as he ran, his field of vision actually moved with him. Looking at the mantis shrimps at the bottom of the mudflat, Jiang Han couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Is he going to get rich? I have already thought of several ways to eat mantis shrimp. When he was studying in college, he never ate seafood, not because of anything else, but because it was too expensive. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa were a little scared when they saw Jiang Han's face turning blue, white, and red. And it was really scary that he was running back and forth for no apparent reason. Could it be that what they said just now irritated him and made him sick? Uncle, are you okay? You're not going to extort money from our grandparents, are you? Jiang Han was originally still enjoying the joy of binding the system, but when he heard what these two little brats said, he suddenly felt unhappy. Why did you call him uncle? How can you talk like that? Why would I blackmail you two kids? He took another look at the two buckets. With just those mud snails and hermit crabs, they could be put into one bucket. Jiang Han wanted to borrow a bucket from them, but he saw the two children protecting the bucket. He thought it was better to forget it. He is already an adult, he can't make his two children cry on his first day back in the village. I was too lazy to make such a trip, but now I can only go back to get a bucket of water. He walked around the house and saw yellow eel pliers. The metal part was rusted and the screw part was not very smooth, but it's still usable. He threw the eel claws into the bucket and went out carrying the bucket. When we reached the mudflats, the two children were still there. The two of them looked at each other and then looked at Jiang Han warily, fearing that Jiang Han would be interested in the mud snails and 2 or 3 hermit crabs in their bucket. Jiang Han didn't want to make the two children so nervous, so he deliberately stayed away from them. He took off his shoes and rolled up his trouser legs. He was very careful when he went down to the mudflat, for fear that the shells in the mudflat would prick his feet. Those two kids were wearing waders, but he didn't have anything like that. Seeing the puddle, he scooped some seawater into the bucket so that the mantis shrimps would not die soon after being put into the bucket. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa didn't know what Jiang Han was going to do. Wang Xiaobao scratched his head and reminded, "My grandma said that today is a small tide, there will be nothing. Didn't you see that there were no adults going to the beach today? Only the two kids came to play." They felt that Jiang Han didn't look very smart, and his efforts were definitely in vain. As Jiang Han waded through the muddy water, you smiled and said, "Who said you can't go fishing during low tide? Today, I will teach you a lesson." The two little brats rolled their eyes at Jiang Han. "You're just bragging. I even said I could dig up mantis shrimp." The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. Wang Xiaobao was right. He was really a mantis shrimp. "Then I'll dig some mantis shrimps for you to see." The two little kids laughed out loud, thinking that Jiang Han was bragging to the sky. Jiang Han used his ability of perspective to move to the mantis shrimp's nest. He had observed that in other places, there were at most 1 or 2 mantis shrimps within a 10-meter radius. In most places, there were none at all. There are already piles of mantis shrimps in this place. Seeing Jiang Han stop and stand still, the two nervous little kids came over with buckets of water. Jiang Han dug up the mud in front of them, revealing a large pore. The two little brats immediately opened their eyes wide. What a big air hole! According to them, the bigger the pores, the bigger the cargo underneath. There's a good chance there's some big stuff underneath. The two children suddenly felt jealous. This guy was too lucky. He actually found such a big air hole with just one flip. With such a big hole, it must be the king of clams, said Wang Xiaobao. The holes on the king clams aren't that big, so it must be a giant blue crab. It's the clam king. It's a blue crab. The two little brats started quarreling in Jiang Han's ear. Jiang Han had a headache. What if I say this is a zebra shrimp? The two little kids were stunned. Wang Xiaobao's reaction was faster than anyone else. You're kidding. How could it be a zebra shrimp? Li Xiaoa also reacted. We don't have zebra shrimp here. There are differences between islands. Some islands have more blue crabs, some have more sea cucumbers, but the most abundant animals on this island are shellfish and snails. Mantis shrimp can be found when fishing, but zebra mantis shrimp is so rare that it is difficult to catch it. Normally, ordinary mantis shrimp weighs about 60 to 70 kilograms, while zebra mantis shrimp weighs about 200 to 300 kilograms. It is July now and it is still the sea closure period. All fishing boats are prohibited from going out to sea to fish. If there are seafood at this time, especially wild seafood, the price will be very high. Ordinary wild mantis shrimp can be sold for about 100 yuan per pound, while rare species like zebra mantis shrimp will definitely cost more than 300 yuan per pound. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiao were sure that there was no zebra shrimp under the pour, but they also wanted to know what was under the pour. In this mudflat, you will encounter a lot of razor clams when the tide recedes. Ordinary razor clams certainly don't have such large pores, but if it is the king clam, it doesn't seem to have such big pores. Wang Xiaobao looked at the pour again and became even more curious. Jiang Han was also a little troubled at this time, as this mantis shrimp was hiding a little too deep. The pliers I brought from home couldn't open the stomata even when I put them in the air hole. He looked at the shovel in Li Xiao's hand and said, "Let me use your shovel." Li Xiao was somewhat unhappy, but after some hesitation, he finally gave the shovel to Jiang Han. Jiang Han took a shovel and shoveled away most of the mud, and also shoveled out 2 cat's eye snails in the middle. He squeezed out the water on the top and threw one into each of the 2 little kids' buckets. The 2 little kids were immediately touched. They thought he was a bad guy, but he actually gave them snails. It would be great if they could squeeze the water. The water in the snail meat would shoot out like a water gun, which would be fun. Jiang Han shoveled a few more times, and when there were only about 30 centimeters left, Jiang Han stopped. If he shoveled it further, he was afraid that the shrimps would run away. After all, being able to see and being able to catch are 2 different things. Through scanning, he found that the cave where the mantis shrimp was located was a U-shaped cave. In other words, there is another hole connected to it. I saw the mantis shrimp trying to escape to the other side. Jiang Han couldn't care less anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and put his arms in. Wang Xiaobao was so scared that he covered his eyes. How dare this guy do this? If it is a big crab, if you put your hand in like this, your fingers will definitely be pinched by the crab's claws, right? Wang Xiaobao felt pain just thinking about it. I don't know how long it took, but the scream that Wang Xiaobao expected did not appear. He removed his covering hands and secretly opened his eyes a little, then he saw Jiang Han take his arm out of the hole without changing his expression. Is it hollowed out? This is too bad. Just when Wang Xiaobao wanted to make fun of Jiang Han, he saw the mantis shrimp in Jiang Han's hand. Jiang Han threw the mantis shrimp into his bucket. Wow, it's really a zebra shrimp. Li Xiao shouted. That mantis shrimp really has zebra stripes and is quite big. People who live by the sea know that the bigger the seafood of the same type, the more valuable it is. Judging from the appearance of this mantis shrimp, it must weigh at least 5 or 6 tails. This shrimp is still red. Li Xiao's observation skills are much better than Wang Xiaobao's. Shrimp and mantis shrimp are the same thing, just with different names. Wang Xiaobao looked carefully and could really see the orange-red substance inside the translucent shell. This is with ointment. The ones with ointment are more valuable. Although this one is not full of cream, it is already very rare. Wang Xiaobao took a breath of cold air. It would be great if he could find this mantis shrimp. Wang Xiaobao estimated the price and thought that this one might be able to be sold for 200 or 300 yuan. 200 or 300, that's enough money to buy so many toys at the store. Jiang Han looked up at them. How is it? The 2 children looked at each other. They always felt that Jiang Han's eyes were full of sarcasm when he looked at them. Perhaps feeling they were being laughed at, the 2 children picked up their buckets and ran away. Jiang Han was speechless. This made him seem like a big bad guy. Jiang Han was also quite nervous just now, as his luck was not very good. He didn't think such a good thing as the system would happen to him. Although he could clearly see what was under the mudflat, he still suspected that it was an illusion. Now looking at the fresh, roe-covered zebra shrimp in the bucket, Jiang Han felt relieved. Seeing that there were other zebra shrimps here, Jiang Han continued to shovel away the mud with the shovel that Li Xiao did not take away. The pores that were originally unclear on the surface are now clearly visible one by one. Since his hands were already extremely dirty, he simply reached into each hole and dug. There are spines on both sides of the mantis shrimp, and if he doesn't use enough force when grabbing it, he will get pricked. Fortunately, with this powerful scanning function, he can always cleverly avoid the 2 rows of thorns when grabbing. Except for the first mantis shrimp, the other mantis shrimps also have zebra stripes, but they are a little smaller. There are some that weigh 2 or 3 tails. He didn't take out the smaller ones. Fishermen also throw back the small fish they catch. First, the economic value is not high and there is not much meat when eaten. Second, God is watching what we do and we cannot kill them all. People living by the sea depend on the sea for their livelihood. When they are at sea, they have to face various natural disasters from time to time, so people living by the sea believe in mysterious powers more than people living in inland areas. As for Jiang Han's words, it was more because he didn't want to be too extreme. Jiang Han started walking on the mudflat again. The golden finger was good. but it was a bit tiring for his legs. How nice it would be if he could see the entire mudflat clearly at a glance. At this moment, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Oh shit, it's the zebra shrimp again. Although there are not many of them, they are really big. Today's wave is really going to make a fortune. Just like before, Jiang Han reached out and took out these zebra shrimps. One of them weighed more than 1 pound. If the zebra mantis shrimp weighs more than 1 kilogram, the unit price will double. If there is a disadvantage, it is that it does not come with ointment. Even so, he has reaped a lot. He also caught a few common large mantis shrimps. He also chose to let go of those that hid deep. He was also tired of digging such a deep hole. When he saw the mud snails, he hesitated for a moment, and the next second he shoveled all the mud snails into his bucket. Although the price of mud snails is not as high as that of mantis shrimp, he can't help but love to eat them. The most important thing is that these mud snails are all gathered together and lying on the surface. He picked them up without much effort. He discovered that his system had another benefit: it allowed him to see even superficial things more clearly than others. The mudflat was dark and water was floating in many places. Many people cannot see the mud snails on it unless they look carefully. When he looked out within a range of 10 meters, the mudflats were translucent and could be easily distinguished from the surrounding seafood. When Jiang Han picked up the bucket, he found that it was very heavy. As the sky was getting darker and the tide was about to rise, Jiang Han carried a bucket to a place with more water, washed the mud off his feet with seawater, and left the mudflat with his shoes in his hand. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon when Jiang Han had lunch. With his sister's visit, it was already past 3 o'clock when he finished eating. The villagers eat dinner early. While Jiang Han was staying at the beach, the aunts, grandmas and old men in the village had already started taking a walk in the village to digest their food. Seeing Jiang Han coming barefoot from the beach, everyone came over. Although they knew Xiao Chao was nothing good, they couldn't stand their idleness. Is there anything good? Aunt Bucktooth looked at Jiang Han with a smile. This college student looks energetic, but forget about doing things like fishing at the beach. I heard that college students in the city can't even tell the difference between onions and leeks. Aunt Bucktooth only asked this, but Jiang Han nodded. Yeah. The people around were stunned. Is there really such a thing? Could it be just a few mussels? When you go fishing here, the most common thing you encounter is mussels. There are too many mussels to eat, so they are dried in the sun. The shelled and dried clams are also called mussels. Many times they feel like vomiting when they hear the words mussels. They are all old and their eyesight is not very good. When I got closer to the bucket, I saw only a black mass. When they saw what it was, they all gasped. Ouch! Ouch! Perhaps they were too surprised, and Bucktooth and Aunt Kumquat bumped their heads together. It's a low tide today. Are there any mantis shrimps? It's actually a zebra shrimp. This is going to make a fortune. Hey, there's one with red cream in here. It is the fishing closure period now, and wild seafood is in short supply. Ordinary mantis shrimps can be sold for more than 100 yuan per pound, but they can't tell the price of zebra mantis shrimps because they are rarely seen. I estimate that the price is definitely around 200 yuan per kilogram. If you are a bit bolder, it may be over 300 yuan. The stuff in Jiang Han's bucket alone weighs about 10 kilograms. Although it was mixed with ordinary mantis shrimps and mud snails, they felt that this thing must be worth more than 1,000. I think he's been out for less than 2 hours. This short time is equivalent to several days' wages. This is not just a few days' salary. You really think our small fishing village is a big city? The people around him suddenly stopped talking. It was said that there was no future in staying in a fishing village. Jiang Han smiled at them and said, I just happened to be lucky today. After hearing this, the villagers who were watching felt a lot better. They thought that Jiang Han must have been lucky today. Jiang Han searched his body and took out a pack of liquan. He seldom smokes, and he bought this pack of cigarettes on the day he broke up with Yi Tian. But he smoked one and stopped. To be decadent for a woman like that? There's really no need. He took out a cigarette and lit it for old man Zhang. Uncle Zhang, is Uncle Ermao still buying seafood? When Jiang Han was young, Zhang Ermao's family collected seafood. When he was a child, he went to the sea to sell snails at Zhang Ermao's house twice. Old man Zhang straightened his back. Even Jiang Han, a college student, came to ask him questions, which shows how much he knows. He has been collecting them. You can sell them to him. Jiang Han nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. A group of people followed Jiang Han in a mighty manner and followed him to the doorstep of Zhang Ermao's home. They were all very curious about how much this half bucket of seafood could be sold for. Zhang Ermao was shocked to see such a large group of people coming, and then he saw Jiang Han in the middle of the team. Jiang Ermao and Jiang Han both have the surname Jiang, but they are not related in any way. Aren't you going to college? Why are you back to the beach? If he remembered correctly, it was a low tide today. It's out of stock. He lowered his head and looked into Jiang Han's bucket. What he saw scared him so much that he almost jumped up. Zebra shrimp. Yeah. Jiang Han nodded lightly. Jiang Ermao felt that people who had studied at university were different from these peasants. After finding such a big bargain, he just responded calmly. He looked at the zebra shrimps again. They were very fresh and definitely wild. Many of them are about 2 taels. The others vary greatly in size. He estimated that there were about 5 of them weighing more than 5 taels, and the smallest one was still covered with ointment. He took out the largest zebra shrimps one by one and weighed them on the scale. 5 taels and 9. 623. 9 taels and 2. 827. The largest one weighed 1 pound and 2 ounces. Jiang Ermao took a deep breath. These 5 mantis shrimps would be top quality no matter where they were placed. They can all be sold separately. We are all from the same village, so I'll give you the real price. How about this? I'll charge you 1,500 for this bucket of stuff. The villagers who were watching were all stunned. They thought the number was more than 1,000. But I didn't expect it to be sold for 1,500 yuan. Jiang Han, you are so lucky. During the low tide, I was able to catch more than 1,000 pieces of goods. So college students are really different from us. Even their luck is particularly good. There was no expression on Jiang Han's face. The villagers knew the prices of regular seafood. For rare items, they don't know the exact price. Jiang Han was unsure, so he checked the prices at the beach. For mantis shrimp weighing more than half a pound, the smallest one can be sold for 300 yuan because it has roe. It's no problem to sell the 6 liang one for only 200. The one that weighs 8 taels is almost 9 taels, and can be sold for about 300 yuan. The one that weighs 9.2 liang can be sold for more than 500 yuan, which is also acceptable. That makes 13,000. It's no problem to sell the 6 liang one for only 200. The one that weighs 8 taels is almost 9 taels, and can be sold for about 300 yuan. The one that weighs 9.2 liang can be sold for more than 500 yuan, which is also acceptable. That makes 13,000. As for the one that weighs more than 1 kilogram, its weight means its unit price is doubled and it can be sold for more than 1,000 yuan each. In addition, those small mantis shrimps can also be sold for around 3 or 400 yuan. In addition, the common mantis shrimp he caught were all very large. All added up, it's worth about $300. According to Jiang Han's calculations, this stuff adds up to almost 3,000 yuan. However, the prices he found online were all retail prices, and the purchase prices were definitely not calculated in this way. No matter how you calculate it, these things of his are worth about 2,002 or 300. Just now Jiang Ermao weighed all the zebra mantis shrimps weighing more than half a pound separately. It can be seen that he is very clear that the prices of these ones are different from those of the smaller ones. Uncle Ermao, how about you lift it up a little bit more? Jiang Ermao is at least 1 generation older than him, so Jiang Han would not say some things too bluntly in front of the villagers. Aunt Li's face turned pale first. Jiang Han, are you college students so careless? This is already 1,500, isn't it enough? The golden orange god also said, yes, Jiang Han. This 1,500 is enough for my man to work hard for half a month. It's really not a small amount. Jiang Han knows these people in his village too well. They are really simple and honest. If one family has a problem, all the villagers will come to help. But when everyone is poor, if one family suddenly gets better, people in the village are likely to suffer from conjunctivitis. It seemed like if Jiang Han took more, he could cut into their flesh. Jiang Ermao hesitated for a moment and said, how about this, Han? Since you are the junior, I will add another 50. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. If it was just for the $50, he really wouldn't bother to bargain with him. Uncle Ermao, I think I can get into a key university. I must be lucky. Doesn't catching seafood all depend on luck? Give me a reasonable price. I'll come back to you next time when I have good goods. 16,000, no more. Jiang Ermao's face was already a little impatient. He was the only one in Shijiang village who collected seafood. If Jiang Han didn't sell to him, would he wait for all his seafood to die? The price of live seafood is completely different from that of dead seafood. The villagers have had bad luck during these months of sea closure. He hasn't received any good stuff for several days in a row. He felt that Jiang Han would only stay in the village for 2 or 3 days and then leave. He didn't believe that he would come to him again next time when he had something good. Now that I have encountered this, of course I will take advantage of it. Jiang Han smiled at Jiang Ermao. Uncle Ermao, I remember that Lao Wang from my sister's village also collects goods. I think I can ask my sister to help me sell these things. When Lao Wang's family built their house, my brother-in-law and my sister went to help. Lao Wang should give my sister a suitable price. Jiang Han naturally couldn't ask his sister for help. If Lao Wang gave him a good price for his sister's sake, wouldn't that mean his sister would have to do him a favor? There was no way he would bother his sister with something like this. As for whether his sister and brother-in-law helped when old Wang's family built the house, he didn't know. He just said it casually. Anyway, Jiang Ermao would know even less about what he didn't know. Jiang Ermao's face turned pale. Jiaohua Island was not big, but it still had 18 large villages. Almost every village has a person who receives the goods. They have their own rules for doing business. As people like them who collect seafood, they generally don't accept things from people outside the village. If it's not handled properly, a fight will break out. But if Jiang Han gave the goods in his hands to his sister, and his sister helped him sell the goods, it would not be considered as buying goods from people outside the village. He also knew Lao Wang, and the price he paid for the goods was indeed much higher than his. In addition, Jiang Han's sister and brother-in-law helped him, so the price must be higher. Seeing Jiang Han about to leave with the bucket, Jiang Ermao became really anxious. He glanced at the villagers who were watching, pulled Jiang Han into the house, and closed the door. Jiang Ermao's house has been renovated, and the conditions there are much better than Jiang Han's old house. Uncle Ermao, what are you doing? Jiang Ermao made a gesture to silence him. You know what kind of people these people are. I'm going to give you 2,000 now, but you can't tell anyone else. Otherwise, the villagers would say that the price he charged was too low. Seeing Jiang Han smiling at him again, Jiang Ermao felt very nervous. 2003 should be fine, right? Jiang Han still didn't say anything, just smiled. Jiang Ermao gritted his teeth again and said, 2005 can't be more. Okay. Jiang Han agreed immediately and readily. The price was already higher than he expected. Jiang Ermao was about to regret it to death. 2,500, how could he have said that so shamelessly? But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Although he made less money, at least he would not lose money. No matter what, he could not let Lao Wang from the next village get a bargain. Jiang Han put the bucket down happily. When he went out, all the villagers gathered around him. Jiang Han, how much did you sell? Jiang Han smiled brightly. Just ask Uncle Ermao and you'll know. Jiang Han said this and left. Jiang Ermao felt bitter. People on the internet said that college students who had just entered society were like flowers in a greenhouse and knew nothing. People like Jiang Han were very smart. Jiang Han did not sell the mud snails. Even if he did, those snails would only be worth a dozen or 20 yuan. He might as well keep it for himself. He didn't like fried mud snails, so he pickled them with salt. Ding, the zebra shrimp has been sold, and 2,500 system points have been obtained. You can use the 2,500 system points to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Do you want to exchange? Jiang Han didn't expect that the scanning range could be increased. 2,500, isn't that the money he made from selling the mantis shrimps just now? If he chooses to exchange, will the money he just earned be lost? I won't exchange it. The selection is invalid. We will help you redeem the scanning space now. The exchange was successful, and the system points are now 0. Exchange successful, now you can scan the area within 15 meters. Hold. Jiang Han wanted to curse. He originally thought that his system was quite polite and would ask for his opinion before doing anything. The result was just asking a lonely question. He quickly opened his cell phone and checked the balance. Fortunately, the 2,500 yuan was still there. In other words, the more money he sells in real life, the more system points he will get. Deducting system points will not affect his actual amount. How much will it cost for me to increase the range next time? The system is not responding. Jiang Han asked again, how many points do I need to increase the scanning range next time? I still need 2,500 points to increase the range to another 5 meters. Jiang Han understood. According to the settings of this system, for every 2,500 yuan earned, 2,500 system points would be added accordingly, which could then be exchanged for a scanning range of 5 meters. He could increase the scanning range by 50 meters for every 25,000 yuan he earned. Jiang Han suddenly gained confidence. From this point of view, it is not difficult for him to stay in his hometown and develop. Jiang Han ate dinner casually. He planned to take a walk to digest the food and replenish his supplies. The family uses a wood stove, and it is too troublesome for a grown man like him to make a fire. He plans to buy an induction cooker or an electric skillet or something. You also need to buy tools for fishing. I don't know how many years these tools in my home have been around. They should have been eliminated long ago. As soon as Jiang Han went out, he heard a familiar voice. Brother Han, you're back. Zhang Heide, with a shaved head, ran towards Jiang Han quickly. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. He hadn't seen Zhang Heide for many years. When he was in his second year of high school, Zhang Heide got into trouble. Zhang Heide and others were fighting in a group at the beach. One of the opponents had his head smashed in, leaving him paralyzed. It was very chaotic at the time and no one knew who hit who. Anyway, everyone else's parents had connections to help them. Zhang Heide was the only one whose parents didn't care about him at all. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide grew up together, and he doesn't want anything to happen to Zhang Heide. He has no money and doesn't know any powerful people. Finally, he found a new lawyer on the internet who had just obtained his lawyer's license. He gave all the 800 yuan that he had received as New Year's gifts over the years to that new lawyer. Just when Jiang Han was hoping things would take a turn for the better, Zhang Heide's parents took money from several other families and made Zhang Heide confess to all the charges. Jiang Han also went to see Zhang Heide at that time and asked him not to do anything stupid. Zhang Heide smiled foolishly. I can't make money for them at home, so it's good to let them get money this way. Jiang Han felt a little disappointed with Zhang Heide, but he still tried to defend him. Not only was the new lawyer working hard, but Jiang Han, even in his second year of high school when his academic workload was so heavy, also took out a lot of time to read a lot of legal documents. After Jiang Han and the new lawyer continuously analyzed and sorted out the case, Zhang Heide, who was originally sentenced to 12 years, was sentenced to 8 years. It's only been 5 years now. Brother Han, I behaved well and came out early. Jiang Han hugged Zhang Heide and stroked his bald head. Okay, it's good to come out. Then he raised his leg and kicked Zhang Heide in the stomach. Hey, Brother Han, why did you kick me? Zhang Heide looked innocent. I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. Do you really not regard your future as your own? Zhang Heide also touched his bald head and said, Hey, I wonder why you are angry. People like me don't have any future. Seeing that Jiang Han still had a bad expression on his face, he leaned closer and said, Although my parents never took care of me, they gave birth to me and raised me up. I have done the work for them in the past 5 years of jail. I have repaid their kindness in giving birth to me and raising me. Now the only person he feels sorry for is Jiang Han. Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Heide and felt that this boy was not hopeless. He threw him a cigarette. Zhang Heide quickly lit up and smoked. Brother Han, this cigarette is good. I like this brand. In the past 5 years, his parents have never visited him once. Only Jiang Han would visit him every few months. The two brothers stood in the corner, smoking together. Although Jiang Han looks gentle and polite now, he is also sensible and polite to others. When I was young, I did a lot of stealing and thieving. Unlike Zhang Heide, Jiang Han didn't study hard, but he did well in the exam. Zhang Heide didn't study hard, so his grades were at the bottom. Zhang Heide seemed to have thought of something, took out 450 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into Jiang Han's pocket. Brother Han, I heard from the villagers that you are going back to the village to develop, so you should keep this money for now. As if afraid that Jiang Han would refuse, Zhang Heide stuffed the money in and ran away. And Bucktooth happened to see this scene. Heide is crazy again. He just borrowed 500 yuan from his uncle and gave you 450 yuan. Jiang Han was stunned. This kid. Jiang Han walked towards Zhang Heide's home, and then heard Zhang Heide making a phone call at the door. Hey, another gang fight? 2 packs of Huazi won't solve it. I have to get a liquan. My brother Han likes to smoke liquan, so I have to give him half a pack. Hey, who kicked me? Zhang Heide turned his head and saw Jiang Han standing beside him with a sullen face. Zhang Heide rubbed his waist with his hands and immediately smiled happily. Brother Han, why are you here? You kid, you only remember to eat but not to be beaten? Have you forgotten how you got in? Zhang Heide knew that Jiang Han had heard his phone call just now. He rubbed his bald head again. In fact, he didn't want to fight anymore. But Brother Han is back, and he always wants to do something for Brother Han. But he couldn't do anything else, and the only thing others asked him to do was fight. Zhang Heide looked at Jiang Han cautiously, really afraid that Jiang Han would be disappointed. Jiang Han wanted to kick Zhang Heide again, but he couldn't do it. There must be something pitiful about a hateful person. Zhang Heide should be called Zhang Heide, but the staff who remembered the name thought the name was too casual and suggested changing it to Dai. Zhang Heide is 12 years younger than his brother. When his mother was pregnant with him, she didn't know she was pregnant. His mother was fat, and she felt that she had gained weight again the day before she gave birth to Zhang Heide. As for the fact that women's monthly period had not come, she thought it was menopause. That night, the captain's boat arrived at the shore. Originally, Zhang Heide's father was arranged to clean the boat, but he was too lazy to go, so he asked his wife to go. As a result, she gave birth to her child on the boat before she finished cleaning. When the captain of the ship found out, he was furious. Not only did the woman get on board, she even gave birth to a child. He felt that he would be unlucky for the rest of his life, and in a fit of rage, he fired Zhang Heidei's father. Also, because of the family planning policy during those years, their family paid a lot of fines. The couple blamed all their problems on Zhang Heidei and felt that Zhang Heidei was a nuisance, having been beaten and scolded since childhood. Zhang Heidei gradually grew into a nuisance. Jiang Han wanted to return the 450 yuan to Zhang Heidei, but Zhang Heidei refused to take it, saying, "I have money." "Okay, tell me how much money you have." "I still have 50 yuan. Zhang Heidei treated 50 yuan as a huge sum of money. Jiang Han was so angry that he laughed. "Do you think you are more capable than me? Have I, Jiang Han, fallen to the point where I need you to save me?" Jiang Han's words were not polite. Zhang Heidei was not angry at all, but a little nervous. "No, brother Han, I don't mean that. You are a college student, and you were admitted to such a good university, so you are naturally the most capable. It's good that you know I'm capable." Jiang Han stuffed the money into Zhang Heidei's hand again. "Are you going to catch seafood tomorrow?" Jiang Han asked. "Why go fishing? Aren't you tired?" Zhang Heidei felt that if someone like him went fishing, the villagers would laugh at him. "This time when I come back, I plan to develop in our village. So I went to the beach today and will go tomorrow. Now I am in need of a helper." Zhang Heidei immediately patted his chest and assured, "Brother Han, don't worry, I have plenty of strength. I have endless energy in my body, you can do whatever you want." Jiang Han was amused by him. "Why, you are not afraid of being tired now?" "Did I say I was tired? I must have said that wrong." Jiang Han was really impressed by him. "Are you still going to fight?" Zhang Heidei shook his head vigorously. "I have serious things to do now, why should I fight?" He was too embarrassed to tell Jiang Han that when he first got out of prison, he also wanted to find a good job. But the island is so small that you can find out that he has been in jail by just asking around. He doesn't get any good jobs. Even if he wanted to sell his physical labor to work on a ship or at the dock, the ship captain and the people at the dock still thought he was unlucky. After a while, he started to live a slacking life again. "Anyway, I'm free anyway. Instead of not knowing what to do, I might as well follow Brother Han and help him." Jiang Han knew that Zhang Heidei was not a bad person by nature. If his parents had been nicer to him, he would not have become like that. "Okay, let's settle accounts clearly. Do you want wages or a share of the profits?" Zhang Heidei knew that he couldn't make much money from fishing now, maybe only a few dozen yuan a day. If he took the wages, Han Ji would be at a loss. "I just want a share of the profits. Just give me 10%. If Han Ji earned $20, he would only take 2. It was better than him living aimlessly. "Okay, it's done." Jiang Han felt that he was quite generous to his brother. "Where's your motorcycle? Take it out and use it." He wanted to go to town, and it would be much more convenient to use a motorcycle. He remembered that this motorcycle was bought by Zhang Heidei after he was imprisoned. His parents bought a lot of good things with the money given by those families. The money for his eldest son's wedding also came from here. Later, the motorcycle was also given to the eldest son. Zhang Heidei was a little embarrassed, but when he heard that Jiang Han wanted to use it, he didn't hesitate. The worst that could happen was that he would be beaten by his parents and his elder brother when he came back. Zhang Heidei stole the motorcycle while his family wasn't paying attention. Jiang Han was driving a motorcycle and Zhang Heidei was sitting behind him. "If your family asks you, just tell them that I pay you. It's 80 yuan a day. Do you understand?" Zhang Heidei felt that Brother Han was trying to save face. "I understand. If anyone asks me about this in the future, I will tell them that you give me 80 every day." Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction, and half an hour later, the two arrived in town. Jiang Han went to the fishing tackle shop first. He needed to buy some tools for fishing. The things at home are rusty and aged and are really not useful. Jiang Han first looked at the pliers, which were more useful on rocky beaches. The pliers in the store were all eel pliers, which could also be used to catch octopuses. Jiang Han bought 2 of each, one with a straight edge and one with a curved edge. After some bargaining, the 4 pliers finally cost me $150. He also bought 2 pairs of high rain boots and a dozen gloves for fishing. This kind of professional beach hunting gloves is non-slip and anti-puncture, but it is also a consumable, so I bought some more. I also bought 2 sets of sun protective clothing. When I go to the beach when the sun is sunny, I not only need to protect my face from the sun, but also exposed parts such as my arms. Otherwise, the sun at the seaside will let you know what it means for black and white to appear on the same person. If you go fishing at night, you need a headlamp. If you use a flashlight, you will have one hand less to do the work. He also bought a shovel and a rake. These 2 things have short handles, so they are easier to use and the seafood is not likely to be damaged. He also bought a long-handled shovel, which was heavier and saved a lot of effort. The boss saw that Jiang Han had a bunch of things in his hands, so he took the opportunity to promote them to him by some traps. The new traps are of very good quality. Seeing Jiang Han was hesitating, the boss said, although it is the sea closure period now, you can put the trap in the reservoir or river. Although the island is surrounded by water, it is relatively short of fresh water resources. Jiaohua Island is an exception. It has a river with abundant water and a reservoir. But this river and reservoir are quite far from where Jiang Han lives. Since Jiang Han chose to return to his hometown, he didn't want to overwork himself. But under the boss's repeated sales pitch, he still bought 6 not-so-big ground cages, as he would need them next time anyway. He bought another large can of bait. When I was about to leave, I was attracted by something that looked like a long water gun placed in the corner. Boss, what is this? When the boss saw someone asking this, he immediately became excited. The villagers have a poor ability to accept new things. This thing has been brought in for many days, but no one has paid any attention to it. This is a shrimp extractor. It's very easy to use. Just point the head toward the air hole and apply force to pull the shrimp out. Although it's called a shrimp extractor, in addition to extracting ordinary shrimps, it can also extract mantis shrimps and sea intestines. Jiang Han liked this as soon as he heard it. It was much more convenient than doing it directly or using a shovel. I hope this shrimp extractor won't suffocate or crush the shrimp. When they were young, they used a special noose to catch mantis shrimp. Although it was a sharp weapon, it was difficult to control. If you use too little force, the mantis shrimp will not be able to be caught. If you use too much force, the mantis shrimp will be torn apart. How could it possibly break? This thing is much more useful than a noose. It saves effort and is efficient, and it guarantees that the things you pull out will be alive and well. The boss assured, patting his chest. Is there an instruction manual for this thing? The boss was stunned by the question. The people on the island are all country bumpkins. Few people buy things and ask for instructions. Yes, I'll find it for you. The boss brought the instruction manual to Jiang Han to read. After reading it, Jiang Han felt that this was simply a magical tool for catching the sea. I didn't expect that even though he hadn't gone fishing for these years, even his fishing tools had kept up with the times. How much is this shrimp extractor? $80 a piece, that's the lowest price. I've bought so many things, can't I get a discount? The boss shook his head, it really can't be any lower. He originally planned to sell them for 200 yuan each, but who knew that no one would buy them for so long? Now he just hopes that the goods will not be a waste of money. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and decided to buy 2. Zhang Heide asked Jiang Han if he wanted a scoop net. The long-handled scoop net was not expensive, only 10 yuan each. Jiang Han bought 2 more. Jiang Han only had 2,500 yuan on him, but he didn't expect to spend 1,600 yuan in this fishing tackle store. Walking out of the fishing tackle shop, Jiang Han saw a small but closed shop next to it. There is a cardboard hanging at the door, collecting seafood. There was also a phone number written on the back. Jiang Han saved the phone number but didn't call it. When I passed by a newly opened restaurant, I saw a van stop to unload goods. The proprietress herself took out a notebook to record the bill. Zhang Heide's eyes kept glancing at the proprietress. Jiang Han also looked over. The proprietress looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a curvy figure and a very charming appearance. Jiang Han chuckled, "Do you like this?" Zhang Heide's face was already red, but he shook his head desperately, "Nothing. He is just a labor camp prisoner. A man like him doesn't deserve to be liked by women. If there is really a woman who wants to be with him, it would be harming her." Zhang Heide suddenly thought of something. "Brother Han, have you really broken up with Yi Tian? Why?" He could see that Brother Han really liked Yi Tian, and he always thought that they would get married. It's a split, so why bother asking so many questions? Seeing Zhang Heide staring at the proprietress and almost unable to walk, he pulled him. He was really afraid that the boss's wife would rush over and call him a hooligan. Jiang Han still has a lot of things to buy. There is a small supermarket in the town, and Jiang Han bought some daily necessities. The toy area and the stationery area are together. Between the toys and stationery, Jiang Han bought 2 Barbie dolls. Knowing that Zhang Heide liked to smoke, he took out another pack of cigarettes and threw it to Zhang Heide when paying at the counter. Zhang Heide saw that they were all Li Kun, so he quickly took it. As expected, Brother Han is really nice to me and even thought of giving him cigarettes. Just make do with this for now. I'll buy you something better when conditions improve. This is already pretty good. I used to smoke cigarettes that cost $10. Zhang Heide felt that Brother Han was thinking too well. He really couldn't make a fortune by fishing. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to earn back the money for the equipment. Seeing Jiang Han's confident look, he couldn't bear to say anything to discourage him. Anyway, we are good brothers and we share the difficulties. Jiang Han bought a lot of vegetables at the supermarket entrance. There are also screws and the like. These are caught by the islanders themselves in the reservoir. The water quality is very good. They taste completely different from the snails sold outside, which are caught from the muddy pond. All these vegetables are grown by ourselves. If we can't finish it at home, we take it out and sell it. It can be said that everything Jiang Han bought is pure natural, pollution-free, and absolutely fresh good stuff. But in this way, all the money he earned from selling mantis shrimps was used up. Zhang Heide was horrified at the speed at which Jiang Han spent money. Brother Han, I have money too. Just tell me what you want to buy. He will buy the rest. That money of yours still belongs to your uncle. When the tide goes out tomorrow, we will go fishing. Zhang Heide felt that fishing had nothing to do with whether they would starve to death. But when he saw Jiang Han's eyes, he stopped talking again. When the two passed a gas station, Jiang Han stopped the car. Brother Han, why don't you leave? Bring me 100. Zhang Heide took out 100 yuan without even thinking about it. Jiang Han took the money and asked the staff to fill up the motorcycle's tank. Brother Han, what are you doing? There's still oil in here. We won't need much on this trip. They really didn't use much, and the fuel used in motorcycles is different from that used in cars. In the end, Jiang Han only paid 12 yuan and the tank was full. He returned the remaining 88 yuan to Zhang Heide. We won't keep borrowing your eldest brother's car. Now that we have borrowed it, we can't let him look down on us. Zhang Heide said nothing more. He knew that Brother Han was doing this for his own good. When he was almost at the door of Jiang Han's house, Jiang Han saw Jiang Feng coming over again. Jiang Han stopped the car, asked Zhang Heide to help put the things into the house, and then asked Zhang Heide to drive the motorcycle back. Sister, why are you here? Jiang Feng took another look at Zhang Heide's back as he left, because Zhang Heide had a criminal record. She was afraid that her brother would be led astray by Zhang Heide, but when she thought about her brother's age and the fact that he graduated from a key university, she felt that she should trust her brother's ability to judge. Let's wait and see. It doesn't mean that you can't have the opportunity to reform yourself just because you've been in jail. I brought you a mat and mosquito coils. Jiang Feng knew what was in the house best. The original mat had long been broken and could no longer be used. It's so hot in this weather. It's more comfortable to sleep with a mat on top of the quilt. It is actually cooler without a quilt. But the wooden bed was too hard, and Jiang Han could never get used to it. So in the summer, Jiang Han would put a mat on top of the quilt. Jiang Han didn't think of mosquito coils. He searched among the pile of new things and took out the 2 Barbie dolls. For my niece. Jiang Feng opened her mouth and felt like crying. Her brother has really grown up and become sensible. She used to buy things for Jiang Han, but now it is Jiang Han who buys things for her 2 children. Jiang Feng happily took it, but said, why spend so much money? Jiang Han felt that his sister was just saying one thing and thinking another. After Jiang Feng left, Jiang Han found that the TV at home could no longer be turned on. The tape recorder could still play tapes, but he didn't really want to listen to them. He didn't want to listen to the radio anymore, so he finally chose to play with his phone while enjoying the fan. Although there is no air conditioning here, it is not as hot as in big cities. An electric fan is also sufficient. When there is a sea breeze, you don't even need to turn on the fan. Just open a window and let the sea breeze in to stop sweating. The only drawback is that the signal is not good, and there are always interruptions when watching videos. Jiang Han didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, he was still a little confused. The first thing he did when he turned on his phone was to check the tide app. Old people who live by the sea usually calculate the tides. Jiang Han didn't understand. Fortunately, the internet is well developed now and you can check anything. The software shows clearly that there are 2 tides today. The first time is from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. The second time is from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. It is already 7:20 in the morning and the time for going to the beach is over. Generally, there are 2 tides a day, sometimes 3, but Jiang Han is comfortable with only 1 tide. The other 1 or 2 times were either in the early morning or in the middle of the night. Jiang Han thought to himself, if he really made a living by catching seafood, should he also catch seafood at another time? Jiang Han thought about it for 2 minutes and finally chose to let things take their course. There are too few people in the village, and there are no restaurants or breakfast shops. Jiang Han just had a casual breakfast. Today we went to the beach at 4 p.m. and had lunch with Zhang Heide at 3 p.m. Zhang Heide cooked in the afternoon. Zhang Heide's cooking skills are better than Jiang Han's. Plus, the snails themselves are delicious. Jiang Han unconsciously ate an extra bowl of rice. This was much better than what he ate in the big city. After packing up and preparing the tools for fishing, the two of them set off. Because the weather was hot and the fishing trip took a long time, they also brought old-fashioned military water bottles with them. They went to the mudflat where Jiang Han had been yesterday. In the past, few villagers would go out to catch seafood during low tide. I don't know if it was because of Jiang Han's stimulation, but when they came here today, there were actually several villagers on the mudflat. Aunt Bucktooth, Aunt Lee, and Aunt Kumquat are all here. Even Uncle Luo and Old Man Zhang were there. Zhang Heide looked at it in surprise. Oh my god, what's going on? I have never seen such a lively low tide. If he was not mistaken, today's low tide was a very low tide. It's okay for kids like Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa to be here, but are even adults so idle? Jiang Han was also speechless. Many people in the village were still of the same character, but we can't blame them. Who can resist money? Those who stay in the village are the elderly and children, and the family's income mainly comes from the money earned by the young and middle-aged people in the family working outside. Who wouldn't be happy if they could make some money to spend in their hometown? There is no goods during low tide, which is relative to high tide. Facts have proved that as long as you are diligent enough, you can achieve something. Especially these elderly people, they are very experienced. In such a short while, someone has caught 1 or 2 mantis shrimps, but they are a little smaller and not zebra mantis shrimps. Zhang Heide looked at Jiang Han. What else Jiang Han could do was to go fishing with these villagers. He walked around because the tide was lower today than yesterday and there were fewer seafoods than yesterday. There are even fewer mantis shrimps. He pulled Zhang Heide over and pointed to a place not far ahead. Do you see that place? Is it spitting water? Zhang Heide, a poor student, must have had better eyesight than Jiang Han. But after Jiang Han awakened the system, Zhang Heide's eyesight was no longer as good as Jiang Han's. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. It seems to be spitting water. The principle of spitting water and having holes is the same, and most of the goods are available below. Jiang Han handed the shrimp extractor he had just bought yesterday to Zhang Heide and said, "Just go dig over there." Zhang Heide took the things and went over. Jiang Han took his things and walked to a place with fewer people. His current scanning range was 15 meters, and the additional 5 meters didn't seem much, but it saved him a lot of effort. Finally he stopped at a position because there were also zebra shrimps underneath. At this time, the villagers had surrounded Zhang Heide. Jiang Han knew why, because the location he pointed to Zhang Heide was exactly where the mantis shrimps gathered. Jiang Han was not vague either. He spat into his palm and then held the shrimp extractor. The first time, I didn't control it well and didn't pull it up. The second time, what I brought up along with the mud and water was a zebra shrimp. He also took the opportunity to smoke another zebra shrimp. These 2 mantis shrimps weigh more than half a pound each. Next, Jiang Han went to pick those ordinary shrimps. The owner of the fishing tackle store did not lie to him. This thing is highly efficient and will not tear the mantis shrimp apart. Compared with the previous news, this is much more convenient to use. Zebra shrimp. Zebra shrimp. It's really a zebra shrimp. The villagers surrounded Jiang Han's water bucket again without knowing when. Damn it, they searched for so long and found a lot of worthless things, but not a single valuable thing. They originally thought that Zhang Heide was lucky enough to draw several mantis shrimps in a row. Unexpectedly, there were not only so many big mantis shrimps in Jiang Han's bucket, but also 2 zebra mantis shrimps. Everyone knows that Jiang Han sold zebra shrimp yesterday. Jiang Erma never said how much money he gave in total, but it certainly wasn't too low. Jiang Han, why are you so lucky? College students are different. They are better at fishing than us. Jiang Han, how did you do it? Is there any trick to this? Jiang Han smiled at them and said, "What secret? It's just luck." People living by the sea believe in fate, and after hearing Jiang Han's explanation, they found it makes sense. As old people living by the sea, they have a lot of experience, able to find air holes and water holes faster than ordinary young people. But they still find clams every time they dig, and they still find clams, and they are so small that it can make people angry to death. The purchase price of clams from Jiang Erma is only 3 yuan per catty. According to today's situation, it is a question whether you can catch 5 kilograms of clams even if the tide rises. After I pay out all the money, my old waist will start to hurt again, and this little money may not even be enough to buy ointment. If you have severe rheumatism, your knees will ache for several days. Zhang Heide was also confused. Jiang Han said he would take him to the sea to make a fortune, and he just listened to it. Seeing that there were several water holes where Jiang Han pointed out to him, he didn't think much about it. After all, it's not only mantis shrimps that can bubble up from the water, there are also many worthless things. Who would have thought that he could draw a mantis shrimp with just one draw? Moreover, the shrimp extractor is very efficient and can accurately extract 1 shrimp every time. Basically, you can get a mantis shrimp with every draw. The villagers were also attracted by the shrimp extractor in Jiang Han's hand, and the thing in Zhang Heidei's hand seemed to be the same. They dig clams, so if they can do it at this speed, it won't be a loss. Jiang Han, where did you get this thing? It's available at the fishing tackle store in town. Jiang Han didn't think this needed to be hidden from others. Is there such a thing in town? Yes, but not very often when I saw him, and I don't know if the boss has gone in or not. And Bucktooth remembered that she seemed to have seen this thing when she went to the fishing tackle store last time, and the boss even tried to sell it to her. She felt that her boss was trying to extort money from her, so she just left without saying anything. Who would have thought that this new weird stuff would be so useful? College students are really courageous, they dare to buy such strange things. The ants discussed it and decided that after the sea hunting was over, they would also go buy this magical tool. Just then, Jiang Han saw a very large and beautiful shell. This moon shell. The shrimp puller, which used to be able to catch one shrimp with every pull, is not so flexible when it comes to moon shells. Fortunately, he brought a lot of tools this time. He picked up the sand shovel and shoveled a few times, and then he shoveled out the moon shells. Isn't this a moon shell? Old man Luo looked at Jiang Han in disbelief. Jiang Han threw the thing into the bucket. It should be a moon shell. Lao Luo took another look and said, "This is the moon shell." Moon clams are not as valuable as zebra shrimps, but they are heavy eaters. 4 or 5 of Jiang Han's size would weigh a pound. If you dig a few more, you will make a lot of money. When Jiang Han started smoking mantis shrimp, although Lao Luo felt uncomfortable, his reaction was not so big. But now, he really had difficulty breathing. They are both shells, so why did Jiang Han shovel a moon shell while he shoveled a clam? Jiang Han reached out and helped Lao Luo up. "Uncle Luo, are you okay? At such an old age, it would be bad if he got sick from anger." "I'm fine." Lao Luo forced himself to calm down. He just didn't believe that all the good luck went to Jiang Han, so Lao Luo turned around and continued to look for things. Zhang Heidei walked over. In his bucket there were the mantis shrimps that Jiang Han had asked him to pick out at the beginning. The others are also some not very valuable shellfish. But he is already very satisfied. He wanted to check on Jiang Han's condition. If Jiang Han was not in good condition, he would comfort him. Anyway, their trip was not in vain. When he saw Jiang Han's bucket, his jaw dropped. "Brother Han, are you so lucky?" Jiang Han said that he would take him to make a fortune by fishing at the sea. According to today's situation, it is not an exaggeration at all. Jiang Han didn't explain. He asked Zhang Heidei to put the shrimp extractor in and take out the sand shovel. This pump is of little use now, at least all the shrimps in the place where he just ran were sucked out by him. Jiang Han pointed to another place for Zhang Heidei and said, "Just shovel here." Zhang Heidei looked over there and saw that there were many places where water was coming out, and he didn't know what was underneath. "Brother Han, you have really good eyesight." Jiang Han didn't explain, but just asked him to dig faster and reminded him not to dig too deep. If it is dug up, it will be worthless. Zhang Heidei rolled up his sleeves and squatted down to dig. Now he had great confidence in Jiang Han. Although he was mentally prepared, his eyes still widened when he was dug. Moon baby. He actually dug up a moon shell. Such a big moon shell is really heavy. Seeing the villagers looking at him, Zhang Heidei was afraid that the villagers would also come over to him. I quickly put all my strength into digging. Although we also dug up some clams and the like, most of them were moon shells. Zhang Heidei acted quickly. When the villagers were hesitating whether to come over and finally came to him, the places where water was bubbling had been almost dug up by Zhang Heidei. Aunt Li scratched her head. Could it be that Jiang Han and Zhang Heidei were favored by the Dragon King? This luck was simply against the sky. Zhang Heidei found another place to dig, but this time he was not so lucky. What he dug out was worthless again. The villagers looked at Jiang Han again, and when they saw Jiang Han dig up a moon shell, they went to Jiang Han's place again. Aunt Li smiled at Jiang Han and said, "If you don't mind, we can dig here too." Jiang Han looked at the villagers in front of him. If he said he was unwilling, he would probably be drowned by their spit. Jiang Han had a grin on his face. "This mudflat is not mine, it doesn't matter who digs it." Aunt Li also smiled happily. She squatted down and started shoveling the mud with water oozing out of it with a shovel. "Han, I didn't expect you, who is so young, to be so good at finding places. There are so many water holes in this small area." Aunt Li dug 2 or 3 times and something came out. It was not a moon clam, but a very small clam. Aunt Li was so angry that she wanted to curse. Jiang Han landed his shovel next to where she had just landed, and a moon shell was dug out. Aunt Li opened her mouth and opened it again. "These two things are in the same place, why is she digging up the cheap stuff?" Jiang Han smiled and put the moon shell into the bucket. He turned around and started digging somewhere else. Aunt Lee stared at him with her eyes fixed, and finally felt relieved when she saw him dig 2 clams in a row. How can a person be lucky forever? But the third one Jiang Han dug out was another moon shell, and the fourth was also a moon shell. If it weren't for the 2 clams blocking the 2 moon shells, he wouldn't even bother digging. Aunt Lee. After more than an hour, except for Jiang Han and Jiang Heide who were digging more and more enthusiastically, everyone else was digging less and less interested. After the sea hunting was over, Jiang Han and Jiang Heide dug up a full bucket of moon clams in addition to the mantis shrimps they had at the beginning. There is half a bucket of mantis shrimp. And that bucket of moon shells exploded. The villagers were very disappointed. Could the moon shells explode? Why can't they dig up half a bucket of clams? Jiang Han waved politely to the villagers and said goodbye to them. There was still about half an hour until high tide. He was young and got tired quickly, so he needed to rest. There is half an hour left, whoever wants to dig can do so. Anyway, all the good stuff had been dug up by him quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. Jiang Heide originally ignored these people, but when he saw Jiang Han being so polite, he followed suit and said goodbye to these villagers. The villagers looked at the 2 polite young men, feeling both relieved and depressed. Could it be that they were really old, and their physical strength and luck had been lost with their age? Lao Luo sighed. Why couldn't they share some of their luck with him? Jiang Han and Jiang Heide carried 2 buckets of things and went back to Jiang Han's house first. Because Jiang Heide didn't know what was under the mudflats, he dug up a lot of clams while digging for moon shells. They picked out the clams and found 5 broken moon shells. There were 2 full bowls of clams and the moon clams weighed more than a pound. Just keep these for yourself, Jiang Han said. Jiang Heide nodded. These indeed could not be sold at a high price. This trip to the sea was like a dream for Jiang Heide. He is a man with bad luck. He went fishing with others, but their fishing rod exploded and he came back empty-handed. This time, under Brother Han's arrangement, so many good stuff were unearthed. In fact, Jiang Han was also a little confused. He was a thoughtful person, and he felt even less secure after breaking up with Yi Tian Tian. I always feel that God will take back his system soon. It was not until he reached the seaside and saw the seafood in person that he felt a little relieved. Brother Han, do we need to take the remaining ones to Uncle Irma's house? Don't worry, let's have a midnight snack first. These things won't die in a short time. Someone must have already told Jiang Irma that they had found some good stuff. If they went to him to sell the goods as soon as they dug them up, it would seem that they were in a hurry. Jiang Irma's offer would not be too high. Besides, they had dinner at 3 o'clock, and it was already 9:30, so he was really hungry. Jiang Heide is now full of energy and volunteers to cook boiled clams and steamed moon clams. Good ingredients often only require the simplest processing methods. Looking at those moon shells, Jiang Heide felt a little regretful. He had been digging very carefully, but still found a few broken shells. In comparison, Brother Han is much more amazing. He dug so many moon clams, but not a single one was broken. Jiang Han felt that the time was about right, so he and Jiang Heide each carried a bucket of water and went to Jiang Irma's house. Jiang Irma was ready to go to bed, but when he saw the goods Jiang Han brought, he immediately disappeared from his sleepiness. Is this a moon shell? Jiang Irma was not shocked that Jiang Han dug up moon shells, but was shocked that he dug up so many moon shells during low tide. If you don't know, you might think he had entered some moon clam breeding farm. Jiang Irma picked up a moon clam and took a look. It was indeed a wild one. This luck is too good to be true. 5 top-quality zebra mantis shrimps were delivered yesterday, and today so many moon clams were delivered. There were also 2 zebra shrimps in the other bucket. He weighed the 2 zebra shrimps one by one. One weighs 5 taels and 2 cents, and the other weighs 5 taels and 7 cents. All of them weigh more than half a pound. He weighed the remaining common mantis shrimps, and after removing the weight of the sea water in the bucket, the total weight was 12 kilograms. As for those moon shells, they weighed 35 kilograms. I'll sell you the mantis shrimp at the original price. Your moon shells are so big, I'll charge you 90 yuan per pound. Jiang Irma was not used to using the computer in his cell phone, so he took out an old-fashioned calculator and started calculating. Finally, the computer reported the number itself, 4,452. Jiang Heide was dumbfounded. Are there so many? Although he did not sell goods to Jiang Irma, he was better informed than the old people in the village about some information. Jiang Irma doesn't have a very good reputation, and he will spare no effort to lower the price when he can. But the price he offered today was obviously not low. He looked at Jiang Han again. Brother Han was indeed powerful. Even a veteran like Jiang Irma didn't dare to plot against him. Pay in cash or by mobile phone transfer. Jiang Irma was quite up to date in this regard. The elderly in the village prefer to use cash, and many of them don't even know how to use smartphones. Young people are different. Just transfer the money to me like you did yesterday. 1 minute later, the 4,452 yuan was deposited into Jiang Han's mobile phone. The host sold seafood worth 4,452 yuan and obtained 4452 system points. Does the host exchange the scanning range? Jiang Han was really too lazy to answer this system. Based on his last experience, is there any difference whether he chooses to redeem or not? Ding! The host changes the scanning range to 5 meters by default. Exchange successful, host has a scanning range of 20 meters. Exchange successful, 2,500 system points deducted, 1952 system points left. The host needs 548 system points to redeem the next 5-meter scanning range. Jiang Han was speechless. He knew his opinion was unimportant. However, this also made him understand one thing, that he must accumulate 2,500 points to redeem a 5-meter scanning range. When the points are less than 2,500, they will be temporarily saved. Jiang Han immediately transferred 450 yuan to Zhang Heide. Zhang Heide was still a little dazed after seeing the money, because last time he said he wanted a share of the profits. The original idea was that Brother Han would earn 20 yuan and he would earn 2 yuan. Brother Han earns $30, and he earns $3. He never thought that the number would reach double digits, let alone triple digits. Han, Brother Han, this is too much. Can someone like him earn hundreds of dollars a day? And even if it's 10%, it's only 445 yuan. I'll make it even for you. Jiang Han patted Zhang Heide on the shoulder and told him to accept it with confidence. I will go fishing tomorrow too. Return the money your uncle gave you. Zhang Heide opened his mouth and nodded. Now that he has this money, he really doesn't need his uncle's money anymore. At worst, if I run out of money, I can just ask my uncle for a loan. His uncle was nice to him, at least better than his parents. Thinking of the last time Jiang Han bought Barbie dolls for his 2 little nieces, he thought he should buy some fruit for his uncle when he went to his uncle's house. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide went back to their respective homes. After deducting the more than 400 yuan he gave to Zhang Heide, Jiang Han now has 4,000 yuan left. Looking at the bare old house, I always feel that this can't go on forever. It would be fine if he were to develop outside, but now he stays in his hometown every day and has to make his home more comfortable. But this requires money, and he wanted a boat of his own. If nothing unexpected happens this year, the sea closure will end at noon on September 16th. That means there are still more than 2 months left until the end of the sea closure. The climate on the island is changeable. If there is a typhoon or heavy rain, he won't be able to go fishing. On average, I don't know if I can make 2,000 yuan a day. Even if you make 2,000 yuan a day, that's only 120,000 yuan in 2 months. Jiang Han didn't know how much a boat cost now, so he checked online and saw all kinds of estimates. You'd better go to the shipyard to check it out for details. There is no shipyard on their small island, but there is one near the coastal port. There weren't many people in the village who owned boats, and he didn't know whether they were willing to sell the boat to him. Thinking about the traps I bought, I definitely cannot release them since it is the fishing moratorium. When the fishing moratorium ends, it seems that it will also be limited to a certain area. You can't put a ground trap anywhere. As for the specific areas where traps can be placed, he will have to go to the village committee to ask after the sea closure period is over. Now that he has linked to the infinite scanning system, the efficiency of catching fish has been greatly improved. Placing traps is purely based on luck. It is hard to say which one will bring greater benefits. When Jiang Han woke up in the morning, he found that the class group had exploded. One night, 999 messages. Hu Danzan, Wu Yuvia, I don't want to live anymore. This is obviously my company. Why am I being abused like this? Lu Boong, I am also in great pain. This society is so dark. Yu He, what happened to you too? Hu Danzan, my father asked me to start from the bottom, so I started as a clerk. My boss didn't know my identity and made things difficult for me. He also found various opportunities to make me work overtime. I really couldn't stand it. Li Feo, ha ha ha, then just reveal your identity. Hu Danzan, do you think I am the only child of my father? He thinks that if I can't even handle this little difficulty, I won't be able to work in the company in the future. Lu Boong, you at least have prospects for advancement, but what about me? I am a wage earner working 996 hours a day and being exploited. Hu Danzan, I really want to find a small island, enjoy the sea breeze, bask in the sun, and live a free and leisurely life. Lu Boong at Jiang Han, I haven't heard from you for a long time, what are you doing? Jiang Han didn't expect that someone would tag him. Lu Boong was just like him, with no family background, and he also applied for this Tianqing major without thinking. What's different about him is that he chose to work hard in a big city. Jiang Han pushed open the small wooden window in the room, took a photo of the sea and sent it to the class group. The class group immediately exploded again. Li Fiyo, it's so early. Do you live by the sea? Are you on vacation? Hu Danzan, starry eyes, I'm so envious. Yuhi, I remember Jiang Han's hometown is by the sea, right? Did you go back to your hometown? Jiang Han, my home is on a small island. I am going home now. The circle of friends has become more lively. Lu Boong, you are too. Yuhi at Lu Boong, does he live the life you want to live without struggling? Lu Boong. Hu Danzan, ha 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 ha, a rich man met a fisherman, and the rich man told the fisherman that if he worked hard, he would be able to rest well and bask in the sun. The fisherman said, am I not resting well and basking in the sun now? Hu Danzan, I won't say any more. My supervisor is here. Lu Boong, I have to go to work too. Yuhi at Jiang Han, aren't you going to work? Jiang Han, does going to the beach to catch seafood after low tide count as work? Yuhi, why does this feel like a vacation? Li Fiyo, like a vacation +1. Tian Xinwen, +1. Tang Qin, 1. Looking at the faint sarcasm from some classmates, Jiang Han just smiled faintly. Although the house he lives in is a little old, he can see the sea when he opens the window of his room. Isn't it what people in big cities call a sea view room? If he can improve his hardware facilities, why would he envy big cities? When he has money, he will definitely demolish this place and build a luxurious villa. By then, you will be facing the sea, with flowers blooming in the spring. This may be the dream life of many wealthy people. But the first step is for him to go to town and check the prices of home appliances. The first small goal is to buy a water heater and a washing machine. After opening the door, Zhang Heide fell down from the door weakly. Just when Jiang Han's face turned pale with fright, Zhang Heide jumped up like a monkey again. Brother Han, you're up. After Jiang Han realized what was happening, he kicked him. Zhang Heide covered his butt and cried out in pain, Brother Han, why did you kick me? Shouldn't I kick you for being like this? You fell down from my front door like that, I thought you were dead. He jumped up so suddenly just now, and he thought he was faking his death. But seeing the two dark circles under Zhang Heide's eyes, he calmed down and asked, did you go to catch mice last night? Zhang Heide rubbed his eyes, not wanting Jiang Han to notice anything unusual. I'm fine. He was scolded by his mother. He had already filled up the motorcycle with gas, but his mother insisted that the motorcycle's tires were worn out. All he says is, why don't you die in prison? At that time, he really wanted to throw the 450 yuan he earned from fishing in front of his mother to let her know that he could also make money. But thinking of what Brother Han said to him, he held back. I only told my mother that Brother Han gave him 80 yuan every time he went fishing. His mother started to talk a lot of bad things about Brother Han, saying that everyone in the village said that Jiang Han had made a great deal, and that 80 yuan was not enough to give to a beggar. He couldn't stand it anymore and had a fight with his mother for the first time. When he left the house, his mother asked him for the 80 yuan. At that moment his heart was completely shattered. He left after leaving 80 yuan. With nowhere to go, he unconsciously walked to the door of Jiang Han's house. Because he didn't know how to tell Jiang Han, he leaned against the door for a while and fell asleep. Brother, let's go to town. What are you doing in town? It's hard to make money, I want to spend it. Jiang Han wanted to kick Zhang Heide again, but it would be boring for him to go to the town alone, so they decided to go together. This time he did not ask Zhang Heide to borrow the family's motorcycle. Instead, he went to Aunt Gihua's house next door and borrowed an electric bike. Motorcycles are powerful and very useful for carrying things. He doesn't plan to buy anything today, the electric car is enough. Aunt Gihua enthusiastically lent them the electric bike and told Jiang Han to help her ride the bike whenever he was free. This bike is always left unused, and the battery is prone to damage. Zhang Heide opened his mouth but said nothing. Why he thinks a neighbor is better than his mother. The two went to town again. I have to say that home appliances on the island are really expensive. The price of a washing machine alone is thousands of yuan more expensive than in the city. Jiang Han's 4,000 yuan is only enough to buy one home appliance. Brother Han, this is the price on the island. Everything has to be shipped from the coastal cities. Jiang Han could understand that, after all, it cost money to transport it, but the difference in amount was too great. If he buys it online, I wonder if it can be delivered to his door. Have you ever bought express delivery online? Is it delivered? Jiang Han asked. Anyway, it wasn't possible before. He hasn't been back for a long time and he doesn't know the current situation. Zhang Heide scratched his head. It depends on the courier. Some can be delivered, but rarely. Generally, they can't. The worst case was when my courier was left at a coastal port. When I thought about having to take a 3-hour boat ride to get the courier, I didn't want the courier anymore. Jiang Han grasped the key point of his words, which is that some couriers can still deliver goods to your door. Although normal shopping is different from buying heavy-duty home appliances, it is still necessary to try to ask. Jiang Han turned on his mobile phone and asked more than 20 merchants in succession whether they could deliver home appliances to Shijiang village on Jiaohua Island. To Jiang Han's surprise, one store actually said yes, but he had to pay an additional 100 yuan. 50 of the fees are for getting on the island, and the other 50 are for entering the village. The two together only cost 100 yuan. Jiang Han thought it was a great deal, so he ordered a washing machine and a water heater from their online store. In the end, there was more than 800 yuan left. In the past, he would never have thought that he would be able to buy a washing machine and a water heater just 3 days after returning to the village. When I was studying in the South City, there were many beautiful B&Bs in the suburbs. Yi Tian envied them every time she saw them. He was also very envious. If his house is renovated, it will definitely not be worse than those B&Bs. When someone invites him to go to a big city, he won't go. Brother Han, let's go eat. It's my treat. Jiang Han felt that this kid was itching to keep all the money on him, but it was better to use the money to eat than to do some messy things. Finally, Jiang Han was brought to the Hollywood Hotel by Zhang Heidei. This Hollywood Hotel is considered the best hotel in the whole town. When he saw the proprietress, Jiang Han remembered that Zhang Heidei had stared at her for a long time yesterday. It's just dinner time now, and the proprietress is busy running around and is already sweating all over. The thin shirt stuck to her body, revealing her charming figure. When Jiang Han turned his head, he saw that Zhang Heidei was about to have a nosebleed. Jiang Han pulled him and saw that there were no seats left, which felt a bit unfortunate. I never expected this newly opened restaurant to be doing so well. Jiang Han was not in a hurry to leave. Zhang Heidei was so eager to come here that even if they had to wait until others had finished eating, they must have this meal today. The proprietress came over with a smile, and there was a faint scent of cherry blossom perfume as she passed by. Heidei, you're here. There are no seats downstairs. I'll take you to the private room upstairs. Jiang Han was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhang Heidei was quite familiar with the proprietress. Your restaurant is not small. There are only small restaurants on this island, and each restaurant has only a few tables in total. She already had quite a lot of space downstairs, but she didn't expect there was also an upstairs. On Jiaohua Island, we just live a mediocre life. The proprietress took Jiang Han and Zhang Heidei upstairs. Jiang Han found a seat by the window and sat down. From here he could see the scenery below. The feeling of sitting there was actually more comfortable than sitting downstairs. The lady boss pointed to the QR code on the table and said, "What would you like to eat? You can scan the QR code and order it yourself. If you want to order it manually, that's also possible." Is it so advanced? This way of ordering food can be seen everywhere in the city, but it is the first time for them to order food on this small island. I don't know how to order. Just prepare some of your delicious dishes for me and Brother Han. Zhang Heidei usually doesn't speak fluently, but at least he is not reserved. His whole body was tense at the moment, and he looked so nervous that he was almost sweating. The proprietress smiled cheerfully and generously. "If you say so, then I'll really be casual." He even blinked after saying that. Zhang Heidei's face immediately turned red. "Whatever you want is fine." After the proprietress left, Zhang Heidei saw Jiang Han looking at him, so he explained, "I happened to have dinner here on the day she opened. I was her first customer, and I even helped her move some goods." Zhang Heidei scratched his head uncomfortably. "At that time, I didn't have a job, so I came to her place every few days to eat egg fried rice. I got used to it after eating it many times." Jiang Han looked at him in shock. "This is a seafood restaurant, and you come here to eat egg fried rice?" "I didn't have any money at that time." Jiang Han thought it made sense, and at the same time he thought the proprietress was very nice. Zhang Heidei came to her place every day to eat fried rice with egg, but she didn't even chase him away. After a while, a sweet-looking girl came over with a baking tray. "Table 27. This is your sea base." Jiang Han looked at her. The girl had a good figure, but she was not as aggressive as the boss lady. Her desire was pure. "We just have one sea base." The girl smiled sweetly. "There is something else. I'm afraid you two can't finish it, so my sister only prepared 3 dishes and a soup for you. If you want more, just tell me." "What are the other 2 dishes?" "Pickled pepper fish skin and scallion oil clams." The pickled pepper fish skin goes really well with rice. The soup is dried clam soup, very fresh. Jiang Han felt that the proprietress was even better. She didn't intend to rip Zhang Heidei off just because he asked her to serve random dishes. Even if she brought out a big lobster, Zhang Heidei couldn't say anything. The dishes she asked the girl to bring were very affordable and the quantities were just right. Are you the boss lady's sister? Yeah, they all say I don't look like my sister. They are not similar, but they each have their own flavor. My younger sister is more pure and lovely. Didn't your sister say you were studying? Why are you helping out in the store? It's summer vacation now. I'm here to do a summer job. So that's how it is. Your sister arranged it very well. We are very satisfied. Thank you for us. The girl smiled and said, okay, I will definitely pass it on to you. Jiang Han found that the food in this restaurant was really delicious, no wonder the business was so good. The service attitude was also very good, and they were given a small fruit platter. Jiang Han's phone vibrated, and Lu Boong tagged him again in the group. Lu Boong at Jiang Han, what are you doing? Jiang Han, let's eat. Hu Danzan, what do you want to eat? Jiang Han felt that the students in his class were extremely boring. Do you want to ask what to eat for lunch? Jiang Han still took a picture of the dishes on the table and sent it to the group. Because his hands were shaking, the photo was a little blurry. Are you kidding? Is this your lunch? Jiang Han, eating at a restaurant with friends. Jiang Han, what? Master Yu, do you look down on our poor family's lunch? After a while, Yui sent his lunch to the group, a sandwich and a bottle of yogurt. The surrounding environment is still a square. Yui, crying, my family runs a small company and we don't have enough staff, so my dad pushed me out to distribute flyers. Hu Danzan also distributed her own lunch, which looked like a rather unappetizing work meal. Especially after it was packed in a takeaway box, it was even less appetizing. Hu Danzan, what a dull life we lead. Jiang Han is having it too good. Jiang Han was depressed. He just went out for a meal. How could it be worth their reflection on life? From this perspective, it seems that there is nothing to envy about the lives of these rich second generations. When Zhang Heide went to pay, the proprietress only charged them 180 yuan. If this meal were in a big city, it would cost at least 250 yuan. Jiang Han planned to go back. The tide would start to ebb at 8 o'clock tonight and would rise at midnight. He planned to go back and take a nap, fearing that he would not have enough energy to work at night. Brother Han, you go back first. I'm going to the internet cafe. Then I'll go back first. There are many numbers posted on the outer walls of supermarkets in town, many of which are the numbers of private car owners. They live in town and don't have any proper jobs. If someone calls them, they come out in a sports car. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. It's an 8 or 9 minute drive from the town to the village, and they may ask you for 30 or 40 yuan. Jiang Han drove the electric scooter back. Instead of returning it in a hurry, he charged it first. He had a good sleep and his battery was fully charged. When he went to return the car, and Gihua wanted to keep him for dinner, Jiang Han refused and decided to just make a meal for himself. When going out, and Gihua's little grandson ran over. The little guy was still trembling as he ran. He ran behind Jiang Han and touched Jiang Han's butt. And Gihua was startled. You little bastard, what are you doing? Granny, didn't you say that? Jiang Han is lucky. You should build a good relationship with Jiang Han and take advantage of his luck. The little thing rubbed his 2 hands that had touched Jiang Han's butt. He was just trying to get lucky now. And Gihua blushed. Xiao Han, don't listen to the child's nonsense. How could I have such an idea? And Gihua didn't even believe what she said. Jiang Han was speechless, but he didn't care about it. He just didn't expect that there would be such a saying in the village now. It's okay, auntie. I was also naughty when I was your age. And Gihua smiled awkwardly again. The little guy seemed unsatisfied and wanted to try his luck a few more times, but was held down by Aunt Gihua. Jiang Han quickly walked out of Aunt Gihua's house. When he went out, he ran into Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa. For some reason, he felt that the way these 2 little kids looked at him was very weird. Just as he was about to hurry home, Aunt Bucktooth came towards him with a smile. Han, can you give me one of your old clothes? Looking at Aunt Bucktooth with wrinkled face and a flattering smile, Jiang Han was confused and had a lot of questions in his mind. What do you want my old clothes for? I've never heard that Aunt Bucktooth has any special hobbies before. My wife's belly hasn't moved yet. I'll take your old clothes and put them under their pillows to bring some good luck. Jiang Han was completely stunned. He was not the goddess of fertility. He also put his old clothes under the couple's pillows, for fear that he would be too nervous to sleep at night. He definitely wouldn't give her the clothes, but he still cut a piece of old tablecloth for Aunt Bucktooth. Aunt Bucktooth took the piece of tablecloth and left happily. We can go fishing at 8 o'clock tonight. Zhang Heide came from town at 7:30, and he was riding a second-hand bicycle that he got from somewhere unknown. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. This guy actually continued playing games until now. Fortunately, it did not delay my going to the beach. When they went to the mudflats, there were more people there than yesterday. It was completely dark by now. Those who had headlamps at home put them on, while those who didn't had headlamps walked around with flashlights. If an inland person who doesn't know the situation comes here, it would be quite scary. I don't know what these people are thinking. Even if they were fishing with Jiang Han would always return with a full load, while they would just do as usual, taking what they were entitled to. But these people just won't give up. Zhang Heide was dissatisfied. Are they trying to snatch the goods from us? Jiang Han was calm. This sea belongs to everyone. He didn't have the ability to stop others from going to the sea. What surprised Jiang Han was that he actually saw two ants who ran the chess and card room come out to play seafood today. I don't know when it started, but the capable people have all left, and those who stayed are becoming more and more lazier. Apart from some very old ones, most of the ants are only between 40 and 50 years old. Being poor doesn't stop them from being lazy. While the men work outside to earn money, they spend their days playing mahjong in the village. When she runs out of money, she asks men outside for more and never thinks about making money. Today's situation is quite unusual. Jiang Han did not join the crowd, but that did not prevent those people from seeing Jiang Han. Old man Zhang shouted, and all the other people who were going to the beach stopped and walked to Jiang Han's side one by one. Either he patted Jiang Han on the shoulder or he tried to shake hands with Jiang Han. Jiang Han couldn't stand it anymore and quickly ran out from the crowd. Fortunately, these people did not catch up. The coastline here is very long. Jiang Han took Zhang Heide to the north, to the area where sand and mud meet, where there is more sand. Now his scanning range is 20 meters, and scanning is much easier. Even at night, it does not affect his vision at all. Hiss, it's really strange. What's wrong, Brother Han? Nothing. He couldn't tell him that he found out there was no good stuff down there today, right? Is it really that my luck was taken away? His system allows him to see clearly what is underneath, but it does not provide any luck bonus. Since there was nothing good in the entire area, he naturally couldn't dig up anything good. Jiang Han looked back at where the villagers were. They didn't seem to be much better. When he passed by there, he saw that they were also selling cheap goods. Brother Han, we have been gone for a long time. Zhang Heide reminded Jiang Han. Jiang Han sighed, and finally, he stood out among the short men and walked back another 15 meters. Did you bring the salt shaker? Jiang Han thought that with his superb scanning ability, he would not need something like a salt kettle. But now, I brought them. Zhang Heide took out 2 large salt bottles from his backpack. If it is a fish farm, everyone who goes to the sea knows what they are catching. But this is a purely natural area, where you can encounter all kinds of things. Zhang Heide brought a little bit of everything, so his backpack is very heavy. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide each have one of these 2 large salt pots. Brother Han, do we need to use the salt kettle? Jiang Han nodded, took a sand shovel and shoveled away the sand and mud on the top, revealing the densely packed pores underneath. Zhang Heide was excited when he saw it. The pores are so dense. Could it be a clam? Many clams are together. Once you dig out one clam, the ones next to it are likely to be clams as well. Without thinking, Zhang Heide pointed the pointed tip of the salt pot at the hole and sprayed some salt into it. Confucius spat and then there was no further movement. Even though clams have shells, they can still escape very quickly under the sand and mud. Zhang Heide quickly added some more salt, and the clam came out of the hole. It's really razor clams. Zhang Heide quickly threw the half-cocked clam into the bucket. Brother Han, this bamboo clam is so big, it can be considered the king of clams. You can call it the king of razor clams, at least this one is pretty big among wild ones. The price of razor clams is cheap, mainly because there are too many people farming them. Most of the razor clams on the market are farmed, which makes the price of wild razor clams not go up. The retail price of such clams is about 40 yuan per pound. When he went to Jiang Ermao, he could get about 20 to 30 yuan per pound. Although today's goods are not as good as the previous 2 days, he is satisfied. If he didn't have the binding system, how could he find such clams? After Jiang Han and Zhang Heide decided to dig this out today, they acted decisively. Jiang Han took the salt pot and sprayed more than a dozen holes at once. Razor clams are afraid of salt. Under such high salt concentration conditions, all the clams drilled holes one by one. Jiang Han quickly caught all the clams one by one. One advantage of using salt to lure out clams is that they come out relatively intact and will not be broken, and it saves effort. When Jiang Han turned his head, he found that Zhang Heide had caught all the clams nearby. This speed is good. Zhang Heide was seldom praised, and as he was never hesitant in a fight, he felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Zhang Heide was about to find a random place to dig, Jiang Han stopped him. He pointed due south and said, "Go about 10 meters this way and give it a try." Zhang Heide knew that Jiang Han had read a lot of books, so he naturally believed in Jiang Han. When they reached a range of 10 meters, Zhang Heide shoveled away the sand and mud on top, revealing small holes underneath. Brother Han, you are really amazing. It seems that people really need to read more books. Otherwise, they can't even catch the sea well. Jiang Han smiled and said, hurry up and work. With the system in hand, he naturally didn't want to roll with it. But in the absence of good things, he could only compete with quantity. The competition in quantity depends on physical strength. There are a lot of clams in this area, and he plans to dig all he can. The two of them still attracted the attention of the villagers. When the villagers came over with buckets, Jiang Han had already dug up a lot of clams. Although the villagers were envious, they didn't want to take action in the clam nest that Jiang Han found. Jiang Han, I've never seen you go fishing before. How come you're so good at finding things? This is too good of a luck. Why can't we take advantage of it a little bit? Jiang Han touched their hands and clothes, but why didn't they have any such good luck? But looking at Jiang Han's attitude today, he is also on the verge of exploding. Jiang Han looked at the villagers with different expressions and began to deceive them. Maybe it's because I read a lot of books. It would be fine if you read more books. The wind direction, the size of the hole, and the speed of the waves are all important. He really doesn't want to be touched by others. Old man Zhang immediately became interested. What's the knowledge behind this? Can you tell us about it? Jiang Han smiled and said nothing. Old man Zhang's face turned red and he couldn't ask any more questions. In the past, there were some craftsmen in their village, and that was their livelihood. If you ask them what the secret of their craft is, they won't tell you. The others were skeptical about Jiang Han's words. After thinking about it, they felt that it was probably a combination of luck and knowledge. So people should read more books. People like them who are poor in the countryside can only muddle along like this. Jiang Han once again dug accurately under the watchful eyes of the villagers. The villagers became more and more envious as they looked at it. And Dame, the one who hangs out in the chess and card room all year round, suddenly felt that playing cards was not fun anymore. He found a place and started digging like a dog. And Jinju glanced at him and said, it's Jiang Han who always has the good stuff. Why are you so excited? And Dame looked at Jinju as if she was a fool. Do you know why I lost in Mahjong? Why? Why else? Of course it's bad luck. I have no luck playing Mahjong, and I have no luck going to the beach. If I had Jiang Han's luck, would I still lose at cards? And Dame glanced at Jiang Han again and said, I found a good way to test my luck, which is to go fishing. When I can get good stuff from the fishing, it means my luck has come, and I can go play Mahjong. Isn't it stupid of her to rush to lose money when she has no luck? And Kumquat thought it made a lot of sense. If she could catch good stuff at the beach, could she also play a few rounds at the card table? And Kumquat also started digging in a dog-like manner. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide dug up almost all razor clams today, with the occasional clams and some small snails, which they also collected. Thinking that he had to buy groceries anyway, he left some for later. Jiang Han looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. They came back early. Jiang Han did not knock on Jiang Ermao's door in the middle of the night, but instead kept the clams in a pond with seawater. The next morning, the clams were weighed and weighed a total of 60 kilograms. Jiang Ermao offered him a price of 32 yuan per pound. Jiang Han knew that this was the highest price Jiang Ermao could offer. The final total price was 1920. It was clearly less than 2,000 yuan, but the villagers looked at him as if he were some supernatural creature. Everyone who saw him smiled as if they saw a big leader, as if smiling at him would bring them good luck. Jiang Han felt his entire body crawling with fear when he was stared at. The host sold seafood for 1,920 yuan and obtained 1920 system points. Total system points, 3,872 points. Host, do you want to consume 2,500 system points to redeem a 5-meter scanning range? Ding! Exchange successful. The host has a 20-meter scanning range. Exchange successful, 2,500 system points deducted, 1,372 system points left. The host needs 1,128 system points to redeem the next 5-meter scanning range. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han didn't expect that this system would encourage him. After returning home, he transferred the money to Zhang Heide, a total of 192. This time they left a lot behind. Jiang Han felt that he could not finish the meal by himself, so he called Zhang Heide. It's quite noisy over there at Zhang Heide's place. Brother Han, I won't come over to eat. After hanging up the phone with Zhang Heide, Jiang Han felt strange. Yesterday at midnight, when Zhang Heide left his house, he saw him riding a bicycle and not heading towards his home. Instead, he headed towards the town. This guy wouldn't sleep in the internet cafe just to play a game, right? Jiang Han stretched and planned to take a nap in the rocking chair, but he had only slept for a while when he was woken up by a knock on the door. When he opened the door, the village chief and two girls who looked identical were standing at his door. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. Are these twins? Jiang Han, did you know that Yi Tian Tian got a couch surfer? Jiang Han shook his head. I don't know about this. But Yi Tian Tian always does some messy things, which is like her style. Village chief, what can I do for you? The village chief sighed. These two are couch surfers. Since the village chief couldn't explain it clearly, he asked the twins to explain it themselves. Sister Ma Xiaomei said, we are the type who like to travel wherever we want. In order to save costs, we don't stay in hotels or hostels, but sleep on sofas in people's homes. Couch surfers are a group. People who join this group have to share their sofas with other couch surfers. When other couch surfers come to their homes, they have to offer their sofas to other couch surfers. The village chief felt a little embarrassed. This was caused by Yi Tian Tian. The address written was her home. Yi Tian Tian was not here, and Tianatian's mother refused to let the two girls in. You know the situation in my family, with that tigress in my house. If I bring two young girls home, I don't know what will happen. Since you and Tian Tian are boyfriend and girlfriend, I will bring the two girls over for you to see. Yi Tian Tian and I have broken up. The village chief froze, looking anxious. What should we do? A typhoon is coming. We can't even leave the island now. Typhoon. Yeah, I saw that in the weather forecast. When Jiang Han was surfing the internet, he did see news about the typhoon. When he checked it yesterday, it said that it would make landfall the day after tomorrow. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Jiang Han took another look at the twins. They looked very young and probably had just graduated from college. I can provide you with my living room, but the condition is not very good. When Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei heard Jiang Han say this, they immediately said, it doesn't matter, as long as we have a place to stay. Jiang Han opened the door completely and said, come in. The village chief breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Han kept the person, otherwise he really didn't know what to do today. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei put down their two heavy bags as soon as they entered the house. Excuse me, can you take a shower here? My sister and I have been traveling all day and haven't taken a shower yet. The two twins are very pretty. They said they like traveling everywhere, but their skin is still very fair. And there is also a kind of skinny beauty. I don't have a water heater here. If you want to take a shower, you need to boil water for yourself. The two sisters did not act pretentiously and just asked Jiang Han to get the electric kettle. Finally, Jiang Han gave them a hot pot cigarette. He also gave them a big red bucket and said, it takes too long to boil water with an electric kettle. I just bought this bucket and I haven't used it yet. Put the hot water stick into the bucket and you can wash when the water in the bucket is hot. The two sisters had identical puzzled expressions on their faces. Finally, they blinked in unison. Can this still be done? They had never heard of such a simple and crude approach. My sister used to boil water for bathing like this. Many people in the village used to do the same. He was a grown man, but he didn't boil water in such a hot day. He just used cold water. The two sisters expressed their gratitude and went to boil water according to Jiang Han's method. Perhaps because they felt it was new, they went to check the temperature of the bucket after a while. Then he heard the two of them making a fuss. Oh my God, this really can boil water. Is this the wisdom of the working people? Why did you think of this method? The corner of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. The methods they had used since childhood had become the wisdom of the working people in their eyes? Jiang Han looked at his phone again and predicted that the typhoon would land in Sancheng in 5 hours. Before reaching Sancheng, the typhoon would also sweep across their island. This typhoon is a force 10.5 typhoon, a strong tropical storm. I just hope the worst part of the typhoon won't reach their island. Jiang Han checked everywhere and closed all the windows that could be closed. At this time, the village radio also started to sound, urging everyone to go home early, not to stay outside, and to actively prepare for typhoon prevention and mitigation. I received another message from Zhang Heide on my phone. Brother Han, a typhoon is coming. Thinking that Zhang Heide was still in town, Jiang Han replied, I know, you haven't come back yet. Zhang Heide, I'm not coming back. The owner of the internet cafe has closed down, so I'm staying in the internet cafe. Jiang Han didn't expect that Zhang Heide would really take charge of the internet cafe. After Jiang Han completed the safety measures downstairs, he went upstairs. The two girls were resting here, and it was not convenient for a grown man like him to stay here. Moreover, he really didn't sleep well last night, and it was impossible for him to go fishing today, so he planned to make up for the sleep he missed yesterday. The only pity is that it is a high tide today. There are only a few days of high tides this month, but today's high tide was destroyed by the typhoon. Jiang Han had just laid down on the bed when his cell phone rang. It turned out to be a money transfer message from his sister. And it's $2,000. Jiang Han didn't click to receive it, but followed his sister's example and transferred 2,000 yuan to her. When Jiang Feng saw the transfer, she was obviously stunned. Her brother always said that he was rich, and it turned out that he really was rich. This money was probably earned from his part-time job in South City. She would ask him when he had spent most of it. Zhao Hai, who was standing next to him, pushed his wife and said, "Why are you so happy?" "I am happy. My brother is becoming more and more sensible." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, and Jiang Han just got into a good university. Nowadays, the quality of college graduates is not as high as before. It's good enough that Jiang Han doesn't become a burden to their family. If Jiang Han didn't click to receive, it would be even more impossible for Jiang Feng to click to receive. The transfer between the two people just stayed in the chat box. Jiang Han thought he could finally get some sleep when there was a knock on the door. Jiang Han was a little angry, and his face didn't look very good when he opened the door. Then he saw the twin sister Ma Xiaomei standing in front of him wearing a thin silk suspender pajamas. If the neckline were any lower, it wouldn't be able to cover it. "What can I do for you?" Jiang Han's tone was so cold that Ma Xiaomei was startled. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to let my family know I was safe, but I couldn't make the call." Jiang Han sighed, put on a white vest, and walked out of the room. "The signal downstairs is not good. The signal in my room is better. Please call me in my room." Ma Xiaomei said thank you several times and walked to Jiang Han's room. When Jiang Han walked out, she stared at his back for several times. "This is so handsome. He looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed." When Jiang Han came down, Ma Xiaomei was setting up a tent in the living room. "Aren't you going to tell your family that you are safe?" Jiang Han didn't know how to address them. Even if he knew both of their names, he couldn't tell who was who. "I'll go later." She was wearing the same suspender silk nightgown as her sister. When Jiang Han came over, she subconsciously pulled her skirt, trying to cover her fair legs, but ended up exposing even more of her neckline. Jiang Han looked away speechlessly. They were dressed like this in his house. Did they treat him like trash? He couldn't do anything about them, so he thought about staying in his sister's room for a night. After his sister got married, she didn't come back to live there, but the room was still reserved for his sister. But he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Ma Xiaomei. "Excuse me, do you have anything to eat?" In order to save trouble, Jiang Han planned to contribute his instant noodles. As a result, Ma Xiaomei said to him in a pitiful tone, "We two sisters have been eating instant noodles, self-heating hot pot or self-heating rice all the way. We are tired of these convenient foods, and we want to eat something different." Jiang Han gritted his teeth. These were really a lot of requests, but he still endured it. Now all parts of the country are working hard to improve the tourism image of their hometown. Few tourists come to Jiaohua Island. If one day I become famous because the people of Jiaohua Island are not well known for their lack of hospitality, I will be laughed at. He could already imagine how cultural and tourism industries in other places would make fun of Jiaohua Island's cultural and tourism industry. "Can you cook?" Jiang Han pointed to the kitchen and said, "There is rice, a rice cooker, and an electric skillet in the kitchen. You can cook for yourself." Ma Xiaomei was overjoyed when she heard this. "Thank you, Jiang Han. Cooking is a woman's strong point," and Ma Xiaomei got the hang of it right away. She winked at Jiang Han and looked at him with a smile. "Have you eaten?" Jiang Han didn't eat either. He originally wanted to catch up on some sleep first. Ma Xiaomei immediately said, "I'll cook yours too, let's eat together." Jiang Han did not refuse. He let them stay and even offered them some of his household belongings. It's not too much to have a meal cooked by them, right? While Ma Xiaomei was washing rice, Jiang Han went out before the typhoon really came. He went to Aunt Gihua's house and asked her for some vegetables. When Jiang Han wanted to give money, Aunt Gihua refused to take it. But Jiang Han still stuffed the money into Aunt Gihua's pocket and said, "If you don't want to take it, I won't ask you for it next time." When he appeared in the kitchen with stunted cucumbers and stunted lettuce, Ma Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Knowing that her behavior was inappropriate, she quickly said sorry. "The land on the island is definitely not as fertile as inland. Plus, we don't use chemical fertilizers when growing vegetables, we use farmyard manure. The appearance is definitely not as good as the vegetables you buy in the supermarket." Ma Xiaomei suddenly felt that she was superficial. She and her sister had traveled to many places, but in many aspects, there are still blanks. She looked at the green, watery thing that Jiang Han had placed in the bowl. "What's this?" "Astragalus tofu." Ma Xiaomei thought this thing really looked like tofu. Isn't astragalus a traditional Chinese medicine? It's a traditional Chinese medicine, but it can also be made into food, which has a cooling and detoxifying effect. And Gihua went to pick it early in the morning. Ma Xiaomei couldn't help but want to take a bite. After she took one bite, she couldn't help but take another bite. This is so delicious, sweet and cool. There is nothing like this in big cities. And the taste is no worse than the desserts in the dessert shop. Sister, sister. Ma Xiaomei called Ma Xiaomei down again and ate astragalus tofu together. The two sisters were smiling happily while eating. Jian Han handed the things he left behind yesterday to the two sisters. The two sisters looked at these shellfish and found them very curious. Some of them they could name, while others they could not. They had a lot of questions, and Jian Han had no choice but to talk to them one by one. When the sisters saw the hermit crab, their eyes lit up. How can you eat hermit crabs when they are so cute? Jian Han, can we take these 5 hermit crabs back with us? They are so cute. We should keep them. Jian Han waved his hand. Whatever, I don't care. There are plenty of hermit crabs on the beach, but he was too lazy to pick them up. These ones were picked up by Zhang Heide. The two sisters were extremely happy when they heard Jiang Han agree. The two sisters were not very good at cooking seafood, so Jiang Han just asked them to cook it in clean water. The two sisters didn't believe it. How could it be delicious just by boiling it in water? What's the difference between this and boiled meat? But they still did as Jiang Han said. Wow, so fresh. I almost swallowed my tongue. The seafood restaurants over there are famous for their freshness, but the taste of the same food can't even compare to yours. They really just boiled the food in water, using the most primitive and crude cooking method. The taste of farmed seafood is definitely different from that of wild seafood. No matter how fresh your seafood is, it has been stored for several days using various high-tech methods. What they call freshness is just keeping the seafood alive before cooking. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei ate a lot of food without realizing it. They usually don't get to eat this kind of pure wild seafood. If they really eat it, a few dishes like this may cost thousands of yuan. Even the stunted vegetables brought from Aunt Gihua were delicious. According to them, these are called organic vegetables. In supermarkets, they are sold individually with labels. The price is several times that of ordinary vegetables. It was the first time for the two sisters to eat so much at once. Jian Han thought he could finally have a good sleep at night, but he was woken up by knocking on the door again. The two girls, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei, hugged their pillows and looked at him pitifully. Ma Xiaomei, Jiang Han, the typhoon is so scary. Ma Xiaomei, yeah, that's scary. The place where they are is sometimes affected by typhoons, but that is always the last stage of the typhoon. At most it would rain a little and there would be some not too strong wind. But just now they saw a tree outside the window being uprooted. They were really scared. Jiang Han was speechless. This was only level 10.5. If a super typhoon came today, these two girls would have crawled into his bed. So what do you want? Jiang Han, can you chat with us? Since it's impossible for them to sleep anyway, they would feel much more at ease if there was a boy to chat with them. Jiang Han had no choice but to accompany them to sit in the living room on the first floor. But he had nothing in common with them. After just a few words, he fell asleep leaning against the wall. He woke up at noon the next day. When he opened his eyes, he found himself not in the room, but in a tent filled with the scent of rose water. Jiang Han, you're awake. It was us sisters who carried you into the tent yesterday. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. Was he sleeping so soundly? Wrong. That's not the point. The point is, why did they carry him into their tent? He checked his clothes first, and found that he was quite fully dressed. It seemed that he had overthought it. The living room is already filled with the aroma of food. Ma Xiaomei smiled and said to Jiang Han, we looked up some videos on cooking seafood. Today we didn't boil it in water, but used the method on the internet. Jiang Han took a look and saw clams in garlic sauce, mussels cooked in beer, and clam vermicelli soup. Jiang Han's phone vibrated, and someone in the class group was tagging him again. Lu Boang at Jiang Han, I heard there was a typhoon over there. Are you okay? Hu Danzan at Jiang Han, the typhoon on the island must be very strong. Tian Xingwen at Jiang Han, when a typhoon comes, will there be a shortage of supplies? Li Fiio at Jiang Han, do you have anything to eat now? Have you had breakfast? Jiang Han took another photo and posted it in the group. Jiang Han, my breakfast. The group exploded again. Yuhi, is breakfast also a seafood feast? Lu Boang, it's okay to eat seafood in a restaurant last time, but is your home that extravagant? Hu Danzan, it looks delicious. It's not any worse than the ones in restaurants. Li Fiio, this meal must cost several hundred. Jiang Han, you spend several hundred for breakfast? Lu Boang, what's across the table? Women. 2 women. And they're wearing the same silk pajamas. Tianqingwen, Jiang Han, do you play that extravagantly? Jiang Han looked at the photo carefully. He did not include Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei's faces, but he also included half of their bodies when taking the photo of the vegetables. Jiang Han, don't talk nonsense, these are twins. Yu He, walk. Li Fieo, walk. Hu Danzan, walk. Lu Boong, walk. Jiang Han found that he couldn't explain himself clearly. This typhoon was very small, and the center of the typhoon did not pass through the island, so the typhoon passed in just one night. Jiang Han looked at the leaves and mud that had blown in from nowhere all over the yard, so he took out a bamboo broom and started cleaning the yard. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were not idle either, and ran over to help. Jiang Han also moved out the 2 pots of orchids that he had moved into his home before the typhoon. When the typhoon came, there was a terrifying atmosphere everywhere, but now life is peaceful again. Just then, Zhang Heide walked in and was stunned when he saw 2 women in Jiang Han's house. Brother Han. Jiang Han called him yesterday and asked him to come over at 11:30 if the typhoon stopped today. Jiang Han looked at the time. It was exactly 11:30. This kid was quite good at keeping track of time. Many times, high tides last for 2 or 3 days, and sometimes they may last longer. Today is also a high tide, and there are 3 low tides. One time was in the early morning and there happened to be a typhoon, so we missed it. The other 2 times are at noon and 11 o'clock at night. They still had half an hour until the second low tide of the day. After returning to his hometown, Jiang Han had never been to the sea during high tide. His intuition told him that there would definitely be good stuff today. Prepare the tools first, and remember to bring 2 extra bottles of water. At the beginning, the 2 of them used to boil water and bring a kettle. The last time they went to town, they bought 2 boxes of mineral water. Now they just bring mineral water. The 2 girls watched them busy and came over. Are you going to catch fish? The 2 girls' eyes suddenly sparkled. We want to go too, take us with you. Jiang Han paused while packing his things. Aren't you guys going back yet? We haven't played yet. We plan to go back tomorrow. Jiang Han felt that having 2 girls around him would greatly hinder his ability to make money. But the 2 girls just blinked their eyes and looked at him pitifully, as if he would be an unforgivable, ungrateful bastard if he dared to say no. Jiang Han had no choice but to take them with him. Originally he wanted to go to the mudflats, after all, he was more familiar with that area. But it's not good to let girls wade in dirty mud, so it's better to go to the rocky reef area. Then you have to follow us closely. Don't do anything we don't allow you to do. Hearing that Jiang Han would not abandon them, the 2 girls happily clapped each other's hands. Don't worry, we will definitely listen to you and obey your words. The rocky reef is at the junction of 2 villages, and there are more people coming here to catch seafood than on the mudflat. Because a typhoon had just passed, the seawater was very muddy. But Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei still exclaimed. There were several flamingos near the coastline. The fiery red body is like a flame burning on the sea, incredibly beautiful. Because of its beautiful appearance, this bird is often made into cartoon patterns and printed on clothes or some handicrafts. Now the 2 girls were extremely excited to see the live flamingos. Flamingo, it's really a flamingo. Ah, it's so beautiful. Quick, take a picture of me and the flamingo together. The 2 girls started taking photos crazily before they even started going to the beach. This was only the second time Jiang Han had seen a flamingo. When I was a kid, I didn't have cell phones, so I couldn't record it. I don't know when I'll see you again. So he also took out his cell phone and started taking pictures, and Zhang Heide followed suit and started taking pictures too. The aunt who was working at the beach nearby couldn't help but laugh. College students find everything exciting, and they want to take pictures when they see a few birds. Watching birds is not as important as working. People of our age don't need these fancy things. Jiang Han smiled at them and said, I heard that people who see flamingos will have good luck. The ants paused as they rushed to the beach. Really? Jiang Han opened his mouth and asked, why would I lie to you? It is naturally good luck to see something pleasing to the eye. People who live by the sea are superstitious. They heard that this thing represents good luck, so they all took out their mobile phones to take pictures. After filming, they want to share it with their men and children. Jiang Han also posted a photo of himself and the flamingo on his moments. Perhaps they were all shocked by the flamingo, and there were suddenly several likes below. One of them is a sweet dessert. The feeling of luck that I had felt from seeing the flamingos suddenly disappeared. Hu Danzan posted this picture in the group. Hu Danzan at Jiang Han, are there flamingos in your hometown? Jiang Han, yes. Hu Danzan, give me the address and I will come to see it when the time comes. Jiang Han, by the time you come over, it's gone. Hu Danzan. It turned out that these flamingos were just passing by and they flew away quickly. But this is enough for Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei to brag about for a long time when they go back. The two girls finally set their sights on the reef. Wow, there are so many shells. Hey, why are all these shells empty? Was he killed by the typhoon? They don't recognize these things. Anything with a shell is called a shell. Jiang Han originally didn't want to be disrupted by them, but he couldn't help laughing out loud. Can you guys take a look here and see if there are any spicy snails? Where are the snails? The two sisters asked together. Jiang Han had a headache. The two sisters asked 800 questions a day, and most of them were questions like 1 plus 1 equals how many? Jiang Han could only point out the spicy snails to them. Sure enough, they saw snails that looked like screws, but were bigger and more flowery than screws. They just cling to the rocks, occasionally crawling a few steps. If you look closely, you can see that there are quite a lot of them. I think I've seen this before. There are two small hermit crabs. Is the shell on top of them the same kind of spicy snail? Jiang Han felt that they were just extremely stupid. The empty shells you see are actually oysters. Some of these oysters have had their flesh pried out by humans, while others have been eaten by these snails. The hermit crabs you see with the shells of hot snails are because the hermit crabs ate the hot snails and then lived in the shells of the hot snails. It can be said that the natural enemy of oysters is the chili snail, and the natural enemy of the chili snail is the hermit crab. The two girls were stunned when they heard it, and then they started applauding. Jiang Han, you are so amazing. You even know this, you are really knowledgeable. Jiang Han froze for a moment. Is this a science? Anyone at the beach would know the answer to this question. Like Zhang Heide, Jiang Han began to pick out the densely packed snails on the rocks. All the snails that were picked up fell into the net bag that was brought. The two sisters felt that there was something wrong with the net bag. The holes in this net bag are too big. They are as big as 1.5 of our fingers. You see, the little ones are falling through the holes. Jiang Han felt dry mouth. Bringing girls to the beach to catch seafood would indeed affect the speed at which he could make money. Many very small snails are inedible. Filtering out the small ones will save you trouble when you sort them out later. The two girls didn't expect this to be the reason. It turned out that they were ignorant. With so many spicy snails, wouldn't we be rich? Jiang Han pointed behind him, and there were people walking back and forth. It is a consensus among everyone that there are a lot of tide goods, so people who don't usually go to the sea will also come out to go to the sea. Those ants were quicker than them. If they only caught the spicy snails, this was all they could get. And the price of spicy snails is not expensive. Aunt Alan looked at Jiang Han with a smile. Jiang Han's luck in the mudflat is really good. This is a rocky reef, and everything is lying on the reef in plain sight. His luck should be the same as ours, right? Jiang Han also smiled at Aunt Alan. I've already told you, I was really lucky those days. After he said that, he jumped off the rocks, picked up the two stranded turbots and put them into the bucket. Aunt Alan. And kumquat, I just passed by there, why didn't I see the turbot? Lao Luo, turbot can change color. That's called protective coloration. It can change to the same color as the surrounding environment. With your dead fish eyes, it's strange that you can see it. And kumquat, you old thing, who has dead fish eyes? Lao Luo, just talk, don't hit me. Lao Luo stopped chasing the fish and just ran away with the bucket. Ma Xiaomei exclaimed, Jiang Han, how come you are so amazing? You can just pick up the fish with just a little effort. Jiang Han had bound the system to the scanning function. Initially he was a little worried that his system would not work well on this rocky beach. After arriving, he found that even being in the rocky reef area did not hinder his performance. His eyesight is really getting better. Within a range of 20 meters, he could see clearly even things on the ground. Even the turbot, a marine creature with protective coloration, can be easily distinguished from the surrounding environment in his field of vision. The more Ma Xiaomei looked at the fish, the more familiar it became. Sister, do you think this fish is the kind my mom often has airlifted? Ma Xiaomei took a few more glances and said, it seems so. My mother said this kind of fish is good for beauty and skin, so it is often shipped by air. Zhang Heide glanced at the two girls indifferently. What's the use of air transport? They don't run a restaurant. Who would ask people to airship seafood frequently for no reason? Jiang Han called Zhang Heide, and Zhang Heide came back to his senses. Heide, let's go over there and take a look. Zhang Heide had 100% trust in Jiang Han, and he immediately went over there with a bucket of water. Several villagers also looked over there, and with their eyesight, they only saw a big rock and couldn't tell anything different. They didn't think Jiang Han could see clearly as the distance was too far. They guessed that Jiang Han was just pointing casually. Moreover, there were two grown men with two girls. The rock was not very big, so once the four of them got there, it would be a bit crowded for the others to squeeze in. When they got there, Mazayome and Mazayome also discovered something different. The shells here seemed different from those over there. Jean Haide also saw these things clearly. They turned out to be generals' hats. The two girls' curiosity was aroused again. Is this an abalone? They eat abalone often, so they are familiar with it. Jiang Han took another sip of water and began to tell them, this thing looks very similar to abalone. Some places also call it small abalone. We call it general's cap here. Compared to abalone, they are really small and don't grow very big. After being cooked, they taste better than abalone. Is this thing expensive? Ma Xiaomei asked. I don't know the exact amount, but it's definitely worth more than those spicy snails. The price of wild general hats is definitely more than 100 yuan per catty, and this is still his conservative calculation. If this kind of wild ones sell well, it may be able to reach 200 yuan per catty. There are also kaitans here, and the price is about the same. When the two sisters heard that this thing was more valuable, they immediately became excited. Jiang Han and Zhang Haide only had a flat shovel each, so they didn't feel comfortable asking them for one. They didn't give up and just grabbed it with their hands. It was inconvenient to catch it with gloves on, so I took off the gloves. The general's hat is neither poisonous nor thorny. Jiang Han saw them take off their gloves and didn't say anything. You have to be quick to catch the general's cap, otherwise it will get stuck and be hard to catch. It was just as Jiang Han said. There is a suction cup under the general's hat, and once it finds someone trying to grab it, it will stick firmly to the rock. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei also have their own ways. Jiang Han had a lot of eel claws at home, so he gave one to each of them. The two of them used the eel pliers to knock the general's head off before he could react. They did not even let go of the stone turtle nearby. Is this the thing that is dried in the sun? My mother likes to put a handful of this when she makes porridge. Jiang Han choked. The dried chitin in the market was probably more than 1,000 yuan per pound. The good quality ones were almost 2,000 yuan. Using a handful of dried chitin to make porridge, the cost of this porridge is not small. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei screamed, and Jiang Han thought something had happened. In the end, it was only Ma Xiaomei who saw the sea cockroach. There are a lot of sea cockroaches on this rocky reef. If these could be scared away, Jiang Han would probably have been scared to death. Jiang Han didn't want to care about these two women anymore. He let them make a fuss. He left the chitin and the general's cap here to the three of them. He ran to another rock. He found that his eyes could not only see things under the mudflats, but also see through the rocks into the cracks or under the rocks. When the tide goes out, many animals go under the rocks. Those who are strong will turn over rocks aimlessly, while those who are less strong will use eel pliers to reach into the cracks in the rocks to try their luck. But he didn't need to do this. He could see the situation under the rock clearly. After he saw an octopus, he clamped one of the octopus's legs with his eel claws. This octopus is quite strong, and he began to compete with it in wits and courage. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei screamed again. Jiang Han thought it was another sea cockroach and didn't even raise his head. Then Ma Xiaomei's panicked voice was heard, "Sister, you are bleeding." Jiang Han had no choice but to give up the octopus and run over to see what was going on. Seeing Ma Xiaomei's bleeding fingers, he quickly squeezed out the dirty blood and disinfected them with the iodine he carried with him. After using cuttlefish bone powder to stop her bleeding, she was given a band-aid. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I didn't think highly of them. Zhang Haide felt quite guilty because the two of them were right next to him, but he didn't pay enough attention to them. Jiang Han naturally would not blame Zhang Haide for such a thing. I clearly told them not to touch anything. As a result, they couldn't catch the general caps on the rocks, so they chose to catch the worthless clams below. If this kind of clam finds someone touching it, it will naturally use its shell to pinch the person. He has eel pliers in his hand but he doesn't use them, and he doesn't wear gloves either. Just grab it with your bare hands. Jiang Han didn't know whether to say they were stupid or brave. If he and Zhang Haide were pinched, they would only feel pain for a moment since they have thick skin. But the girl's skin was so tender that she bled. Jiang Han looked at Ma Xiaomei and said, "Why don't you let Haide take you back?" Ma Xiaomei immediately shook her head. "I won't go back. I'll just bleed a little, it won't be a big deal. And I haven't seen the puffer fish yet." "You are crazy. Wild puffer fish are highly poisonous, you are risking your life. If you really want to eat it, buy farmed ones." Jiang Han could only say that ignorance is bliss. Ma Xiaomei was almost crying because of grievance. "I didn't say I wanted to eat it. I saw many bloggers at the beach using puffer fish to clean their shoes. I also want to use puffer fish to clean my shoes." Jian Gan. He could only say that women's minds were as unfathomable as the sea, and he really couldn't understand what they were concerned about. The purpose of going to the sea is just to use puffer fish to polish shoes? Zhang Haide couldn't understand it either. These girls' train of thought was really too crazy. Because of the toxicity of puffer fish, no one would catch puffer fish to eat. Therefore, there is a high possibility of encountering puffer fish when going to the sea. Jiang Han took a quick look around and found puffer fish in several puddles. If you want to polish your shoes, a smaller puffer fish is better. The spines are not as hard and are more dense. He walked over and caught the smallest puffer fish. Puffer fish only inflate when they are under stress. Jiang Han scratched the puffer fish's chin with his hand, and the puffer fish really puffed itself up into a ball. Wow! Jiang Han, how did you do that? How did it swell up into a ball? When Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei looked at Jiang Han, their eyes were already starry. Jiang Han threw the swollen puffer fish to the two sisters. When it reached Ma Xiaomei's hands, the puffer fish deflated again. Use 2 fingers to grab the sides of its cheeks, and use the other finger to scratch its chin. Ma Xiaomei did as she was told, and the puffer fish really puffed up its air again. When playing the drums, they make a cluck, cluck, cluck sound, which simply melts the 2 girls' hearts. Ma Xiaomei brushed her hiking shoes with the small puffer fish, and then handed the small puffer fish to Ma Xiaomei. Ma Xiaomei also used the method taught by Jiang Han to make the puffer fish swell up and then brush her shoes. This experience is so novel. When they released the little puffer fish, they felt that their trip was worth it, although the stains on the shoes were not wiped off. After all this trouble, an hour and a half has passed. Jiang Han felt that all his time was taken up by the 2 sisters, and the octopus he had just set his eyes on was gone. Jiang Han could only find something new. While scanning the surrounding rocky reefs, we unexpectedly detected 2 moray eels. He quickly reminded the 2 girls, "Don't walk around, there are conger eels here." Being bitten by a conger eel is more than just a little bleeding. When he was young, he once saw someone's finger bones being broken by a conger eel because of carelessness. From then on, his sister forbade him to catch conger eels. Now that he has grown up, Jiang Han is still a little afraid of this thing. The old fisherman dared to catch it with his hands, but he didn't. He took out the eel pliers and inserted them into the rock hole. "I clamped it once but it didn't hold, and I clamped it twice but it still didn't hold. This thing is too slippery and powerful, it's really not easy to deal with." His scanning function can only help him see the seafood, but cannot help him catch it. When facing such species, he still needs to practice more skills. "Brother Han, try clamping it on the head. Once the head is clamped, it won't be able to get rid of it." In this regard, Zhang Heide is obviously more experienced. Jiang Han thought about it and it made sense. If he clamped his body, he could get his head free with a little effort. If the head went around his hand would be broken. By clamping the head, even if the body swings around, the force is relieved, and it is safer. Although he could see it clearly, it was still difficult to clamp his head accurately. After several attempts, he finally got the eel's head clamped, and in order to prevent it from breaking free, he put more strength. When he got it out of the cave, he quickly put it back into the bucket. At this time, he was already sweating all over. It's really not easy to catch a conger eel. Thinking of the other conger eel, he took a sip of water and tried again. He looked at his eel pliers. Although these pliers were also anti-slip, they were not enough to deal with something as strong and flexible as the conger eel. There aren't many items in the fishing tackle store in town, so he'll go online to see if there's any better stuff. If there really is a tool that suits his needs, even if it cannot be delivered to the island, it would be worth it for him to take a boat to get it. When he caught the second conger eel, Ma Xiaomei applauded him with all their might. The conger eel was frightened and showed its sharp teeth towards Jiang Han. Jiang Han was so frightened that the conger eel almost escaped from the clamp. Did he bring 2 audience members? They can also turn into cheerleaders at any time. Ma Xiaomei's eyes fell on a starfish, but she learned from Ma Xiaomei's lesson and didn't dare to catch it casually. "Jiang Han, there is a starfish over there. It's so beautiful. Let's catch it." Jiang Han glanced at the starfish and said, "Yeah, I saw it." Then he turned around and went looking for other seafood. Ma Xiaomei was stunned. Why was there such a reaction? She ran behind Jiang Han and said, "Let's catch it and sell it." Jiang Han began to explain science to Ma Xiaomei again. "Although starfish in some places are edible, the starfish here are not edible. Why can't I eat it?" Ma Xiaomei blinked her watery eyes, with a strong desire for knowledge. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. If you can't eat it, you can't eat it. How would he know so many reasons? He is not an encyclopedia. Perhaps because she saw that Jiang Han looked unhappy, Ma Xiaomei immediately changed the subject. "It's really beautiful. Can I catch it and play with it for a while?" Jiang Han looked at her and chuckled, "Catch her if you want." Ma Xiaomei felt something was wrong. Is this thing poisonous? It's not poisonous. If it was really poisonous, he wouldn't dare let her touch it. So it bites? Just wear gloves and don't touch its stings. Starfish will not actively attack people. Ma Xiaomei felt relieved when she heard this. She put on gloves and went to catch starfish. Before we even started playing, we threw the starfish back into the sea. Starfish are so beautiful, she even saw people using them to make specimens. But no one had ever told her that starfish smelled so strong. She was so irritated by the smell that she no longer wanted the gloves. But thinking that these were Jiang Han's things, she washed the gloves several times. Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ma Xiaomei reacted, "Jiang Han, are you kidding me?" She chased Jiang Han with gloves and was about to hit him, but Jiang Han ran away with a bucket of water. After the two of them had enough fun, Jiang Han went to get some more things. After a while, he saw the villagers returning one after another. And Chenju also called out to Jiang Han, "The tide is about to rise, hurry back." Jiang Han was completely stunned. In the past, he and Zhang Heide always left early. "I brought 2 girls with me today. We haven't even started to go surfing yet, so why is the tide already rising? A few days ago, we could make it 4 hours at a time. Today it was only 3 hours, which is shorter than the previous few days." Aunt Jinju said. Jiang Han remembered that there were 3 tides today, and each tide lasted shorter than the lasting one. Zhang Heide was also very depressed. "Brother Han, are you still rushing? The tide is rising, there's no point in rushing. Go back." This time they each brought a bucket, and they brought 4 buckets in total. When we returned, none of the buckets were full. The 2 buckets of Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei only had a shallow layer of General's hat at the bottom, which was less than 1/5 of the bucket. But the 2 sisters were already extremely excited. "I didn't expect that we would find so many seafood products on our first shopping trip. It seems that we are pretty good too." Jiangan, Zhang Heide. What they have today is quite mixed, mostly snails and shells. Among them, the General's cap and chitin are the most valuable. The things on Jiang Han's side are a little different: 2 turbots, 7 conger eels, and 5 king crabs. I also got a lot of spicy snails. "We'll give you our General's caps and chitons." "We won't take them back," said Ma Xiaomei. They had to travel quickly, and carrying these live seafood was not convenient at all. Jiang Han didn't say much and accepted these things. When the time comes, he can just buy some dried seafood from Aunt Gihua and give them to them. The dry goods were convenient to carry on the road, so they could be considered as specialties of Jiaohua Island that he gave to them. They sorted the things a little bit and then went to Jiang Ermao's house. "Wow, the things this time are quite fancy." Jiang Ermao's beard stood up. "Uncle Ermao, please help me calculate the price." Jiang Ermao picked up the computer and started to calculate the money. "These general hats are 120 kilograms each, the chitons are 81 kilograms each, and the conger eels are 35 kilograms each." The more Jiang Han listened, the more he felt something was wrong. "Uncle Ermao, this price is too low. Especially since the stone turtle was only 80? Jiang Ermao looked like he was at a disadvantage. "It's not low, it's the price now. Dried chitons are quite expensive, but fresh ones can't be sold at that price. The main reason is that it's too troublesome to handle." Aunt Chenju also came over at this time, and Jiang Ermao began to settle the account with him. There were a few things, and his and Aunt Kumquat's were heavy. The price Jiang Ermao gave is the same. The price Jiang Ermao gave him in previous times was always higher, but this time it was not higher at all. Jiang Ermao is a man who will not do anything without profit. It is estimated that he has come here several times and paid a high price each time, but now he feels he has lost money. He also decided that he would not go to his sister's village to sell goods. So he lowered his price again. And Chenju looked at the things in Jiang Han's bucket and said, "There are so many things. You are going to get rich again." I knew that Jiang Han would always come across good stuff when he went fishing, but when I saw it, I was still shocked at how good his luck was. Especially these conger eels. The more she looked at them, the more greedy she became. Although the purchase price of conger eels is not high, they are heavy. Each of the ones Jiang Han caught in Hainan weighs about 3 kilograms. Each one can cost hundreds of dollars. Wouldn't these 7 items cost more than 700 yuan? All these goods might cost more than 2,000 yuan. Everyone in the village is 1 or 2 generations older than Jiang Han. Despite this, he still feels unbalanced. Why does the god of wealth only favor Jiang Han? There are many temples on Jiaohua Island, worshipping various bodhisattvas and gods. The one who is in charge of safety is the Dragon King, and the one who is in charge of wealth is the god of wealth. If you don't know who to worship, you can't go wrong by worshipping Guanyin. And Chenju plans to visit every temple during this period of time. Maybe her luck will improve. Jiang Han smiled at Aunt Chenju and said, "I'm just lucky." Aunt Chenju thought over and over again, if it was such good luck, should he go and step on the dog shit? After Jiang Ermao counted Aunt Kumja's money, he discovered that Jiang Han had put the already weighed seafood back into his own bucket. Jiang Ermao was shocked. Jiang Han, what are you doing? Isn't it a pleasure to have friends coming from afar? Jiang Ermao's mind was full of questions. What? It's rare for us to have guests at home, so we should always leave something for them. Jiang Ermao was shocked. That's too much. After the two girls realized what was happening, they were also dumbfounded. You're not going to sell these things. I won't sell it. You guys aren't leaving until tomorrow anyway, so just keep these and eat them together. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei wanted to say no, but their family was also in business, and they clearly saw that Jiang Han's face was not good when the boss quoted the price. So they cooperated and said, okay, let's eat together. Jiang Ermao didn't believe them. He was probably just not satisfied with his price and would probably compromise after a while. Well, I'll take care of the rest for you. Adding up all the remaining stuff, Jiang Ermao gave Jiang Han a total of 950 yuan. Jiang Han kept all the conger eels because he didn't want to deal with such ferocious creatures. It is not appropriate to leave these things to two girls. That would be a bargain for Jiang Ermao. Jiang Han sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that the first time he encountered a high tide after returning to his hometown would be like this. He worked as hard as a tiger, but earned only 900 and 500 yuan. But I thought that if I didn't go back to my hometown and worked hard in a big city, it would be good if I could earn 300 yuan a day. The two sisters felt that 905 was really a lot, and Jiang Han also kept most of the seafood. Their employees only earn around 200 yuan a day after working hard. Jiang Han's trip didn't even take half a day. They didn't expect that Jiang Han was not only handsome, but also good at making money. The more they looked at Jiang Han, the more they thought he was amazing. Ding, the host sold seafood for 950 yuan and obtained 950 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 2,322 points. A 5-meter scanning range requires 2,500 system points, and the host cannot redeem the scanning range yet. The host needs 178 system points to redeem the next 5-meter scanning range. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han felt a little dizzy. This was the first time that he had worked so hard for so long and still couldn't even exchange for a 5-meter range. Seeing that Jiang Han looked unhappy, Jiang Ermao took the opportunity to say, such a good thing should be sold. It doesn't matter what you eat at home. Jiang Han didn't think twice and just took the things and left. The two girls' eyes became starry again. They thought Jiang Han was so handsome and cool. When they got home, Jiang Han handed the seafood to the two girls and transferred 95 yuan to Zhang Heide. Seeing Zhang Heide was about to leave, Jiang Han stopped him. Where are you going? Don't you want to have dinner together? No more eating. I'm going to the internet cafe. You are really addicted to playing games. Zhang Heide scratched his bald head, smiled and said nothing. Don't go today, have a meal here first. Don't go home either, just rest here with me. At midnight, I'll go fishing with you. Zhang Heide looked at Jiang Han in surprise. Brother Han, you have changed. I never went to the beach at midnight before, but now I am thinking about going there at midnight. Is the pressure so great when there is a woman in the family? Jiang Han really wanted to cut him with a knife. Was that why he went to the sea? It was because it was a high tide today and he made too little money during the day, so he felt uncomfortable. Ma Xiaomei ran out from the kitchen. Jiang Han, what should we do with this chitin? Jiang Han slapped his head. He had forgotten about this. He was only concerned that the conger eel was too ferocious and difficult to handle, but he forgot that the chitin was also troublesome to handle. When I was young, my parents were still alive, and my mother thought it was too troublesome to deal with chitons. So they took him and his sister over to deal with the chitin. It was hard enough to wash this thing, not to mention dealing with the dirt inside. They were so exhausted. I still remember my sister crying and saying, no matter how delicious chitin is, I will never eat chitin again. If he had known earlier, he would have left all the stone turtles to Jiang Ermao. But when he thought that the stone turtle at Jiang Ermao's place only weighed 81 kilograms, he felt that he was losing money. Forget it, let's not deal with the chitin. Just deal with the others. Ma Xiaomei thought that she had brought back a lot of seafood this time, and it was impossible to get rid of them all at once, so she just left the stone turtle there. Brother Han, even if we go fishing in the middle of the night, we still have to sell what we catch to Jiang Ermao. What if you are not satisfied with the price Jiang Ermao offers? Jiang Han thought this was also a problem. Do you still remember the number we wrote down when we went to town? Zhang Heide remembered. It seems that man also collects seafood. Jiang Han called, but when he heard that Jiang Han was a villager from Shijiang village, he refused. Just hand over the goods from Shijiang village to Jiang Ermao, and he will give them to me when the time comes. Jiang Han finally understood that the goods from each village would eventually be gathered in the town. The man in the town was the general purchasing point for all the villages. Jiang Ermao finally handed the goods over to him. No wonder Jiang Ermao's family managed to ship the goods out even though they didn't have a boat. It turned out that he was just one of the people involved in receiving the goods. What should I do then? Zhang Heide was a little anxious. Why didn't this person accept it? Every place has its own rules. Can we, as living beings, be suffocated to death by urine? Zhang Heide didn't expect Jiang Han to be so calm at this time. Brother Han, do you have any good ideas? Otherwise, we will suffer a loss. Let's give the goods to Jiang Ermao. Jiang Han thought of someone. Don't you often eat at the Hollywood restaurant? Isn't that a seafood restaurant? Does the proprietress collect seafood? Zhang Heide was confused. I don't know. So what do you know? Zhang Heide shook his head. When he went to eat, he only stared at the proprietress and paid no attention to anything else. Jiang Han was speechless. Then do you know her contact information? Like a phone number or something? Zhang Heide still shook his head. He is totally clueless. Just when Jiang Han couldn't help but want to scold Zhang Heide again, Zhang Heide suddenly remembered. I remember the boss lady mentioned last time that they have set up a public account. You can search for Hao Lai Wan restaurant and see if you can find the contact information. Jiang Han felt that the Hollywood Hotel was really advanced, and it even had a public account. Jiang Han typed in the 3 words, Hao Lai Wan, and the official account of Hollywood Hotel appeared immediately. After Jiang Han followed it, a greeting message popped up. Hello, I am your Hollywood Wang, you can also call me Xiao Wang, Wang. Before the 15th of this month, make a reservation for 10 people 3 days in advance and enjoy a 12% discount. Hollywood Wang restaurant is always waiting for you. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. Such a cute tone, it was obvious that it was written by a girl. He thought of the boss lady's sister who studied hotel management. The QR code was made by her sister. Could this public account also be made by her sister? Jiang Han clicked on the Contact Us option, and a phone number popped up, and it was a mobile phone number. Jiang Han called directly, and then heard a cute, soft voice. Hello, this is the Hollywood Hotel. Jiang Han recognized it immediately and realized that this was the boss lady's sister. Is your sister here? The person on the other end of the line said, Hey, do you know who I am? Her voice is so distinctive. My friend and I dined at your restaurant last time, and you served us food. I remember now. You are Zhang Heide's friend, right? Jiang Han raised his eyebrows. This Zhang Heide seems to be doing quite well among the girl's friends. Even her sister knows his name. Yes, I'm Zhang Heide's friend. My name is Jiang Han. Hello Jiang Han. My name is Manhwa. My sister is quite busy. If it's about the hotel, you can ask me. I am doing part of the hotel's work now. Well, I just want to ask, if we have seafood, will you accept it? As long as the goods are good, we will accept them. Our restaurant purchases fresh seafood every day. But if the goods are not good or fresh, we will not accept them. The goods must be good. If you buy things like kaitans and general hats, how much would you give? Depending on the market conditions, our purchase price varies from day to day. Wait a minute, I'll check today's purchase price. There was a rustling sound on the other end of the line, and soon Mengua's voice came again. The general's head is 180 yuan today, and the stone turtle is 150 yuan. But the quality of these goods must be top-notch. What the hell? This is a huge difference. The price is almost the retail price. Even if some of the fish are small and the Hollywood restaurant doesn't accept them, he can just keep them for himself. It is better to eat what you catch from the sea than to buy from others. No matter what, it's better than selling it to Jiang Ermao. What about the conger eel? The price of conger eel is 42 yuan per pound today. Jiang Han nodded. This price was 7 yuan lower than Jiang Ermao's. But the price of conger eel was also low. If we sell those 7 conger eels to the Hollywood restaurant, we can make an extra $100. Don't worry, Xiaokuo, we will definitely give your restaurant the best products in the future. Menghua smiled and said, then I'll wait for your good stuff. After Jiang Han hung up the phone, he suddenly felt full of confidence. From this perspective, these two sisters are much more sincere than that old fox Jiang Ermao. Jiang Ermao's approach was acceptable in the past, but to put it bluntly, it was just a monopoly in the village. But now there are too many channels, and doing business requires more sincerity. At this time, Aunt Gihua came in and gave 2 eggs to Jiang Han. Jiang Han told her that if her hens laid new eggs, he could buy them for $3.50 each. The egg was still warm in Jiang Han's hand. If the 2 girls were not here, he would have opened it and drank it directly. But now, he still took the eggs to the kitchen. Ma Xiaomei was stunned when she got the hot eggs. Why are the eggs hot? Is it because of the hot weather? Did they get spoiled by the sun? Of course freshly laid eggs are hot. Isn't this common sense? Ma Xiaomei blinked her big eyes in surprise and looked at Jiang Han. Oh my god, this is the first time I touch a warm egg. Sister, come and feel it too, this egg is actually hot. Ma Xiaomei really put down her work, came over to touch the egg, and showed the same shocked expression as Ma Xiaomei. Oh my god, it's really hot. I never thought that eggs would be hot. This is so fresh. Jiang Han was speechless. How could such a normal thing here be so rare for two girls? And Kihua took the money and happily left Jiang Han's house. Before she entered her own house, she was stopped by Jiang Ermao. And Kihua was startled. What are you doing? Let me ask you, what does Jiang Han do at home? And Kihua thought Jiang Ermao was simply incomprehensible. What else can he do at home? Did they cook? How was the food? And Kihua thought for a moment and said, the meal hasn't started yet, but there are already 2 dishes on the table. What kind of dishes are they? And Kihua felt that Jiang Ermao was becoming more and more idle, and he even started to ask about other people's dishes. Steamed turbot and a plate of brown crab. What? Jiang Ermao was stunned. Why did he really burn these things? He could no longer remain calm and ran straight into Jiang Han's house. As expected, there was already a plate of turbot and a plate of king crab on the table, and now a bowl of General's had dried bamboo shoot soup was served. There was a constant smell coming from the kitchen, but I had no idea what was being cooked. Jiang Ermao's heart was bleeding. It would be great if these things could be sold to him. Seeing that Jiang Ermao looked unhappy, Jiang Han approached him as if he knew nothing and said, Uncle Ermao, why are you here? Do you want some tea or a cigarette? Jiang Ermao was in no mood to drink tea. Let's smoke. Jiang Han looked at Zhang Heide. Come on, bring a cigarette and light it for our Uncle Ermao. Okay. Zhang Heide responded and reached into his pockets. Oh, I just finished my cigarette and forgot to buy a new one. That's really unfortunate, Uncle Ermao. You know I don't smoke, and I can't get any cigarettes from you. Jiang Ermao finally realized that the 2 guys were playing tricks on him. Okay, I'm not going to smoke anymore. I just came here to ask if you're going to sell the rest of your stuff. Jiang Ermao thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you an extra $5 for each of the General's cap and chitin, and $2 for the king crab and turbot. I'll give you an extra $1 for the spicy snail. He remembered that Jiang Han had 2 turbots. This one was cooked, so there should be another one. I made 4 brown crabs and still have 3 left. You heard the price I gave Aunt Jinju. The price I gave you is definitely higher than that of other people in the village. Jiang Han chuckled, there are 4 of us here. I don't think this is enough for us. If there is more, I can send it to my sister's house for my 2 nieces. Jiang Ermao was so angry that his beard stood up. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. You're so young and you don't think about saving money. You just wasted it all. If your parents knew, they would be heartbroken. Jiang Han stopped talking immediately. Jiang Ermao was stunned and felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. He didn't say anything wrong. Uncle Ermao, you are not my parents, how do you know they are not proud of me? Jiang Ermao shivered unconsciously. For some reason, he felt that Jiang Han's tone was strangely cold. Knowing that there was nothing to talk about, he left Jiang Han's house. When he reached the door, he spat on the ground. Huh, what the hell? Eat all the good things. If you have the ability, don't sell him anything in the future. Jiang Han is now spending his time coordinating time to go fishing. I had breakfast at around 10 o'clock, and now it's almost 4 o'clock for lunch. After lunch, Jiang Han took Zhang Heide to sleep to conserve his energy. When they got up at 9 o'clock in the evening, the 2 sisters had already prepared dinner. After they finished eating, they rested for a while. At 10:30, the 2 sisters had fallen asleep, while Jiang Han and Zhang Heide quietly prepared their things and went out. Brother Han, are we still going to that rocky reef? Jiang Han looked at the night sky. There was not even a moon above his head, let alone stars. The terrain over there on the rocky reef is complex, and you have to be careful even during the day, let alone at night. Let's go to another place, a little further this time, to the 4th gate. When Zhang Heide heard that they were going to the 4th gate, he wanted to ride his bike there. Brother Han, let me take you with me. Jiang Han did not refuse, but he really sat on the back of the bicycle, which made him feel weird. In the end he would rather run over than ride Zhang Heide's bicycle. When he ran to the 4th gate, he was really tired. The location of the 4 gates is exactly where the Jiaohua River estuary is. This gate is used to control the water level of the river. This is no longer within the scope of Shijiang village. But the sea belongs to everyone, they come here to catch seafood, and no one can say anything to them. Jiang Han chose this place because, firstly, it is relatively flat, and secondly, he wanted to come here and see if there is anything new. After all, in the place where Liang Heshui is located, saltwater and freshwater meet, and there are both saltwater and freshwater organisms, and the species are very rich. Jiang Han prepared to walk all the way from the sand to the gate. When he arrived at his destination, he saw insects wriggling in the sand. This is earthworm. Although Jiang Han didn't know the exact price of earthworms, he knew that they were good stuff. In recent years, there are fewer and fewer wild earthworms, but many are farmed. In some places, wild earthworms are almost gone. These two places with water did not disappoint him. Jiang Han swallowed his saliva and shoveled out a fish with a sand shovel. Zhang Heide stared with eyes wide open. Brother Han, this is a bamboo shoot. Brother Han, we are going to get rich. Jiang Han glanced around and said, I'll shovel this thing away first, and you go find something else. This area was too large, and his current scanning range was only 20 meters. In this area, besides the earthworms, he only saw a few monk crabs. Almost no one eats monk crabs. Like hermit crabs, they are released into big cities as ornamental crabs. This kind of thing definitely can't be sold on this small island. Looking at Zhang Heide, he seemed like a headless fly, wanting to find a random place to dig. Jiang Han could only rely on his own feelings and said to Zhang Heide, you can go directly into the fourth gate. I will meet you after I finish digging here. It has been more than 10 hours since the typhoon passed. The island's fresh water resources are precious, so the water that had been released for a while will not be released anymore. In addition, due to low tide, the water was not very deep at the fourth gate, and a large area there has been poured with cement. Unlike sand and mud, it is not a place where creatures like crabs can hide. In that kind of place, Jiang Han's advantage is not obvious. Zhang Heide can go there by himself. After hearing what Jiang Han said, Zhang Heide went towards the fourth gate. Jiang Han also rolled up his sleeves and started working hard. Suddenly, a light flashed before his eyes. When he looked up, he found that there were people with headlamps going to the beach not far away. It seems that besides them, there are also people who want to try their luck. It was Jiang Han's first time to dig earthworms, and he felt exhausted after digging a few. This is the first time I realized that catching seafood is also a physical job. He put away the sand shovel and replaced it with a spade. Using a long-handled digger really saves a lot of effort. Moreover, he could clearly see where the bamboo shoots were, and he was not afraid of using too much force with the shovel and breaking them. But after digging 60 or 70 times in a row, he was still tired and his arms began to ache. He rested for a while and drank some water. After digging dozens more, he stopped. The earthworm is different from those creatures that get stranded at low tide. It lives in this kind of sand. When the tide is high, it will break through the sand to play, and when the tide is low, it will burrow back into the sand. It can be said that these earthworms live in this area. There are fewer and fewer wild earthworms now, and in some places they have even disappeared. He was afraid that he would be punished by God if he dug up all these things. Thinking that there were other people around, Jiang Han took a piece of cloth and covered the earthworms. If this matter gets out, the earthworms here will probably become extinct. On the way to the fourth gate, Jiang Han also caught a big blue crab. Afraid that the sea cucumber would be pinched by the giant crab's claws, Jiang Han tied up the crab's claws as soon as he caught it. When Jiang Han arrived at the gate, the person he saw in the distance also arrived at the gate. It turned out to be Old Man Zhang. Old Man Zhang lit a cigarette and chuckled twice. Not bad, young people are starting to work hard. Seeing that Old Man Zhang was about to take out a cigarette to share, Zhang Heide quickly pressed Old Man Zhang's hand back. He took out a cigarette from his own cigarette box and shared it with Old Man Zhang. During the few days he spent with Brother Han, his horizons had become higher and higher, and the cigarettes he smoked had become more premium. He is no longer used to smoking the cigarettes that the old men in the village smoke. Old Man Zhang took Huazi with satisfaction and laughed again. He leaned over to Zhang Heide and took a look. He saw that the bucket was almost full, but it turned out to be filled with worthless field snails and mud snails. Old Man Zhang was immediately pleased with himself. Young people still lack experience. Although he didn't find much, he did find 2 large blue crabs. Each of these 2 blue crabs weighed nearly 2 pounds, and these 2 alone were worth 300 or 400 yuan. He made a fortune that night. If he can get another one when he goes back later, he will wake up laughing even while lying down. At this time, he looked at Jiang Han's bucket again. Jiang Han's bucket was covered with a piece of cloth. He reached out and wanted to lift the cloth. As a result, Jiang Han picked up a big blue crab from the side and threw it into the bucket. Old Man Zhang was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. It's so big, it must weigh at least 3 kilograms. Bigger than any he had found. But when he thought that Jiang Han only had 1 and he had 2, he felt a little more balanced. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Jiang Han threw another large blue crab of similar weight into the bucket. Why is there another one? Where did you get it? Old man Zhang's eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. He had been searching for so long just now, and only found two. Jiang Han caught two in a short while. Just crawled past my feet. How is that possible? Why didn't I see it? Old man Zhang felt that Jiang Han was joking with him. Jiang Han smiled at Old man Zhang and said, "Maybe I'm young and my eyesight is good." Old man Zhang was so angry. Was this a mockery of his old age? At this time, he also saw a big crab that was rampant. It was also about 2 kilograms. Just as he was about to use his claws to grab the crab, Zhang Heide had already grabbed the crab with his claws and threw it into his bucket. Seeing old man Zhang standing there stiffly with a pale face, Zhang Heide kindly asked, "Uncle Zhang, what's wrong with you? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency?" Old man Zhang's face turned even paler. This Zhang Heide was even more irritating than Jiang Han. Kidney deficiency? I'm fine. Although old man Zhang missed these big blue crabs, based on his experience, there should still be blue crabs in this place. He simply followed Jiang Han and Zhang Heide. Everyone says Jiang Han is lucky, so he will rely on Jiang Han to improve his luck today. While old man Zhang wasn't paying attention, Jiang Han put the crabs in his bucket into Zhang Heide's bucket. The legs of these 2 crabs haven't been tied yet, so they might crush the earthworms to death. Old man Zhang waded through the puddles as he walked. Although river clams and river snails were not valuable, there were a lot of them at the gate. Occasionally, he could even catch a few shrimps. Just when he was having fun picking up river clams, he saw Jiang Han next to him holding a pair of pliers and picking up a sea urchin. Why are there sea urchins here? The water level where Jiang Han was standing was slightly higher than where he was standing, but he had just passed by this place. He didn't see any sea urchins at all. Jiang Han picked up another sea urchin and said, "Isn't it normal to have sea urchins in this place? Sea urchins just like to stick to places like this. This part of the dam was built artificially with reinforced concrete, and there is just a groove in it. These sea urchins are hiding in these grooves, and ordinary people really can't see them unless they look carefully." And he had an infinite scanning system, so he saw it at a glance. Jiang Han moved quickly and picked up 7 or 8 in one breath. Following Jiang Han's prompting, Zhang Heide also picked up 2. When old man Zhang waded over, Jiang Han picked up 5 more. The last one was still white. "Brother Han, is this sea urchin poisonous? Why is it white? Most sea urchins are black. This white sea urchin looks really beautiful. It is said that the more beautiful something is, the scarier it is." Zhang Heide subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with this thing. It was also the first time that Jiang Han saw a white sea urchin. Probably not. He didn't know about sea urchins, but he knew that crabs also had white ones. It's just that white crabs are very rare. It is a mutant variety. To put it more scientifically, it is a lack of astaxanthin in the body. I don't know if the white sea urchin is also a mutant species, or if it is caused by the lack of certain substances in ordinary sea urchins. Old man Zhang glanced at the incredibly beautiful white sea urchin. It's not poisonous, but the price is just so. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. "You know this thing?" Jiang Han gave Zhang Heide a look, and Zhang Heide handed him another cigarette. Old man Zhang took a puff of huazi, and under the expectant gaze of the young man, he felt awesome again. Lao Luo also picked up one of these 2 years ago, and he thought he had found a treasure. But when he took it to Jiang Ermao, he said it was edible, but no different from an ordinary sea urchin. He also offered the same price as an ordinary sea urchin. Zhang Heide thought it was the same price as normal, so it was okay. At least it was still sellable. If it is poisonous, it cannot be sold. Jiang Han didn't think that old man Zhang was lying, but he couldn't just take Jiang Ermao's word for it. After several contacts, he knew Jiang Ermao's character very well. Perhaps the villagers also know this, but they can do nothing about it. The people who collect seafood in the town do not collect their personal seafood. Going to other villages to sell is breaking the rules. Under Jiang Ermao's monopoly, naturally, whatever Jiang Ermao says is what matters. Seeing that Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were studying the white sea urchin, old man Zhang quickly ran to the place where Jiang Han and Zhang Heide had picked up the sea urchin and touched it. There was nothing there. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide had caught all the sea urchins. Seeing that the tide was about to rise, Jiang Han finally used the scoop net to catch some shrimps. Old man Zhang was dumbfounded again. He only caught 2 or 3 small shrimps with one scoop net, but Jiang Han actually caught more than 10 small shrimps in his net. The same place, the same scoop net that costs 10 yuan, is Jiang Han just lucky? Jiang Han turned around and smiled at old man Zhang. "The tide is coming in, we have to leave." After saying that, he picked up a king crab at his feet. The corners of old man Zhang's mouth twitched. What kind of bad luck is this? It's so infuriating. It was already 3:30 in the morning when Jiang Han and Jiang Heide got home. They were so tired that they lay down on the bed. Jiang Han learned from Jiang Heide that the Hollywood Hotel would open at 8:30. I set the alarm for 7:30. When they both got up, they thought Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were still sleeping. As a result, they were already up. Ma Xiaomei left the induction cooker unused and suddenly wanted to tinker with Jiang Han's wood stove. Jiang Han was overwhelmed. I saved that firewood for when the power goes out. If you use it, I won't be able to cook the next time there's a power outage. Do you always have power outages here? Ma Xiaomei was curious. Anyway, there are more power outages than in your big cities. After all, we are a small island, and energy resources are definitely more scarce than in big cities. Ma Xiaomei stopped moving immediately, and even felt that her behavior of using a wood stove was too much. Did you go fishing last night? You didn't even take us with you. When they woke up, they saw a lot more seafood in the pond. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. If they took the two of them with them, how would they be able to find so many good things? Seeing you were sleeping soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. The two girls were suddenly very moved and felt that Jiang Han was a good man who could make money and was also kind and considerate to women. They worked even harder to make breakfast. The final product is a bowl of handmade seafood noodles per person, plus a free-range egg. The noodles were filled with shellfish and some shrimps that I brought back at midnight. Even though they weren't high-end seafood, they were still delicious. A bowl of pure wild seafood handmade noodles like this, served with a free-range egg, would cost at least 70 or 80 yuan. Jiang Han looked at the time. It was already 8:10. Just as he was about to call a taxi, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei put on their backpacks and stood in front of Jiang Han. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei had the same face, and they smiled at Jiang Han together. Are you guys going out too? Let's go together. You guys are leaving now. Yeah, we have to go somewhere else. Just as Jiang Han was curious about how they were going to leave the village, a private car stopped at the door of Jiang Han's house. He also honked the horn twice outside the door. It was this chef who brought it to us when we arrived. We saved his number on the way. I called him while cooking. Ma Xiaomei winked at Jiang Han playfully. If possible, they would like to stay a few more days. But their itinerary was arranged early in the morning. As a member of the Couchsurfer group, they have reserved time on couches in various places. It would be troublesome to change it. Jiang Han felt that the two sisters were smart at times, and this saved him the trouble of calling a taxi. Jiang Han fished out the seafood that needed to be sold from the pond, and the four of them got into the private car together. Because the two sisters needed to transfer to the port in town, they got off the bus with them. Meng Fei arrived early today, and she had already opened the door when Jiang Han and the others arrived. Menghua saw them and waved at them. Hi, Jiang Heide and Jiang Heide's friends, you really brought seafood. Jiang Han was speechless. Menghua couldn't help laughing when he saw Jiang Han's depressed look, and then made a very standard welcoming gesture to him. Welcome, Jiang Han. Jiang Han was stunned. Do you remember? Menghua smiled cutely and sweetly. How could I not remember what happened yesterday? I even added a name to your number. Seeing that Jiang Han and his friends brought 3 buckets, she leaned over to take a look. One of the buckets contained crabs and some shellfish and snails, while the other contained chaitans and sea urchins. The last bucket was still covered with a piece of cloth. Menghua looked at Jiang Han curiously. Can I open it? Jiang Han nodded. I'm going to sell these things to you. They're waiting for you to open them. But I have a request. I hope you don't let anyone else know what's in this barrel. Menghua glanced at Jiang Han, who was actually being so mysterious. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. She suddenly became so excited that her hand holding the cloth trembled a little, as if she was opening a blind box. When she opened the cloth, she was stunned. This was actually a bamboo shoot? Is it farmed? It's no wonder Menghua asked this question, because wild earthworms are so rare. Even farmed ones are very valuable. This is wild. Meng Fei saw this scene when he came out of the kitchen. When she saw the bamboo shoots, she was also shocked. But she was sure that this was wild earthworm. I didn't expect you two could find something as good as this. Jiang Heide felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. This was all found by Brother Han. How could I find such good things? I am just helping Brother Han. Jiang Han patted Jiang Heide on the shoulder and said, I also rely on your help, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get so many things done. The time for fishing at the sea is limited, and he needs cooperation from others to get more things. Meng Fei looked at Jiang Heide, and his impression of him improved a lot. He used to think he was just a scoundrel, but he didn't expect that he could do things down to earth. Meng Fei took another close look at the goods Jiang Han brought. When Menghua told her yesterday, she didn't take it seriously. She didn't expect that they really brought the goods today, and the quality is top-notch. Even the kaitans were divided into two parts, one large and one small. It can be seen that it has been carefully selected. I'll take the big one, but the small one. Meng Fei was a little embarrassed. She is very serious about her business and uses the best of everything. Her restaurant had only been open for a few days, but its reputation had already spread. There are even people from outside the island who take a boat to come here to eat seafood. Madam, this is a small portion. I just brought it with me. I just wanted to ask if you could help clean it up. I'm willing to pay the processing fee. Meng Fei smiled when she heard this. Why charge for processing? I have tools here. It's very convenient to clean it. When it's done, you can take it back. Jiang Han was immediately happy, thank you. The restaurant management in Manhwa is very standardized, and they even have a special place for weighing dishes. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei looked at each other. They had already arrived in the town, so there was no need to rush. Just let's see how much Jiang Han's goods can be sold for. Meng Fei weighed the items one by one. The stone turtle is 5 pounds and 2 ounces, a total of 780 yuan. 3 brown crabs, 5 pounds, a total of 198 yuan. 4 pounds and 3 ounces of earth bamboo shoots, totaling 3,698 yuan. How much? Jiang Han thought he had heard wrongly, so he asked. 36.98. The account just now was reported by Meng Fei, but it was registered by Manhwa. Manhwa directly showed Jiang Han his account book. The earthworms you brought weighed 4.3 gene. My sister calculated it for you at 860 yuan per gene. 860 yuan is not a low price. Or do you suspect there is something wrong with our scale? No, I didn't mean that. Jiang Han quickly explained. I doubt that no one would doubt you. I'm just surprised that the price is so high. After understanding Jiang Han's meaning, Manhwa burst out laughing. The farmed ones are naturally not that high, but these are wild bamboo shoots, which have become increasingly scarce in recent years. Scarcity makes things valuable, so of course it's worth the price. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were also very surprised. How could a few worms sell for more than 3,000 yuan? They were very scared when they saw it at first. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Meng Fei went to see the blue crabs again. They were all tied up with ropes. This way, people wouldn't be hurt and the crab claws wouldn't break easily. According to the rules of the crab market, the rope used to tie the crabs was also calculated by weight. However, the rope used by Jiang Han was obviously lighter. It can be seen that Jiang Han is not the kind of person who would do something sneaky or cunning. 4 blue crabs, a total of 11.8 gene, a total of 1,085 yuan. 7 pounds of snails, a total of 20 yuan. 8 pounds of river clams, a total of 20 yuan. 5 pounds of mud snails, a total of 92 yuan. When hearing the price of mud snails, Jiang Han was surprised again. He remembered that when he was a child, mud snails were only 3 or 5 yuan per pound. After moving to the big city, he never ate mud snails again because seafood was generally more expensive. So in his impression, mud snails are worthless in his hometown. I didn't expect that. I'm almost 20 kilograms now. Meng Fei began to check the last of the day's goods, sea urchins. These sea urchins look fat. Suddenly, she saw a white sea urchin with long spines. White sea urchin. Meng Fei was completely shocked. Manhwa also saw the white sea urchin and said, "Oh my god, this sea urchin is really white." Manhwa covered his mouth in surprise. In comparison, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were much calmer. They had never seen most of these seafood and did not realize how rare the white sea urchin was. What's the special thing about this white sea urchin? Ma Xiaomei asked. Manhwa nodded. This white sea urchin is really rare. Even old fishermen who have lived by the sea for a long time may not have seen it. It can be said that it is rare to find one in a million miles. After this explanation, the sisters Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei opened their mouths in surprise. Is this thing so rare? Meng Fei looked at Jiang Han and Zhang Heide seriously again. She didn't know what to say to them now. He is so calm even though he has this kind of stuff on him. And it was never mentioned from beginning to end. Zhang Heide was so dumb that he still hadn't come back to his senses. Sister Fei, this thing is really not poisonous. Can I sell it? He was really afraid that it was poisonous and he couldn't sell it. Meng Fei had a complicated expression on his face. How could he have such an idea? Of course I can sell it. When Zhang Heide heard Meng Fei's words, he finally felt relieved. As long as it could be sold, it would be good. Meng Fei looked at Jiang Han again and showed a lot of respect to him. I'll weigh these normal sea urchins for you first. As for this white sea urchin. Meng Fei thought for a moment and said, I still need to contact the buyer. To be honest, this is no longer something our hotel can afford. I will help you contact the buyer through my channels, and I will make a profit from the difference. Does Mr. Jiang have any objection to this? Jiang Han was so grateful to Meng Fei when he heard that she was willing to help him. If he really treated this sea urchin with other sea urchins at the same price as Jiang Ermao, he would have no choice. But from what Meng Fei said, this white sea urchin seems to be quite valuable. You don't have to call me Mr. Jiang, just call me Jiang Han. I have no worries about handing this thing over to you. Meng Fei nodded and weighed the ordinary sea urchins with satisfaction. These sea urchins weighed a total of 4.7 jin and cost a total of 258 yuan. All the goods added up to 6,151 yuan. When this number came out, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei opened their mouths even wider. There are so many. Except for the things they sold to Jiang Ermao, most of the things they caught the first time were eaten by them. Except for the chitin, everything sold here now is what is caught at the second sea hall. I didn't expect that I could make so much money just by going fishing. This does not include a white sea urchin of unknown price. Their parents are also in business. Although they earn a lot, they work very hard every day. They are either worried about competitors scheming against them or employees being lazy. And they are also afraid that customers will get tired of their products. The person is not old yet, but his hair is turning white. Unlike Jiang Han, who lives so freely and unrestrainedly. Meng Fei asked Menghua to transfer the money to Jiang Han. Menghua thought that the QR code Jiang Han gave her was for her to add WeChat, but unexpectedly it was a payment code. Menghua transferred 6,151 without a penny more or less. Ding, the host sold seafood for 6,151 yuan and obtained 6151 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points 8,473 points. You can now consume 7,500 system points to exchange for a 15-meter scanning range. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange successful, host has a scanning range of 35 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points 973 points. Host, please continue to work hard. The warehouse they were in now had windows. Looking through the windows, he could actually see the small words on the billboard 30 meters away. When he turned around, he saw Meng Fei tapping Menghua on the head. You really are such a fool. You don't even know how to round it up to an even number. Menghua looked at Meng Fei innocently. How do we round it up? Can we deduct that $1? Meng Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only say to Jiang Han, I'm sorry, I made you laugh. After Meng Fei finished speaking, Jiang Han saw Menghua standing behind Meng Fei and sticking out his tongue at him. Jiang Han understood that the girl had said that on purpose. I think Xiaoqiuo did a great job. After all, I took advantage of you today. He won't eat chitin if he is asked to clean it himself. Meng Fei also had no way to deal with her sister. Jiang Han finished dealing with his things and prepared to go back. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei also prepared to leave for the station. When they parted at the door, Ma Xiaomei suddenly hugged Jiang Han. I'm Xiaomei, my younger sister. I have a small mole at the corner of my eye. You must remember me. Jiang Han looked at the two identical sisters. The younger sister Ma Xiaomei did have a small mole at the corner of her eye, but the older sister Ma Xiaomei did not. The two sisters waved to Jiang Han. Goodbye, Jiang Han. Jiang Han also waved to them. It was better for them to leave. Having two more female guests at home would often be inconvenient. Jiang Han originally planned to stay in town for a while, but the logistics department called and said that the water heater and washing machine he bought would arrive in the morning. Jiang Han didn't stay in the town. He rounded up the money and transferred 700 yuan to Zhang Heide. No fishing today, take a day off. He was really tired of digging earthworms. Plus, it was a low tide today, so he didn't feel like moving. He felt that one should balance work and rest. If he died of exhaustion, who would he go to for justice? Zhang Heide realized that the number was wrong. Brother, you gave me too much. I'll give it to you, just take it. The food they had left was originally intended for the two of them to eat together, but Zhang Heide was always away, and he also wanted to send some of those things to his sister. So it is reasonable for him to give more to Zhang Heide. After asking Zhang Heide, he found out that he still wanted to stay in the internet cafe, so he rode Zhang Heide's bicycle back home. Zhang Heide raised his eyebrows when he saw the extra 700 yuan in his account. It turned out to be the right thing to do to follow Brother Han. At this time, another call came in. There's a job. Someone in the next village needs a fight. I'll give you 100 yuan after the fight. Zhang Heide spat directly at him. You want someone to risk their life for just $100? What a joke. Without giving the other party a chance to reply, Zhang Heide hung up the phone. Jiang Han was a little dumbfounded when he returned to the village. What were all these people doing? Aunt Bucktooth stepped hard on the dog poop on the ground until her shoes were all covered with dog poop. Only then was she satisfied. Aunt Lee pushed Aunt Bucktooth away and said, "Okay, that's enough. Let me do it." Aunt Lee also stepped on the pile of dog shit several times. "This amount of dog shit is not enough. Why don't we feed Wonke more so that he can poop more?" And Kumquat made a very constructive suggestion. Old Man Zhang also made a suggestion. "It's too much for Wonke to rely on just one dog. We should mobilize all the dogs in the village." You don't know how much stuff Jiang Han caught with his net. Jiang Han was speechless. Could it be that they did this because he said he was lucky? But the reason why he could carry so many things in his net bag was because he could see clearly. Although there wasn't much water in that place yesterday, it was very muddy due to the typhoon. Others couldn't see, so they could only use the landing net to fish randomly. It all depended on luck. He would go wherever there was plenty of goods, so naturally he would get more. Perhaps the villagers were too focused and they didn't notice Jiang Han passing by them. When Jiang Han got home, Jiang Feng was already there. Jiang Feng originally wanted to see if Jiang Han had anything to wash and wanted to help him wash it, but he found that Jiang Han had already washed everything that needed to be washed, and they were all neatly arranged and hung out to dry in the yard. Jiang Feng sighed unconsciously. "Is my sister useless?" Suddenly she realized that her brother didn't seem to need her anymore. Jiang Han was speechless. "What are you thinking about? The fortune teller said that you were destined to be a hard worker, and you chased the fortune teller from one end of the village to the other. Now that I don't need you to worry about me anymore, why are you still depressed?" Jiang Feng also felt that she was overthinking. Why did she have such thoughts just now? "It's a good thing that my younger brother has grown up." Jiang Feng was about to leave when she saw that there was no one she needed help with, but Jiang Han stopped her. "I have something here for you to take." Originally he was planning to go to Jiang Feng's house to deliver the things. Isn't this a coincidence? What? Jiang Feng opened the bag and saw that it was actually a chiton. "Have you dealt with all the chitons?" Over the years, when her two daughters were in school, she would also pry some things off the rocks. But she would not pry something like a chiton into place when she saw it, because she was afraid to deal with it. Come to think of it, she hadn't been a chiton in years. The two children had only eaten it a few times when they followed her to banquets. "Akan, how did you do that?" "I have the impression that her brother doesn't like dealing with this thing either." "Don't ask me that. The meat has just been processed and is still very fresh. Take it home and cook it for the two children." Jiang Feng was so moved that she wanted to cry again. How could her brother be so sensible? Jiang Han fished out a lot of snails and river clams from the pond. "These river fish are not valuable, so we kept a lot of them." The freshwater river was farther from his sister's village, and his sister would not go there to find river fish. He guessed that his sister's family didn't have many opportunities to eat river fish, so he caught some more for her. "Take these too." This time Jiang Feng couldn't control herself anymore and tears just fell. Jiang Han had a headache. Are women really made of water? Crying at the slightest provocation. "I cry when I am sad, and I cry when I am happy." He originally wanted to save some of the bamboo shoots for his sister, but he gave up when he thought that if too many people knew about it, the bamboo shoots in that area would become extinct. A horn blew, and then there was a knock on the door. "Is it Jiang Han's family?" Jiang Feng went to open the door and saw a sturdy middle-aged man standing at the door. "This is Jiang Han's home. What can I do for you?" "The washing machine and water heater have arrived. Where should we put them?" The middle-aged man spoke with full energy. Before Jiang Feng could react, Jiang Han came over and said, "Let me go to the bathroom. This bathroom was renovated by my sister when she came back from working. In the past, there was not even a bathroom at home, so it was inconvenient to go to the toilet." The middle-aged man put the things away and left, telling Jiang Han that the installers would come in the next 2 days and asked him to pay attention to the phone at any time. Jiang Han said thank you, and when he reached the door, many villagers gathered around him. "Oh, Jiang Han bought a washing machine. I even bought a water heater. Jiang Han, aren't you going out? If you don't go out, wouldn't it be a waste of time to go to college?" Jiang Feng was annoyed by the noise. "Our Han just bought a washing machine and a water heater. What does this have to do with whether he goes out or not? You don't need to worry about our family's affairs." Jiang Feng closed the door after she finished speaking. The bad thing about the village is that even the smallest things will be known to everyone in the village, and he especially likes to gossip about other people's affairs. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han's newly bought washing machine and water heater, feeling both happy and worried. He had wanted to buy these things for his family for a long time, but she got married early after working for a few years. "After having a husband and children, I am definitely not as free as before in spending money." "You're out of money, right?" These home appliances are worth a lot of money, and my brother wouldn't have any money left after buying them. How is that possible? These things are totally unrelated. He had to go a long way. Jiang Feng felt that Jiang Han's words were a bit of bragging, but his younger brother had always been a very reliable person since he was a child. No matter what, she believed in her brother. Okay then, just do what you want to do. If you run out of money, tell me. Okay, I got it. After Jiang Feng left, Jiang Han took a shower and went to sleep. After all, I haven't slept well these 2 days. I slept until the afternoon, and then the phone rang. The installer is coming now. Jiang Han didn't expect it to be so fast. He got up, opened the door, and asked the master to install it himself. I just ordered a bowl of noodles to eat. Looking at the water heater and washing machine that have been installed, Jiang Han feels that his life is becoming more and more promising. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Someone added him on WeChat through his cell phone contacts. That person's WeChat name was Lu Zishan, and his remarks were, Yabi. Jiang Han refused without even thinking about it. In order to increase the success rate of their fraud, many scammers will save the phone number in their mobile phones first and then add WeChat. This will display, add friends through mobile contacts. He wouldn't fall for that. Unexpectedly, this scammer was so persistent and soon added him again. The note this time is, Manhwa. Jiang Han was stunned. Manhwa is Lu Zishan? Then why did she make all those messy notes just now? Jiang Han added a friend. Manhwa, why didn't you add me just now? Jiang Han suddenly found it difficult to answer. Manhwa, ha 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 ha, I'm just teasing you. Isun. Manhwa, my sister has already sold your goods. I will transfer the money to you. Transfer, 28,000 yuan. Jiang Han was stunned for a long while. Jiang Han, did you add 2 extra zeros? That kind of black sea urchin is only a few dozen yuan each, and the white one is at most 280 yuan, right? Manhwa, that's right, it's 28,000. Jiang Han. This is really unexpected. But looking at the 28,000, he still felt it was unreal. He had never earned so much money since he was a child. Even the tuition for college was not that much. For a moment, he was actually a little afraid to answer. Suddenly, Manhwa made a voice call. That sea urchin really sold for 28,000. I'm not lying to you. This kind of thing is very rare and there is no fixed market price. It all depends on how much the buyer is willing to pay. So someone offered 28,000. Who is this idiot? No, it's an angel. I think we sold too few. After all, there may not be one white sea urchin among 10,000 sea urchins. Jiang Han was surprised. Does this thing taste very good? Manhwa thought about it and said, I haven't eaten this either. But I've heard from people who have eaten it that the taste of white sea urchin is no different from that of ordinary sea urchin. Jiangan. Anyway, there is absolutely no way he would spend 28,000 to buy a white sea urchin that tastes almost the same as ordinary sea urchins. Thank you so much for this. If he sold it to Jiang Ermao, it would be dozens of yuan per piece. No need to thank me, we also made 10% from it. Anyway, just take the money. Jiang Han responded and hung up the phone. He took the money, and immediately there was an extra 28,000 yuan in his phone. Adding the original money, he now had more than 30,000 yuan. This is the richest he has ever been since he was a child. Ding, the host sold seafood for 28,000 yuan and obtained 28,000 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 28,973 points. You can now use 27,500 system points to redeem a 55-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful, the host has a 90-meter scanning range. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 1,473 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han transferred the money to Zhang Heide again. Zhang Heide felt dizzy when he saw the extra 2,800 yuan. He stopped playing games and called Jiang Han, Brother Han, you called the wrong person. Yes, I transferred it to you. It was from the money I earned from selling the sea urchin. Zhang Heide was completely shocked. No way, there are so many? Brother Han, did you give an extra zero? Jiang Han felt that Zhang Heide was more daring than he was. His first thought was that there were 2 extra zeros, but Zhang Heide only thought that there was 1 extra zero. Yes, that's 2008. Zhang Heide looked at the number again. My goodness. He had never seen so much money. He felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Someone on the computer urged him to continue playing games. Zhang Heide didn't want to play anymore at this moment. Why play games? I'm a rich man now, I need to take it slow. Slow down what? I'll watch you guys fight first, and then I'll fight you when I'm calm enough. What Jiang Han didn't expect was that when he woke up, the villagers looked at him strangely. When he wanted to ask for clarification, those ants hid and ran away. It looked as if he had encountered some ferocious beast. Especially Aunt Bucktooth, she nervously wrapped her clothes. Jiang Han was simply stunned. What are they doubting? Do you think he would molest them? How could they have such shocking ideas? Finally, it was Aunt Giwa who stammered and said, they said, you. What did you say about me? You are a bad guy. You didn't just want to take the girl in. You just wanted to take advantage of her. The two girls cried when they left. Jiang Han's brain was a little slow to react. What did this scumbag they were talking about have to do with him? Aunt Giwa seemed to be hesitant to speak. These rumors might be even worse than what Aunt Giwa said. He took in Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei out of kindness. The two of them ate and drank at his house, and he spent a lot of money on them. In the end, not only did he not get any good thing, but he also got into trouble. Aunt Giwa, what else do you know? Just. Aunt Giwa gritted her teeth and said, they said that you might have made the two girls pregnant. Jiang Han was speechless. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei had only stayed at his house for 2 nights in total. Could it be seen whether the belly was big or not in just these 2 nights? Jiang Han, you wouldn't really. Aunt Giwa really didn't know what to say. Jiang Han smiled at Aunt Giwa, revealing his big white teeth. If they say yes, it is yes. If they say no, it is no. As long as they are happy, that's fine. After Jiang Han left, Aunt Giwa was a little confused. What did this kid mean? Did he do it? There are all kinds of gossip in the village every year, but Jiang Han doesn't want to pay attention to it. As a result, as soon as I walked out of Aunt Giwa's house, I heard people arguing at the door. I saw my sister holding a broom and cursing at Aunt Li and Aunt Bucktooth. Jiang Han was overwhelmed and ran over to drag Jiang Feng back home. I wonder why you are getting involved with these people. How can I not argue with them when they say that about you? Jiang Feng was so angry that she almost exploded. How could her brother, such an upright person, bully 2 girls? Jiang Han felt both distressed and amused when he saw Jiang Feng's face turning red with anger. He dragged out the only electric fan in the house and blew it towards Jiang Feng. He even poured her a glass of water. They have their own mouths. They can say whatever they want. I won't lose a piece of meat. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han's nonchalant look and thought that she was being too impatient. My brother is right. Haven't they heard enough gossip over the years? There's no need to get angry over a few words from others. Seeing that the washing machine and water heater had already been installed in Jiang Han's house, she felt a little envious. Although you are not working in a big city now, your life is getting better and better. It is more important than anything else that we live a good life. Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his sister had finally figured it out. When Jiang Feng was about to leave, Jiang Han bought a box of Wahaha drinks from a small shop and asked Jiang Feng to take it with her. Give this to Lingling and Wan Wan. As their uncle, I've never bought anything for them. I haven't bought them any yet. Didn't I just buy them Barbie dolls last time? You, don't buy them this kind of thing next time. Just buy them exercise papers. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. Thinking of the expressions of his 2 nieces when they saw the exercise papers, he didn't dare to respond to his sister. If he really bought the exercise papers, Lingling and Wan Wan would hate him to death. Seeing that his sister had left, Jiang Han called Zhang Heide. I said I would take a rest today, so I don't plan to go fishing. Knowing that Zhang Heide was still in the internet cafe, he rode the bicycle he had borrowed from Zhang Heide yesterday to the town. He originally wanted to buy some coke, but they were sold out. He bought another dozen Wahaha. Zhang Heide was a little dumbfounded when he saw all these Wahaha. Brother Han, why did you bring Wahaha here? Drink it, and use it to wash your hair. Zhang Heide touched his bald head. Usually he just wiped his head with a towel and didn't need to wash it. Jiang Han handed a bottle of Wahaha to Zhang Heide. Zhang Heide took a sip. I haven't had this stuff for many years, and I still miss the taste. Jiang Han pulled open the seat next to Zhang Heide and sat down. What are you playing? Let's play together. It's time for him to relax. Brother Han, you are a college student, can you do it? When he was in prison, Jiang Han seemed to be very busy. Either they are busy dating, busy working, or busy studying. Someone like him shouldn't have time to play games, right? He was not afraid of being dragged down, but he was afraid that Brother Han would lose too badly and his self-confidence would be hurt. Jiang Han glanced at him and asked, are you underestimating me? Just because he practices less doesn't mean he's bad. In other words, only novice people need to practice more. Jiang Han quickly showed Zhang Heide the demeanor of a prestigious university student. At first Jiang Han was not familiar with the game and was not used to it. When he got used to it, he led a group of people to play. I don't know how long they played, but Jiang Han's stomach growled twice. He looked at the time and it was time for dinner, so he and Zhang Heide went to the Hollywood Hotel for dinner. It was only then that Zhang Han discovered that this internet cafe was right behind the Hollywood Hotel. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Zhang Heide's eyes were fixed on the proprietress Meng Fei again. Zhang Han opened his mouth. Could it be that this is the reason why Zhang Heide stayed in the internet cafe every day and didn't go home? Menghua came over skipping and jumping. Boss Jiang, why are you here today? Zhang Han almost choked on his own saliva and asked, what do you mean, boss? Menghua smiled sweetly at him. You've sold such expensive sea urchins, why aren't you the boss? Zhang Han found that Menghua particularly liked to joke with him. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. So should I help you order the food today, or do you order it yourselves? Menghua's voice was still as crisp as before. Please order for us. Zhang Han was too lazy to think about what to eat. Menghua looked at him with a smile. How about a big lobster? Lobsters, lobsters. It's my treat. Zhang Han showed no hesitation on his face. Zhang Heide frowned slightly. Brother Han, should we not order the big lobster? He had seen the price of lobsters, and this plate alone was over 1,000. Menghua didn't expect Zhang Han to be so generous. I was just joking with you. I'll give you something else. Big lobsters are only served at banquets or when entertaining guests. I would never eat them on a daily basis. It's okay, just eat big lobster. It's not like he can't afford it now. This rumor once again made him realize that he should be nicer to himself. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens one day, he will find that he has not enjoyed his life well. Seeing that Zhang Han insisted, Menghua didn't say anything. After all, Zhang Han had just sold a large sea urchin for 28,000 yuan. She was the one who remitted the money to him. Menghua also helped to order a plate of fried squid, a bowl of shrimp soup, and a plate of cold cucumber salad. This was Zhang Han's second time eating at Hollywood restaurant. The more I eat, the more I feel that this restaurant's cooking is excellent. When Menghua brought the last portion of salad cucumber, Zhang Han stopped her and said, Can your restaurant do processing? I want you to bring the seafood and cook it for me. Of course. The price of processing is the price of processing. We also have a clear price list. Zhang Han just asked casually, but he didn't expect that they really had this project. Can I see the price list? Menghua quickly brought the price list. After looking at the price list, Zhang Han felt that their restaurant was more standardized. The processing fee for each type of food within a certain weight was clearly written. If you are a tourist from other places, you don't have to worry about being ripped off. For shellfish alone, 6 different processing methods are listed with different prices. Boiled shellfish weighing less than 2 kilograms costs 5 yuan per portion. Spicy stir-fried and steamed dishes are 10 yuan each. The stir-fried dish with soy sauce and green onions costs 20 yuan per portion. The oil splash dish costs 25 yuan per portion. Zhang Han pointed at the lobster and king crab and asked, Is there any difference between eating it once, twice, or 3 times? Menghua pointed to the small words below. It says there are many ways to eat it, such as spicy, pepper and salt, garlic, porridge, steamed egg, etc. If you only want to eat the lobster in one of the following ways, it will be counted as one way. If you want to make garlic paste on the lobster body and porridge on the lobster head, it will be counted as 2 ways. If you also want to use some parts to make steamed eggs, it will be counted as 3 ways. The price for 3 ways is 150 yuan. Zhang Han understood. If he brings fresh seafood here for processing, as long as the process is not particularly complicated, 3 kinds of seafood will cost only a few dozen yuan. For dishes like sea urchin steamed egg, they only charge 10 yuan for processing. Simple steaming and blanching are 5 yuan per portion. Often the fresher the seafood is, the less complicated the cooking process is. After coming back from the sea with other people, I still have to work hard to cook and wash dishes. It would be better to sell the seafood here and then directly process the remaining ingredients here for eating. If I bring a lot of seafood and can't finish it all at once, can you help me store it? He saw it when he came here last time. Their hotel has oxygen production equipment and refrigeration equipment. Caught seafood is more likely to survive than seafood kept at home. Menghua covered his mouth and laughed. Of course others can't do that, but you are different. Seeing Menghua's love of joking, Zhang Han also joked. Why am I different? Menghua choked. She didn't expect Zhang Han to ask her back. Anyway, it's different. You give us such good seafood. We are strategic partners. Menghua said and ran away. Zhang Heide scratched his head. Is Sister Fei's sister so talkative? After Zhang Han had eaten and drunk his fill, he went to pay the bill. After giving him a discount, the total cost was 1,200 yuan. After all, with lobsters of that quality, this price was really reasonable. After eating, Zhang Han found that his hair had grown longer. I went to the barber shop opposite the hotel and got a haircut, a standard crew cut. When he came out, he bumped into Manhwa, who was seeing off a guest. Manhwa's face turned red and she hid back in the restaurant. If you say a guy is handsome or not, you just need to see if he is handsome with a buzz cut. If he is handsome with a buzz cut, then he is really handsome. Jang Han is obviously one of those really handsome guys. Jang Han and Jang Hae went to the internet cafe to play games for a while. When I got back, the door of the dealership was still open. There are no car dealerships on the small island of Jiaohua Island. The cars in the car shop in front of me are either bicycles, electric vehicles, or motorcycles. Another type is the agricultural tricycle, also called a three-wheeled vehicle. He also couldn't keep riding Jang Hae's second-hand bicycle. And it's tiring to ride a bicycle like this all the time. Anyway, he will have to go to town frequently to sell goods in the future, so he might as well buy an electric three-wheeled vehicle that can carry goods. It can be used for both delivery and transportation. In addition, the three-wheeled motorcycle is small in size, so it can be driven in smaller alleys and flatter mountain roads. Very practical. Things on the island were expensive, so after some bargaining, Jiang Han still spent 5,300 yuan to buy the three-wheeled motorcycle. It was already very late when he drove back on his three-wheeled motorcycle. The villagers go to bed early. He was quiet all the way to the village. I don't know why, but after I lay down, I couldn't fall asleep for a while. I remember that when I was catching octopus, the eel claws slipped several times. He wanted to look online to see if there were any good pliers. There are indeed many more things online than in the fishing tackle store in town. There are also a wide variety of pliers. Finally, he chose a pair of pliers with rubber anti-slip function. A pair of pliers cost 60 yuan, so he bought two. The boss also recommended him a lighter pair of pliers. Heavy pliers are good for catching octopuses and the like, but your hands will get sore if you keep using them. If you are picking up shells, sea cucumbers, etc., lighter pliers will be enough. Lightweight pliers are very cheap, only $15 a pair. Jiang Han bought two more. It's a pity to learn that this product cannot be delivered to town. Fortunately, this store's goods will not be dropped off at coastal ports, but at district ports. It takes 3 hours to get to the coastal port by boat, but only more than 40 minutes to get to the PU district port. If people in the village get sick and the town's health center cannot cure them, they will go to the district hospital for treatment. The district here is equivalent to a county. The facilities in the district are much better than those in the town. Thinking that he had to make the trip anyway, he looked at other things in the store. One advantage of buying things from the same store is that all the items can arrive together, and he only needs to pick them up once when he wants to. Seeing some crab cages, he bought a few. He went to the village to ask, and found out that even though it was the sea closure period, no one would care if an individual put out a few small crab cages. He also bought two simple fishing rods, but they were too complicated and he didn't know how to use them. I saw that their store also has children's fishing rods. I didn't know whether my sister's two children liked fishing, but since the price was not expensive, I bought two. When I was about to turn off my phone, Manhwa sent me a message. He thought it was something important. Then I saw a photo of him riding a three-wheeled motorcycle. Unexpectedly, Manhwa took a picture of him riding a three-wheeled motorcycle. He said thank you, put his phone aside and went to sleep. Manhwa on the other end of the phone was a little stunned. Why did he send her a thank you message? Doesn't he think the way he rides his three-wheeled motorcycle is funny? He has such a handsome face, but he rides a shabby three-wheeled motorcycle. I heard from my sister that Jiang Han is a student from a prestigious university. Do all students from prestigious universities have this kind of train of thought? Jiang Han slept until noon the next day. After waking up, he saw the message Zhang Hae sent him, asking him if he wanted to go fishing today. Go, why not? Jiang Han checked the Tidal software and realized that he had missed the first beach trip of the day. The second time to go fishing was at 6:30 in the evening, so Jiang Han asked Zhang Hae to arrive in the village before 6:15. He originally wanted to go out for a walk, but he didn't expect the rumors to become even more intense. They also said that he was peeping at two girls taking a bath. Old man Zhang was smoking a cigarette and laughing foolishly. When he saw Jiang Han coming over, he was also full of gossip. Jiang Han, what do those two girls look like? After saying this, he gestured with his hands. That's how the villagers talk, especially the older ones, who dare to make any dirty jokes. Jiang Han curled his lips. Of course it's good, how can it not be good? It's summer, not winter. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei's figures can be seen even when they are dressed. Why do they have to take off their clothes to see? Old man Zhang suddenly felt a little envious. The ant spat on the ground and said, Bah, you have read so much that you can do such a disgusting thing. Jiang Han didn't mind seeing it, and went home to check his phone. Outside the door, Yi Tinnation's mother was sandwiched between a group of women, listening to all kinds of rumors. This Jianghan is still a college student. I didn't expect him to be so shameless. If my parents were alive, they would be so angry that they would die. All these years of studying have been in vain. If he was really capable, why would he return to the village? He even bought some home appliances these past 2 days. I guess he's going to stay and be a fisherman. You really studied for nothing. Now you do something like this. You have no shame at all. The more Yi Tinnation's mother listened, the more she felt that Jiang Han was hopeless. As soon as she got home, she called Yi Tian. Tian, you made the right decision to break up. Yi Tian was eating instant noodles in the dormitory. After breaking up with Jiang Han, no one went out to work for her to earn money. The 600 yuan monthly stipend for graduate students was really not enough. Now her quality of life has declined a lot. If Jiang Han had begged her more and bought her some good gifts at that time, she might not have broken up so quickly. That way, she could break up with him after she graduated from graduate school. Ultimately, it's all Jiang Han's fault. Jiang Han, what's wrong? A few days ago, didn't 2 couch surfers want to stay at our house? Later, they went to Jiang Han's house. Then Jiang Han bullied them. I heard that they got pregnant. Really? Mom, you're not kidding. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you about something like this? Yi Tian was also shocked. She didn't expect Jiang Han to be such a person. She couldn't tell. Jiang Han has been quite well behaved during the years they have been together, but I didn't expect him to be like this to other women. A few days ago, her mother called her and told her that Jiang Han made a lot of money by fishing. Even though I earned so much money, I didn't send it to her. Yi Tian was angry, so she found Ma Xiaomei's contact information in the couchsurfing circle. Is that Ma Xiaomei? I'm Yi Tian. Because of what happened last time, Ma Xiaomei didn't want to answer Yi Tinnation's call, but out of politeness, she still answered it. What can I do for you? Ma Xiaomei asked. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Yi Tian has been a member of the couchsurfing circle for 2 years. There had been no couchsurfers visiting their island for 2 years, and she had almost forgotten about it. Finally, 2 couchsurfers went to their island. She didn't expect her mother would not let them in. Couchsurfers believe in mutual benefit. When I think about it, after I graduate from graduate school, even if I go traveling, I will definitely stay in a hotel. I won't sleep on someone else's couch. Since she couldn't get any benefits from others, she just let her mother do what she wanted. Just say what you want to say. Ma Xiaomei was a little impatient. He hated people who didn't keep their word. Since you don't want to be a couchsurfer anymore, then quit the couchsurfer circle as soon as possible. What is this now? I called you this time because I care about you. I know you're in a bad mood. Jiang Han is really too much. We girls shouldn't tolerate it after being wronged. We should unite and use the weapon of law to protect ourselves. Ma Xiaomei was confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Tian continued to comfort her. I know you are sad, but now is not the time to be sad. You should cheer up. Ma Xiaomei felt puzzled. I don't know what you are talking about. Yi Tian felt that Ma Xiaomei was so fake and was still pretending at this time. Don't deny it because you're embarrassed. We all know it. Jiang Han bullied both of you sisters, and both of you are pregnant. Ma Xiaomei's temper flared up, and she couldn't help herself. Yi Tian, you are sick. Your brain is full of water, find a toilet and pour it out. We have only been in Jiang Han's house for a few days. Can you tell that you are pregnant in just a few days? It's not your fault that you are not good at studying. It's your mother's fault that you don't even have common sense. Ma Xiaomei hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Yi Tian was so angry. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever scolded her like this. Yi Tian wanted to call again, but the other party had blocked her. She was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone, but when she thought about how she couldn't afford a new one, she endured it. When Zhang Heide arrived at Jiang Han's house, Jiang Han had already started packing his things. Brother Han, where are we going? Let's go to Golden Beach. It's the closest place to us, but we've never been there. Zhang Heide didn't expect Brother Han to be so casual this time. Golden Beach is famous for having few things, and only children go there to play in the sand. But he believed in Brother Han, and what Brother Han said must make sense. But when they were halfway there, they saw 2 familiar figures. 2 identical beautiful figures were distributing candy to a group of children in the village threshing ground. Beautiful sister, what kind of candy is this? This is called pear paste candy. It's good for your throat. The aunts and uncles in the village also gathered around, looking at Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei curiously. Girls, are you really not bullied? Mazayome and Mazayome smiled brightly. Do we look like we're being bullied? How could a person who is really being bullied behave like this? I don't know how the rumor in the village started, but this rumor was dispelled. When the two girls looked up, they saw Jiang Han and Zhang Heide. The two girls waved at them enthusiastically. Ison. Zhang Heide. These ants in the village are not mean people by nature, just talkative and gossipy. Now that they know they have wronged someone, they all feel embarrassed. It was impossible to get them to apologize. Thinking that Jiang Han, a grown man, didn't grow vegetables at home, they all went back to see if there were any fresh vegetables at home. After finding fresh vegetables, everyone took some to Jiang Han's yard. Jiang Han was also surprised to see Mazayome and Mazayome. Didn't you go to Shanghai? Why are you back again? Yes, I went to Shanghai. These pear syrup candies were bought from Shanghai, said Mazayome. Jiang Han, why didn't you come to us when you encountered such a thing? Mazayome was a little unhappy. This kind of thing can obviously be clarified by them explaining it. Jiang Han smiled indifferently. In fact, it would be fine if they didn't make this trip. This kind of thing would be nothing if it spread around the village for a few days. He didn't care about it at all. He really didn't expect that they would come all the way to clarify things because of him. Thank you. Why are you being so polite to us? You've treated us so warmly. This is what we should do. Mazayome saw what Jiang Han and Zhang Heide brought with them. Are you going to catch fish? Take us with you. Even if we go to the port now, we won't be able to catch the last ship. Of course, Jiang Han agreed. Although the harvest would be much less if they brought the two of them with them, they came here because of him. It was only right for him to play the role of a good host and accompany them on a trip to the sea. Besides, he was just rushing around today, so it really didn't matter whether he gained a lot or a little. Where are you going to catch seafood today? Mazayome asked. To the beach. As soon as they arrived at the beach, Mazayome exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful beach! Jiang Han, there is such a good place, why don't you bring us here?" Jiang Han felt so wronged. How did he know that they liked beaches like this? And compared to other places, villagers really don't come here to catch seafood. He just wanted to be close today and come here to try his luck. What he didn't expect was that he met Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa here. When Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa saw Jiang Han, they thought of the last time Jiang Han caught zebra shrimp. I always feel that the way Jiang Han looks at them is mocking their incompetence. They unconsciously carried the buckets a little further away from Jiang Han and his group. Mazayome smiled with her eyebrows curved. You don't seem to be popular among the kids. The corner of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. You are generalizing. Just because these two little brats don't like him, it doesn't mean that all kids don't like him. Because the weather was hot, Mazayome and Mazayome simply took off their shoes and socks and walked barefoot on the sand. The sand rubbed the soles of my feet, which was a little painful and itchy, but very comfortable. Just then, two big birds flew over from the distance. Mazayome exclaimed, "Oh my god, what a big bird! Its feathers are so white." Jiang Han looked over. Isn't that a egret? This is a common bird on the seashore. You know flamingos, but you don't know egrets. Jiang Han was a little surprised. My bed sheets have a flamingo pattern, and of course we know flamingos. Jiang Han really didn't expect this to be the reason. At this moment, Mazayome shouted excitedly again, "Oh my god, there are crabs here." Now Jiang Han's visual scanning range is very large, reaching 90 meters. It can be said that he can see everything clearly within 90 meters. I didn't really see any crabs. Is there something wrong with his eyesight? He looked at Mazayome and saw her pointing at a small crab crawling across her instep and exclaiming, "This crab is so cute." Jiang Han didn't know what to say. Isn't this provoking North Korea? Jiang Han, why are one of these crab's claws so big and the other so small? The claws of fiddler crabs are one big and one small. The fiddler crab is so small that the one crawling over Mazayome's instep is only the size of a fingernail. For Jiang Han, seeing a fiddler crab is like others seeing an ant. At first glance, he really didn't think of the fiddler crab as any kind of seafood. Jiang Han looked carefully and found that there were quite a lot of fiddler crabs here. Do you like crab sauce? Crab sauce. The first time the two sisters ate this thing was when their father brought it back from the beach. They thought it was delicious. But once you finish that can of crab paste, the taste of other crab pastes will no longer be the same. At this moment, their eyes lit up. This is the island. The crab sauce here should be authentic, right? Jiang Han, can you make crab sauce? Jiang Han shook his head. There are many ways to make crab sauce, but I haven't done it. You can follow the tutorials online. Mazayome and Mazayome were a little disappointed after hearing this. Then Jiang Han said, to make delicious crab sauce, you must use good ingredients. This fiddler crab is the most suitable for making crab sauce. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei suddenly seemed to have found the key point. The crab sauce they made wasn't tasty. Could it be that it wasn't because of the cooking method, but because of the ingredients? Looking at the cute fiddler crabs crawling on the golden beach, they thought it must be like this. Ma Xiaomei reached out to catch a fiddler crab, but the crab was very sensitive and hid in the sand as soon as it felt someone trying to catch it. Ma Xiaomei looked at a loss. What should she do? Jiang Han felt that asking the two girls to catch fiddler crabs was really putting a difficult task on them. This thing is not easy to catch for people who live by the sea for a long time. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa have been here for so long, but they have only caught 2 fiddler crabs. Jiang Han looked around again. After his field of vision widened, scanning became much easier. What he didn't expect was that this was the beach he had always looked down upon. There were actually quite a few lugu shrimps hidden underneath. Jiang Han handed the shrimp extractor on his back to Ma Xiaomei, and asked Zhang Heide to pass the shrimp extractor on his back to Ma Xiaomei. He used a sand shovel to scrape away some of the sand on the top, revealing the vent below. Then I told them how to use the shrimp extractor. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei are very smart and can learn things quickly. Ma Xiaomei first pumped a bucket, and a lugu shrimp was pumped up along with sand, mud, and water. Mantis shrimp. Ma Xiaomei exclaimed. This is not a mantis shrimp, it's a lugu shrimp. It looks a bit like a mantis shrimp, but it's smaller than the average mantis shrimp. Some parts of it look very similar to crayfish. Jiang Han found that as long as he was with the 2 sisters, he would act as a commentator. After hearing what Jiang Han said, the 2 girls realized it was true. This thing really looks like a combination of crayfish and mantis shrimp. Ma Xiaomei pointed to the vent that Jiang Hansa had shoveled out. Could there be only these lugu shrimps under these vents? Jiang Han was stunned. He almost gave himself away. That should be it. You guys just smoke here. Zhang Heide and I will go catch fiddler crabs. The 2 girls immediately understood that Jiang Han wanted to leave the simple things to them. They also realized that they had made too much noise last time, causing Jiang Han and his team to catch less things. The 2 girls immediately patted their chests and assured, "Don't worry, we will complete the task." The 2 girls immediately got to work and did a pretty good job. Fiddler crabs are indeed the best for making crab paste. If this thing were really put on the market, it could be sold for 10 to 20 yuan per pound. However, fiddler crabs are too small and too light, so it is not easy to catch 1 or 2 kilograms of fiddler crabs. People who live by the sea, even if they catch fiddler crabs, take them home to make crab paste. There are very few extra crabs to sell in the market. Therefore, it is still not easy for inland people to eat crab paste made from wild fiddler crabs. Zhang Heide relies entirely on experience to catch fiddler crabs. When he sees a fiddler crab crawling out, he quickly runs over to catch it. When he sees it hiding in the sand, he shovels it out with a sand shovel as quickly as possible. Jiang Han was different. He glanced over and directly grabbed it with his gloved hand. Zhang Heide had only caught 5 or 6, but Jiang Han had already caught almost 20. Zhang Heide looked at Jiang Han in admiration. "Brother Han, you are amazing." No wonder when they were young and studying together, Brother Han was always among the top students in the class even though he didn't study very hard. Sometimes he studies very seriously, but he just can't learn, so some things are just innate. Fortunately, Brother Han did not despise him and allowed him to follow him and do things. Otherwise, he would still be fighting for his life just to earn money for a pack of cigarettes. All the pores on the 2 girls' sides were drained. Ma Xiaomei came to find Jiang Han, and Jiang Han cleared out a new area for them. Ma Xiaomei looked at Jiang Han in admiration. "You are really amazing. You can find these places accurately." Looking at the densely packed pores underneath, it is estimated that there are many lugu shrimps underneath. Ma Xiaomei leaned closer to Jiang Han. "Jiang Han, who do you say I am?" Jiang Han looked at the sexy little black mole on the corner of Ma Xiaomei's eye and said, "You are Ma Xiaomei." Ma Xiaomei clapped her hands happily. "Jiang Han, you finally remembered me." Ma Xiaomei looked up at her sister in confusion. Maybe she was too happy playing shrimp. She also walked over with the bucket in her hand. Seeing the air holes, she couldn't hide her joy. "Jiang Han, you have this ability. You really don't need to stay in the city to work." In his opinion, men without a classy air are always more casual and free-spirited. Jiang Han smiled at them and said, "Maybe, I am more suitable to be a fisherman." Jiang Han's cell phone vibrated and he took off his gloves to check. Someone in the group at him again. Lu Boong at Jiang Han, "Let us, the office animals who work 996, take a look at your island life. Hu Danzan, yes, I haven't heard from you in the past 2 days. Jiang Han was still busy going to the sea, so he didn't have any extra words to say. "I just sent a photo of going to the beach. In summer, it gets dark late. Although the sun is no longer visible, the bright red sunset in the sky is as beautiful as a painting. The bright red color is printed on the beach. Make the whole beach look golden. Add to that the embellishment of egrets and the beautiful backs of the two girls. Let this ordinary photo become the most beautiful painting. Those people in the group were silent for a moment. Jiang Han eats too well every day. Jiang Han saw that most of the fiddler crabs for making crab sauce had been caught, so he stopped catching anymore. Call Zhang Heide to go and catch Lugu shrimps. The two girls thought Jiang Han was so nice that he gave them his only 2 shrimp buckets. He and Zhang Heide reached into the shrimp holes to dig. Zhang Heide originally didn't dare to dig out the shrimp holes casually. Who knows what he might get out of them? But seeing Jiang Han reaching out to take it, he also reached out without any hesitation. He believed in Brother Han, and Brother Han would never harm him. Sure enough, all the shrimps that were taken out were Lugu shrimps, and there was nothing dangerous at all. This time, the two girls not only did not cause trouble, but also helped a lot. Before I knew it, both buckets were full. Seeing that there was still time, Jiang Han wanted to run back home to get 2 more buckets of water. When he turned his head, he saw that Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiao's eyes were both red. Jiang Han, considering that he had played with their father when he was young, walked over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" It would have been fine if he didn't ask, but as soon as he asked, the 2 children started crying. "You are a bully, woo woo woo. You are a big bad guy, woo woo woo." Jiang Han was confused. He looked at the small buckets that the 2 children brought. There were only 7 or 8 fiddler crabs in their 2 small buckets. The 2 big barrels on his side were almost full. Seeing the 2 children crying more and more sadly, Jiang Han roughly knew what was going on. Perhaps they were too sad. The 2 children didn't even protect their own tools. Jiang Han took their sand shovel and shoveled away the sand on top 2 meters away from them, revealing many pores underneath. Jiang Han left after he finished shoveling. The 2 children looked at each other. Both grandparents said that Jiang Han was a graduate from a prestigious university and asked them to learn from him. But this Jiang Han doesn't seem to be very smart. Isn't it stupid to shovel out so many air holes and then not dig? Jiang Han is stupid, but they are not. They immediately took their small tools and started digging. When digging, we actually found a lot of white clams. If you sell this stuff to Jiang Ermao, it's also 2 yuan per pound. Of course, the seafood they bought was not enough to sell. When they get home, they are satisfied as long as their mother makes them a bowl of soup. The white scallop and winter melon soup is very delicious. Moreover, there are so many white clams here, enough for their 2 families to have several meals. This place full of white clams was only a short distance away from the place where they couldn't dig anything just now. I saw Jiang Han bring back 2 empty buckets. They also felt that Jiang Han was actually a pretty good person. He deserves to be lucky enough to find something. Jiang Han marked a few more areas, and before the tide rose, all 4 buckets burst. He took the biggest bucket in the house today. These 4 buckets weigh almost 200 kilograms in total. Jiang Han made a rough estimate and concluded that his income this time might be around 10,000 yuan. When I got home, I saw vegetables piled up like a small mountain in the yard. Jiang Han was a little amused. They were the ones who scolded him, and they were also the ones who gave him gifts. To be honest, he was too lazy to argue with them. There are also quite a few eggs next to the vegetables. Jiang Han found a cool place and put the vegetables and eggs. All the Lugu shrimps were raised in ponds. He asked Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei to clean the fiddler crabs, then let them learn to do it themselves online. In order to make the taste more authentic, he even called Jiang Feng to ask about the key steps. Jiang Feng felt that she couldn't explain it clearly over the phone, and then she heard that it was Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei coming over. He rode his bike directly to Jiang Han's side. She thought it was so cute when she saw 2 girls studying how to make crab paste on their phones. "You don't have to do this. I'll do it and you just watch. When you go back, if you have fiddler crabs, you can do it yourself." The 2 girls felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Feng was very happy. "I want to thank you for coming here to help my brother clarify the matter." Jiang Feng has been used to working since he was a child, and he is very efficient in handling these things. She crushed the cleaned crabs in a mortar, and then put them in a jar layer by layer of crab and salt. The last layer is the big claws of the fiddler crab. Ma Xiaomei stood nearby and filmed the video, while Ma Xiaomei took notes seriously. Jiang Feng felt a little embarrassed when she saw 2 beautiful girls learning from her so seriously. Jiang Feng sealed the jar and said, "You can eat it in 15 days. It will be delicious when you mix it with rice or noodles or use it as a dip for steamed buns." But when Jiang Feng thought about the 2 girls going on a trip, he felt it was inconvenient. It's not easy for you to walk with a jar on your back. The 2 girls also thought so. Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, Tomorrow, when you arrive at a coastal port, send the jar back home. That way you won't have to travel with it on your back. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei thought this method was really great. It seemed that Jiang Han really graduated from a prestigious university and was really smart. Jiang Han and Jiang Heide caught a lot of fiddler crabs, and there were still a lot left after pickling them in a jar. Jiang Han did not intend to sell these fiddler crabs, so he let Jiang Feng take them all away. He also gave Jiang Feng 5 caddies of lugu shrimps and asked her to take them home to eat. Jiang Feng couldn't close her mouth when she saw the pond full of lugu shrimps. Her brother is really capable. She thought her brother was lucky only once or twice, but she didn't expect him to come back with a full load every time. If you can do this every time, it's not luck but skill. It seems that my parents are really in heaven, as smoke is coming out of their ancestors' graves. Okay, once the crab paste is ready, I'll bring you some. Jiang Han did not refuse. The crab paste made from fiddler crabs is really delicious, even if you just put a little bit in your instant noodles. Jiang Han sent Jiang Feng to the door. Jiang Heide said he still wanted to go to the internet cafe. If it was early, Jiang Han would ask Jiang Heide to take these lugu shrimps to the Hollywood restaurant to sell them. But it's almost 11 o'clock in the evening and the restaurant has long been closed. If he were allowed to take the lugu shrimps to the internet cafe, the shrimps would probably have suffocated to death by the time the restaurant opened the next day. He should make another trip the next day. Jiang Han finished washing up and was about to go to bed when there was a knock on the door. Ma Xiaomei was standing at his door again wearing a white silk pajamas. Jiang Han thought she wanted to contact her family again, so he planned to give up his room, but he was stopped by Ma Xiaomei. Jiang Han, is Yi Tian really your girlfriend? It's the ex-girlfriend. Jiang Han corrected her. Seeing Ma Xiaomei's gossipy eyes, Jiang Han sighed. She was admitted to graduate school, but I didn't. She didn't like me, so she broke up with me. Ma Xiaomei didn't expect this to be the reason. She has no vision. You will definitely find someone better. Seeing Ma Xiaomei's serious expression, Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to comfort me, I don't care anymore. I'm not trying to comfort you. I'm serious. Seeing Jiang Han was about to leave again, Ma Xiaomei called him again. I want to discuss something with you. I have reported Yi Tian's situation to people in the circle. Yi Tian has been kicked out of the couchsurfing circle. At this point in Jiaohua Island, we are still lacking someone who can provide a couch. I wonder if you are willing to do so. Fearing that Jiang Han would be embarrassed, she quickly said, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. Everything should be based on voluntariness. Isn't it just a place to stay? It's nothing to me. Ma Xiaomei looked at Jiang Han in surprise. You agree? Ma Xiaomei felt that Jiang Han was a really good person. Then I'll report your name. Next time if someone else comes to your house, don't be so stupid as to treat them with such good things. Although she and her sister enjoyed it, she was afraid that Jiang Han would suffer if he continued like this. It's not that bad actually. Give me everything you found while fishing. They are worth a lot of money. Especially Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei, they both cook for themselves, and he even eats their meals. Jiang Han, we sisters are really happy to meet you. The days on Jiaohua Island were the happiest days of our journey. The next day, Jiang Han went out together with the two girls. This time they were a little late in leaving the house. Last time they left in a private car, and the windows were all blacked out, so no one knew they were out. This time, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei sat openly in Jiang Han's newly bought 3-wheeled motorcycle and passed by a group of villagers who were chatting. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei greeted them warmly. Goodbye, villagers of Shijiang village. When they saw the children coming out, they took out candies from their bags and threw them to the children. Jiang Han knew that Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were helping him. They left happily like this, and the villagers could no longer say such words to him. When they arrived at the Hollywood restaurant, Jiang Han's buckets of lugu shrimps were weighed. Excluding the 5 kilograms given to Jiang Feng and the 5 kilograms kept for himself, there were still 202 kilograms. Lugu shrimp is in short supply during this period, and Meng Fei offered a price of 73 yuan per caddy. This time, a total of 14,746 pieces were harvested. Menghua gave him 14,800 yuan. Meng Fei looked at Menghua. Did you know how to round it up this time? Menghua stuck out his tongue and said nothing. Ding, the host sold seafood for 14,800 yuan and obtained 14,800 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 16,273 points. You can now consume 15,000 system points to exchange for a 30-meter scanning range. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange successful, the host has a scanning range of 120 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 1,273 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han, you are so awesome. Ma Xiaomei couldn't help but praise. The eyes of both girls were about to turn into stars. An income of tens of thousands a day, in a big city, what kind of level is this? The last time they and Jiang Han came to sell goods, Jiang Han made more than 6,000 yuan. But it was a high tide that day, and they thought Jiang Han was lucky that day, but they didn't expect to sell more today. Even if the rich second generation today have the support of their families, they may not be able to earn that much in a day. Jiang Han relied entirely on himself, which made him even more amazing. Jiang Han didn't expect that there would be so many today. He thought there would be about 10,000 today, but he didn't expect there would be more than 14,000. It seems that the price given by Meng Fei is really reasonable. Ma Xiaomei blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Han. Tell me the truth, how much did you sell the white sea urchin for last time? Jiang Han didn't need to hide it from her. 28,000. Ma Xiaomei covered her mouth in surprise. This was too amazing. I was just lucky that time and picked up such a rare white sea urchin. Having luck is also a form of strength. Ma Xiaomei gave Jiang Han a thumbs up and said, if Yi Tiantian knew how good you were at making money, she would regret it so much. I don't need her to know. Now that it's over, there's nothing between him and her. Whether she regrets or feels proud, it has nothing to do with him. Ma Xiaomei opened her mouth and really felt that a woman like Yi Tiantian was not worthy of Jiang Han. Ma Xiaomei couldn't imagine how such an outstanding person like Jiang Han could have dated someone like Yi Tiantian in the past. The two girls called a taxi and arrived at the port. Ma Xiaomei sent Jiang Han a sheet of information about their couchsurfers. Jiang Han filled out each item carefully. In the special request column, he filled in that pets are not allowed. It would be fine if they just brought a cat or a dog, but I'm afraid that some pet owners with special hobbies might bring some weird things. His temple is too small to accommodate everyone. When Jiang Han looked up, Manhwa was looking at him with a playful look. Jiang Han was frightened by the stare. Why are you looking at me like that? You seem to be very popular with girls? Jiang Han smiled. Does that include you? Manhwa was suddenly stunned for a moment, said that a customer asked her to pour water and walked away. Jiang Han had this meal at the Hollywood Hotel. He brought some seafood from home and asked them to process it. He also transferred Zhang Heidei's share of the money to him. Zhang Heidei looked at the extra 1,500 yuan and felt like he was dreaming. He looked at Meng Fei's busy figure again. If this continued, would he really be able to get married? But when he thought of Meng Fei's abilities, he felt like a wilted eggplant. Jiang Han found that it was much cheaper to bring the seafood here for processing. In addition to the seafood he brought, Jiang Han also added some hot and sour potato shreds. The total bill for 2 people, 3 dishes and a soup was 80 yuan. It is really economical and affordable. After dinner, since there was nothing to do, Jiang Han and Zhang Heidei went to the internet cafe to play games. You can stay overnight in the internet cafe, but sleeping in the internet cafe is definitely not as comfortable as sleeping in a bed at home. Jiang Han killed a monster and said casually, if you come to town every day like this, you might as well rent a house in town. Zhang Heidei patted his bald head and said, yes, I have money now and can rent a house. Jiang Han was stunned. Is this kid serious? When I think of the proprietress Meng Fei, she is really amazing. Forget it, it's better for him not to get involved in matters of brotherhood. He looked at the tide table and found that the time he could go fishing today was later than yesterday, at 7 o'clock in the evening. So he had dinner with Zhang Heidei at the Hollywood Hotel again. When I was about to rush to the village, it started to rain. After a while, the rain got heavier. Well, we don't have to go fishing today. Zhang Heidei wanted to go back to the internet cafe to play games. Brother Han, why don't you stay in the internet cafe too? The rain is too heavy. Manhwa came over at some point and said, Jiang Han, it's raining so hard. My sister and I rented a room on the 3rd floor for convenience. There is a guest room there. You can stay there for 1 night. This is a commercial and residential structure, with shops on the 1st and 2nd floors and residential areas above the 2nd floor. Jiang Han felt a little embarrassed. I'm used to my own bed, so I'd better go back to sleep. Manhwa looked at him in confusion. You're so old, but you still choose your own bed? What will you do when you live in the school dormitory? Jiang Han was embarrassed by the question. What else can I do? I can only adapt to it reluctantly. Jiang Han said this and was about to go out to ride his electric 3-wheeler. Wait a moment. Manhwa ran into the kitchen and took out a raincoat. Wear this when you go back. Jiang Han held the raincoat, feeling warm in his heart. Thank you. His parents passed away early, and he and his sister depended on each other for survival. He finally got into a prestigious university, But when he graduated, he not only couldn't find a job, but was also dumped by his girlfriend. But even so, there are always some people and some things that can warm him. On the way back, it was raining so heavily that he got wet even with a raincoat. The rain kept getting into the collar of his raincoat, his hat was blown off twice, and his hair was all wet. Fortunately, he has already installed a water heater and washing machine. After taking a hot shower and throwing your clothes into the washing machine, you can lie comfortably in bed. Unexpectedly, Lu Boong sent him a private message. Lu Boong, Jiang Han, how much money can you make in a month? Lu Boong, like him, studied financial management, but his family had no background. Now Lu Boong is struggling every day in a big company. Jiang Han, I don't know. What's the matter? He has only been back for a few days. But he still subconsciously looked at his income over the past few days. There are actually more than 60,000. Remove the money spent during this time. There are about 50,000 left. It seemed like he hadn't been to the sea many times before. This was much better than he had expected. Lu Boong, I am exhausted every day, doing the work of 3 or 4 people. Today I told my boss that I would resign, and he said he would give me a 500 yuan increase. I am a little hesitant now. Lu Boong, you know about other people. I am from a different class than them, so I can't talk about this. I can only ask for your opinion. Jiang Han, 500 a day? Lu Boong, are you kidding me? If I could make 500 yuan a day, I would die of laughter. 500 yuan a month. Jiang Han, it's only a 500 yuan increase. If you really don't like that job, just quit if you want. Lu Boong, but 500 yuan is still money. You are living off your parents at home every day, how can you understand that? Jiang Han didn't want to talk to Lu Boong anymore. He had no one to rely on. But he never told his classmates about his family affairs. He didn't blame Lu Boong for saying this. If he had stayed in the big city, would he also be hesitating and struggling for the extra few $100s a month? Jiang Han found a game on his phone and started playing. The next day, the rain still didn't stop. The last time Aunt Kiwa came over, she was quite envious of his yard. His family has a big yard. He scattered some onions in the yard, built a grape trellis, and inserted a bamboo pole on the side to plant some loofah, cucumber, etc. The grape trellis, loofahs and cucumbers all need to be taken care of, and Jiang Han definitely doesn't know how to do it. But he can sprinkle some onion seeds, leek seeds, and cabbage seeds. He doesn't take care of it. If it can grow, it will grow. If it can't grow, it will just be a waste of seeds. And his family also has land on the mountain. He scattered some rice seeds on the land of his home and then left it to fend for itself. If it can grow, he can eat the rice he grows. Unlike last time when you needed to choose specific pliers, there are many stores selling seeds online. He placed his orders with stores that would deliver to the island. I took another look at the goods I bought last time. He didn't expect that he would be able to reach the district tomorrow. If the rain stops tomorrow, he would go to the district and get the goods. By the way, I went to the district to check on the situation of the boat. If there is no ideal ship in the district, you can only go to the city. Jiang Han's phone suddenly vibrated. It turned out to be a message from Yi Tian. Jiang Han, I'll be back next week. Jiang Han felt puzzled. Why did she come back to tell him? Jiang Han did not reply. Considering that it has been raining for 2 days, I don't know whether Ma Xiaomei and the others have left the island safely. He was so confused by the rain yesterday that he even forgot to ask a question. Jiang Han sent a message to Ma Xiaomei. Did you guys reach the coast smoothly? Ma Xiaomei immediately replied, I was already on the ship when I sent you the form. I was lucky to get on the last ship. I heard that the route will be closed later. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to leave today. Ma Xiaomei sent another naughty expression. Thanks to you, our sister's luck has improved. Jiang Han felt relieved when he knew that the 2 girls had landed safely. The next day, the rain stopped. Jiang Han informed Zhang Heide that he would not go fishing. I drove my 3-wheeled motorcycle to the port. Due to the heavy rain in the past 2 days, the first boat was originally scheduled for 5:30 in the morning, but now it is scheduled for 8:30 in the morning. Jiang Han didn't care, he was not in a hurry. But he saw an anxious figure in the crowd. Brother-in-law. The tall and thin man turned his head and saw Jiang Han. Son. Jiang Han walked to the side of Jiang Wenchen and asked, Are you going to work? Jiang Han heard from his sister that Jiang Wenchen worked in a factory in the district and only came back on weekends. Yeah. Jiang Wenchen replied calmly, I heard from my phone that you're back. What did you go out for this time? Jiang Han did not hide it. My express is at the port in the district. I went to pick it up. Jiang Wenchen smiled and stopped talking. Just because he doesn't talk much doesn't mean he doesn't have opinions. Although Jiaohua Island is a little behind the times, it has everything you need. Even if the brand you want is not available, you can always find a cheap substitute. No matter how expensive the things on Jiaohua Island are, it is still cheaper than taking a boat to the district to pick up the express. Jiang Wenchen subconsciously looked at the time again and realized that he would be late today. The weather at sea was changeable, so he didn't dare come back from Monday to Friday. Even if he came back on the weekend, he would leave on Sunday evening. This time I came back after get off work on Friday, but unexpectedly I encountered 2 days of heavy rain, so I had to catch the ferry back early on Monday morning. But it's too late. Don't even think about getting the perfect attendance award this month. Jiang Han guessed most of what happened from Jiang Wenchen's expression. Brother-in-law, you are late for a special reason. Tell your boss. He should be able to understand. Jiang Wenchen hummed softly and said no more. In his opinion, even if Jiang Han was admitted to a good university, he is also a restless person. Even if you tell him, he won't understand his difficulties. Jiang Han suddenly felt a little embarrassed and didn't know what topic to talk to Jiang Wenchen about. Coincidentally, on the other side of him, there was an old lady holding a duck. The duck stretched its neck and quacked, its beak almost kissing him on the face. Jiang Han was so confused. At this moment, the phone vibrated. Yi Tian, did you receive my message? Jiang Han thought Yi Tian wanted to make sure whether her phone was broken. Jiang Han, got it. Yi Tian, you received it. Why didn't you reply to me? Jiang Han was really speechless. There was nothing important in that message, so why should he reply? They used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and he was willing to pamper her in everything, but now they have no relationship. Moreover, he didn't think there was anything good to reply to this one. After a while, Yi Tian sent another message. Jiang Han, you have changed. Jiang Han felt that Yi Tian's words were simply incomprehensible. Out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Han directly blocked Yi Tian. As soon as Yi Tian made an aggrieved expression, she saw the red exclamation mark next to the expression. Jiang Han actually dared to block her. Yi Tian was so angry that she wanted to smash the phone again, but when she thought about how expensive the phone was, she held back. When getting off the boat, Jiang Han was followed by an old lady carrying a shoulder pole. Seeing that the carrying pole was about to hit Jiang Han, Jiang Wenchen stood by at some point and reached out to move the other end of the pole away. Grandma, be careful. The old lady carrying the shoulder pole apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, young man. Jiang Han looked at Jiang Wenchen. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Wenchen nodded slightly, then ran with his bag in hand. He still had to catch the bus. Jiang Han sighed and thought, forget it, his brother-in-law wasn't the only one treating him like this. He is like this to everyone. No matter what, my brother-in-law is a reliable man. Work diligently to earn money and support your wife and children. And she is emotionally stable. My sister told me that her brother-in-law has never had a fight with her over the years. My brother-in-law could have gone to work in a bigger city, but considering the 2 children, he asked my sister to stay at home to take care of them. He gave up his future and chose to work in a small factory in the district. This arrangement prevented the 2 children from becoming left-behind children like other children in the village. After all, there is a big difference between having the elderly raise children and having parents raise children themselves. Forget it, for the sake of his sister and 2 nieces, he tolerated his bad temper. When he went to school, ships would sometimes stop at the district port, but he hadn't set foot on this island for several years. Compared with the simple and primitive fishing village life on Jiaohua Island, the industrialization and commercialization in the area are quite developed. There are not only many factories on the island, but also a prosperous commercial center. Plus, Pushan is a well-known tourist destination, and there are many tourists walking around the area. There was a travel agency at the port, with a sign to attract tourists. The ticket price was 120 yuan per person. Jiang Han just took a look and walked away. It's boring to play alone, so let's go together next time if my sister and her family come over. Instead of going directly to pick up the package, he hailed a taxi. Where are you going, young man? Jiang Han wanted to take this opportunity to take a look at the boat. He had looked up the address on the internet, but nothing on the internet could be as reliable as a local live map. Jiang Han took out the Hishingzia cigarettes he had bought a long time ago and gave one to the driver. Master, I want to ask, how many shipyards are there in this area? The driver looked at the cigarette, then looked at Jiang Han, and was a little surprised. Jiang Han looks like a young man in his early 20s. Young man, you are not very old, but you smoke very well. Out of professional ethics, the driver did not smoke but clipped it on his ear. Tell me, how big a boat do you want to buy? What is it for? Jiang Han thought for a moment. The ones around 15 meters are for fishing. The driver was shocked again. Can he buy a boat of more than 10 meters at such a young age? Young man, you are quite capable. That's right, otherwise how could you smoke such good cigarettes? Jiang Han smiled and said, I'm just looking at it, I don't necessarily want to buy it. Master, do you have any recommendations? There are only 2 shipyards in PU district. I heard that these 2 shipyards are now mainly producing fishing boats. As for fishing boats, they may be more customized. Which of these 2 factories has a better price-performance ratio? The driver chuckled and said, I can't really say that. Jiang Han handed his master another cigarette. I'm just asking casually, just tell me what you want to say. The driver put the cigarette between his other ear, thought for a moment and said, one factory is older. It was there when I was a kid, so they definitely have enough experience, but due to management and other issues, it's not doing so well now. The other one has only been around for the past 2 years, and its boats are newer. As for the price, the new factory seems to be cheaper. Jiang Han felt that he still needed to see the specific situation himself to know, so he said, then let's go to the closest one first. The closer one is the new shipyard. Inside the shipyard, he saw several newly built fishing boats, which looked really good. When they heard that Jiang Han wanted to buy a boat, the people at the shipyard welcomed him warmly. I don't want this kind of fishing boat. I want a professional fishing boat. When the shipyard salesman heard about the fishing boat, he became even more enthusiastic and introduced the brochures one by one to Jiang Han. Jiang Han thought these boats were pretty good. He pointed to a boat model and asked, how much does this 12-meter fishing boat cost? Originally he wanted to buy a 15-meter boat, but after listening to the salesperson's introduction, he felt that these boats were much more expensive than he had imagined. It will only cost 2 million to install all the facilities. Only 2 million? No wonder the driver looked strange when he heard that he wanted to buy a 15-meter offshore fishing boat. 12 meters already cost this much, so 15 meters will cost at least 3 million. This ship is the same as a car. It depends on what kind of goods you want. Cars can cost tens of thousands or millions. The difference between ships may be even greater. These positioning systems, rescue equipment, engines, air conditioners, guardrails, toilets. Once they are all installed, it will be different. We are not just selling an empty box. If nothing else, a good guardrail will cost tens of thousands to install. A bad one won't cost much, and of course you don't have to install it. The craft of shipbuilding is not simpler than that of car building. In addition to modern fishing equipment, the drainage system underneath requires a lot of effort. When wind and waves come, the water needs to be drained in time. Of course, you can also make a boat by cutting a few pieces of wood and tying them together. The comfort and safety of different boats are completely different. Jiang Han took a deep breath and pointed to a 7 or 8 meter long fishing boat nearby. How much is this? This kind of thing is basically for tourists to play on the sea. It's very cheap, and the whole thing costs about 400,000 yuan. Jiang Han took another breath of cold air. For this kind of thing, 400,000 is still cheap? It turns out that boats are only for rich people to play with. Most of the students in their class are second-generation rich. When I have nothing to do, I don't compare cars, but it's about who has more yachts. After all, only those who can afford to buy and maintain a yacht are truly rich. The salesman certainly could not have imagined that a poor guy like him with only 50,000 yuan in his pocket would dare to come to the shipyard to look at ships. Jiang Han looked through the entire atlas but didn't see any old-fashioned wooden boats with engines. I guess this factory doesn't make such low-end products. The driver also said that this factory was cheap and the money in his pocket could not even buy a fraction of the cost of a fishing boat. The money he has now is probably just enough to buy a certificate. After leaving the new shipyard, he took a taxi and went to the old shipyard. When he went there, workers at the old shipyard were building a tin fishing boat. The ship was almost built, and he went to take a look at the cabin. It was equipped with all kinds of facilities, including cooking, sleeping, and a luxurious bathroom. He looked at the workmanship and found it was really good and the configuration was also top-notch. When I asked about the price, it turned out to be more than 6 million. Jiang Han's heart died. The 15-meter fishing boat he had been dreaming of would cost more than 6 million if he bought it from this shipyard. Now you don't have any wooden boats here? That kind of thing is outdated. Who would still produce that kind of boat now? And even if it is a wooden boat, it will not be cheap after all kinds of equipment are installed. The wood and carpentry skills alone may be more expensive than a metal boat. Are there any cheap iron boats? The salesperson pointed to the other side and said, this is a ship worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Jiang Han saw a ship that cost 6 million, and then went to see a ship that cost 700,000 or 800,000. The difference was extremely large. Just like cars, can a car that costs tens of thousands of dollars be the same as a car that costs millions of dollars? Even if it was a ship worth 7 or 800,000, he couldn't afford it. There might be cheaper boats elsewhere, but he didn't have the energy to look. A cheaper boat also meant that the things inside were more basic. Jiang Han's heart was completely hanging. It seemed that he was still a long way from buying a boat. After he returns, he still has to go fishing to make money. Knowing that the seafood market was just nearby, he went there again. The seafood market is filled with all kinds of shellfish, fish, and snails, some of which even Jiang Han couldn't name. He asked roughly about the price. She found that the price given to her by the Ha Lei Wong restaurant was close to the retail price in the seafood market. Memphis deserves its good business. She is really down to earth in doing business. At this time, he saw the earthworm. It looks like it was farmed. He asked about the price, and found out that the farm-raised ones cost 200. Jiang Han was about to leave after asking the price, but then he heard the boss yelling, "Although it is farmed bamboo shoots, it is also very nutritious. Girls eat it to beautify their skin, and children eat it to improve their immunity." I thought of my sister who often said that her 2 daughters were in poor health and caught colds and got sick easily. He asked the boss to weigh 2 kilograms. Because of his own concerns, he did not leave some wild bamboo shoots for his sister last time. Now he will bring some farmed ones over. When he took out his cell phone, he found that Manhwa had sent him a message asking him where he was. "Jiang Han, I'm in the general area. Manhwa, then please help me go to the commercial street and buy an eyebrow razor. The one I bought in town is not very useful. The one I bought in the general area is better." Jiang Han thought it was a bit strange for a grown man like him to buy an eyebrow razor. "Jiang Han, no." Manhwa sent several cute emoticons. Finally, another voice message was sent. "Manhwa, brother Jiang Han, you are the best. Please buy it for me. Next time you come to the store to eat, I will give you a fruit platter as a gift." The voice was softer than he usually heard. Jiang Han thought about it and decided to go to the commercial street. He has been home for so long, but he has never been to his sister's house. In addition to these earthworms, he also wanted to buy something else for his 2 nieces. He bought a lot of school supplies and went to a children's clothing store, telling the salesperson that he was buying clothes for the girls in the 3rd and 1st grades. The salesperson helped him choose the right style. Because he was not sure about the exact size, Jiang Han always bought a larger size. Even if it doesn't fit you now, you'll be able to wear it next year. The jewelry store is opposite the children's clothing store. He also bought some hairbands and hairpins for girls, and bought Manhwa's eyebrow razor. It's getting late. He then returned to the port and picked up the express delivery from the express delivery point there. "I'm afraid the express delivery is bad, so I have to go to the port to return the goods." He simply unpacked the items at the port and checked them. Finding that they were all good, he packed them together and took the boat back to Jiaohua Island. From the prosperity of Pu District to the simplicity of Jiaohua Island, Jiang Han was actually in a trance for a moment. Jiaohua Island also falls under the jurisdiction of Pu District, but the difference between the two is really huge. But the economy of Pu District is good, which is also a great help to the villagers of Jiaohua Island. Even if the elderly in the village have never paid social security, they can still receive a security fund of 500 yuan every month. For the elderly in rural areas, they have almost no expenses, and sometimes they can save the money to buy some candy for their younger generations. If you go to the doctor or buy medicine, a large part of the expenses can be reimbursed using the agricultural insurance card. Thanks to the good welfare in Top District, the people of Jiaohua Island are not only poor but also have no problem of not having enough food to eat. Jiang Han gave Manhwa a newly bought box of eyebrow trimmers. When Manhwa saw the eyebrow razor, he was very happy and immediately prepared a fruit platter for him. "Would you like to have dinner here? I saved the seafood you brought last time for you. Do you want me to cook it for you?" "Okay, thank you for your help." Manhwa said, "It's not a problem," and went to work. Jiang Han called Zhang Heide and asked him to come over for dinner. The two had dinner, and Zhang Heide took Jiang Han to see the house he rented. Jiang Han didn't expect that Zhang Heide really rented a house. He just said that casually last time. Fortunately, the house Zhang Heide rented was not bad, a house in town with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom and a kitchen, and it only cost 450 yuan a month. Moreover, this place is very close to the Internet Cafe and the Hollywood Hotel. "Brother Han, I've reserved a room for you. If you come to town in the future and you're too lazy to go back, you can stay here." 450 yuan was a huge sum of money for Zhang Heide in the past. But now, 450 yuan is just a drop in the bucket in Zhang Heide's eyes. "Brother Han, there is only one shabby old guest house in this town. I heard from people who have stayed there that flies, rats and other things come out at night. What do you think? If we rent out this whole house and turn it into a hotel, will those people come to live here?" Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Heide. He didn't expect that he would consider such a question. If you want to make money from the hotel, you need tourists. We don't have many tourists a year, so we can't make any money. When I took a taxi today, I passed by Pushan. Although it was not a holiday, there were huge crowds of people in Pushan and the traffic was stuck there for a long time. Zhang Heide sighed. It turns out that it doesn't work. As expected, Brother Han is really amazing. You can tell whether he is reliable or not just by listening to him. Jiang Han left Zhang Heide's rental house and rode his electric tricycle back home. He put the necessary things at home and went to the seawall with the crab cage he bought online. Through the constantly rolling seawater, he could see clearly what was underneath the sea, until he came to a place where he could see crabs and put down the crab pot. Before putting the crabs in the cage, a lot of attractants were put into it. Some of these attractants were bought from the owner of the fishing tackle shop last time, and some were purchased online this time. He placed the traps in different cages to see which one worked best. Old man Zhang was walking around and chatting with a teacup in his hand, and he watched Jiang Han put the crab cages away one by one. Old man Zhang came over and asked, "How many crab cages did you bring?" 6. Jiang Han replied. Old man Zhang couldn't help laughing. "What's the use of only 6? I released 16 that day." In the end, there was nothing but 2 small, pitiful sardines. There are many varieties of sardines, many of which are canned. If sold here, it's about 10 yuan per pound. I don't know if the 2 small fish weigh 1 pound. It's okay, I'll just leave it there for fun. Jiang Han put the last crab cage away and went back with the bucket. We will know whether there is any gain or not by this time tomorrow. Jiang Han sorted out his things at home and put all the things he brought from PU district on the electric 3-wheeler. He rode his 3-wheeled motorcycle and arrived at his sister's house in a few minutes. Before I even entered the door, I heard Jiang Feng's roar. "I've told you so many times to count the numbers in parentheses first, why don't you listen? And you got 28 points in English. How did you get that?" The more Jiang Feng cursed, the angrier she became, and she started banging the table. After slapping and scolding, she began to cry, "For whom do your father and I work so hard every day? Why can't you do better?" Hearing that Jiang Feng's voice was almost hoarse from crying, Jiang Han pushed the door open and went in. "Sister, didn't you say the hair dryer at home was broken? I bought a new one for you." Jiang Han said this and took out a new hair dryer. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned from crying to laughing. "You came at the right time. I really can't teach these 2 children. You have good grades, so you can teach them." Jiang Han did not refuse and walked over to look at Lingling and Wanwan's test papers. He frowned, this was indeed quite wrong, but he still patiently explained each question to them one by one. Fortunately, the 2 little girls were not stupid. Jiang Feng couldn't understand the problem no matter how hard she tried, but Jiang Han made it clear to them with just a few words. Jiang Feng was still complaining, "Really? Their heads are on their necks, and I don't know if they are just for show. I think they are here to piss me off." Lingling stuck out her tongue and retorted, "Mom, is it possible that you are not as good at expressing yourself as Uncle? Why do I understand everything as soon as Uncle says it?" Jiang Feng was furious. "Girl, I can't express myself clearly, but your teacher can't express himself clearly either? You just don't know how to learn well." Under normal circumstances, if they dared to say that to her, she would have beaten them with a feather duster. Fortunately, she didn't really hit the child. She just pretended to hit him to scare him, but this time she didn't even pull out the feather duster. Although he was saying these words of instruction, he was actually quite proud of himself in his heart. Her younger brother is naturally the best. Isn't it normal that the teacher's explanations are not as clear as her younger brother's? She saw what Jiang Han brought, including a lot of beautiful clothes. He compared it on the 2 children and found it was a perfect fit. "Wow, you're pretty accurate in your clothing sizes." Jiang Han hadn't seen Lingling and Wanwan for a long time. Children nowadays grow up so fast. After not seeing them for a while, they have grown so much. Luckily he bought a larger size, otherwise he would have bought a smaller size. Jiang Feng put away her clothes and didn't bother to be polite with Jiang Han. She felt very relieved that her brother was becoming more and more sensible. But she still complained, "Next time, even if you have to spend money, don't buy things like this. Just buy more exercise papers." Lingling and Wanwan looked up at Jiang Han almost at the same time. The little girl's eyes sparkled, which made Jiang Han feel uneasy. "Well, sister, studying is about combining work and rest. Look, I didn't study very hard when I was a kid, but I still did well in the exams, didn't I? How can that be the same? You have a good brain. How can these 2 stupid brains compare with yours?" Lingling, Wanwan, is this their biological mother? Jiang Han felt a little embarrassed when the two girls looked at him. I mean, you need to be flexible in your studies, with both relaxation and tension, so that your grades can improve. Lingling and Wanwan are your daughters, you need to have more confidence in them. Jiang Feng really had no confidence, and she was worried sick about her two children's studies. Jiang Han added, they are only in elementary school. People have a long life ahead of them. Think about us when we were kids. If we had good grades in elementary school, would we have good grades in middle school and high school? Many people have used up all their energy in the beginning, and when they have to catch up, they don't have any more energy to use. Jiang Feng thought about it and realized that it was true. Many of those who ranked top in elementary school failed in junior high and high school. On the contrary, the students who were not very noticeable in elementary school would suddenly become top students in junior high and high school. As for his younger brother, he has always had good grades since he was young, and he is the type that no one needs to worry about. Seeing Jiang Feng wavering, Jiang Han said to Lingling and Wanwan, study hard when you are studying, and have fun when you are playing. Understand everything the teacher teaches you, and you don't need to do additional practice papers. If you don't understand, you can contact me anytime with your mother's phone. As long as I am free, I will explain it to you. After Jiang Han finished speaking, he felt that he had said too much. After all, this was his sister and brother-in-law's child. His sister wouldn't take such words seriously, for she was afraid that her brother-in-law would be angry. Or maybe my brother-in-law thinks that if you want good grades, you have to do more exercises, and he thinks he is corrupting his children. When the two little girls heard this, their eyes, which had been about to offend, suddenly became soft and gentle. They nodded in unison, Uncle, we understand. Uncle, you are so kind. Whenever their mother encounters problems with their studies, she becomes extremely anxious. They start learning to read and do addition and subtraction within 100 in kindergarten. I just hope that they can succeed through studying, but I don't know why. They also tried hard to learn, but once the course became more difficult, they couldn't concentrate on learning. Every time this happens, my mother will be very angry. After finishing the homework assigned by the teacher, there are still a lot of exercise papers for them to do. It seems that as long as they keep doing practice questions, their grades will be good. But even after doing so many questions, they could only get this score. Then Mom became more and more irritable, and less patient when facing them. They feel terrified every time their mother stands behind them and watches them do their homework. Looking at the two children's happy faces, Jiang Feng was a little dazed. My younger brother has good grades, so what he said must be right. Could it be that she really used the wrong method before? But she asked them to study hard, and this is the result. If they don't work hard, how can their grades go up? Jiang Feng's hand was held by Jiang Han at some point. Sister, do you believe that a person's hard times will come to an end? When a person's hard times come to an end, her good luck will also come. Jiang Feng looked at the large pile of things Jiang Han had sent, and it seemed as if she had really gotten a taste of sweetness after suffering. The worries about the two children were also alleviated a lot. At this moment, her eyes fell on the plastic bucket brought by Jiang Han. Tashan, did you come here to catch fish? No, these are farmed. I bought them from the seafood market in PU district. They say they can improve immunity. Give them to Lingling and Wanwan after you prepare them. Jiang Feng was so moved that she almost cried. The village where she and Jiang Han originally lived was called Shijiang Village, and the village where he married was called Shangjiang Village. Many of the villagers in Shangjiang Village and Shijiang Village know each other. After she got married, her husband Jiang Wenchen never said anything bad about her. There is a lot of gossip in the village. They said Jiang Feng was stupid. She devoted herself to training her younger brother. When her younger brother became successful, he would not think of her kindness. Those who criticize her are stupid. Hasn't her brother already started taking care of her? Then there's no need to buy so much. Although they are farmed, Jiang Feng also knows that the price is not cheap. But even though she said that, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. I heard from the vendor that women who eat it can improve their beauty, men who eat it can strengthen their bodies, and children who eat it can stay healthy. If there's a lot, you and your brother-in-law can have some too. Jiang Feng couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth anymore. The boss wants you to buy more, so he will naturally brag about his goods. Jiang Han smiled and said, everyone knows that earthworms are good things, and it's not just the boss who says so. Jiang Feng was even happier. Since you went to PU district, did you go to Pushan to worship Guanyin? Regardless of whether you will go out in the future or not, if you want to go fishing now, you will have to rely on the weather for your livelihood. You must go to Guanyin Bodhisattva's place. I don't have time this time, I'll go with you next time. When I'm free, I'll visit the temples here. Jiaohua Island belongs to Zhou City in PU district. The entire Zhou city is made up of an archipelago with many islands of different sizes. Jiaohua Island is one of the most remote and ordinary islands. Like most islands in Sudao, Jiaohua Island also has many temples of different sizes. People living by the sea depend on the weather for their livelihood and believe in metaphysics more than people living in inland areas. If someone in the family wants to go out to sea, they will definitely visit many temples. Go to Goddess Guanyin and pray for peace and smooth sailing. Go to the God of Wealth and pray for fortune at sea. Go to the Dragon King and pray for a smooth journey and no danger. In the past, the ship official Bodhisattva had to be invited onto the boat. Lingling and Wanwan ran over and saw 2 small fishing rods among the pile of goods. "Uncle, are these 2 fishing rods for us?" Lingling asked. "Well, I bought it for you." The 2 girls said, "Thank you, uncle," but were soon attracted by the 2 dolls next to them. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. It seemed that he didn't like it. That's right. How many girls like fishing? Luckily he bought other gifts. Jiang Feng suddenly thought of something. "Wanwan, go check if the hot water for bathing is overheated." Wanwan immediately ran to the bathroom with the baby in her arms, and it turned out that the hot water for bathing was overheated. "I guess the water has been boiling for quite some time." She quickly unplugged the hot plug, and Jiang Feng felt a little sorry for the wasted electricity. Lingling sighed, "It would be great if we had a water heater at home." Jiang Han looked at the empty bathroom and didn't expect that so many years had passed. "There is nothing in the bathroom at my sister's house except a simple toilet." Jiang Feng patted Lingling on the forehead and said, "Haven't you heard of this? Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. If you only know how to enjoy yourself now, you will never achieve anything in the future." "Mom, you must have heard it wrong. They all say that once you get used to suffering, you will have endless suffering to endure." After Lingling said this, she was afraid that her mother would hit her, so she stuck out her tongue and ran away. Jiang Feng was so angry that he poured out half of the hot water in the bucket and put it into another clean bucket. Then add cold water to both buckets. "When I thought the water temperature was about right, I let Lingling and Wanwan come in to take a bath." Jiang Feng and Jiang Han walked to the living room, and Jiang Feng asked Jiang Han, "Have you eaten? I'll make some rice noodles for you." By this time, she and her 2 children had already had dinner. But she knew that her brother was not punctual for eating, and he might not have eaten yet at this time. "No need to do it. I came here just because I'm full. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go back first." Jiang Han rode away on his 3-wheeled motorcycle, and Jiang Feng couldn't call him back. After Jiang Han returned, he found the store where he bought home appliances last time. That store can deliver the goods to Murakami for a little extra money. This time he not only bought a washing machine and a water heater online, but also a large double-door refrigerator, and wrote his sister's address on all of them. He began to consider whether he should buy a refrigerator himself. He now spends almost half of his time eating at the Hollywood restaurant. A lot of seafood is also stored there. It doesn't seem to matter if he doesn't buy something like a refrigerator. It's just that the weather is very hot now. If he had a refrigerator, he could get some chilled drinks or iced beer anytime and anywhere. Even fruits like watermelon will taste better if they are chilled in the refrigerator. Thinking of this, he also placed an order for a refrigerator. "I just didn't buy that big. As a bachelor who seldom cooks at home, a smaller refrigerator is enough for him. Why not buy a vertical air conditioner? They can cope with the heat here at night with just an electric fan, but it's sometimes still unbearably hot during the day." He put a standing air conditioner in the living room, and when it was hot, he would lie on the rocking chair in the living room to enjoy the air conditioning. When the weather is freezing, you can use the heating function of the air conditioner to keep warm. Thinking of this, he placed an order for 2 more vertical air conditioners. He has one and his sister has one. In just over 10 minutes, he spent 20,000 yuan. Originally he wanted to save some money and buy a boat first, but after visiting 2 shipyards, he realized that the money he had was not enough. It is better to get a boat driver's license first, and then consider whether to rent a boat to have some fun. Information about taking the boat driving license test is posted at the entrance of the town supermarket. He called Zhang Heide and asked him to send him the information about the boat driving license test when he passed by the supermarket. "By the way, we made an appointment to go fishing tomorrow." Zhang Heide had just come out of an internet cafe and was thinking about going to the supermarket to buy some food to fill his stomach if he was hungry in the evening. He found the information for the boat driving license test from a pile of advertising slips, took a photo and sent it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han scanned the QR code and added the other party. The other instructor knew that Jiang Han could drive a boat, so he gave Jiang Han a bunch of information to fill out and also gave him a lot of theoretical stuff. Driving a boat is much more difficult than driving a car. Not only do you need to know the driving skills, but you also need to understand tides and weather issues such as meteorology. Jiang Han frowned. It seemed that he was going to start reading again, but these are not difficult for him. The next day was mid-tide, and the coastline receded farther than a low tide, but not as far as a high tide. The sea hunting time starts at 10 a.m. and can last until 2 p.m. Another time is in the early morning. I probably won't be able to wake up in the early morning, so I can't miss this one at noon. Jiang Han was too lazy to make breakfast, so Zhang Heide came over at 9:20 and brought buns and soy milk bought in town. The buns are filled with shrimp and some shellfish meat, and are much fresher than the pork buns inland. Jiang Han was very satisfied with the meal. Brother Han, where are we going today? Zhang Heide believes in Jiang Han and completely trusts Jiang Han's arrangements. Let's go to the Four Gates again. That place is where fresh and salt water meet, and it was in that area that he found the wild sea cucumbers and white sea urchins last time. There is a lot of stuff there, and he saw something special last time, but because it was night, he didn't dare to move. This time it was daytime, so he decided to take a look. I wish those things were still there. Shovels are heavy, so Jiang Han and Zhang Heide usually only bring one. But this time, Jiang Han specifically asked Zhang Heide to bring both shovels. Zhang Heide was a little surprised, but didn't ask anything. There must be a reason why Brother Han asked him to take it. The area with 4 gates was a bit far, so Jiang Han rode an electric 3-wheeled motorcycle there. Zhang Heide sat in the 3-wheeled motorcycle. Because it is daytime now, many people are going to the beach at Sisaman. Because of the heavy rains in the past 2 days, the water is also muddy today. Jiang Han stopped his electric 3-wheeler. This time the entry route was different from the last time. Although there is sand here, it is more like mud. Brother Han, kelp. Jiang Han thought Zhang Heide was mentally ill. What was he asking himself to do? As a result, I saw Zhang Heide staring at the kelp in front of him. Jiang Han was speechless. I've already picked up so many big ones, do you still want these kelp? People on the island are too lazy to pick up kelp, but we can also eat it ourselves and put it in the Hollywood restaurant, just as a change of taste. Jiang Han thought about it and it made sense, so he and Zhang Heide pulled out 2 pieces of kelp and put them into the bucket. As a result, half of the bucket was gone after adding these 2 pieces of kelp. Jiang Han felt that it took up space, so he threw out another piece of kelp. Jiang Han's scanning range is now 120 meters. When he lowered his head, he found the good stuff hidden under those kelp slices. There are conchs. When Zhang Heide heard the sound of conch shells, he became excited. Conch is heavy and expensive. Last time at the Hollywood Hotel, he didn't know what topic to talk to Meng Fei about. I just asked casually, how much is a pound of conch? If he remembered correctly, Meng Fei said 200. But when he looked around, he couldn't find any conch anywhere. Jiang Han walked slowly to the edge of a large patch of kelp. Zhang Heide was confused. Didn't Brother Han say that we should not deal with kelp anymore? How did it get to the kelp again? Jiang Han turned over the kelp, and then shoveled it twice with a sand shovel, and a big conch emerged. The tide had just receded and the conch had completely sunk into the sand. Jiang Han pointed in a direction to Zhang Heide, go and look under the kelp over there. Jiang Han saw a few conchs under the kelp over there, but they didn't have time to lie down completely in the sand. Zhang Heide will find it if you look carefully. Zhang Heide took a sand shovel and walked over. He turned over the kelp and saw a conch trying hard to lie on the sand. He looked somewhere else and found 2 more conchs. Jiang Han was much more relaxed. Although many of his conchs were buried in the sand, his extreme scanning system allowed him to see clearly the situation under the sand and mud. In this short period of time, I picked up 5 or 6 conchs, and each weighed about half a pound. Jiang Han felt that he had found the conch nest today. Jiang Han, did you find conchs? So many. When Jiang Han turned his head, he saw a person who was wrapped up tightly, with only 2 holes on his face. It is noon now and the sun is very bright. Most people who go out to catch seafood are dressed like this, and he and Zhang Heide are also dressed like this. He really didn't recognize who the person in front of him was, and it was hard for the other person to recognize who he was. Aunt Bucktooth pulled down the cloth around her face a little, revealing her buck teeth. It's me, Aunt Bucktooth. Aunt Bucktooth, are you here to catch seafood too? Jiang Han was surprised. This place was far from their village and he really didn't expect to meet Aunt Bucktooth here. There's always nothing to pick up on the coast near our village. People say there's a lot of stuff here at Si Xiamen, so I'll take a look here. Jiang Han wanted to say that there were also many things on the coast of their village, but now that he had come to the 4th gate, it was difficult for him to say such a thing. This area did allow him to come across quite a few large items. Jiang Han, you are here too. Another figure appeared. Jiang Han blinked, still not knowing who this person was. And Giwa smiled and took off the cloth on her face. I am your Aunt Giwa. Hey, conch. When Aunt Giwa saw the conchs in Jiang Han's bucket, her eyes almost popped out. Everyone says you're lucky, but I didn't expect your luck to last forever. While Aunt Giwa was speaking, she unconsciously reached out to Jiang Han's clothes. But she still had her dignity to save, and in the end she just pulled Jiang Han's clothes. Jiang Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he trying to get lucky again? Aunt Bucktooth was not polite anymore and was about to wipe her muddy hand on Jiang Han's clothes. Jiang Han took a step back in fright. Although his clothes were also stained with mud, he really didn't want to be touched by Aunt Bucktooth like that. Seeing that they had almost finished searching this area, Jiang Han said to Aunt Bucktooth and Aunt Osmondus, "We are going to go somewhere else. You guys take your time to search." Jiang Han's bucket was already full with kelp and conch. Fortunately, he and Zhang Heide each brought 2 buckets. Zhang Heide was so excited, "Brother Han, I never go wrong when I follow your instructions. Look, we're going to make a fortune today." Jiang Han was also very happy, as conch was considered a precious seafood. It turned out to be the right decision this time. Jiang Han took Zhang Heide to a place with more mud. "Brother Han, are we going to catch crabs?" Zhang Heide remembered that they caught a lot of big blue crabs nearby last time. "Catch whatever you can find." Zhang Heide felt that Jiang Han was absolutely right. He just asked a stupid question. The 2 of them talked as they walked, and Jiang Han came to the place where he saw that thing last time. Now that thing is gone. I don't know whether he went to some other place or was captured by someone. He looked into the distance, and now his line of sight scanned a range of 120 meters. He could see many places clearly at a glance. Just as his sight was about to disappear, he saw the tail of the thing. Jiang Han quickly ran towards that place and saw the whole picture of the thing. When he arrived at that place, he found that this thing also existed in several other places nearby. Jiang Han took out the shovel he had prepared in advance. "Take out your shovel too, let's dig together." Zhang Heide immediately took out his shovel. The 2 of them worked together to dig the hole. Although Zhang Heide didn't understand why, he was very strong and could bring out a lot of mud with one shovel. Perhaps they dug the hole too deep, and many villagers nearby gathered around. These people also covered up the exposed skin, leaving only their eyes exposed. "The young man is here to catch fish too. It's not the weekend yet, young man, why don't you just work in the factory and waste your time at the beach? If you want to catch fish, you should do it well. It's not like you can get fish just by digging a deep hole." Jiang Han looked around and thought that these people were probably not from their village. Their voices sounded unfamiliar. Jiang Han smiled at them kindly. "Uncles and aunts, my brother and I just came here to have some fun. It doesn't matter whether we have any goods or not." The villagers nearby shook their heads even more after hearing this. These 2 young people don't go to work, and don't go fishing properly. They are really outrageous. Can't you 2 guys do something serious? You guys are idle like this every day, your parents must be very sad. This hole is almost 2 meters deep, and you're still digging. You have so much energy but nowhere to use it. Why not go move bricks and earn some money? Jiang Han was still calm, but Zhang Heide couldn't bear to listen any longer. If he had any cotton balls on him, he would use them to plug his ears. The hole had been dug 2 meters deep, and when it was almost 2.5 meters deep, Jiang Han suddenly stopped. Zhang Heide also stopped. The 2 of them have gone fishing together so many times that they have developed a tacit understanding. Many times Jiang Han didn't need to say anything. Just a look or a gesture from Jiang Han and Zhang Heide would know what to do. Zhang Heide squatted down and observed, but didn't find anything at first. It was not until Jiang Han kicked twice on one side of the pit that a smooth head appeared. Zhang Heide quickly grabbed the thing. "Oh my god, earth dragon. Oh my god, it's actually a soil dragon. No wonder they dug such a deep pit, there turned out to be a soil dragon. There's actually an earth dragon here." When the villagers saw what Zhang Heide was holding in his hand, they couldn't keep calm anymore. They were just talking about these 2 young men. Those words were still fresh in people's minds when someone caught the earth dragon. Catching a local dragon is worth half a month's salary. Just as they were thinking the same thing, Jiang Han also pulled out a long earth dragon from the pit. This earth dragon is bigger than the one in Zhang Heide's hand. Tulong Cave usually has 2 entrances. There are actually 2 earth dragons lurking at the entrance of this cave. Oh my god. What kind of enormous wealth is this? The current earth dragon is worth 300 or 400 yuan, and these 2 weigh almost 6 kilograms in total. Young man, did you know there was a dragon here before you dug such a deep pit? In the past, some skilled seaside experts could determine what was underground based on the soil quality and the direction of the holes. But these 2 young men are so young, they don't think they have such ability. Just then, they saw Jiang Han's bucket was almost full of conchs. Oh my god, so many conchs. You guys are looking for big stuff here. There are fewer and fewer goods to catch at sea now, and even fewer large goods. How do you do it? Jiang Han smiled at them kindly. I have X-ray vision, I can see what's under the ground. The villagers watching glared at Jiang Han unhappily. Young people nowadays really love to joke around. This isn't a TV show, how can you see through it? Jiang Han laughed dryly twice. Yeah, I was just kidding you. My old man taught me some skills before, so I won't starve to death now. The villagers who were watching understood that this was a craft passed down from their ancestors. I heard that there are still tomb robbers in the inland area. Just look at the mountains and water above to know if there is a big tomb below. No one will teach them such a skill, and they cannot learn it. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were seen carrying buckets of water to other places. The villagers also dispersed in groups of 3 or 4. Instead of watching others buy big items, it is better to work harder and buy some small items to make some soup. There were also 3 villagers who didn't want to go fishing anymore, so they followed Jiang Han and Zhang Heide. I want to see if they are really that capable. Jiang Han was seen carrying a bucket and stopping at a certain place with a clear purpose. He drew a circle around that area. Then he and Zhang Heide dug the hole together with shovels. The mud here is very soft and doesn't require much effort to dig. Even if you use a hand planer, you can still remove a lot. This time, a pit nearly 3 meters deep was dug. Jiang Han jumped down and caught the earth dragon accurately. The 3 villagers who were watching were completely stunned. This is so amazing. If you have this skill, why would you need to go to the factory to tighten screws? When Jiang Han dug out the 4th earth dragon, the villagers actually applauded. At the same time, I also feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. It would be great if they had such ability. And Giwa and Aunt Abalone also passed by here. They did catch a few shrimps and some king crabs. All in all, it could probably be sold for around $100. Originally they were very happy, thinking that they had gotten lucky with Jiang Han today. But when they saw Jiang Han's achievements, they could only feel envy. It's true that comparing yourself with others can make you angry to death. However, Aunt Giwa was still very happy for Jiang Han, as their 2 families had been neighbors for so many years. When Jiang Han's parents closed their eyes, I don't know how worried they were about them. Now their parents can finally rest in peace. But if Jiang Han stayed on the island, it would be a waste of his time studying at this prestigious university. Jiang Han didn't know what Aunt Giwa was thinking. He dug another hole and caught another earth dragon. After seeing this and listening to what other villagers said, Aunt Giwa and Aunt Bucktooth finally realized that Jiang Han had not relied on luck from the beginning to the end, but on strength. This area is so large, there are so many places to dig holes. Why is there a soil dragon under every place Jiang Han digs? Some villagers saw that Jiang Han had dug up so many earth dragons again and ran over to see. They really wanted Jiang Han to take them to the beach. I want to follow Jiang Han and pick up something, but digging up earth dragons is too targeted. Even if they dug a hole nearby, they couldn't dig out the earth dragon. An old man pushed Jiang Han and said, "Young man, are there any earth dragons in this area?" Jiang Han smiled at the old man and said, "That's it. Even if there is, he won't say it." However, he had almost dug up all the earth dragon in this area. He actually had a traumatic experience with these snake-like creatures. After catching so many of them today, he felt creepy. It seems it's still early. He also picked up some snails and river clams. Snails and river clams are not expensive, so he doesn't plan to sell them this time. Just eat it yourself. Compared with seafood, they do have fewer opportunities to eat river fish. While picking snails, he also picked up 3 large blue crabs. Zhang Heide was also lucky, picking up a few king crabs and a lot of mud snails. By the time they had filled all 4 buckets, the tide was about to rise. The villagers just watched helplessly as Jiang Han and Zhang Heide, 2 grown men, left with 4 buckets struggling to carry them, and they could lift the buckets in their hands with ease. Because the weather is hot, I wrap myself up tightly. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were both sweating. Jiang Han had already installed a water heater. The 2 grown men took a shower and did not dare to rest. They rode their electric 3-wheeled motorcycles to the town. It's daytime now and the weather is very hot. In addition, they caught large quantities of fish this time, and were afraid that they would die from lack of oxygen due to the hot weather, so they decided to sell them as quickly as possible to ensure safety. Meng Fei and Manhwa were also surprised when they saw what Jiang Han brought this time. Manhwa patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and said, "Sure, Jiang Han. I can help you get such a big catch every time." Jiang Han raised his eyebrows towards Manhwa. "Brother relies on his strength." Manhwa looked at Jiang Han with a different look in his eyes. "Okay, I know you're awesome." Hearing Meng Fei urging her, Manhwa weighed these things one by one. 5 earth dragons, a total of 16 pounds, 500 per pound, a total of 8,000 yuan. 23 pounds of conch, 220 yuan per pound, a total of 5,060 yuan. 3 blue crabs, a total of 6 catties, 90 yuan per catty, a total of 540 yuan. All the seafood added up to 13,600 yuan. After Manhwa settled the bill, he immediately transferred the money to Jiang Han. This amount of money was beyond Jiang Han's expectations. The price Meng Fei gave him was always so reasonable. Although the money was a little less than last time, there were 4 people last time. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei also helped a lot. When they left all the seafood behind. This time, it is already very good for him and Zhang Heide to have this income. Ding, the host sold seafood for 13,600 yuan and obtained 13,600 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 14,837 points. You can now consume 12,500 system points to exchange for a 25-meter scanning range. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange successful, host has a scanning range of 145 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 2,337 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han, aren't you going to sell the things in this bucket? Manhwa asked in a soft voice with a cute little face. No, I'm going to keep it here and eat it slowly. That's a lot. Your stock is almost full. Jiang Han smiled and said, if you want to eat, you can eat whatever you want. I won't eat yours. Manhwa flipped through it and said, there are 2 large conchs left. Together they can be sold for 300 yuan. You don't want to sell them either? Well, Heide and I will keep one for dinner today. The other one is for you. Didn't you say you like listening to the sound of the conch? Manhwa was stunned. She had just mentioned it casually when they were chatting last time, but she didn't expect him to remember it. Then I only need the conch shell. I'll pry out the conch meat and give it to you and Zhang Heide. Manhwa said this and happily went to the kitchen holding the conch. Jiang Han had breakfast late, but he didn't have lunch. The digging dragon had consumed too much energy and was already hungry by now. Zhang Heide was so hungry that he was almost dying. Fortunately, it was not dinner time at this time, so the guests who were supposed to have dinner had not arrived yet. The restaurant was pretty empty, so the food came out pretty quickly. Clear soup snails, conch meat, steamed king crab, spicy kelp shreds, and a bowl of seafood soup. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide devoured the food. Zhang Heide ate 3 bowls of rice, and Jiang Han also ate 2 bowls of rice. Jiang Han transferred 1,400 yuan to Zhang Heide, and the corners of Zhang Heide's mouth curled up again. Brother Han, I found that I have more money than I can spend. Jiang Han glanced at him and said, you have great potential. If you think the money is too much, just lend it to me. Okay. Zhang Heide didn't even ask Jiang Han what he wanted the money for. He took out his cell phone and started transferring money. Jiang Han held him down and said, I was just joking with you, but you took it seriously. Although he wanted to buy a boat, even if he were to take all of Zhang Heide's money, it would be a drop in the bucket. After the 2 of them had their meal, they both relaxed. After playing games in the internet cafe for a while, the 2 of them didn't want to play anymore. The fatigue from going to the beach makes them want to rest. Because Zhang Heide had already rented a house, Jiang Han and Zhang Heide went to the rental house together. Jiang Han was not polite to Zhang Heide and just lay down in another room and fell into a deep sleep. I slept until the next morning. Jiang Han slapped his head and remembered something. I put a crab cage on the seawall. I had thought of going to see if I had any results yesterday evening, but I forgot about it. Are you going? Jiang Han asked Zhang Heide. Zhang Heide shook his head. I'm not going. Now that the crab cage has been lowered, all we have to do is pull it up. If he goes, Brother Han will feel embarrassed. It would be fine if Brother Han doesn't want to give him any money, but what if he does? Now that he can earn so much money by following Brother Han to go fishing, he feels that he has taken advantage of Brother Han. He can't take advantage of Brother Han in everything. Jiang Han saw that Zhang Heide was not going, so he let him go. I put on my shoes and went out. The electric 3-wheeled motorcycle was still parked at the entrance of the Hollywood Hotel. When he went to ride the 3-wheeled motorcycle, he was suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man. Young man, you are the one who delivers goods to the Hollywood Hotel, right? Jiang Han looked at the man in front of him warily. Excuse me, who are you? The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a beer belly and a bit of weight on his body. But when he smiled, he looked kind and gentle. The man pointed to the purchasing store next to the restaurant. Every time Jiang Han passed by, this purchasing store was sometimes open and sometimes closed. It happened to be open today. I'm the owner of this acquisition store. My last name is Qian. Jiang Han was even more confused. What's the matter? Boss Qian handed a cigarette to Jiang Han, but Jiang Han pushed the cigarette back. Sorry, I don't smoke. Boss Qian put away his cigarette, still smiling. It's like this, I heard you sold a lot of earth dragons in conchs yesterday. I wonder if you still have any stock. Jiang Han looked at Boss Qian strangely. You want to take my goods? Yes, what goods do you have for me? Jiang Han was even more puzzled. Didn't you refuse to accept Jiang Cun's goods? Boss Qian remembered that some time ago someone seemed to have called him and asked him whether he would accept seafood. When he heard that he was a villager from Shijiang village, he asked him to give the goods to Jiang Ermao. For him, whether it was the villagers who came to him or Jiang Ermao, the price he offered was the same. He will earn as much as he is supposed to, not a penny less. If the villagers delivered the goods directly to him, they would indeed get more money, but it would harm Jiang Ermao's interests. This will make his relationship with Jiang Ermao unpleasant. Instead of this, it would be better for everyone to make money. Jiang Ermao could also help him collect the goods. Who could have thought that this young man would not give the goods to Jiang Ermao, but took them to the Hollywood Hotel? I heard that some time ago, this guy named Jiang Han sent a lot of good things to the Hollywood Hotel. This harms his interests. Boss Qian was still smiling. I thought you were like other villagers, selling some mussels to me. I don't have time to accept that kind of stuff. It's different if you have a large batch. If you send the goods directly to me in the future, I will definitely give you a good price. Jiang Han also smiled at Boss Qian. He originally wanted to refuse bluntly, but thinking about the fact that the Hollywood Hotel and the store were next to each other, harmony was the most important thing in doing business. It would be bad if the two families got into an unpleasant quarrel because of his matter. Boss Qian, the restaurant owner's sister, is my friend. I won't use normal purchasing channels for my goods. When you sell your own goods to your friends, it is no longer a simple relationship of interest. Just then, Manhwa just came out of the restaurant. Jiang Han, you are in town. I didn't go home last night. Jiang Han winked at Manhwa and said, tell Boss Qian if we are friends. Manhwa patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and said, we are not friends, then what is it? After saying that, her little face turned red. Boss Qian was stunned. Why did this look like a young couple flirting? If they are in love, it is normal to bring this young guy to the restaurant. Maybe because of their relationship, those things were half sold and half given away. Boss Qian felt sad when he thought about it, and felt that he had lost a lot of money. The smile on Boss Qian's face turned awkward. You guys chat. Having said that, he closed the shop, rode away on his electric scooter, and no one knew what he was doing. Have you had breakfast? Do you want to join us? Manhwa blinked her big eyes and asked Jiang Han in a soft and cute voice. Holy One Hotel does not serve breakfast, but sometimes, Jiang Han and Zhang Heide want to have breakfast in their restaurant. Meng Fei would also make them seafood noodles or seafood fried rice. There are definitely no things like steamed buns. Jiang Han originally didn't plan to have breakfast. It has been like this for many years. This breakfast is served sporadically, and it seems it doesn't matter whether you eat it or not. I haven't eaten yet, let's go eat together. There is a steamed bun shop in the town. In addition to selling steamed buns, they also sell pancakes, fried dough sticks, sesame balls and fried dough sticks. The boss didn't hire any outsiders, he only employed his own family members. Jiang Han hasn't eaten pancakes and fried dough sticks for a long time, so he asked the boss to serve a large pancake and fried dough sticks, plus a bowl of soy milk. In addition to the tofu pudding, Manhwa also ordered 2 large seafood buns. Jiang Han took a picture of the pancake and soy milk and posted it on his Moments. The post was accompanied by the following text: I've been feeling a bit tired of seafood lately, so I'm going to eat something light. At once, several classmates commented on his circle of friends. Hu Danzan, I'll give you 2 minutes to delete this post and repost it. Lu Boong, you can get tired of eating seafood. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Tian Xingwen, even though I am a rich second generation, my family can only eat seafood a few times a month. Yu He, are you trying to stir up hatred? Ma Xiaomei, envy. Ma Xiaomei, let's eat seafood together again if there's a chance, shy face. Of course Jiang Han couldn't delete this post and repost it. He posted on WeChat Moments just to record his daily life. Jiang Han was very satisfied with the breakfast. When Manhwa wanted to pay, she found that her share had already been paid by Jiang Han. Thank you, Jiang Han. When Manhwa smiled, there was a cute dimple on her cheek. Why are you being so polite to me? Every time you round up the money for me, it's enough for me to treat you to several breakfasts. Jiang Han and Manhwa walked to the entrance of the hotel together. Jiang Han still wanted to ride his electric 3-wheeled motorcycle back. Manhwa thought it was funny when he first saw Jiang Han riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Now that he has seen it many times, he actually thinks Jiang Han is quite handsome when riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Jiang Han had already ridden away on his 3-wheeled motorcycle, and Manhwa was still waving from behind. Jiang Han, be careful on the road. Jiang Han didn't turn around, but just stretched out his hand and waved at her. Got it. When Jiang Han arrived at the village, the villagers looked at him differently again. Thanks to Aunt Bucktooth's publicity, everyone in the village knew that Jiang Han was a real talent. Old man Jiang came over shamelessly and said, Han, what are the techniques for catching fish at the beach? Why don't you teach me? Jiang Han glanced at him and sighed, actually there's no special skill. I just have X-ray vision. A pair of eyes can see everything clearly. Old man Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You kid, you're still playing tricks on me. If you don't want to teach me, then don't teach me. But you made this up to trick me. Old man Jiang was just asking, he never thought Jiang Han would really teach him. After all, this is someone else's livelihood skill. If you give it to others, you may lose your job. Old man Jiang couldn't help but think of Jiang Han's parents. Jiang Han's parents were really down-to-earth people. It's just a hard life, leaving early. Otherwise, I would be enjoying the blessing of a son and a daughter now. In the future, don't tell others that you have X-ray vision or something like that. I won't be angry, but someone who is petty might get angry. They might think you are insincere. Jiang Han was also speechless. When he told lies, there were always people who didn't believe him. When he told the truth, even fewer people believed him. Seeing that old man Jiang was also kind-hearted, he nodded and said, got it, thank you Uncle Jiang. Where are you going? Asked old man Jiang. Go to the seawall and collect the crab pots. What's the point of collecting crab cages? They must be out of stock. Even if Jiang Han has the ability to catch crabs at sea, he doesn't have the ability to place crab cages. Old man Jiang said this, but he still followed Jiang Han out of curiosity. The other people in the village knew that Jiang Han was going to collect the crab cages, so they followed him. In the past, the harvest from setting up crab cages was quite large, but in recent years, with the changes in the environment, there are fewer and fewer things in the sea. Several times, they put out more than a dozen crab pots but couldn't catch a single crab. Jiang Han first found the placement of the first crab cage. He lowered his head to look at the crab cage, and wow, there were two fish. Because the opening of the crab cage is small, the fish that can enter are not big. These two fish weigh about 1 or 2 kilograms. There are black and white spots on the fish scales. It turned out to be a blackhead fish. In addition to the blackhead fish, there were also 2 brown crabs. These 2 big brown crabs probably just came in. They are opening their claws as if they want to eat fish. Jiang Han quickly pulled up the crab cage. The onlookers all gasped when they saw Jiang Han pulling up the crab cage. There are fish. There were also 2 big crabs. This fish is a blackhead fish. If we take this fish to Jiang Ermao, wouldn't it cost 50 or 60 yuan per catty? These 2 fish alone cost $100 or $200. If Jiang Han relies on strength to catch crabs, then placing crab cages can't be a skill. Yes, Jiang Han is so lucky. Jiang Han was glad that he brought 2 buckets with him. Afraid that the crab would pinch the 2 blackhead fish, he separated the fish and the crab. He went to find a second cage. The ropes of his crab cages are all 20 meters long. The water level on this side of the seawall is not very deep, so a 20-meter rope is basically enough. The water level in the second cage was even shallower, almost 10 meters to the bottom. In the second cage, there was only 1 crab, but it weighs 2 kilograms and is a swimming crab. And Gihua felt sad, but was also happy for Jiang Han. This is a swimming crab. This one can be sold for 200 yuan. Jiang Han smiled and said nothing. They were all talking about the price that Jiang Ermao would give. Meng Fei is much more generous than Jiang Ermao. Jiang Han put the swimming crab together with the 2 brown crabs. He went to look for a third cage. This time he didn't even lie down to look, but directly pulled the cage up. Well, the cage is empty. The villagers laughed heartily, without any ill intention, but with a certain degree of gloating. This empty cage is normal. Jiang Han went to look for the 4th cage. This time he lay down and took a look. Through the sea water, he saw that the cage was also empty. He didn't care if the villagers laughed at him. He just saw a fish swimming next to the crab pot. Although Jiang Han was bound to the extreme scanning system, when he looked down from above, from his current angle, he could only see the top of the fish. Although he could see a little of the lower part, he was not familiar with this fish and could not tell what kind of fish it was. Jiang Han thought quickly and picked up the rope of the crab cage to catch the fish. He didn't know what it was. I don't know if the fish was stupid or not, but when it saw the crab cage coming, it didn't hide and swam directly into it. Jian Gan, is this okay? Aunt Bucktooth complained, if you want to pull it up, just pull it up. Why are you swinging a rope? Lao Luo stood nearby and laughed, be careful with this rope swinging back and forth, or it might shake everything in the cage off. While they were talking, Jiang Han pulled up the cage. Oh my god. I am not mistaken. It's soil spot. There are many types of grouper, and the earth grouper is one of them. And it is a very delicious one. If you sell it, you can get several hundred yuan per pound. The villagers who were watching were all amazed. What kind of luck is this? I can even catch a dirt spot. Jiang Han, did you take this crab cage to the goddess of mercy for blessing? Yes. The master has been consecrating it for 49 days. Jiang Han said casually. When the villagers heard this, they didn't expect it to be true. If it was really blessed by a master, it would be no wonder. The village chief's wife came over at some point and asked, Master, can you bless the crab cage? Last time I brought a smaller cage, but the master refused to open it. He said it was a sin. Jiang Han didn't expect that there would actually be someone who would bring a cage to be consecrated. Aunt Li asked, Jiang Han, which master are you looking for to have your blessing? The effect is so good, she also wants to go and consecrate it. Considering Jiang Han's gains today, she would be willing to give him a red envelope worth hundreds or thousands of dollars. Jiang Han pointed at himself and said, Isn't that me, the master? It is more reliable to rely on your own eyes than on anyone else. When the villagers heard Jiang Han say this, they were both angry and amused. It seemed that Jiang Han was just making fun of them. Jiang Han, how many cages did you put down in total? 6, 4 of which have been fished out now. Old man Zhang answered for Jiang Han. What good things do the other two have? Almost all the villagers looked at them eagerly. Jiang Han was a little speechless. Next time he fished out the crab cage, he should do it when no one was around. I always feel uncomfortable being watched by so many people. The other 2 crab cages were placed a little far away, so Jiang Han walked along the seawall, and the villagers followed him. In this grand manner, Jiang Han found the 5th cage. The contents of this cage were not so surprising, but there was also a large blue crab and a small white pomfret. The small white pomfret had been torn to pieces by the big blue crab. Generally, small fish will try to stay away from crabs. It is estimated that this small white pomfret entered the crab cage first, and the crab crawled into the crab cage after smelling the small white pomfret. Jiang Han placed the big blue crab in the bucket of crabs and threw the still-breathing small white pomfret into the sea. This little white pomfret is unlikely to survive, but if it has a strong vitality, there may be a miracle. Everything depends on its luck. Jiang Han found the last cage, and when he lifted it up, there were actually 3 crabs in it, 1 big blue crab and 2 swimming crabs. The big blue crab had 1 claw broken off, so it couldn't be sold at a good price, so it was just right for me to keep for myself. Anyway, breaking a pair of pliers won't affect the taste. The villagers were astonished. They put out more than a dozen crab pots, and they would be thankful if there was a swimming crab in one of them. Jiang Han caught 3 swimming crabs in 6 cages. In addition to swimming crabs, there were also large blue crabs, mud crabs, blackhead fish. Their crab cages for next year will not be as cost-effective as Jiang Han's this time. Jiang Han, you are so lucky, can't you share some of your luck with us? Aunt Bucktooth was almost dying of envy. Jiang Han smiled and said, We are all from the same village. If it were possible to divide it, I would have divided it among you a long time ago. He had told them long ago that he relied on his eyes, but they just didn't believe him. The villagers looked at Jiang Han's 2 buckets of things, and all they could feel was envy. Jiang Han thought about it, put a blackhead fish in his pond, and put the crab with a broken claw into the basin. Although there is only 1 pliers left, it is still lethal. If I put it together with blackhead fish, I'm afraid that the blackhead fish will be clamped to death. Finally, he put the 2 crabs in the basin. He called Jiang Feng, Sister, I got something with the crab cage and put it in the pond at home. Come and get it yourself. Jiang Feng's impetuous voice came from the other end of the phone. What can you catch in the crab cage? You should eat it yourself. Sister, you underestimate me. Not only can I leave it to you, I can also sell it. Okay, you're awesome. Don't go out yet, wait for me. Jiang Feng hung up the phone after saying this. Jiang Han was stunned. He asked her to go there by herself because he had to go to town. If he hadn't gone into town, he would have sent it to her. Now Jiang Feng asked him not to go out. Never mind. It won't take a while. He lay comfortably in the rocking chair, listening to music on his mobile phone while waiting for his sister. The internet downstairs is not very good, it is always intermittent, but it is good now. The recent show I Am the King of Singers was quite interesting, and the 2 foreigners sang really well. When Jiang Feng came over, she saw Jiang Han sitting in a rocking chair like a big boss. Although he is at an age when he should be working from 9 to 5, he is living the life of an elderly person in the village. But when he thought about the things his brother had bought for the family and the things he had given her, his heart warmed up again. If my brother didn't come back, I might not be able to afford so many things. Sis, put the things in the pool and get them yourself. No hurry. Jiang Feng took out a plastic bag with a sealed ceramic bowl inside. I made the thing you gave me the next day. I came to your place twice but didn't see you. This thing has been kept in the refrigerator of Aunt Wang's house next door. Aunt Wang is Jiang Feng's neighbor and her family is fairly well off. In order to freeze the earthworm jelly, I even gave them a small bowl. Earthworm jelly is very expensive, but she doesn't feel sorry about giving it away. She just wanted to let the villagers know that her brother was sensible and capable. After she has the ability, she will be able to take care of her sister. She is not the ungrateful person they say. Jiang Han smiled and said, "Can't you just call me? I just wanted to come and see if there's anything I can help you with." Jiang Han remembered that yesterday he took off his dirty clothes, put them in the washing machine and went to town. There is no time to dry it. When he came back today, the clothes were not only dry, but also neatly folded and placed on his bedside table. My sister really found every opportunity to help him pack his things. Jiang Han opened the sealed lid of the ceramic bowl, and there was indeed earthworm jelly inside. When I was young, my parents were still alive and my father also dug up earthworms. The earthworm jelly is made by my mother. When he was a child, he would lick his lips and miss the food he had eaten. The earthworm jelly made by my sister looks exactly like the one made by my mother. Jiang Han took a bite and found that even the taste was similar. If this earthworm is wild, the taste will be exactly the same. Jiang Han's eyes were a little moist. Sister, I haven't visited my parents' graves since I came back. Let's find a time to go to the graves together. Oh, okay. There were a lot of miscellaneous things going on at home, and she hadn't visited the grave since Qingming Festival. Now that my younger brother is back, he should visit my parents' graves. Jiang Feng went to the pond and saw the things in the pond, as well as the things that Jiang Han was planning to sell. Did you catch this with the crab cage? Jiang Feng couldn't believe his eyes. After he sent his children to school, he also went to release the crab pots. At the beginning, I could still catch one or two things, but later on, there were fewer and fewer things. After returning empty-handed several times in a row, Jiang Feng was too lazy to even put up the cage. If you have this spare time, you might as well make some fishing nets and earn some money. But Jiang Han and these. I put the cage down the day before yesterday. I was supposed to go check it yesterday evening, but I forgot about it. I only went to pick it up this morning. After thinking about it, if he had gone to pick it up yesterday, there probably wouldn't be so many goods. Then he should lift the cage once every 2 days from now on, so that he can feel more relaxed. Where did you put the cage? Just over there by the seawall. Jiang Feng really didn't expect it to be the seawall. She had placed cages there, but where were Jiang Han's things? At this moment, Jiang Han's phone vibrated, and someone in the class group was tagging him again. After knowing that he lived on the island, this group of people wanted to see his daily island life day by day. Hu Danzin at Jiang Han, what are you doing today? Yu He at Jiang Han, I want to know too. Tian Xingwen, if I can't live by the sea, it's good to see other people's life by the sea. Jiang Han really couldn't do anything about them. Jiang Han, eating snacks. Li Fiyo, what snacks do you eat? Jiang Han thought that these people might as well install a camera on him. He took a photo of what he ate and posted it in the group. The other people looked puzzled. What is this? Hu Danzin blinked. She knew about this thing. Hu Danzin, Jiang Han, what you are eating is not earthworm jelly, right? Jiang Han, not bad. You also know about earthworm jelly. Hu Danzin, is this really earthworm jelly? Is this thing authentic? There are many fake ones now. Jiang Han, this is something my sister made herself. Do you think it's real? Lu Boang at Hu Danzin, is this thing expensive? Hu Danzin, not bad. When she said it was okay, she meant it was okay compared to her as a rich second generation. She just couldn't imagine that Jiang Han could eat earthworm jelly as a casual snack. Hu Danzin still put the earthworm jelly from the store she often bought from online. The earthworm jelly in this store is authentic, and the ingredients used are real. He doesn't dare to buy from other stores. Lu Boang felt sick to his stomach after seeing Hu Danzin's screenshots. Lu Boang at Jiang Han, you eat something that costs hundreds of pounds as a snack. Lu Boang felt that the food in Jiang Han's big bowl weighed about 2 kilograms. He just eats it with a spoon? Jiang Han didn't expect that the earthworm jelly sold online was so expensive. He bought farmed earthworms for 200 yuan per kilogram. 1 kilogram of earthworms can actually make a lot of earthworm jelly. His big bowl of earthworm jelly only contained a few earthworms. I didn't expect them to be so surprised. At this time, Lu Boang sent him a private message. Lu Boang, are you really not planning to return to the city to develop? Jiang Han, I have a poor ability to withstand pressure, and life in a big city is not suitable for me. Lu Boong, after considering it, I decided to stay in my original company. After all, I got a 500 yuan increase. If I change to another company, I really won't get such a salary. Jiang Han sighed. Before graduation, Lu Boong was the most ambitious student in the class, and he even talked to Jiang Han about the future. Unexpectedly, after graduation, 500 yuan made him make a choice against his will. Lu Boong, earthworms should be very cheap in your area, right? They should be picked up for free at the beach. Jiang Han gave Lu Boong an expression in return and said nothing. Lu Boong had no family background, and it was not easy for him to make his way in a big city alone. He'd better not say anything to provoke him. When Xiang Feng saw that Jiang Han had finished eating the earthworm jelly, he put the ceramic bowl back into the plastic bag. When I was about to leave, I asked, "Where did you put the crab pot today?" Jiang Han was stunned. His memory has been extremely bad these days. After he lifted the crab cage up, he actually forgot to put it back. Jiang Feng was also stunned when he saw Jiang Han taking out the crab cage. "You didn't put it back." "I'll put it on now." Jiang Feng was still holding the seafood Jiang Han had left for her. Thinking that there was nothing left in the pond to use as bait, she asked again, "What are you using as bait?" Jiang Han took out a bottle of bait. He found that the bait bought online and the bait bought from the fishing tackle store in town seemed to be similar in effect. "So it doesn't matter which one you use. Is this what you use?" Jiang Feng asked. "Last time I put in some shellfish meat. This time, it seems like there really is nothing to put. If I had known earlier, I would not have thrown that small white pomfret into the sea. I could have chopped it up and used it as bait." After thinking about it, Jiang Han went to take out the blackhead fish from the bucket to use as bait. Jiang Feng looked so painful. "This wild blackhead fish is not cheap, it can be sold for over 100 yuan per pound. The blackhead fish here weighed about 2 kilograms each. How could he be willing to use a fish worth 200 yuan as bait? Just stay here, I'll get it for you." Jiang Han didn't want to trouble Jiang Feng, but Jiang Feng had already run away. "When I came back, I had 2 more green carps in my hands. This bluefin bream has a strong flavor and is particularly good as bait." In terms of experience, Jiang Feng has much more experience than Jiang Han. "Sister, how much are these 2 green fish? I'll transfer them to you." Jiang Feng glared at Jiang Han. "You want to charge me for this 3 or 4 yuan per pound of green bream? Then you gave me so many things, should I also transfer the money to you?" Jiang Han stopped talking. After all the calculations, he still didn't know the answer. Jiang Feng cut each bluefin bream into 3 sections and put them into the bait bucket of each cage. Now, let alone fish, even someone with a not-so-sensitive nose like Jiang Han can smell the fishy smell of the green felt fish. It seems that this bluefin bream is really good as bait. Jiang Han went to put the cage away and Jiang Feng followed behind him. "The main reason is that I want to learn from my younger brother. His crab pot can catch so many things, there must be something unique about it." As a result, she saw Jiang Han casually throwing the crab cage into the sea. Jiang Feng. "That's it?" When Jiang Han turned his head, he saw his sister looking at him in shock. "Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Jiang Feng shook his head. "I'm fine." It's better for her not to say anything. Her brother might just be lucky. She took the things Jiang Han gave her and went back. She thought to herself that people's luck will definitely come to an end. If her brother's luck comes to an end, she must take good care of him, because her younger brother is really sensible. After arriving home, after some hesitation, he still sent a message to Jiang Han. "After you make money from selling seafood, remember to save a little more. This money will come in handy when you are unlucky in the future." Jiang Han gave her a blackhead fish, a large blue crab with broken claws, and 2 king crabs. Jiang Han wanted to give her a swimming crab, but she refused and returned it. During this period, Jiang Han would always send her some seafood, so their family really had no shortage of seafood. She took another look at what she was holding. The big blue crab had a broken claw and could not be sold at a good price. She steamed it together with the 2 king crabs and gave it to the 2 children. Blackhead fish is delicious but expensive, so she usually can't bear to buy it. After thinking about it, she decided to sell the blackhead fish to a seafood collector in the village before going home. A wild blackhead fish, weighing 2.2 jin, was sold for 150 yuan. Jiang Feng decided to keep the money for Jiang Han, which could be considered as her way of saving some money for him. When Jiang Han was riding his 3-wheeled motorcycle with the things in his hand, he received a call from the courier. The seeds he bought a few days ago have arrived at the town's delivery point. The courier asked him whether he wanted to come to the town to pick them up or have them delivered to the village. "If it is delivered to the village, it will be 2 more days late." "Master, let me ask, can you send express delivery? Of course, we can deliver express here and send express as well. Then I'll come to town to get it. Jiang Han got off his electric scooter and knocked on Aunt Giwa's door next door. Aunt, do you have any dried food? Mussels, dried heyday, dried squid will do. Most fishermen have something like this at home. Although it is difficult to catch large quantities of seafood nowadays, there is no shortage of things like mussels and kelp. If they can't finish eating it, they will dry it. Mussels that have been dried in the sun become mussels. They are just called differently. The second time Mazayome and Mazayome went fishing with him, they helped him pick a lot of lugu shrimps. He was the kind of person who didn't like to owe anyone anything, so he bought some dry goods and sent them to them. Aunt Gihua was naturally happy when she heard that Jiang Han wanted to buy her things. I gave him a big bag of dried clams, a big bag of dried seaweed, and a big bag of dried squid. Aunt Gihua didn't say how much she wanted, so Jiang Han gave her 600. Aunt Gihua smiled as she watched Jiang Han leave. Even if she didn't catch anything, as long as Jiang Han was willing to buy things from her, she would earn more than other old ladies in the village. During this period, she made a lot of money with the help of Jiang Han. No, she had to go to the beach to pick more kelp. What if Jiang Han asked her to buy it again one day? Even if you don't ask her to buy it, she can keep it for herself, so she won't lose out anyway. When Jiang Han rode the electric three-wheeled motorcycle again, Jiang Ermao stood in front of him without him knowing when. Jiang Han smiled and greeted Jiang Ermao, "Uncle Ermao, come out for a walk." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Ermao to respond, he rode his electric three-wheeled motorcycle and passed by him. Jiang Ermao was so angry that his beard stood up. He deliberately stood in front of him because he thought Jiang Han would at least sell the things to him because they were from the same village. At least this time the stuff will be sold to him. As a result, he just said hello and walked around him. He saw clearly that there were 2 buckets in Jiang Han's electric three-wheeled vehicle. There are no secrets in the village. The villagers either said he caught a mud dragon or a mud crab, or a swimming crab. These are all good stuff. But none of these things were ever sold to him. But he didn't know what to say. These things belong to Jiang Han, he can sell them to whoever he wants. Even if the emperor comes, it is Jiang Han's freedom. It's only been a few days, and Jiang Han has even bought a three-wheeled motorcycle. Does he really not plan to go back to the city? The person speaking was Yi Tianation's mother, who had gone back to her parents' home these days. As soon as I came back, I saw Jiang Han riding an electric three-wheeled motorcycle out of the village. I've been buying it for several days. Aunt Li has a good relationship with Yi Tianation's mother. She told Yi Tianation's mother what she knew. This electric three-wheeler is not cheap. In addition to the electric three-wheeler, Jiang Han also bought a water heater and a washing machine. After hearing this, Yi Tianation's mother was even more disdainful. He has bought so many things. He really doesn't plan to go to the city. A college student from a prestigious university wants to stay on this barren island. Isn't he afraid of being embarrassed when he tells others about it? Aunt Li felt a little sorry when Yi Tianation's mother said that. Yes, all those years of studying were in vain. If you really want to be a fisherman, you can do it even if you can't read. He looked at Yi Tianation's mother with envy again. Your Tian Tian is really capable. She was admitted to graduate school. It's really a great honor for our ancestors. The smile on Yi Tianation's mother's face deepened. It's also our Tianation's own efforts. By the way, isn't it summer vacation now? Other schools are on vacation too. Why doesn't Tian Tian come back for the holiday? Speaking of this, Yi Tianation's mother was even more proud. They are already graduate students. How can they be treated like college students? They have a lot of things to do with their supervisors. Wasn't that very hard? Not even a day off. There are holidays, but they are not that long. Our Tian Tian will be back next week. Yi Tianation's mother became happier and happier as she spoke. Her daughter was really foresight and broke up with someone like Jiang Han. Someone like Jiang Han was really not worthy of her daughter. In town, when Manhwa saw Jiang Han, her chubby little face smiled, as if it could warm up the winter. Didn't you just return to the village? Why are you here again? It's impossible to go to the beach so quickly. I put out a few crab cages the day before yesterday and caught some food. It was hot during the day and I was worried that they wouldn't be able to be stored at home, so I sent them here first. Manhwa leaned over to Jiang Han's bucket and looked. Oh, there are dirt spots. And swimming crabs. How many crab cages did you put there? We released 6. Manhwa was amazed. Jiang Han, you are so amazing. Someone came to eat here yesterday and said that it's getting harder and harder to catch crabs at the beach. Even with more than a dozen crab pots, nothing was caught. But you caught so many with just 6 crab pots. Jiang Han smiled and said, maybe I'm just luckier. Then you are really lucky. Manhwa took Jiang Han to the place where the dishes were weighed. It was dinner time and the restaurant was busy. Meng Fei couldn't spare time, so she asked Manhwa to weigh the seafood for Jiang Han alone. A blackhead fish weighing 2.5 kilograms costs 300 yuan. A large blue crab, 2 kilograms, 180 yuan. 3 swimming crabs, 5 pounds in total, 990 yuan. The total is 1,470. Manhwa said this and transferred 1,500 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han suddenly felt that putting the crab cage was quite easy. He put the cage down and the stuff went in by itself. When the time came, he would go and pick it up and get the money. Ding, the host sold seafood for 1,500 yuan and obtained 1,500 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 3,837 points. You can now consume 2,500 system points to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange successful, the host has a scanning range of 150 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 1,337 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han easily increased the scanning range by another 5 meters. Jiang Han, have you eaten yet? Are you eating in the store? Jiang Han had just eaten earthworm jelly, but young people consume a lot of energy, and it was time for dinner, so he could eat it if he wanted. He was planning to invite Zhang Heide to eat together, but when he made a call, the phone rang from outside the door. When Jiang Han opened the door, he saw Zhang Heide carrying a box of drinks and putting them in the warehouse. He didn't even see Jiang Han and turned around to carry another box of drinks. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. He thought he was playing games in an internet cafe, but he didn't expect that he was doing hard labor in a restaurant. In order not to embarrass his brother, he took a step aside. After Zhang Heide finished moving the things, Meng Fei handed him a towel. Wipe it off quickly, you're sweating. Zhang Heide smiled and wiped his face with a towel. Thank you, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. You always come to help us. What do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it for you. It will be all right. Then I'll make you a grilled fish. Okay, all good. Jiang Han smiled at Manhwa and said, I won't eat here. He really didn't expect that Zhang Heide was so sensible when he was away. As soon as Jiang Han walked out of the hotel, Zhang Heide called Jiang Han. Brother Han, what's the matter with you calling me just now? It's okay. Go ahead and do your work. Jiang Han glanced at the Hollywood Hotel. He decided not to be a light bulb anymore and hoped that Zhang Heide could achieve his wish as soon as possible. Jiang Han bought a pancake filled with seafood on the street. It's delicious to eat this snack occasionally. He had never been to a courier station, so he asked people on the street and finally found a postal service station. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. It seemed that all the express deliveries of these small items that could be delivered to the village were sent by post. Does that mean that whenever he buys small items in the future, he just needs to choose Postal Express? Jiang Han pushed the door open and went in, first picking up his own package. Then he asked the staff inside for a delivery slip. Ma Xiaomei sent Jiang Han their home address a few days ago. Ma Xiaomei invited Jiang Han to her home as a couch surfer. They would provide the best couch for Jiang Han. Jiang Han doesn't have time at the moment and said he will go when he has time. Now he copied this address on the express delivery slip. After he sent the things out, he rode his electric 3-wheeled motorcycle back to the village. When he got home, he started reading a pile of e-books. When the time comes, he will need to drive a boat and take exams, so he will still need to know a lot of theoretical knowledge. As he watched, he fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept before he was pushed awake by Zhang Heide. Brother Han, didn't you say you were going to the beach? Jiang Han looked at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. Brother Han, if you are tired, just rest at home. Tell me a place and I will go there. I was just reading and fell asleep. I just slept for a while and now I'm full of energy. If Zhang Heide were to go alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to earn even a few dollars after a whole night. Today is a huge tide. Brother Han, why don't we go pump the water out of the puddle? Get a bigger bucket and scoop out the water. It's a pity we don't have a pump, otherwise we could use one. Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, maybe it's not necessary. Let's bring the landing net with us. The last time Jiang Han bought the scoop net with the longest handle, but the total length is only 1.6 meters. If I had known earlier, I would have bought a telescopic scoop net online. The last time he took a look, the telescopic scoop net could be up to 2.8 meters long. It's more than 1 meter longer. Zhang Heide didn't understand why Jiang Han was so persistent about the scoop net this time, but there must be a reason why Brother Han was persistent. How about we connect a bamboo pole to it? Zhang Heidei suggested. Jian Han thought this was a solution. Where can we find bamboo poles in the middle of the night? If I run up the mountain now, what if I encounter a cobra? Besides, the tide is already receding. If they delay any longer, the tide will rise. Why don't I go get one from home? Do you have any at home? There are a lot of bamboo poles piled up in my backyard. Zhang Heidei's home was not far away, and it only took 3 to 5 minutes to get the bamboo pole. Jian Han nodded, then go get it. Jian Han didn't follow, but just waited there. When Zhang Heidei saw that the door was closed, he simply climbed over the wall and went in. The dog at home was about to bark when it saw someone coming in, but when it smelled Zhang Heidei's scent, it started wagging its tail again. Zhang Heidei touched the dog's head, picked up 2 sturdy bamboo poles, and climbed over the courtyard wall again. 3 minutes later, he met up with Jiang Han. In addition to 2 bamboo poles, he also had 2 hemp ropes in his hands. Jiang Han didn't think much about it. Seeing that there were bamboo poles and hemp ropes, he used the hemp rope to tie a bamboo pole to his landing net. Zhang Heidei also followed Jiang Han's example and wrapped a bamboo pole around the scoop net. The scoop net suddenly became more than 3 meters long. But the pole looks like it's not of very good quality and I guess it won't be able to bear much weight. Jiang Han also realized this. In any case, you won't know until you use it. Because of the huge tide, the coastline retreated very far. Jiang Han and Zhang Heidei went towards the rocky coast. When we got there, we saw all kinds of headlights flashing everywhere. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment, then felt it was normal. After all, today is a huge tide. People who don't usually go out to catch seafood will also come out when there is a huge tide. After all, who can resist money? Because it was night, no one covered their faces. Every face was clearly visible. Jiang Han is here. Jiang Han, you're a little late today. Jiang Han, everyone says you are lucky and have real skills. In a situation like today, you can't do it, right? On this side of the rocky coast, when the tide recedes, many puddles of varying sizes are left behind. There are often big goods in those big puddles. The villagers who arrived early had already chosen the watering hole based on their own experience. At this time, almost the whole family goes out. Almost the whole family took buckets and started scooping water. After all the water in the puddle has dried up, you can pick up the seafood inside. Because the tide would rise, everyone estimated their own abilities. They didn't dare to choose puddles that were too deep, and they looked down on those that were too shallow. Almost all suitable puddles have been occupied by people. Among these people, the most eye-catching is the village chief's family. The village chief and his family usually don't come to the beach unless there is a huge tide or a high tide. This time, they brought all the water pumps from their homes. Brother Han, what should we do now? Zhang Heidei is stupid and he has no idea what to do. Is he going to return empty-handed this time? It is impossible to be empty-handed. Today's situation was indeed something Jiang Han had not expected, but it didn't matter. Jiang Han pointed to the puddle on the left and said, "Go there." Zhang Heidei was surprised. That was the biggest puddle. Brother Han, will we have enough time to scoop out the 2 buckets we brought? This puddle is what's left because everyone felt there was no time to scoop it out. Even though the village chief had a water pump at home, he didn't choose this one. We don't scoop. Jiang Han and Zhang Heidei walked over there. On the way, they actually saw Zhang Heidei's parents and his elder brother and sister-in-law. My eldest brother and sister-in-law usually don't live in the village, but they came back specially because of the huge tide today. The people of the Zhang family treated Zhang Heidei like a stranger and didn't even say hello. Instead, Zhang Heidei stepped forward and greeted everyone one by one. Zhang Heidei's mother glanced at him and said, "You just eat and do nothing all day long? I really raised you in vain." Zhang Heidei clenched his fists unconsciously. In the past, because Zhang Heidei felt uncomfortable eating with his family, he would eat their leftovers after they finished eating. After eating, he would wash the dishes consciously. Of course, sometimes there was no food left, but Zhang Heidei would still wash the dishes. During this period, Zhang Heidei has been living outside. Zhang Heidei's parents only knew that Zhang Heidei did not wash the dishes, but they did not know that Zhang Heidei had not returned home. A person at home can be ignored to this extent. Zhang Heidei's elder brother handed his bucket to Zhang Heidei, and the meaning was obvious, that is, let Zhang Heidei scoop. Zhang Heidei closed his eyes and walked away pretending he saw nothing. Zhang Heidei's sister-in-law stamped her feet in anger. What does he mean? He is unlearned and unskillful every day. We raised him without complaining about anything, but he has become a grudge. Heidei heard all these words, but he did not argue, just followed Jiang Han with firm steps. Jiang Han looked back at him. Zhang Heidei looked unhappy. Jiang Han patted Zhang Heidei on the shoulder, thinking that his brother had become more successful than before. In the past, if his elder brother handed him the bucket of water, he would definitely take it without saying a word and do the hard work for them. Jiang Han and Jiang Haide stood at the largest puddle. Brother Han, there is too much water. What should we do? Jiang Han closed his eyes and opened them again. He could see the situation under the puddle clearly. This puddle is about 10 meters deep and covers a large area. Give me the scoop net. Jiang Haide handed the scoop net tied to a bamboo pole to Jiang Han. Brother Han, you don't want to just do that, do you? Although he believed in Brother Han, he also felt that this was unreliable. Jiang Han smiled at Jiang Haide. We have a lot of swindlers here, we can get them easily. As Jiang Han spoke, he took out his scoop net and scooped up some fish. 5 shrimps were caught in one scoop. Each shrimp is as long as a forearm, with several sections on its body, one brown and one white. Jiang Haide looked at it in shock. This is this bamboo shrimp? Aunt Allen and her family were scooping water from the puddle next to them. Everyone said Jiang Han was lucky. When Aunt Allen heard that Jiang Han was going to use a scoop net to catch seafood, she thought that Jiang Han might not be mentally normal. If they could just scoop it out easily with a scoop net, why would they go through so much trouble to scoop water? I originally wanted to watch the fun and make fun of Jiang Han, but I ended up seeing Jiang Han catching the bamboo shrimp. This operation was so sour that her teeth almost fell out. When the surrounding villagers heard about bamboo shrimp, they all looked over here. Did Jiang Han find the bamboo shrimp? How many did you find? There are 5. And Kumquat shouted to those people. After hearing Aunt Kumquat say there were only 5, no one cared so much. Although bamboo shrimps are expensive, this is just the price for 5 bamboo shrimps. After all, if you draw from a water pit, as long as your luck is not too bad, you can always draw all kinds of good stuff. What they didn't know was that each of Jiang Han's 5 bamboo shrimps was as long as his forearm. Just 5 bamboo shrimps weigh more than 1 kilogram. Jiang Han discovered that there were quite a lot of bamboo shrimps in this pit, but the original length of his scoop net plus the length of the bamboo pole was only about 3.5 meters. He couldn't catch the shrimps below, so he could only catch the shrimps above. When he saw bamboo shrimps swimming up from the bottom, he scooped them up with a scoop net. Jiang Han casually used 3 nets to catch shrimps, and there were 15 or 16 bamboo shrimps in the bucket. Seeing how easily Jiang Han fished, Jiang Haide also tried to fish with his own scoop net tied to a bamboo pole. As a result, the first net caught nothing, the second net caught some broken kelp, and the third net caught some broken kelp again. Jiang Haide was hit, and Jiang Han caught a lot of bamboo shrimps. Brother Han, how about I scoop some water? Jiang Haide felt that he was really useless and always felt that he should do something. No need to scoop. With such a big puddle, they couldn't scoop much even when the tide was high. He looked at Jiang Haide and felt that he should indeed find him something to do. How's your diving? Is 10 meters a problem? When they were little, they all scuba dived. Now that so many years have passed, he wonders if Jiang Haide has regressed? No problem, I can do that. Then dive to the bottom. There is something there, but his scoop net just couldn't catch it. Jiang Haide was very happy to hear that he could also do things. Without saying a word, he took off his clothes, pants and shoes, leaving only a pair of shorts, took a deep breath, and jumped into the puddle. Hearing a plop, the people around looked over again. What is this for? Jiang Han, there's no need to do this. It's just a puddle, is it necessary to jump in? And we don't know what's in this puddle. What if there's danger? Even if there is no danger, it is impossible to catch anything by diving except those that cannot move. Even if I catch one every time, how many can I catch? At this moment, Jiang Haide emerged from the puddle and grabbed 3 sea cucumbers with one hand, a total of 6 sea cucumbers. He put the sea cucumbers into the bucket. Brother Han, give me a bag quickly. There are so many sea cucumbers at the bottom. If there were a lot of fish below, he would have no way to deal with it. But for something like sea cucumber, it was not difficult for him to catch it. Jiang Han smiled and handed him a plastic bag. That's enough. Don't force it. Diving again and again is very tiring. But fortunately it is summer now, so at least people won't freeze. Don't worry, I know what to do. Jiang Haide is very excited now. He is very happy that he can get something for Brother Han with his own ability. Jiang Haide took a deep breath and dived again with the plastic bag. Jiang Han caught a lot of bamboo shrimps. Logically speaking, if there are so many bamboo shrimps in his puddle, there should be other places as well. He craned his neck and looked at several other puddles. He now has a scanning range of 150 meters. He could also see several other puddles clearly within a range of 150 meters. There were 1 or 2 bamboo shrimps in a few puddles, but not as many as in his puddle. Sure enough, choosing a large puddle is definitely the right choice. Jiang Haide popped his head out and put all the sea cucumbers in the bag into the bucket. After releasing it, it dived again. Jiang Han discovered that Zhang Heidei could hold his breath for quite a long time, and he didn't know if he was holding on. If he had not been bound to the extreme scanning system, he would definitely be worried about Zhang Heidei if Zhang Heidei had been gone for such a long time. But now, he can clearly see Zhang Heidei's situation underwater. He knows better than anyone whether Zhang Heidei is safe or not. I don't know if Zhang Heidei's soles were itchy, but he saw him reaching out and scratching the soles of his feet. Jiangan. Zhang Heidei picked up a lot of sea cucumbers. At this time, some smaller puddles were also scooped dry by the villagers. They were also able to pick up some sea cucumbers, but not as many as Jiang Han and Zhang Heidei. Zhang Heidei was picking them up at the bottom of the sea, and he looked down on the small ones. The villagers were very excited because they had never seen anything like this before. Instead of scooping water from the puddle, they would use a scoop net to scoop it out, or dive in to get it themselves. The main thing is that the harvest is so good. One of Jiang Han's bamboo shrimps is equivalent to 6 or 7 of their bamboo shrimps. One of Zhang Heidei's sea cucumbers is equivalent to 2 or 3 of their sea cucumbers. A few people whose hands were sore from scooping water from the puddles followed Jiang Han's example and used a scoop net to scoop things up. As a result, I fished several times, but all were empty. Not to mention bamboo shrimps, even the most common shrimps were not caught. Zhang Heidei scooped up another bag of sea cucumbers. Jiang Han saw that his face didn't look good. How about you come up and take a rest? Zhang Heidei was indeed a little exhausted. He didn't want to make Jiang Han worry, so he climbed up and rested obediently. Wow! So many sea cucumbers and so many bamboo shrimps. A woman's voice sounded sourly in my ears. Jiang Han turned his head to look, and it turned out to be Zhang Heidei's sister-in-law Sun Yukin. Jiang Han had little contact with Sun Yukin, so since she asked, he responded. Zhang Heidei seemed not to want to talk to Sun Yukin. He was originally resting, but now he jumped into the puddle with the bag. I don't know if it was because I met someone I didn't want to meet or because I was unlucky, but not long after I went down, my foot was tripped by seaweed at the bottom of the puddle. Zhang Heidei struggled several times but failed to break free. Seeing that Zhang Heidei was in danger, Jiang Han jumped into the puddle without thinking. There was no time to even take off clothes and shoes. He used the sand shovel in his hand to cut the kelp and climbed up dragging Zhang Heidei. Zhang Heidei spat out several times before his complexion looked a little better. He still held the bag tightly in his hand. There are 3 sea cucumbers in the bag. Fortunately, these sea cucumbers were not lost. Jiang Han was furious. Is the sea cucumber more important than your life? Zhang Heidei originally wanted to say that his life was worthless, but during this period of time, he went fishing with Jiang Han, and gradually felt that his life was not so cheap. He can also live a good life by following Brother Han. He is no worse than others. He was afraid that Brother Han would scold him, so he didn't dare to speak. He just wanted to put the sea cucumber in his hand into the bucket. The 3 sea cucumbers he had were large, top-quality 8-head sea cucumbers. Each weighed half a pound. Hey, where's the bucket? They had brought 4 buckets of goods, but now only 3 were left. The bucket full of sea cucumbers is gone. Jiang Han spat out a mouthful of sea water on the ground. He had just tried his best to save people, and someone took advantage of him to steal his things. Who is so conscienceless and immoral? Jiang Han thought for a moment and realized that before he went down to rescue Zhang Heidei, Sun Yukin was still standing next to him. But now, Sun Yukin is gone. Jiang Han looked in the direction of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's water puddle was not far away, and the 150-meter field of vision allowed him to see every detail clearly. He saw Sun Yukin carrying a bucket and stealthily hiding the bucket behind her own bucket. But that bucket was taller than theirs, and a large part of it was still exposed. He also saw that the bucket was full of sea cucumbers. Jiang Han ran to Zhang Heidei's family in a few steps. He smiled politely at Zhang Heidei's parents, then said to Sun Yukin, "Sister-in-law Yukin, thank you for carrying the bucket for me. Now it's time to return the bucket to me." Sun Yukin pretended to know nothing. "What did you say? What bucket?" Jiang Han laughed. "I said, the big bucket behind your bucket is mine." Sun Yukin was a little nervous and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Zhang Heidei's mother glared at Jiang Han angrily. "Jiang Han, what do you mean? When did our bucket become yours? Sister Yukin came over just now and accidentally took away one of my buckets. Now please return the bucket to me." Jiang Han still spoke in a good-tempered manner. The villagers all loved to watch the fun, and when they saw what was happening here, many people gathered around. They did see Sun Yukin heading towards Jiang Han's puddle just now. As for whether she took Jiang Han's bucket away, they didn't see clearly. The main reason was that when Sun Yukin was carrying the bucket of water, she also looked at the surrounding situation. Only when she realized that no one was paying attention to her did she pick up the bucket of sea cucumbers. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Zhang Heidei's mother wanted to send Zhang Han away quickly. You are a good college student, why don't you shine outside? Why are you going fishing with a bunch of us peasants? I don't have time to play with you. Get out of here right now. If you keep talking nonsense, I will be rude to you. Zhang Heidei's mother looks like an extremely mean middle-aged woman. Auntie, my name is written on the bottom of my bucket, you can see it if you look at it. The Zhang family members were shocked. How could this bastard be so cunning that he even wrote his name? Zhang Heidei's mother put her hands on her hips and yelled at Zhang Han, what's so good about this? It's my own bucket. Don't I know it? Do you want others to see it? Fortunately, the name was written on the bottom of the bucket and could only be seen when it was lifted up. As long as no one lifted it up to look at it, no one would know that the bucket belonged to Zhang Han. Zhang Han sighed, I also carved my name on the inside of the bucket. The Zhang family's hearts skipped a beat again, but they soon felt relieved. Fortunately, it was engraved on the inner wall. Now the bucket is full of sea cucumbers, and I need to pour all the sea cucumbers out before I can see the name inside. Zhang Han, are you done yet? I've already asked you to leave. If you don't leave, I'll beat you with a shovel. Mom. Zhang Heidei stood in front of Zhang Han. In fact, brother Han also carved his name on the outer wall of the bucket. Zhang Heidei was a well-known gangster in the village. After he was released from prison, he made a living by fighting every day. He was tall, and when he squeezed in, the people in the house didn't even try to stop him. He picked up the tall bucket from behind the buckets. His headlamp shone on the outside of the bucket. As expected, the two words Zhang Han were carved on the outer wall of the bucket with a knife. Because it was dark, and the two words were carved with a knife, the color was no different from the barrel. So Sun Yukon didn't notice that there was a name written on the bucket. Zhang Heidei lifted the bucket higher, and the name underneath it became clear. Because it was written with a marker, and the two words Zhang Han were clearly written on it, the villagers looked at each other. Sun Yukon, I can't tell. Did you really steal this bucket? I didn't. Please stop slandering me. Sun Yukon denied it while gritting her teeth. I saw Zhang Han jump into the water to save Zhang Heidei just now. This bucket must have been stolen when Zhang Han jumped into the water to save him. The villagers suddenly looked at the Zhang family with strange eyes. No way, no way. Zhang Heidei is a member of the Zhang family after all. Zhang Han was kind enough to jump into the water to save the Zhang family. But the Zhang family took away Zhang Han's bucket while he was saving people. If this isn't ungrateful, what is? There are quite a few sea cucumbers in this bucket. They are worth a lot of money. Oh my god, are the Zhang family members so ungrateful? The Zhang family members were scolded so much that their faces turned red. They thought Zhang Han might not be mentally normal. What normal person would write his or her name on the inside and outside walls and on the bottom of a bucket? At that time, Zhang Han was thinking, since he had already written it, he might as well write a few more. If one name was not clear, he could still have the other two as backup. Zhang Heidei's father directly pulled the bucket from Zhang Heidei's hand and placed it in front of Zhang Han. He did not forget to glare at Zhang Heidei. He knew that he had given birth to a rebellious son. Zhang Han, the bucket is right here. Why don't you take the bucket and leave quickly? Don't bother our house. Zhang Han saw that the things had been returned, so he didn't bother with them. He already knew what kind of people Zhang Heidei and his family were. If they had a little conscience, they would not let Zhang Heidei take the blame in exchange for money. Zhang Han picked up the bucket and left. Seeing the villagers pointing fingers at the Zhang family, the four members of the Zhang family hated Zhang Han to death. Isn't it just taking a bucket of sea cucumbers from him? We are all from the same village, is there any need to embarrass them? Brother Han, I'm sorry, I didn't know my sister-in-law would dash. This is none of your business. If you have the time to waste on yourself here, you might as well help me get some seafood. Zhang Heidei didn't quite understand what Zhang Han meant by self-consumption, but he should indeed help brother Han get more things. Zhang Heidei wanted to dive again to catch sea cucumbers, but was stopped by Zhang Han. The tide will rise in half an hour. Let's take advantage of this last bit of time to fish out something big. You can just help from the side. Zhang Heidei's eyes lit up. Are there any valuables? They're not as valuable as bamboo shrimps and sea cucumbers. There was some disappointment in Zhang Heidei's eyes. Zhang Han added, it's not that worthless. It's just not as valuable as those two things. The most important thing is that thing is big. This is why many people buy boats to catch big fish. Some fish actually only cost a few dozen yuan per pound, but what if the fish weighs hundreds of pounds? One fish costs several $1,000s. Although some small items are expensive, it is difficult to collect even 1 kilogram of goods. In total, you don't make much money. Just now when I was catching shrimps, he swam up. But I didn't dare to catch him because he was too big. He had made the net too long, and the thing was so big, and he was ferocious and strong by nature. He was really afraid that if the thing twisted a few times, his net would break. If the net broke, he would not be able to catch anything. Just now, he did not dare to catch too many shrimps at a time. Now that the tide is about to rise, I might as well fish the thing out. Jiang Han waited quietly, waiting for the thing to swim up little by little. Jiang Han quickly scooped the fish up with the net. The creature felt that it was caught in the net and struggled desperately. Attempt to escape. Just as Jiang Han thought, that thing was extremely wild and powerful. The pole of the scoop net in my hand is bent. When Zhang Heide saw what Jiang Han was holding, his eyes lit up. Cat shark. Brother Han, you caught a cat shark. When the people around heard that Jiang Han caught a cat shark, they didn't care much. Now everyone had scooped up most of the water, and some villagers also had 1 or 2 cat sharks in their buckets. What they didn't know was that Jiang Han's cat shark weighed more than 10 kilograms. They are not even on the same level as the cat sharks weighing 1 or 2 kilograms. Zhang Heide was afraid that Jiang Han's scoop net pole would be broken, so he quickly put his scoop net under Jiang Han's scoop net. The 2 scoop nets worked together to catch the cat shark. Brother Han, you are so amazing. You actually caught such a big cat shark. Cat's shark is also a kind of shark. The texture and taste of its meat are not very good. Anyway, the locals don't like to eat it very much. But the price is not cheap. 1 pound can be sold for about 100 yuan. This cat shark alone costs more than 1,000 yuan. It was indeed what Jiang Han said. It was not as good as bamboo shrimps and sea cucumbers, but it was not cheap either. Jiang Han made a gesture to keep quiet, and Zhang Heide was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Jiang Han put the scoop net into the puddle again. After a while, another cat shark appeared in Jiang Han's net bag. This one is bigger than the previous one. Zhang Heide quickly used his own net bag to catch it. Despite this, the 2 men still heard the sound of the scoop net breaking. Fortunately, at the last minute, they put the cat shark into the bucket. Brother Han, these 2 landing nets are useless. Although the cat shark is much smaller than other sharks and not as ferocious as other sharks, it is still a shark after all. It's not surprising that 2 scoop nets were broken while struggling. It's broken, so he doesn't plan to continue fishing. There were other good things in this big puddle, but due to equipment and other conditions, he couldn't collect them all. Despite this, he was satisfied. After all, we caught so many bamboo shrimps and sea cucumbers this time, and there were also 2 big cat sharks. Those villagers who were still busy didn't expect Jiang Han and his team to leave so soon. We can probably catch up in about 20 minutes. Are you leaving so soon? After all, Jiang Han and his group were the last to arrive. Jiang Han waved at them and said, "We'll leave first." When the 2 of them passed by the villagers all leaned over to take a look at their buckets. Oh my god, how can there be such a big cat shark? This bamboo shrimp is too big. It's as long as my forearm. This sea cucumber is also huge. This one sea cucumber is worth several of our sea cucumbers. Jiang Han, you are really going to make a fortune. You have such good luck every day. You are going to make all the money in the ocean by yourself. They looked back at the puddle from which they had worked so hard to scoop water. These puddles were randomly selected by them based on the amount of water they scooped. Some of the selections were okay, but by the time they had finished scooping out the water, their arms felt almost useless. And the things in the puddle were far less than what Jiang Han had harvested. Some of the choices were pretty bad. Not only did their arms get broken, but the things in the puddle were not even worth a few dollars. At this moment, looking at Jiang Han's harvest without even scooping a bucket of water, his heart was filled with emotion. Jiang Han, what kind of luck is this? You can't really have a pair of X-ray eyes, right? The person who was speaking was just talking. How could a person's eyes see through things? Jiang Han smiled at them and said, maybe he really can see through it. The villagers' laughter was uglier than their crying. You see, Jiang Han was afraid of upsetting them, so he just made jokes to comfort them. When Jiang Han and Zhang Heide passed by the Zhang family, each carrying 2 buckets of water, the atmosphere in the Zhang family was not very good. None of the 4 members of the Zhang family spoke. When Jiang Han and Zhang Heide had gone too far, Zhang Heide's father angrily threw an empty bucket aside. This unfilial son. I knew I shouldn't have given birth to him. Dad, don't be angry. Your brother has always been like this, don't you know that? Zhang Heide's elder brother Zhang Yeyeza comforted him. That's right. You bought so many things but don't know how to respect your parents. Son Yukin added. They were really unlucky today. She was caught stealing the bucket. The key point is that the puddle they found was not small. As a result, after scooping water for a long time, they only found 2 brown crabs. And these 2 brown crabs are not big. At Jiang Ermao's place, 2 of them could be sold for about 30 or 40 yuan. If I eat it myself, it won't be enough for 4 of them to have one each. Among the villagers who went to the beach today, their family had the worst luck. Today is a huge tide, and the least earned by others is at least 2 or 300 yuan. After Jiang Han returned home, he put everything in the bucket into the pond. It's not that hot at night, so the lack of oxygen is not too severe. He also opened the window. I was afraid something might come in and eat the seafood, so I closed the screen window. He and Zhang Heide took a shower and went to bed, waiting to sell the things to the Hollywood Hotel early tomorrow morning. As a result, as soon as Jiang Han lay down, he saw the message Manhwa sent him 20 minutes ago. Manhwa, are you asleep? Jiang Han, it's already 3 o'clock in the morning, aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Han sent these words for a long time. He felt that his phone was not working well anymore. When he rescued Zhang Heide, he jumped down without taking out his cell phone. This is a knockoff phone that he bought 2 years ago for 999 yuan. When he bought it, the salesperson also told him that the phone was waterproof. It doesn't appear to be completely waterproof. Manhwa, I woke up after a nap, and then I couldn't fall asleep again. Ison. Manhwa, how about you come and talk to me? Ison. Jiang Han, it's too late, go to bed. You still have to help your sister tomorrow. It's really tiring to type so many words. Manhwa on the other side of the screen was also a little confused. She saw that Jiang Han's end kept showing that he was typing. I didn't expect that after typing for so long, there were only a few words. Manhwa, but I really can't sleep. Oh, by the way, I've already dealt with the conch shell you gave me last time. How about you listen to me blow the gong? Jiang Han actually became interested. Jiang Han, then just blow it. As soon as Jiang Han finished speaking, Manhwa called him via video. Jiang Han pressed the connect button several times before the call was connected. What are you doing? Manhwa, who was not wearing any makeup, looked soft and cute in her pajamas. She thought Jiang Han refused to answer her call. No, I just slipped a little bit. Manhwa didn't think much about it. She picked up the conch. Then I will really blow it. Jiang Han saw the conch in Manhwa's hand. It had a hole at the back and 4 holes on the side. This thing was made by her in a very realistic way. He saw Manhwa put his cherry-like mouth towards the hole at the back of the conch and pressed the hole on the side with several fingers. He thought Manhwa was just bragging. Unexpectedly, Manhwa played a very beautiful melody. The sound of the gong is very different from other musical instruments. It has a natural sense of simplicity and heaviness. Jiang Han seemed to have passed through the rolling yellow sand and arrived at an era of war. Jiang Han didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, the video call between him and Manhwa had already been hung up. The call time is shown as 35 minutes. Manhwa actually blew the conch shell at him for 35 minutes. I wonder if Manhwa's mouth hurts from blowing. Should he buy her a box of throat lozenges? Jiang Han woke up Zhang Heide, and the 2 grown men brushed their teeth, wiped their faces, and set off on their electric 3-wheeled motorcycles. Jiang Han didn't rush to the Hollywood restaurant. When he passed by a supermarket and saw that the door was open, he went down and bought a box of throat lozenges. The Hollywood Hotel is also open, and Meng Fei is already in the hotel. Jiang Han looked around but didn't see Manhwa. Where's Xiao Gua? She's still sleeping. This girl usually gets up very early, but she couldn't get up this morning. I saw that she was sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake her up. Jiang Han's lips curled up, probably because of insomnia. I wonder if she fell asleep after playing the gong. Maybe he went to sleep only at dawn. Meng Fei looked at Jiang Han. Do you need help with her? If you have any questions, I'll call her and ask her to come down. They live upstairs anyway. No need, let her sleep. I was just asking casually. He could take the throat lozenge himself. Meng Fei smiled and didn't think much about it. She took the 2 people to the place where the dishes were weighed. At first, Meng Fei didn't look at what Jiang Han brought. Now that she saw clearly what was in Jiang Han's bucket, she was surprised. Jiang Han, you are so awesome. Most people are not as good as you at going to the beach. Even if there was a huge tide yesterday, there couldn't be so many good catches. Jiang Han is very clear about the things here, and it seems that he only picks up the good stuff. It seemed like he didn't even pick up those bad things. If other people knew about Jiang Han's good luck, would they be envious or angry? Zhang Heide helped a lot. He helped pick up these sea cucumbers. Meng Fei looked at Zhang Heide again and felt that Zhang Heide was indeed a down-to-earth and reliable type of person. Zhang Heide felt embarrassed when Meng Fei looked at him, and he rubbed his head. I have short hair growing on my head, like a very short buzz cut. He put the contents of the bucket on the scale. Jiang Han only had 3 things this time: a cat shark, a bamboo shrimp, and a sea cucumber. Meng Fei weighed and recorded at the same time. 2 cat sharks, one weighing 12 jin and the other 15 jin, a total of 28 jin. Cat sharks this big must be priced differently from ordinary ones. I'll charge you 150 yuan per jin. 2 cat sharks will cost you 4,200 yuan. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were both very happy. I didn't expect that I could make 4,200 yuan from 2 cat sharks. Although 2 scoop nets were broken, 1 scoop net only costs 10 yuan. They are simply making a killing. Meng Fei also weighed the sea cucumber, which is very good at absorbing water. If you squeeze wild sea cucumbers in your hands, you can squeeze out a long column of water. Meng Fei got on the scale without squeezing any water. This wild sea cucumber of yours is very big, so I'll charge you 200 yuan per pound. There are 35 pounds in total, so the total is 7,000 yuan. Zhang Heide was very excited because he had caught all these sea cucumbers by diving into the water. This made him feel that he was also a useful person. Meng Fei weighed the bamboo shrimps again. These bamboo shrimps are so big, they are also top quality. Plus, now is the sea closure period. You can sell these bamboo shrimps for 450 per catty. There are 38 catties here. It is 3 catties more than the bucket of sea cucumbers. These bamboo shrimps are worth 17,100 in total. Do you think it's okay? Yes, absolutely. Jiang Han nodded repeatedly. The prices given by Meng Fei have always been very fair. Even so, Jiang Han never thought that these bamboo shrimps alone could be sold for more than 17,000. Meng Fei used the computer to calculate again, and this time the total number was 28,300. Meng Fei immediately transferred 28,300 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was still a little dazed. He didn't expect that he made more than 28,000 in just one night yesterday. Meng Fei did not avoid Jiang Han and Zhang Heide. She kept some of the seafood and called a waiter from the store. Go to the dock and deliver these seafood to me. Meng Fei looked at Jiang Han. Your quantity of good stuff is a bit large this time. Our restaurant may not be able to digest it in a short period of time. After a long time, we are afraid that it will not be fresh. Especially the bamboo shrimps, if some of them die, it will be a big loss. My relative also opened a restaurant on the coast, and I sent these goods to him. Meng Fei is open and honest in his work, and Jiang Han admires Meng Fei's character very much. Since these things have been sold to your restaurant, you can do whatever you want with them. We have no objection. Jiang Han looked at Zhang Heide again, and Zhang Heide quickly said, yes, we have no objection. Meng Fei smiled happily. The goods Jiang Han and Zhang Heide gave her were all very good. During this period, her store became more famous. She also liked working with Jiang Han. Ding, the host sold seafood for 28,300 yuan and obtained 28,300 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 29,637 points. You can now use 27,500 system points to redeem a 55-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful. The host has a scanning range of 205 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points are 2,137 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han was stunned. He didn't expect that his scanning range would exceed 200 meters so quickly. I felt a little excited. Jiang Han said goodbye to Meng Fei and transferred 2,800 yuan to Zhang Heide. Zhang Heide sighed unconsciously. Jiang Han looked at him suspiciously. Why are you sighing? Alas, having too much money is also a problem. Jiang Han was speechless. He felt his hands itching and wanted to hit someone. He looked at his phone again. This phone really didn't work very well. It took him a long time to transfer money to Zhang Hai just now. Or take this opportunity to buy a new phone. It's time for this 999 copycat phone to retire. He and Zhang Heide walked into a mobile phone store. There were 2 shop assistants in the store. The one standing in the front saw Jiang Han and Zhang Heide go in and looked like he didn't want to talk to them. She has been doing sales for many years and is very experienced. Young guys like this usually don't have much money. I am just interested in those good mobile phones. I spent a lot of time fiddling with those expensive phones, and finally bought a very cheap one. Salesman, let me see this phone. Jiang Han asked, pointing at a phone that cost more than 8,000 yuan. The salesperson standing in front rolled his eyes directly at the ceiling. She knew this would happen, so she always picked out good products and asked him to recommend them, but in the end she didn't buy them. He dodged and twisted his body to the corner. The female salesperson standing in the corner came up very enthusiastically. You want to see this, right? I'll get it for you. The salesperson took out the mobile phone that Jiang Han pointed at and showed it to Jiang Han. He also introduced its functions to Jiang Han. Jiang Han took it in his hand and played with it for a while. It felt pretty good. Something suddenly occurred to me. Let me ask, are there any waterproof cell phones? Another salesperson chuckled, are you going to buy a knockoff phone? Knockoff phones do have this function. Jiang Han ignored her and looked at the salesperson who was holding his phone for him. The salesperson was still very patient and said, many knockoff phones say they are waterproof, but they are not completely waterproof. It can only be said that a little water contact is not a problem. For example, it is not a big deal if it is washed by the tap water. But if it is soaked in water, it is not a good thing. There is another brand of machine that has this function, but it's more expensive. And it's a new model that Fangwei has recently released. Fangwei has this function. Jiang Han was a little surprised. The salesperson nodded, yes, this phone can be soaked in water for an hour without any problem. That won't take an hour. He spends a lot of time at the beach, and even if a situation like last night doesn't happen, it's still easy for things like his phone falling into a puddle to happen. All he has to do is find that his phone has fallen, pick it up and use it again. The salesperson took out this Fangwei waterproof mobile phone and showed it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han found that this phone was more comfortable than the one he had just looked at. The interface inside is also very smooth to use. How much is this? The salesperson just said it was very expensive, and Jiang Han was a little worried that he didn't have enough money. This phone costs 7,500 yuan. The salesperson really thought it was very expensive. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. How much? The salesperson thought that the price might scare Jiang Han. 7,500. If you really like it, you don't have to pay it all at once. You can pay in installments. You can also use a credit card. Jiang Han was a little confused. The one I just saw was over 8,000. The salesperson froze. The model just now was indeed more than 8,000 yuan, but he was just looking at it casually. She didn't expect him to buy it, but she found that he really liked this waterproof phone. Jiang Han took the phone in his hand and tried it out for a while. Okay, let's go with this one. Give me a phone case and everything. The salesperson was delighted. Is it that fast? The deal was done so quickly? She had been working here for 3 days and had not sold a single mobile phone. She did not expect that the first mobile phone she sold would be so expensive. The salesperson was very happy. Excuse me, are you paying by installment or by credit card? Pay in full. It's only 7,500 anyway. The salesperson was stunned for a long time. What did you say? I said I paid in full. The salesperson finally heard it clearly and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Please come with me. The salesperson wrote out the order and waited for Jiang Han to open the payment code. Jiang Han's cell phone was really about to break down. He swiped his finger several times but couldn't get to the payment code page. The other salesperson sneered unconsciously, Maimei, I think you were deceived by him. You are so arrogant, but you don't want to pay. The salesperson named Maimei was really good-tempered. It's okay, take your time. Jiang Han felt a little embarrassed. After trying several times, he finally opened the payment code. The salesperson scanned it beautifully and successfully received 7,500 yuan. The other salesperson still didn't believe it until she confirmed again and again that the money had indeed arrived in the public account. How is this possible? Did you really pay it? How is it impossible? This gentleman looks capable. Maimei was really surprised. Sir, can I help you pack it? No thanks. He handed her his old phone and said, please help me change the SIM card here to the new phone. It is a good deal to buy a Fangwei waterproof phone for 7,500 yuan. A banana phone costs tens of thousands of yuan. The salesperson Maimei took Jiang Han's old phone and happily helped Jiang Han change his SIM card. She can get a lot of commission from this order today. Jiang Han used the new phone again and found it was indeed very useful. Zhang Heide was also a little envious. Does this phone come in different colors? We have white ones. The saleswoman Maimei also smiled politely at Zhang Heide. Then give me a white one. Zhang Heide said. Maimei was stunned again. Excuse me, do you also want the 7,500 one? Yeah, I want waterproof ones too. It's a good opportunity to spend some money. In the past, the most money he had on him was never more than 500 yuan. Now that he had so much money hidden on him, he always felt something was weird. It seems like there is a sense of insecurity. Jiang Han didn't want Zhang Heide to buy the same model, making it seem like they were using a couple's phone. However, when Zhang Heide went fishing with him, he really needed a waterproof mobile phone. Forget it, just consider it a work requirement. Each person has a work machine of the same model. Zhang Heide paid the money readily. The other salesperson was jealous beyond belief because both orders were originally hers. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide didn't even glance at her before taking the new phone and leaving. The salesperson named Maime was still waving at them from behind. "Gentlemen, I wish you a happy life. Brother Han, are you going back to the village? If not, let's go play games together." At this time, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. Rainy days are perfect for playing games. Jiang Han took out his new mobile phone and took a look. The weather forecast showed that there would be occasional light rain today. "No more games, I have things to do. It's raining now, what can we do? I bought a few bags of rapeseed last time. I plan to plant them today." Ah, farming on a rainy day. In fact, Jiang Han doesn't know much about farming. The land on this island is not as fertile as inland areas. Although the villagers can farm, they do not regard farming as the most important thing like farmers in the mainland. Especially the young people on the island, who have been studying since childhood and have basically never been exposed to how to farm. Jiang Han had only heard his sister say, "If you plant crops on rainy days, the ground will be wet, saving you the trouble of watering." Jiang Han didn't want to water the plants, and such a drizzle was nothing to him. So he thought he should take this opportunity to plant the several bags of rapeseed at home. "Then let me help you." As long as he could help Brother Han, Zhang Heide didn't want to play games anymore. Before they went back, the two went to the fishing tackle shop again. After asking the boss and finding out that the scoop net they wanted was not available, Jiang Han and Zhang Heide left the fishing tackle shop. Jiang Han turned on his new phone and immediately checked it online. The landing nets on the internet were not of the specifications he wanted, so he asked two shops that could make custom fishing gear. He told his boss about his request, but when his boss didn't respond, he stopped waiting. He pulled out the electric three-wheeled vehicle parked in front of the Holy One Hotel and returned to the village with Zhang Heide. Jiang Han bought a lot of seeds, including rice seeds. "Brother Han, are the rice seeds also being planted today? Since we are planting it today, let's plant it all together." Zhang Heide opened his mouth, feeling a little strange. "Is it the season to plant rice in this hot weather? I don't know. Anyway, the land at home is lying idle. Sow the seeds. If they grow, then grow them. If they don't, forget it." Zhang Heide gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. "Brother Han, I admire people like you. There are only a few villagers in Shijiang village, and the village allocated land to them many years ago." Jiang Han still knew where his land was. He and Zhang Heide carried hoes and rakes and went up the mountain. When they arrived at their destination, both of them were dumbfounded. They thought they could just loosely scatter the seeds. What they saw was a field of weeds. Zhang Heide touched his head awkwardly and smiled. "The weeds are growing so lushly, which means that Brother Han's land is good." Zhang Heide tried hard to make amends for Jiang Han. Jiang Han was also extremely embarrassed. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have come. But he and Zhang Heide had climbed here with their tools on their backs, so they would not go back so easily. "What else can I do? Pull it out." After all this, both of them had eaten their breakfast in vain. Finally, they finished pulling out all the grass, and the two men were starving. Although he was wearing a danpo hat on his head, his body was soaked. Jiang Han threw a bottle of mineral water to Zhang Heide and a loaf of bread bought from the supermarket. The two of them felt better after filling their stomachs. But because they were not prepared beforehand and did not wear gloves, they already had red marks on their palms. Fortunately, the two grown men were thick-skinned and didn't care. What follows seems simple but is actually quite strenuous. After all the seeds were spread, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Han, after the rice grows, do we still need to plant rice seedlings or something?" Jiang Han felt a headache just thinking about it. "No need to plant rice. I bought upland rice seeds. If they can grow, they will grow on their own. If they can't, then we'll just work for nothing today." Jiang Han has always had this idea on this matter. Zhang Heide gave Jiang Han a thumbs up again. Perhaps it was because they had never farmed before, so the two grown men scattered all the seeds into the ground. "I feel pain all over my body." When he was about to go down the mountain, Jiang Han thought of something again. "There should be bayberries in this season, right?" "I don't know. The fruit store in town was selling it some time ago. It should be sold out now, right? Let's go around and take a look. It's not far anyway." Jiang Han's family also has a piece of land in Yangmei Mountain. "Because my parents didn't have any connections when the land was divided, their family and Zhang Heide's family got the same amount of land, but their land had 5 bayberry trees, while Zhang Heide's land had 6. The first place they arrived at was Zhang Heide's land, where there were no more bayberries on the 6 bayberry trees, but some bayberries can still be seen on the tops of other trees." Jiang Han guessed that the Zhang family's bayberries had just been picked, and the bayberry season had not yet passed. He found the bayberry tree in his own home, and there were indeed many bayberries on the tree. There are even more rotten bayberries scattered on the ground. Jiang Han felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should have come to pick bayberries earlier. If you can't eat the bayberry, you can use it to make wine. The wine made from bayberry is delicious and can also be used as medicine. In the summer, if you have a headache, fever, or stomachache, you can eat a few bayberries to relieve the pain. Bayberries are picked one by one, with a long gap between the first and the last. These bayberries on the tree should be the last ones. Perhaps it was a habit developed from going to the sea. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide habitually pulled 2 snakeskin bags when they went up the mountain. Now these 2 snakeskin bags come in handy. Zhang Heide picked one and put it in his mouth. Brother Han, you know what, your bayberries are quite sweet. Although the first harvest of bayberries is fresher, the last harvest of bayberries tastes better in terms of sweetness. If they are sweet, pick more. Meng Fei and Manhwa have always given us a fair price. Let's send some of these bayberries to them. When Zhang Heide heard that some of these bayberries were to be given to Meng Fei, he picked them even more enthusiastically. The bayberries seemed to mature late this year, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to catch the last one. Jiang Han felt that he was quite lucky. He used to study outside and couldn't take care of these things at home. Now that he's back, there are some things he should pay attention to. After all, the pure, natural and pollution-free bayberries picked from the mountains are definitely better than those sold in fruit stores that have been sprayed with chemicals. Jiang Han picked and ate the fruits at the same time. Although he was a little tired, he was happy picking the fruits. The bayberries below were soon picked, so Jiang Han and Zhang Heide climbed to the top of the bayberry tree to pick them. Brother Han, the weather is not right. Jiang Han looked up at the sky. There were dark clouds rolling in the sky, and it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Indeed, the rain is a little heavier than before. Jiang Han felt that he had been deceived by the weather forecast again. It said that it would rain lightly all day, but it looked like it was going to rain heavily. Forget it, let's go back. Anyway, I picked 2 sacks. Just as the 2 of them jumped down from the tree, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the bayberry tree they had just climbed. The trees were chopped in half. Zhang Heide was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. Brother Han, what sin have we committed? Is God punishing us like this? If they had climbed down the tree 2 seconds later, they would have been the ones struck by the lightning. Jiang Han was also startled. The lightning was too strong. He didn't know if it was due to the aftermath of the lightning, but he felt his fingers were numb. This tree has been chopped black. Zhang Heide sighed. He thought it would be safer for them to return sooner rather than later. Jiang Han also thought so, but at the last moment, he still took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the bayberry tree. After thinking about it, I shot another 10-second video. Zhang Heide looked a little dazed. Although he would post something interesting on WeChat Moments, he really didn't think there was anything worth commemorating about this tree that had been struck by lightning. Brother Han, do you want to post on WeChat Moments to tell others that we were struck by lightning? It's lightning-struck wood. What kind of tree? Isn't this a bayberry tree? Zhang Heide was confused. I don't understand the details. It seems to be able to ensure safety and act as a magic weapon or something. Zhang Heide touched his head. This was simply his blind spot in knowledge. Forget it, Brother Han is a college student and has a lot of knowledge, so he should stop asking too many questions. In fact, Jiang Han knew about this matter because there was a Taoist enthusiast in their class. There are many magical instruments collected at home, and I also talked to him specifically about the lightning-struck wood. It is said that the lightning-struck wood purchased online is all fake, and real lightning-struck wood is not available. After Jiang Han returned, the thunder and lightning became even more severe. He asked Zhang Heide to take a shower first, and he took out his newly bought mobile phone. The phone was also wet by the rain at this time, but it did not affect its use at all. It seems that he made the right decision by buying a waterproof phone. He sent the photo of the lightning-struck wood to the class group. Jiang Han, I saw the lightning-struck wood with my own eyes, who wants it? Jiang Han at Shenren. This Shenren was the classmate who told him about the wood struck by lightning. I don't know if Shenren is too busy, but he basically never chats in the class group. At this moment, he replied to Jiang Han immediately. Shenren, Jiang Han, is this true or false? Jiang Han, I saw him split it with my own eyes, do you think it's true or false? Shenren's profile picture moved, and he sent a private message to Jiang Han. Shenren, do you have any other evidence? Jiang Han didn't expect that this boy was quite cautious. Fortunately, he also took a video, and he sent the 10-second video he took to Shenren. In the video, a part of the bayberry tree has been blackened by lightning. There are lightning and thunder all around, and it is raining heavily. And there was a small flame jumping on the bayberry tree on the rainy day. After watching the video, Shenren immediately called Jiang Han. After Jiang Han answered the call, he found out it was actually a video call. Shenren, who looks like a decent man, is drinking tea in a factory workshop. Jiang Han knew that Shen Ren's family also owned a factory, and the factory he worked in was probably theirs. After all, everyone else was wearing work clothes and working diligently on the assembly line. He was the only one sitting in a chair in casual clothes, drinking tea and making a video call. Jiang Han, did you really encounter a lightning-struck tree? Where did you encounter it? Where else? My hometown, of course. Because the signal in his room was good, Jiang Han answered the call in his room. The window of the room was not closed when he went out. At this moment, a flash of lightning passed by the window like a dragon, accompanied by a rumbling thunder. Fuck, it's true. You really didn't lie to me. Shen Ren exclaimed in amazement. Jiang Han was speechless. It turned out that this kid was testing him just now. I made a special video call to check on the situation on his side. When I saw that there was indeed thunder and lightning there, I was sure that the lightning struck what he sent was real. It is indeed different for those who have assets at home. They all look like silly rich second generation, but their meanness is inherited from hereditary people. Fortunately, I returned to the island, otherwise even if I had 800 tricks, I would not be as good as these people. Just tell me about this lightning-struck wood. Do you want it? Yes, of course. How are you going to sell it? I don't understand this. You name a price yourself. Jiang Han had already figured out what would happen if Shenren only gave him a few $100s. He just let him come and dig it himself, and he didn't bother to help him dig the tree. If he had this much free time, he might as well go fishing to find some good stuff. If he offers more than 1,000, he will dig it out and mail it to him. After all, it's more than 1,000. Shenren thought for a moment and stretched out 2 fingers. Jiang Han blinked. What does that mean? 200? Or 2,000? It shouldn't be 2,000, it's just a broken tree that can't even bear fruit. But 200 is too stingy, at least 500 should be given. It is not easy for him to plant such a big bayberry tree again. Jiang Han, I'll pay you a 20,000 yuan deposit first. I'll give you another 180,000 yuan after the stuff arrives. Do you think this is okay? Jiang Han was completely stunned. 20,000 plus 180,000, isn't that 200,000? Shenren saw Jiang Han's eyes wide open and mouth open, and he probably thought he was scared by himself. This price is indeed a bit low. Well, how about I add another 50,000? 250,000 cannot be higher. Jiang Han opened his mouth even wider. Okay, 280,000. My dad is keeping a close eye on me right now, so this is all I can give you. I won't have any more. Jiang Han finally came back to his senses. We are classmates, how can I embarrass you? 280,000 is 280,000. Shen Ren was very touched, thank you. If he wasn't Jiang Han's classmate, Jiang Han would definitely not sell the wood to him. Send me your address and I'll send it to you. Jiang Han tried hard to keep calm. Okay, then be careful. By the way, how many tens of thousands of deposit do you want? You just said 20,000, so let's do 20,000. Shen Ren was so moved that he almost cried. Jiang Han, you are so kind. I will remember this favor. The two hung up the phone, both very satisfied. Jiang Han was a little excited. Zhang Heide was still taking a shower, but he couldn't hold back any longer. Zhang Heide had just come out of the bathroom and hadn't even put on his clothes yet when Jiang Han had already walked out carrying a hoe. Zhang Heide shouted toward the window, Brother Han, where are you going? But Jiang Han had already walked far away, and the rain was too loud, so Jiang Han couldn't hear anything at all. Zhang Heide wanted to follow and see, but by the time he put on his clothes, Jiang Han had already gone somewhere unknown. When Jiang Han arrived at Yangmei Mountain, he started digging trees with a hoe. Joke. This broken tree is now worth 280,000. He was worried about leaving 280,000 yuan naked on the mountain. Fortunately, part of the tree was struck by lightning, and part of it was burned by fire. Otherwise, he really couldn't carry such a big tree. When he carried the tree home, Zhang Heide was stunned. Brother Han, why did you carry this broken tree home? This is no longer a broken tree, it's a lightning-struck tree. Lightning-struck wood worth 280,000 yuan. Zhang Heide still couldn't figure it out, but he believed that what Jiang Han did was definitely right. Brother Han, go take a shower. Don't catch a cold. Okay. It was really uncomfortable with the clothes sticking to my body. Jiang Han took a shower, and when he was drying his hair, he sneezed. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that he really had a cold? But it's worth catching a cold for 280,000 yuan. After all, a box of cold medicine costs less than 20 yuan. Thinking of the 2 scoop nets, he opened the shopping app again. Several stores he had asked had already responded to him. His requirement was that the scoop net should be able to hold 60 kilograms and be 5 meters long. One of the stores actually said they could do it. Jiang Han, how much? Shopkeeper, because it is custom made, it is a bit expensive. It will cost 580. Jiang Han did feel that it was a bit expensive. After all, he had originally bought a scoop net for 10 yuan each. But if a custom-made scoop net can really meet this requirement, it is worth the money. Jiang Han, okay, make 2 for me. I'll pay an extra 50 yuan and have the courier deliver them to the village. After paying more than 1,000 yuan, the 50 yuan is nothing. After all, he had to take a boat to the district to pick up the goods, and the round-trip fare was 15 yuan. Jiang Han sneezed again and his body shook. Brother Han, you have caught a cold, right? I'll go to Manhwa to get a piece of ginger and make you a bowl of ginger soup. Jiang Han didn't know if the ginger soup would work. He took out 5 yuan in change from the drawer and said, and Giwa is having a hard time too. Don't take her money for nothing. Zhang Heide took the 5 yuan and said, got it. Zhang Heide moved quickly and cooked ginger soup in the electric cooker in just a few minutes. Jiang Han drank the ginger soup and felt less cold, but he still sneezed. Maybe you didn't drink enough ginger soup? How about I make some more? No need to cook. When the rain stops, I'll go to town and buy a pack of cold medicine. I don't know when this rain will stop. This season it rains all the time or there's a typhoon or something like that. It will stop soon. After all, the rain was much lighter than before. And there was no more thunder and lightning. Jiang Han transferred 800 yuan to Zhang Heide and said, go to the store and buy me a jar of strong liquor. A jar of wine doesn't cost that much, right? Zhang Heide once went to a small shop to buy strong liquor for his father. The most expensive large jar was only 680 yuan. You can buy whatever you want, and the rest will be your pocket money. How can this be possible? I'll just buy you some wine. How about you help me collect the crab pots when you come back? Jiang Han originally planned to collect it every 2 days, but if he wanted to collect it once a day, that would be no problem either. Some people in the village collect the crops frequently, even every few hours. Okay then, just drink more water at home. Zhang Heide felt that if he continued to argue with Brother Han over money, Brother Han would be unhappy. He really wanted to do more to help Brother Han, but Brother Han really wouldn't let him suffer any loss. Zhang Heide went out with an umbrella and soon came back with a large jar of strong liquor. Because they picked the bayberries one by one from the trees, they are very clean and don't need to be washed. He soaked the bayberries in several wine jars and sealed them tightly. Zhang Heide packed the remaining bayberries into baskets. Zhang Heide used to be a gangster, but he is still very careful in doing things. Jiang Han called Jiang Feng and said, Sister, Heide and I picked some bayberries. You can bring some over. Jiang Feng didn't expect Jiang Han would go pick bayberries. In fact, when Jiang Han came back, Jiang Feng wanted to remind him that the bayberries were ripe and could be picked. But thinking that her brother might not be so diligent in picking bayberries, she shut up. How can I take your bayberries? Wenchen has also been allocated bayberry trees, and we have enough for ourselves. After Jiang Wenchen's family split up, because there were many children in the family, Jiang Wenchen's family had only one bayberry tree. Fortunately, the bayberry tree grew well and provided enough food for the whole family. Jiang Feng had picked bayberries once before Jiang Han came back. At that time, she didn't know Jiang Han was coming back, so she made wine with all the extra bayberries. I was planning to pick more in the next 2 days so that I could send the extra ones to Jiang Han. Unexpectedly, Jiang Han picked them himself. Remember to soak the leftover bayberries in wine. After soaking for a year, they can be used as medicine. I still have last year's bayberry wine here. Come and get some when you are free. It can be eaten in hot weather, and you can have heat stroke or something like that. Got it. Jiang Han sneezed again after hanging up the phone. Fortunately, his sister didn't hear it, otherwise she would be worried again. The rain stopped very quickly and has now stopped completely. After Zhang Heide finished processing the bayberries, he ran out to collect the crab cages according to the location Jiang Han told him. There were indeed 6 cages hanging on the seawall. Zhang Heide is not very optimistic about the crab cage. What could be in such a small cage? But Jiang Han asked him to accept it, so he accepted it. Sure enough, there was nothing in the first cage. Zhang Heide put the cage away. It was a cylindrical crab cage, and even when it was put away, the edges were still propped up. Unlike a square foldable crab cage, the cage can be folded. Zhang Heide went to collect the second cage, and unexpectedly there were 2 swimming crabs weighing about 1 kilogram in the second cage. Zhang Heide was shocked. Brother Han was indeed not an ordinary person. These 2 swimming crabs alone were worth a lot of money. He fished out 4 other cages. Inside the cages were several large blue crabs, 5 tiger prawns, and 2 blackhead fish. Zhang Heide poured all these things into the bucket. The more I look at it, the more I am amazed. Is it true that putting crab pots in this day and age can yield such a big harvest? But that's not what the people on the island say. Zhang Heide ran to Jiang Han and said, "Brother Han, you are so lucky. 6 crab cages caught so many things. If you put a few more crab cages, wouldn't you be able to make money without doing anything?" Jiang Han looked at the things in the bucket and found that the crab cage he had kept for 1 day was no worse than the one he had kept for 2 days. He observed carefully before putting things down, and only put them down if there were a lot of stuff underneath. As for whether these things can enter the cage, it all depends on luck. There was a sudden thunderstorm today. Such weather may also allow for a better harvest. After all, people at the seaside say, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Is the cage down? Jiang Han asked Zhang Heide. He had forgotten to put it down last time. It's been put down. It's moved about 20 meters from your original position. As natives of the island, they still have basic common sense. If you keep the cages in the same place, the harvest will only get smaller and smaller, so you need to keep moving them. Jiang Han nodded, okay. Whatever you catch will be yours. Brother Han, don't be like this. This cage is yours. I'm just helping out. I'm lucky that you let me go fishing with you. Looking at the increasing amount of money in his account, he was really panicked. Jiang Han sneezed again. All right, I'm setting a rule today. From now on, no matter who puts the cage, it doesn't matter who collects it. The income will go to the person who puts the cage. Zhang Heide opened his mouth, but he was not good at speaking and didn't know what to say, so in the end he said nothing. Whatever Brother Han says, it's up to him. It looks like he's going to take advantage of Brother Han again. Brother Han, you rest at home. I'll sell these things to the restaurant. Anyway, he rented a house in the town, so he would just live in the town after selling the things. Jiang Han nodded, then I'll leave it to you to sell. Jiang Han is 100% confident in Zhang Heide. On this island, besides his sister, the person he trusted most was Zhang Heide. Zhang Heide carried the bucket and rode on Jiang Han's electric 3-wheeled vehicle. Jiang Han lay in the rocking chair. After sneezing twice, he felt cold again and his head was a little dizzy. His cell phone vibrated. 20,000 yuan was deposited into one of his accounts all at once. Shen Ren has already transferred the deposit to him. He waited for a long time, but the system didn't respond. It was purely an accident that he got the lightning-struck wood. This system probably needs the income from fishing in the sea to redeem system points and increase the scanning range. Jiang Han didn't care about this, it was 280,000. Regardless of whether the scanning range could be increased or not, wouldn't it be nice for him to take the 280,000? The last time he went to the district, the people at the shipyard seemed to have said that a small, fully equipped, recreational fishing boat would cost about 450,000 yuan, and it can be paid in installments. With the money he has now, it shouldn't be a problem for him to buy a smaller fishing boat in installments. But he wanted to buy a fishing boat rather than a fishing boat. He prefers the fishing boat that costs about 5 million. With this in mind, he stopped considering the fishing boat. Forget it, he should save some more money. His cell phone vibrated again, this time it was 2,380 yuan transferred to him by Zhang Heide. It seems that he has taken the things to the Hollywood Hotel. Ding, the host sold seafood for 2,300 yuan and obtained 2,300 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 4,437 points. You can now use 2,500 system points to redeem a 5-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful, host has a scanning range of 210 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 1937 points. Jiang Han felt that as long as he didn't go out to sea, the scanning range of 210 meters was enough. It's hard to say when you're out at sea. The vast ocean is endless. Compared with the entire ocean, the 210-meter scanning range is just a tiny bit. Jiang Han felt his head getting heavier and heavier, and he fell into a deep sleep. At some point, he began to hear a rustling sound in his ears. The nose is filled with the rich aroma of meat porridge. Could it be that Zhang Heide is back again? This guy is becoming more and more careful. Jiang Han didn't think much about it and slept for a while in a daze. When he woke up again, he felt something was wrong. The rich aroma of the meat porridge was mixed with a smell that he was very familiar with. He often smelled this scent in the Hollywood Hotel. It was a very special scent for all seasons. Manhwa also had this scent on him. Jiang Han sat up from the rocking chair quickly. When he turned around, he saw Manhwa waving his broken palm leaf fan and looking at him with a smile. "Why are you here?" Jiang Han stuttered. Manhwa pouted angrily. "Are you so unhappy to see me? I heard from Zhang Heide that you were not feeling well, so I got your house key from Zhang Heide and rushed over to see you. I even got my shoes wet while asking for directions." Manhwa usually wears flat sneakers, but at this moment, he was wearing Jiang Han's flip-flops. Manhwa had very small feet, and Jiang Han's flip-flops were several sizes too big for her feet. Manhwa put a box of cold medicine on the table. Humph. I'm kind enough to give you cold medicine. If you don't welcome me, I'll leave. Jiang Han quickly stopped her and said, I'm not unwelcoming you. He was just a little nervous. The weather is hot now, and sometimes he stays at home without wearing a shirt. He was afraid that his shirtless appearance would scare her. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was wearing a vest. I just feel a little dizzy. I might have been confused just now. Really? Let me see. Manhwa stood on tiptoe and put his hand on Jiang Han's forehead. Oops, you have a fever. Really? Jiang Han really didn't think that he had a fever. No wonder he felt so dizzy. Luckily, I brought you some fever-reducing medicine as well. Manhwa took out a medicine box from somewhere. After she took out a box of antipyretic medicine, Jiang Han saw that there were many other medicines there. Where did you get so many medicines? Of course I bought it. I heard that you didn't even have cold medicine at home, so you definitely didn't have any other medicine. So I bought some of the medicines that you need at home. I also bought you a medicine box. Jiang Han saw that the medicine box contained some common medicines. In addition, there were also iodine, bandages, cotton swabs and other things that are often used to treat wounds. Jiang Han was somewhat touched. Thank you. Manhwa's face turned red. You're welcome. You often send things to our restaurant, so you can be considered as our supplier. I will consider this as a consolation to the supplier. You also cooked porridge for me, right? The porridge was probably already very well cooked, and the aroma was even stronger than at the beginning. Manhwa's face turned even redder. I didn't know when you would wake up, and I was afraid you would be hungry after you woke up. Since you had a cold, I didn't put any seafood in it. I put some easily digestible meat slices instead. Manhwa looked up at Jiang Han, her big eyes flickering with sparkling light. Are you hungry now? Do you want to eat? Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Miss Manhwa, can you give me a bowl? Yeah. Manhwa seemed very happy. He turned around and ran to the kitchen to get the meat porridge. Jiang Han looked at the instructions for the antipyretic medicine, then took out a pill and swallowed it with water. The medicine was very effective. When Manhwa came over, he was already sweating all over and his head was not as dizzy anymore. Manhwa brought the porridge to the table and said, drink it while it's hot. She took out another bag of pickled mustard tuber and asked, would you like some? Jiang Han felt that Manhwa was the worm in his stomach. When he smelled the porridge just now, he was thinking that it would be even better if there was a bag of pickled mustard tuber. Unexpectedly, Manhwa put the pickled mustard in front of him. He looked at Manhwa's soft and cute little face carefully and said, are you really not Doraemon? He could actually change into anything. Manhwa was amused by Jiang Han. If I were Doraemon, I would make a wish to myself. Jiang Han ate while looking at her. The porridge tasted really good. Even though he was not feeling well, he was still hungry. If you could make a wish, what would it be? Manhwa said without thinking, of course I can pass the principles of economics in English. Jiang Han raised his eyes. You are studying hotel management, and you still have to take these exams. Manhwa pouted. Yeah, I also find it baffling. Why do we have to take these exams? And the credits for these exams are so high. I'm studying financial management. I wonder if I can solve your questions. Jiang Han said casually. Manhwa looked at him in shock. Although she also studied at Nanjing University, she was the last one to be admitted to this major in the college entrance examination that year. It's not that she's a bad student, but that her English is too biased. Her good grades in other subjects are all dragged down by English. She thought that she would just go to university. She liked running a hotel, so she applied for hotel management. She didn't expect that hotel management also required learning English, and the principles of economics also gave her a headache. In terms of actual combat, she felt that she was better than anyone else. But when it came to written theory, she really couldn't compare to those who only studied hard. She will graduate in one more year, and she is really afraid that her grades won't allow her to graduate. I have a collection of wrong questions on my phone. Can you help me take a look? Manhwa asked tenderly. She had already handed over the phone, but after thinking about it, she wanted to take it back. I really am. You're already sick, how can I bother you? However, Jiang Han took the phone from her at the last moment when she took it back. He looked at the questions in the wrong question collection. Although these things were different from what they had learned, they were essentially the same. He actually thought these questions were quite simple. He explained to Manhwa a question that Manhwa couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. Manhwa was shocked after hearing this. Jiang Han, you are really amazing. We are not in the same profession. You can even answer our questions. The question Jiang Han just explained was about the principles of economics. Manhwa showed Jiang Han another English question. These English questions of Manhwa are basically about hotel applied English related to hotel management. Jiang Han has a good foundation in English, so such questions are not difficult for him. He explained it to Manhwa, and Manhwa looked at Jiang Han with even greater admiration. Jiang Han, you explained it even more clearly than the professor. Zhang Heide said that you are a good student, and it is true. For someone like you, it shouldn't be a problem to be admitted as a graduate student, right? Jiang Han was stunned for a moment, and he remembered the bad things again. Jiang Han, what's wrong with you? Manhwa was very sensitive. I used to have a girlfriend who was also from this village. She went to Nanjing University with me. She studied for a master's degree, but I didn't. She felt that I was not worthy of her, so she dumped me. Manhwa looked at Jiang Han in shock. How could it be possible that you were such a good student? How could you fail the exam? Jiang Han smiled bitterly. If he really wanted to take the exam, he would be able to pass it. Even if I fail to pass the exam this year, I will definitely pass it next year. Xiaogua, it doesn't matter. I think I'm living a good life now. Manhwa seemed to understand Jiang Han's meaning. He thought of the goods Jiang Han had recently delivered to the restaurant. You can earn tens of thousands a day, so why do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Moreover, she could see that Jiang Han was really comfortable living like this, and he also liked the way he was doing. Your ex-girlfriend will definitely regret it if she knows how capable you are now. Jiang Han smiled and shook his head. There is no relationship between her and me anymore. Seeing that Jiang Han didn't want to talk about this, Manhwa changed the subject. My sister and I both like the 2 baskets of bayberries you gave us. I wonder if there are still bayberries on the mountain. Can you take me to pick them? There are no more. Even if there were, all the bayberries on the trees fell off after the rain. And he only had 5 trees, one of which was chopped down. Jiang Han looked at the sky and it was already dark. It's not safe for you to go back alone. Let me take you back. But you're still sick. It's okay. I'm much better after taking the medicine. She came here specially to take care of him. If something happens to Zyokuo when he returns, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. At this time, Manhwa saw the bayberry tree that had been struck by lightning. Why is this tree so black? Why did you put this tree in your house? I want to sell this tree. He was afraid that Zhang Heide would not understand, so when Zhang Heide went to town, he did not let him take the tree with him. It was now completely dark again, and the post office must have been closed. He can only send it tomorrow. His electric 3-wheeled vehicle was taken away by Zhang Heide, and Manhwa came here on an electric scooter. Jiang Han asked Manhwa to sit on the back seat of the electric scooter, and he rode the scooter and took Manhwa to the town. Manhwa felt very safe sitting on the back seat of Jiang Han's electric bike. How could there be a woman in this world who doesn't like Jiang Han? His ex-girlfriend must be blind in both eyes. Jiang Han, can I ask you questions I don't understand in the future? Of course. Zyokuo is very cute. He is as patient with Mankuo as he is with his 2 nieces. Jiang Han sent Manhwa all the way home. Zhang Heide parked his electric 3-wheeler in front of the entrance of the Hollywood Hotel. He sent a message to Zhang Heide and rode his electric 3-wheeler back. When he came back in the dark, he was cold and sweaty. I rummaged through the medicine box that Manhwa brought and found some medicine based on my instincts. When I woke up the next day, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. I was very hungry, but I felt much better. When he walked into the living room, he found that Manhwa had left bread for him last night. After eating the bread, I felt refreshed. In order to avoid any further complications, he decided to send the bayberry tree that had been struck by lightning away as soon as possible. The people at the post office were all shocked when they saw Jiang Han was going to mail this broken tree. It might not be cost-effective for you to send this item. It's too heavy and too large. The courier fee far exceeds the value of the item itself. It doesn't matter, as long as it can be sent. The staff checked the address Jiang Han wanted to send it to and weighed the tree. The express delivery fee alone will cost you 330 yuan. Okay. It's really a good deal to have the goods delivered for more than 300 yuan. Jiang Han was afraid of accidents on the road. Excuse me, can I add insurance for this tree? The staff looked at him in shock and said, it's just a broken tree, so you don't need insurance. The shipping cost alone was already very high. No, I want to add insurance. It's safer to add insurance to things like this. Well, then, the insurance here is calculated at 1 per 1,000 of the value of the goods. You broken tree. The staff estimated that the tree was worth $10 or $20? I pay $280 for insurance. The staff looked at Jiang Han as if he was a fool. Do you know how much the goods are worth with an insurance fee of 280 yuan? That's 280,000. Not 280 yuan, and not 2,800 yuan. Is your broken tree worth 280,000 yuan? Looking at the black appearance of this tree, no one would want it even if I sold it to others for 28 yuan. Jiang Han frowned. Can't you buy insurance for 280 here? The staff felt that Jiang Han was just being unreasonable. I'm very busy now and don't have time to chat with you. He thought Jiang Han had backed off when he heard about the freight, but he deliberately found fault for the sake of face. If you want to send it, send it. If you don't want to send it, take your piece of wood back. He felt that this thing was in the way here. The leader of the express delivery station came over and asked, "What's going on?" Manager Fong, he's making trouble. The staff explained the matter. Jiang Han's expression was not very good, but he remained calm. I just want to apply for insurance. Manager Fong looked at the wood and thought it was worthless, but he was more patient than his subordinates. In order to make Jiang Han give up, he took a photo of the black tree and sent it to the insurance company. Sir, I have sent the picture of this tree to the insurance company. They have people who specialize in appraisal. Please wait here for a moment. As long as the insurance company is willing to insure you, there will be no problem. Jiang Han frowned. Isn't it the buyer who has the final say on how much this thing is worth? Jiang Han was about to speak when Manager Fong's cell phone rang. Manager Fong stared at the phone screen for several seconds. It seems hard to believe. Mr. Jiang, please fill out the information. The insurance company agrees to your insurance. All the staff on the field were stunned for a moment. Manager Fong, is the premium 280? Well, 280. This means that this thing is indeed worth 280,000. The situation reversed instantly. All the staff at the express delivery station became serious. They greeted Jiang Han earnestly and wrapped the black bayberry tree very carefully. I was afraid that something might happen to the things because they didn't pack them carefully. This is the most valuable item they have ever sent since the establishment of their site. Manager Fong respectfully handed a business card to Jiang Han and said, Mr. Jiang, the staff turnover at the express station is quite high. If you have any trouble in the future, you can contact me directly. Jiang Han said thank you and took the business card. Their island is too remote, and there is only one express delivery point. It would be good to be able to talk directly to the person in charge at the express delivery station. Jiang Han took the receipt, took a photo, and sent it to Shen Ren. When he was riding his electric three-wheeled motorcycle back, he actually ran into someone he didn't want to run into. Jiang Han, is that you? Jiang Han turned his head and saw Yi Tian getting out of a private car. This private car of hers should have been called from the town. Because the roads in the village are not hardened, and there was a thunderstorm yesterday, the roads in the village are all muddy and watery. These private cars were unwilling to enter the village, so they dropped people off at the entrance of the village and left. Yi Tian waved at Jiang Han, is this the three-wheeled motorcycle you bought? Give me a ride. Her skirt and shoes were new, and the floor was sticky. If she just walked over there, her shoes and skirt would be dirty. Jiang Han's mind unconsciously emerged the image of Meng Guo wearing his slippers barefoot. There is pink nail polish on the nails. Very cute. Jiang Han glanced at Yi Tian and said, everyone else is walking, but you have 2 legs and can't walk. Yi Tian couldn't believe that these words came out of Jiang Han's mouth. Before Yi Tian could say something else, Jiang Han had already ridden away on his 3-wheeled motorcycle. Yi Tian was so angry that she wanted to wait and see if anyone else passed by. But there are few people in the village, and even fewer passing by here at this time. Yi Tian had no choice but to grit her teeth and step on the muddy ground one step at a time. When Jiang Han returned home, he felt tired. Yesterday I was digging the ground and picking bayberries. I was caught in the rain, caught a cold, and had a fever. I haven't fully recovered yet. Now that he has returned to the island, he will not follow the example of the office workers who work 996 in big cities. Rest well when you are sick and never work when you are sick. He sent a message to Zhang Heide, asking him to have a good rest, and then lay down on the bed and continued to sleep. At 6:30 in the evening, Jiang Feng called Jiang Han's cell phone. Han, do you think these people are scammers? Jiang Han sat up from the bed with a start. Sister, what happened? Tell me slowly. He turned on the speaker and got dressed while talking on the phone. Something happened to his sister, so he had to go there. A big car came with a lot of home appliances on it. They said I bought some appliances and they wanted to move them to my house. I took a look and found not only my address but also my name and contact number. How can these scammers be so good and know everything? Jiang Han slapped his head, feeling a little amused and helpless. He actually forgot to tell his sister about this matter. I bought it online, and I wrote your addressee and contact information. What? You bought all these washing machines and refrigerators? How much did they cost? Oh my god. There's also a big air conditioner and water heater in here. Jiang Feng felt like she was about to faint. He knew that his brother had made some money during this period, but he couldn't waste it like this. She hesitated to buy a water heater and still hasn't bought it yet. But Jiang Han bought so many at once. Doesn't he treat money as money? Sister, isn't the money you earn meant to be spent? You. Jiang Feng stuttered. If his parents knew he was like this, they would be so angry that they would die. Jiang Han could feel that Jiang Feng was angry even through the phone. Since he had already put on his clothes, he rode his electric three-wheeled motorcycle to Shangjiang village. When Jiang Feng saw Jiang Han, she shouted, "I don't want these things, please return them." Jiang Han gave her some small gifts, and she accepted them. But this time the gifts were too many and too valuable. Jiang Han held Jiang Feng's hand and said, "Sis, after mom and dad left, we were the only ones left. If you hadn't held me by your side all those years, I would have died a long time ago. Sis, please believe me, I am not reckless in spending money. The money I have earned during this period is enough for me to buy these things for you." Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han carefully, and the more he looked, the more he felt that his younger brother was good looking. Really? She was indeed afraid that Jiang Han would spend money without restraint. Of course it's true. Jiang Feng was so moved that she wanted to cry. She hugged Jiang Han and said, "Ah Han, I am so lucky to have a brother like you." In rural areas, there are many cases where sisters take care of their younger brothers unconditionally without the younger brothers giving anything in return. But her brother is so sensible. It's so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. All the hard work in the past was not in vain, her brother was worth her efforts. Such a big car also attracted the villagers of Shangjiang village to gather around. "Ah Feng, you've made a fortune. You bought so many big items. Are they dowries for your two daughters?" "Ha ha ha, how old are her two girls? Do they need to prepare dowries so early? You're not going to use all these things yourself, are you?" Jiang Feng wiped away her tears and said to the villagers with a smile, "All these big guys were bought for me by Ah Han. I said I didn't need them, but my brother insisted to buy them for me." Jiang Feng, who had a gloomy face just now, couldn't even suppress the smile at this moment. "My brother is not only good at studying, but also very filial. He always responds to my requests. He is afraid that I am not doing well. Look at these things. Just by looking at the material of the cardboard box, you can tell that the things inside are good." The villagers were all shocked. Some time ago, Jiang Feng also praised Jiang Han, but they always thought that Jiang Feng just said it casually for the sake of face. Or maybe Jiang Han just gave some small gifts to save face and to show some superficial effort. But these things are all big items. These things would be enough as a dowry for my daughter. Which brother is so generous that he would give his sister so many things? It's good enough not to take things from my sister's hands. The man who was moving the goods wiped his sweat and said, "Young man, so you bought these things? Your sister thought we were bad people and refused to let us in." The master laughed after he said this. "These things should have been delivered yesterday, but it rained yesterday. The car broke down this morning, so it took until now. It's okay, just bring it over. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Feng also felt embarrassed, so she opened the door and made a cup of tea for each of the two masters. "Master, have a cup of tea first. We don't have good stuff in the countryside. I picked and roasted the tea leaves myself. I hope you don't mind." The two chefs delivered gifts to customers and saw a lot of human warmth and coldness. They were happy as long as the customers didn't say anything cold to them. They didn't expect that someone would actually make tea for them. "Thank you. We'll drink after we move. Where should we put the washing machine?" "Put it in the bathroom." Their countryside is not like big cities where every inch of land is valuable. The bathroom in Jiang Feng's house is very big, but it is empty and there is nothing in it. It's empty, so you can put it anywhere. The movers still placed her washing machine in the most suitable position in the corner. They brought the water heater over again. When the villagers saw the big refrigerator, they were all shocked. "Is this as big as a refrigerator? Isn't this a cabinet?" Jiang Feng was also a little confused. The material looked like a refrigerator, but the style looked like a cabinet. "Ah Han, is this thing wrong?" "You're not mistaken. This is a double-door refrigerator that's popular in the city." He opened the refrigerator door and found that there was enough space inside for several people. "It's so big." Jiang Feng was still a little dazed. When she was making sea cucumbers, she had to borrow the refrigerator from Aunt Wan's house next door. But now she also has a refrigerator at home. And it's such a big and luxurious refrigerator. And Wang also praised repeatedly, your brother has really grown up. He actually bought you such a fancy refrigerator. And Wang's family is relatively well off, but compared with the new refrigerator Jiang Feng bought, the broken refrigerator in their house is just a pile of junk. Jiang Feng was laughing so hard that wrinkles appeared on her face. Oh, my brother is just too ambitious. He is ambitious and loves his sister so much. There is really nothing we can do about it. At this time, another vertical air conditioner was moved in. Jiang Feng was surprised. Why did you buy an air conditioner? It won't be too hot if you use a fan at night. Isn't this a waste of air conditioning? Sister, I bought all these things online. They are all basic models, without any fancy functions, and they are not expensive. No matter how cheap it is, you shouldn't buy things you don't need, right? Jiang Feng was really happy, but she also felt really painful. She felt sorry for Jiang Han. Who said we don't need it? Lingling and Wanwan's interest classes are almost over, right? It's also very hot at home during the summer vacation. Can't you turn on the air conditioner for them during the day to let them cool down? Lingling and Wanwan, who were doing their homework, were very happy to hear this. Uncle, you are so nice. At home during the day, they are often too hot to do their homework. Jiang Feng was furious. With their grades, are they worthy? The two little girls immediately lowered their heads. Their grades were really bad. Sister, you are their mother. If you think they are not excellent, who will think they are excellent? Even if they grow up and enter the society, they will be full of inferiority complex. Although Jiang Feng didn't understand, she felt that what her brother said made sense. Well, then okay. If it's really too hot, I'll turn on the air conditioner for them during the day. After hearing this, the two little girls immediately jumped up happily. Long live Uncle. Jiang Han was happy to see Lingling and Wanwan happy. Among the villagers watching, there were several older sisters who wished their younger brothers could be as sensible. Thinking of their brother. Forget it, I just hope I can avoid causing trouble for them. I really don't expect my younger brother to respect them. The appliance mover drank his tea in a hurry, then turned to ask Jiang Han, young man, do you know where Shijiang village is? Jiang Han looked at him with a smile. Are you going to deliver the goods to Jiang Han in Shijiang village? The master was stunned. Yes, how did you know? Then he slapped his head and suddenly realized, you are the Jiang Han. Yes, master, please follow me. The master was surprised and drove his truck behind Jiang Han's three-wheeled motorcycle. He saw that Jiang Han was not very old and looked like he had just graduated from college. How could he buy so many home appliances for his sister and himself at such a young age? My child also graduated from college this year, but he hasn't found a job yet and is living off my parents at home. The car stopped in front of Jiang Han's house. Jiang Han didn't make tea, but gave each of them a bottle of iced black tea. You two siblings are so polite. You are such good people, you deserve to live a good life. Aunt Li and Aunt Chinju saw the truck at the door and saw that Jiang Han's door was open, so they walked in. Then I saw the large object that had just been placed in the hall. Hey, what is this big thing? It's the air conditioner. Jiang Han said. Isn't the air conditioner hung horizontally on the wall? Is it this big? This is placed on the ground, just like the one in the town supermarket. Jiang Han explained patiently. Jiang Han, you've made great progress. You actually bought such a fancy air conditioner. Aunt Li patted Jiang Han's shoulder uncontrollably. Jiang Han, please turn on the air conditioner and let us see how powerful it is. Aunt Chinju was more excited than Aunt Li. Aunt Chinju, I bought this online. The person who installs the air conditioner won't be here until tomorrow. Is that so? Then can we come back and see it tomorrow? Sure. Aunt Li patted Jiang Han's shoulder uncontrollably again. Oh, you are really promising. You have also broadened our horizons. Just then, Yi Tianation's mother happened to walk past Jiang Han's house. Aunt Li's smile suddenly froze on her face, and then she said gossipingly, I heard that Tian Tian is back. Did you see her? Jiang Han frowned. Aunt Li, I have nothing to do with Yi Tian Tian anymore. This has always been Jiang Han's opinion regarding Yi Tianation's affairs. Jiang Han's face didn't look very good, but Aunt Li and Aunt Chinju didn't notice it at all. Young man, is this refrigerator placed here? Master, can you help me put it back a little? Aunt Li and Aunt Chinju were even more shocked. You also bought a refrigerator. They were thinking that if Jiang Han bought a bigger refrigerator, they could put any leftover food in it. It turned out that the refrigerator was smaller than the standing air conditioner Jiang Han bought. Jiang Han, what do you do with such a small refrigerator? I don't usually cook. Even if I did, there's nothing to freeze. This fridge is just for drinks and popsicles. Aunt Chinju and Aunt Li were both shocked. You bought a refrigerator to put these in? Do you really need to buy a refrigerator to freeze these things? Jiang Han smiled and said, I just want to drink some iced drinks in the hot summer. Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju didn't know what Jiang Han was thinking. He bought a refrigerator to cool drinks, but wasn't that just using the money as toilet paper? But Jiang Han seems to be really different. This house not only has an air conditioner and a refrigerator, but also a washing machine and a water heater. I originally thought that Jiang Han's family conditions were poor, but after putting these things up, Jiang Han's family conditions were not so bad anymore. Jiang Han, your house would be more comfortable if you renovated it. Aunt Li sighed. There's no rush for renovations. The doors and windows here are very old, but the renovation required a unified plan, and he didn't want to just replace old things with new ones. He sent his two aunts away and saw the message Manhwa sent him. Manhwa, drink more water if you have a cold or fever. Jiang Han listened to the advice and drank a large teacup of water before going to bed. The next morning, he received a call from the installer. After the master installed the air conditioner, he turned it on to test the overall effect. The effect is very good, and the whole hall became cool after a while. Aunt Lian and Kumquat didn't know where they got the news from, but they came to his house and knocked on the door again following the smell. When Jiang Han opened the door, his eyes met Yi Tian Tian who was passing by his house. Aunt Li directly pulled Yi Tian Tian over and said, Tian Tian, you also know that Jiang Han has installed an air conditioner, so you came here to use it, right? Yi Tian Tian didn't think about the air conditioner, and she didn't know how she ended up here. Before she could say anything, Aunt Li dragged her into Jiang Han's house. The weather is particularly hot today. Compared with the heat outside, Jiang Han's home is cool and comfortable. Aunt Li's face relaxed. Jiang Han, your air conditioner is amazing. It's better than the one in the village head's house. No wonder the town supermarket has to use the same air conditioner as yours. You're wrong. Jiang Han and the town supermarket use the same air conditioner. Aunt Jinju corrected her. What does it matter? It means the same thing. Aunt Li said indifferently. Yi Tian Tian also noticed the changes in Jiang Han's home. Because they studied in the same university, they used to be together whenever they came back. She knew best what the situation was at Jiang Han's home. Although Jiang Han's house was not small, he was very poor and could not afford anything. It was not much different from theirs. Now, the broken rocking chairs and broken tables and chairs in the hall are still there. Other things have not changed much, but there is a vertical air conditioner that has suddenly appeared. A small refrigerator is also included. She had seen this kind of refrigerator when she visited her classmate's house in the city. It is specially used for placing drinks and ice cream. Yi Tian Tian frowned. Her mother had told her on the phone about Jiang Han buying an electric three-wheeled vehicle. So yesterday, when she saw Jiang Han riding an electric three-wheeled motorcycle, she was not surprised at all. And the electric three-wheeler is not a car. Jiang Han was riding an electric three-wheeled motorcycle on the road. He looked so rustic and it was obvious that he would never make a name for himself. But why did he buy a vertical air conditioner and a refrigerator? Where did he get the money? Especially this kind of refrigerator. Who would buy this kind of thing without spare money? Yi Tian Tian thought about it and felt that she might be wrong. He probably bought this refrigerator not to cool drinks and ice cream, but because it is cheaper than those big refrigerators. Maybe the ice inside is full of vegetables. The more Yi Tian Tian thought about it, the more she felt that this was the reason. She wanted to tear off Jiang Han's disguise, so she deliberately said, Jiang Han, I'm so thirsty. Do you have any water in the refrigerator? Before Jiang Han could answer, Yi Tian Tian walked to the small refrigerator. The familiar one opened the refrigerator. She didn't see the variety of seafood and vegetables she wanted to see. What you see are neatly arranged rows of drinks. There are 2 or 3 bottles of each flavor. She opened the freezer below and found no frozen meat or seafood, just various flavors of sorbet and ice cream. Just now, when the master was installing the air conditioner, Jiang Han saw that the installer was sweating profusely, so he went to the shop and bought a lot of popsicles and ice cream. The installer put the food he didn't finish into the refrigerator. He also put some drinks of various flavors that he had bought from the town supermarket some time ago into the refrigerator. Wow, so many drinks! Aunt Li exclaimed. There are so many popsicles and ice creams. The weather is so hot, you can even sell popsicles. And Kumquat said from the side. Jiang Han was amused by them. I bought this from a small shop. If I sell it at a higher price than the small shop, you won't come to buy it. If I sell it at a lower price than the small shop, not only will I lose money, but Aunt Maiwa from the small shop will come and beat me up. Thinking of this scene, Aunt Li and Aunt Kumquat both laughed. Tian Tian, this air conditioner is very comfortable, isn't it? When will you buy one for your home? And Chinju felt that Jiang Han's air conditioning was so comfortable that she felt much better. I still have to study. Now is not the time to enjoy myself. Aunt Lee and Aunt Chinju both responded, oh, that's right, you are already a graduate student. When you graduate, you will definitely be very successful. Of course. Yi Tian raised her head proudly. So what if Jiang Han is enjoying himself now? He is just a loser who graduated from college and can't even find a job in a big city. From the moment she was admitted to graduate school, Jiang Han and she were no longer from the same class. Yi Tian went to the bathroom and unexpectedly saw a washing machine and a water heater in the bathroom. The water heater is always powered, unlike some people in the village who buy electrical appliances just for decoration. When Yi Tian saw the faucet in Jiang Han's bathroom, she smiled. Even schools don't use such simple faucets anymore. Even if he bought so many appliances, so what? They were just a few appliances. The cement floor didn't have a single tile, and the ceiling was just painted white, with no ceiling at all. Other places are even more rudimentary. Yi Tian walked out in a good mood. The cement floor in the bathroom was at least smooth, but the cement floor in the hall was rough. The smile on Yi Tian's face became more sincere. She walked up to Jiang Han with her chest held high and her head held high. Jiang Han, you are not a child anymore. You can't always ask your sister for money. What did you say? Jiang Han was confused. Your set of home appliances must have cost a lot of money, right? Your sister has 2 daughters to support, and life is already hard enough. It's unreasonable for you to ask her for money. After hearing what Yi Tian meant, Jiang Han just found it funny. How blind was I before that I actually liked such a two-faced woman? Yi Tian had her eyes on a mobile phone that cost more than 5,000 yuan. He didn't have the money to buy it for her, so he just wanted to work another job so that he could buy it for her. But she couldn't wait that long and kept urging him to ask his sister for money. Fortunately, at that time, although he had been licking Yi Tian, he was not shameless enough to use his sister's hard-earned money to buy gifts for his girlfriend. What's more, Yi Tian's phone is in good condition. She just wants to compete and must buy that new phone. Just then, Jiang Han's cell phone rang. When Jiang Han took out his cell phone, Yi Tian felt that the phone looked familiar, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. Maybe Jiang Feng's voice was too loud, or maybe the living room was too quiet. Jiang Han did not press the loudspeaker button, but Yi Tian and her 2 aunts could still hear Jiang Feng's voice clearly. Han, the technician has already installed the air conditioner in my house. I didn't know about it before, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to use. Once the temperature in the room drops, I feel less irritable. Jiang Feng thought of something and asked weakly, this thing consumes a lot of electricity, right? The hydropower resources on Jiaohua Island are not scarce, but they are by no means abundant. Electricity bills have been rising in recent years. If it consumes too much electricity, she wouldn't dare to use it. Sister, if you think it's a waste of electricity, I'll help you pay the electricity bill in the summer. How can I ask you to pay the electricity bill? I won't tell you anymore. Another technician is coming to install the water heater for me. Jiang Feng hung up the phone. Jiang Han could tell that his sister was still very happy. During this time, he has been sending things to his sister's house. His sister's words made him realize that simply sending her things would not solve the fundamental situation at her home. These appliances can improve the quality of life of my sister's family, but they can also increase their expenses. My sister's family's income depends entirely on my brother-in-law working in the factory. This little money is needed to support a family, so every penny needs to be spent carefully. If possible, he should increase his sister's family income little by little. Aunt Lee and Kumquat God looked at Jiang Han in surprise. Why, your sister's family also bought home appliances? Yeah. Jiang Han didn't explain too much. He just wanted to live his life well and didn't need to prove anything to others. Zhang Heide walked in. Brother Han, why is the house so lively? His eyes fell on Yi Tian. He didn't expect Yi Tian to come to Brother Han's house. He looked at Jiang Han's face again and found that Jiang Han did not welcome Yi Tian, so he was smart enough not to put his warm face against Yi Tian's cold butt. Brother Han, let's go to the sea. Zhang Heide originally thought that Jiang Han would need to rest for another day or two. Unexpectedly, an hour ago, Jiang Han sent him a message telling him that he had fully recovered. You can go fishing today. Okay, let's get things ready. All the things for fishing were placed in the warehouse, and they just had to sort them out a little bit. Aunt Lee and Jean Jushin felt embarrassed. You guys go to the sea, then you guys are busy, we will go back first. They wanted to remind Jiang Han that it was a low tide today and there wasn't much stock. But thinking of Jiang Han's repeated gains in the small tide, the two of them shut up again. The 2 aunts left, but Yi Tian was still in the living room. Jiang Han frowned. He had turned off the air conditioner and carried his things on his back, but Yi Tian showed no intention of leaving. Yi Tian looked at Jiang Han. Are you now willing to do anything to make money? Yi Tian, if you have something to say, just say it directly. What's the point of beating around the bush like this? Yi Tian's eyes fell on Jiang Haide. Jiang Han, even if you don't admit it, I know it clearly. I am doing this for your own good. I hope you can be a good person. If Jiang Han hadn't done anything illegal, how could he have had the money to buy so many things in just half a month? He was very sure that she had already emptied Jiang Han before they broke up. Jiang Han found it funny. It turned out that she thought he and Jiang Haide were doing something bad together. I have to say that her way of thinking is also a way of thinking. Yi Tian, if you think I have committed a crime, you are welcome to report me. Now please leave my house. Otherwise, if anything is missing from my house, I will report you. Yi Tian stamped her feet in anger. Do you think I want to stay in your house? She turned around and left Jiang Han's house angrily. After taking 2 steps, she stopped and looked at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, since we grew up together, I won't report you. She would watch him fall into the abyss step by step, and finally be doomed. After all, many money-making businesses are written in the criminal law. Jiang Han once again confirmed that Yi Tian's brain was not normal. Has he become stupid because of reading too much? His cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Ma Xiaomei. Ma Xiaomei, thank you for sending us the dry goods. My sister and I are still traveling, and my father received the goods. He took some to make soup and said it tasted very good. Jiang Han, as long as you like it. Seeing Yi Tian still standing there, Jiang Han and Jiang Haide walked past her without even looking at her. Yi Tian was still stiff. She felt that the phone looked familiar. Now she remembered, wasn't this a new model launched by Fengwei? Remember, it costs more than 7,000 yuan each. Is Jiang Han really that rich now? She took a deep breath and tried hard to comfort herself that this must be the money he earned from doing bad things with Jiang Haide. Maybe he will be arrested in 2 days. She never connected these with going to the beach. Jiang Han didn't plan to go too far, so he just went to the mudflats where they often went. Passing by the seawall, Jiang Han and Jiang Haide saw the 6 crab cages. Jiang Haide, I want to see if there is anything in the cage. Brother Han said that he put these cages there, so the things in these cages also belong to him. He didn't want to take up these cages. At the same time, I was afraid that I had gained too much and would feel embarrassed. Jiang Han wanted to say that there was no need to be so anxious, but when he saw Jiang Haide's high interest, he let him do as he pleased. Jiang Haide picked up the first cage, which was empty. Jiang Haide didn't feel any emotion at all. After all, the last time he collected cages for Jiang Han, the first cage was also empty. But he then picked up 4 more cages, all of which were empty. For a moment, he didn't even dare to fish out the 6th crab pot. Brother Han, why don't you fish out the 6th crab pot? Jiang Han smelled the crab cage. There is a saying that fishing nets and cages will emit a special smell after being used for a long time. Marine life will be frightened when they smell the smell and will stay away. Therefore, various nets and cages need to be cleaned and exposed to the sun regularly. He had only used these cages a few times, so there was still no smell on them. It shouldn't be the reason, he thought. He walked to the side of Jiang Haide and said, okay, let me do it then. The location of the crab cage was moved 20 meters from its original position, just as Jiang Haide had told him last time. There is nothing wrong with doing this. Jiang Han looked through the sea surface to the bottom of the sea. The cage was empty, there was nothing in it. If he had just brought the cage up, this trip would have been a complete failure. Jiang Haide didn't understand why Jiang Han was standing there, but he didn't urge him. Jiang Han waited for a while before he saw a small white pomfret weighing about 1 pound. Just like last time, he shook the crab cage and put the small white pomfret into it. Small white pomfret costs about 20 to 30 yuan per pound. I only made 20 or 30 yuan on this trip, but there is one thing that makes it no longer considered the Air Force. Strangely enough, when he came here last time, there were still a lot of things here. But this time, there really wasn't much left on the seawall. Jiang Han's scanning range is now 210 meters. Jiang Han looked into the distance and saw that more and more things were appearing 50 meters away from the seawall. It's not that there is nothing, but that things are not coming to the shore. At this time, Aunt Alan and Laoletta brought a bunch of cages over, many of which were foldable square cages. They said hello to Jiang Han and Jiang Haide and put the cage down. Then Aunt Gihua also pulled her grandson over to put the cage away. Jiang Han, come and collect the cages. What do you have today? There is no stock today. Jiang Han reminded them. If this situation continues, all these cages will probably be wasted. And Kihwa has a good attitude. If there is no stock today, maybe there will be stock tomorrow. If there is no stock tomorrow, maybe there will be stock the day after tomorrow. We live on an island and rely on the weather for our livelihood. We have to be patient. Aunt Osmond thus continued to put the cage away. Aunt Allen and the old man also released all the cages. Jiang Han didn't say much. Aunt Kihwa's grandson, Little Leopard, walked up to Jiang Han and said, "Brother Jiang Han, do you have any candy?" Aunt Kihwa immediately pulled her grandson over and said, "Kid, why are you asking your brother Jiang Han for candy? I've told you so many times. I don't want other people's things." Little Leopard looked at Aunt Kihwa aggrievedly. "Grandma, brother Jiang Han is not someone else, he is our neighbor Big Brother." Aunt Kihwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm talking to you, but you're still so talkative." Little Leopard is right. I am his neighbor Big Brother. Jiang Han squatted down, at the same height as the Little Leopard. "Brother didn't bring any candy today. I'll give it to you when I bring some, okay?" The Little Leopard immediately cheered happily. When Jiang Han stood up, he saw a conch swimming. Dongfeng conch is a kind of flower snail, which is slightly cheaper than small white pomfret. Following the principle that even a small amount of money counts, Jiang Han moved the crab cage and collected the conch as well. Zhang Heide had low requirements and was very happy to see the small white pomfret and the conch. After all, he had put the crab cage down himself. "Brother Han, you are lucky. What's good about that? The last time he did this, what he covered was a dirt spot. Why is it bad? The 5 cages in front of me are all empty. Only the cage you mentioned has stock." Jiang Han thought about it and it was true, but what he relied on was not luck, but his eyes. "Brother Han, let's use these fish and snails as bait." Jiang Han looked at him with a smile. "Are you willing to do that? Why are you reluctant? Without this little white pomfret and the flower snail, we would be left with no bait." "No rush. Let's go look somewhere else. There are fewer and fewer things in this area, and with so many people putting up cages, it won't have any effect even if they put up the cages." Jiang Han asked Zhang Heide to put the cage away. And Kihwa looked at her in surprise. "You're not going to put the cage out? What if there's something there? Lao Luo and the others caught a lot of good stuff here yesterday." Originally, Lao Luo looked down on Jiang Han for putting out crab cages, but he didn't expect that he was now so enthusiastic about it. I guess they saw that he had made some gains on the seawall, so they came over to put up the cages. When Jiang Han put the cage, he put it where there were more goods. If Lao Luo and the others put the cage next to his cage, they would probably get some gains. But as these seafood were caught more and more, they learned their lesson and stopped moving towards the seawall. "There are too many people here, I'll go check somewhere else." Jiang Han's words were correct. Aunt Allen's ears perked up. "Jiang Han, where are you going to put the cage?" She had heard that following Jiang Han to release the cages would bring great rewards. They may not have any luck in catching seafood, but they may have some luck in putting cages. Although Jiang Han didn't catch anything today, it was nothing to have bad luck once in a while. Like everyone else in the village, she felt that it was not wrong to follow Jiang Han. Jiang Han was somewhat helpless. "I haven't thought about it yet." Originally, Jiang Han thought that putting up the cage was a good idea. Once the cage was put down, the seafood would go into the cage by themselves. It's like making money without doing anything. But if someone keeps putting a cage next to his cage, he will have to keep moving, and the harvest will be greatly reduced. It seems that he should take a few days off from putting up the cage. He and Zhang Heide went towards the mudflat. In the past, Jiang Han had pretty good luck every time he came to the mudflats. Even if the coastline receded a little, it did not prevent him from making money. But today, his eyes swept over it. There is really nothing valuable in places where you can go to the beach to catch seafood. All he could see were some common baby snails, the same kind he had just caught with the cage. 1 pound costs about 10 yuan. They are so small, I don't know how many I need to catch to make up 1 pound. A piece of wood that came from nowhere was stranded on the shore. Zhang Heide saw that the ground was covered with oysters, so he took a hook and pried out the oyster meat. Zhang Heide pried 2 of them and ate them. He looked at Jiang Han and said, "Brother Han, do you want to eat some?" Jiang Han had eaten it raw before, and it tasted quite fresh and sweet, but now he is a little bit unable to accept eating it raw. "I'd better take it back and steam it for eggs." The oysters tasted okay, but they were not worth the money. It is much cheaper than the Dongfeng conch. This thing is like mussels. When you really have nothing to eat, you can always find some by walking around the beach. Zhang Heide had no intention of selling it, otherwise, he would not have just taken out the meat. He put all the meat in a clean little jar. "Brother Han, where should I find something later?" Now Zhang Heide has become accustomed to Jiang Han marking out a place for him to find things. Jiang Han sighed. Today was the worst day for him to find anything since his first time going to the beach. He ran around the mud pit and there was really no cargo within the 210-meter field of vision. After running for so long, I only had 2 more scallops in my hands. When he saw Yi Tian early this morning, he felt that he was in trouble. I didn't expect that I would really run into bad luck. Nothing good ever happened when I met that woman. Unlucky. Jiang Han threw the 2 scallops in his hand into the bucket. Do you know any way to get rid of bad luck? Zhang Heide scratched his head. How would I know this? If they want good luck, wouldn't the people in the village all worship Guanyin, the Dragon King, or the God of Wealth? Or they would just worship their ancestors. Jiang Han slapped his head and remembered that his sister had said last time that she wanted to go with him to pay a visit to his parents. Several days passed and they didn't go. Jiang Han directly carried the things on his back and said, "Let's go back. I'm going to visit my parents at the grave." Given today's situation, there's nothing to rush into. Although Zhang Heide felt surprised, he knew that Brother Han was always right. He also packed his things and followed Jiang Han. "Brother Han, I won't go to town for now. Let's have lunch at your house. I'll get an egg to steam the oysters, and then cook 2 servings of instant noodles." "Okay, go directly to Aunt Giwa's house to get the eggs. I'll go with you to settle the bill in a few days." "Okay." Jiang Han returned to the village and called Jiang Feng twice, but no one answered. He sent a message to Jiang Feng. "Sister, I'm going to visit my parents first. I'll go with you next time." After Jiang Han finished sending his greetings, he went up the mountain to the temple and bought some incense oil, candles, and some scriptures to burn for his ancestors. My parents' graves were kept very clean, with no weeds around them. There was also a bunch of dried flowers on the graves. It seems that when he is not around, his sister always comes to pay respect to his parents. Jiang Han took away the dried flowers. Incense and candles were also placed in front of the grave. He burned the sutras he bought one by one and gave them to his parents. "Mom and Dad, I've been home for a while. I'm doing pretty well now. I came late because I was afraid you would scold me. I have decided not to work hard in a big city. I will stay on Jiaohua Island and be a fisherman. If you have the ability, please help me get rid of the bad luck and make my life on the island more comfortable." After doing all this, Jiang Han went home. Zhang Heide had already steamed the oysters and was preparing the instant noodles. Jiang Han saw that someone tagged him in the class group again. "Hu Danzan at Jiang Han, if you go back home to develop, you will probably never understand the hardships of office workers." Hu Danzan posted a picture of herself eating instant noodles. "Jiang Han, is eating instant noodles also considered bitter? Then I am also suffering." Jiang Han also posted a picture of himself eating instant noodles. After the picture was sent out, people in the class group focused their attention on the plate of oysters. "You eat instant noodles with oysters, what kind of divine way to eat this?" "Jiang Han, it's just oysters. Tian Xingwen, I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Jiang Han was speechless. He really thought they were just some oysters. Oysters, like mussels, are something that many people living by the sea are tired of eating. Zhang Heide checked the time and said, "The little white pomfret should be ready too. You also made small white pomfret." Jiang Han was a little surprised. "Didn't you say you wouldn't put out the cages? If you don't put out the cages, we won't need them as bait. I see you haven't come back yet, so after steaming the oysters, put the small white pomfret into steam as well. Oysters cannot be steamed for too long, 3 minutes is enough." When Zhang Heide finished steaming the oysters, Jiang Han was still on the mountain. Perhaps for the sake of convenience, Zhang Heide steamed the Dongfeng luo together with the oysters. I don't know if he learned it from the Hollywood Hotel. He specially prepared the dish while steaming it. In the middle is a small white pomfret, surrounded by a circle of conchs. Seeing a group of people in the group saying that he ate instant noodles so luxuriously, he simply posted this small white pomfret to the group. "Hu Danzan, Jiang Han, is what you eat still called instant noodles? Jiang Han, if not instant noodles, what should I call it? Hu Danzan, seafood instant noodle meal. Ison, Tang Chin, are those snails surrounding the fish? Jiang Han, it is a flower snail, and it is considered the Dongfeng snail among the flower snails. Tang Chin, this dish alone would cost more than 200 yuan, right? Lu Boong, the last time our team leader treated us to a meal, it wasn't as good as this one. Jiang Han's cell phone rang. Jiang Feng finally called. "Have you visited your parents?" "Yeah, I really want to go see my parents today. I won't wait for you." "Of course. Mom and Dad will be happy to see you. By the way, there is something I want to ask you." Jiang Feng didn't want to say it at first, but since the call had already been made, she couldn't help but say it out loud. "Late yesterday, your brother-in-law came back. He said his comrade in arms had a nearly scrapped boat and asked if you wanted it. I scolded your brother-in-law right away. We are not junk collectors. Why would we take someone else's nearly scrapped boat? Jiang Han heard something different. Sister, did you really scold your brother-in-law? Of course. Jiang Feng's voice was a little weak. I cursed very loudly. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. His sister was just being stubborn. In all these years, he had never seen his sister scold his brother-in-law. What kind of ship is this? It's a ship that's about to be scrapped. Jiangan. Jiang Feng sensed Jiang Han's silence and said, Okay, I'll let your brother-in-law talk to you. Jiang Wenshin's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. This is an old wooden boat passed down from my comrade's family. They said it was taking up space and they wanted to get rid of it. Your sister said you've been fishing since you came back, so I went to take a look. It's indeed a bit old. If there isn't a big storm, it can still be used for another half a year or a year. If it's well maintained, it can last for 2 or 3 years. The engine of this boat was installed later, and it's a bit old now. If you think it's not good enough, you can change it. I don't recommend driving this boat too far. It's not a problem to drive it within 100 meters of the island. My comrade in arms also thinks so. It can't be driven too far, but it's not a problem to drive it close to the island. Jiang Han also knew that shallow water was definitely safer than deep water. If there was any problem with the boat within 100 meters of the island, it would be easy for him to swim over. Jiang Han felt that visiting the graves was really useful. His parents really opened their eyes and gave him such great news. How much are they asking? I didn't ask that. I just came back to ask what you think. If you want it, I'll ask the price. If you don't want it, I won't ask. Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, Brother-in-law, take me to see the boat. If I like it, I will discuss the price with him in person. Sure, when would you like to go see the boat? If it's convenient for my brother-in-law, I can go and see the boat now. Jiang Wenshin glanced at his 2 daughters who were doing their homework and said, Sure, I'll wait for you at the entrance of our village in half an hour. Okay, I'll be at the entrance of your village in half an hour. It only takes a few minutes to get from Jiang Han's home to the entrance of Shangjiang village. He had plenty of time to finish the seafood instant noodle set meal made by Zhang Heide. Half an hour later, Jiang Han saw Jiang Wenshin already waiting for him at the entrance of the village. He was still in his work clothes. I remember my brother-in-law always wearing work clothes and he didn't have many clothes of his own. Brother-in-law, I've kept you waiting for a long time. No, I just arrived too. Jiang Wenshin always maintained a sense of distance when he spoke, but Jiang Han knew that his brother-in-law was not a bad person. Where is your comrade's home? Jiang Wenshin served in the army for 2 years and married Jiang Feng after he came back. It's also on this island, but a little far away. Jiang Wenshin came over on an electric scooter, and he saw the electric 3-wheeled scooter that Jiang Han was riding over. Please park your 3-wheeled vehicle on the side. I'll take you there on my electric vehicle. If Zhang Heide had said this, Jiang Han would have refused. It's a bit strange to see 2 grown men squeeze into an electric bike, but he didn't dare say such words to his brother-in-law. Okay. He obediently parked the electric bike under a big tree, and then sat behind Jiang Wenshin. Jiang Wenshin rides his electric scooter very slowly and steadily, which is very similar to his personality. Did you buy all the electrical appliances in the house? Jiang Wenshin suddenly spoke up. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment and nodded. It's just some home appliances. It's not as good as the care you give me. Jiang Han knew that his brother-in-law was also a man who cared about his reputation, so he deliberately mentioned their care for him. Jiang Wenshin's expression really eased a little. Going to the beach is not a serious matter. You can play for a while and go to work when you can. Jiang Han didn't know how to explain to Jiang Wenshin, so he could only respond, If there is work, I will go. The two were speechless again. Jiang Han scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what topic to start with. Fortunately, we finally arrived at Comrade Jiang Wenshin's home. Because his comrade's home was in a narrow alley, Jiang Wenshin's electric bike was more convenient than Jiang Han's electric 3-wheeled vehicle. Jiang Wenshin knocked on the door and a man about the same age as Jiang Wenshin opened the door. As soon as he saw Jiang Wenshin, he hugged him warmly. You came without even calling, and the family wasn't prepared at all. Why are you calling? We just came to check out the boat. Zhang Qi looked at Jiang Han. Is this your brother-in-law? Yes, it's just that my brother-in-law wants to see the boat. Jiang Han immediately stepped forward and shook hands with Zhang Qi. Hello, my name is Jiang Han. Zhang Qi looked Jiang Han up and down. Why do you want a boat when you are so young? On this island, all the young people who can go out have gone out. Even he was working outside, and he only came back for a few days during this period of annual leave. I just graduated from college and can't adapt to life in a big city. Life is still suitable for fishermen. Zhang Qi knows that everyone has their own choices. There aren't many young people who think like you now. It's actually quite good. Jiaohua Island also needs fresh blood. The current population of Jiaohua Island is mostly elderly people and left behind children. If there were no young people on the island, when these elderly people left, the children would also leave the island when they grow up, and Jiaohua Island would become a deserted island. It's so hot, come in and have some tea first. Jiang Wenxin didn't go in. No need. I have things to do at home. Since Jiang Wenxin didn't go in, Jiang Han would definitely not go in. Okay, I'll take you to see the ship now. The boat stopped at their village dock. Zhang Qi walked over and said, I won't hide it from you. Our family hasn't used this boat for many years. I never thought about selling it before, but when I came back this time, the village committee came to me and said my boat was taking up too much space. If I didn't use it, they would help me get rid of it. Instead of that, I might as well sell it myself. Zhang Qiwei said such words to them, which showed that he had opened his heart to them. If you say something like this, it's basically impossible to say the price. This is also because Zhang Qi and Jiang Wenxin are comrades in arms. If it were someone else, Zhang Qi would definitely not say this. The village pier was soon reached, where boats of all sizes were moored. Because it is still low tide, all the ships, big and small, are stranded. Zhang Qi led them to the side until they saw a very old wooden boat. There were already cobwebs in the cabin, probably because it had not been used for a long time. A lot of barnacles have grown on the outside of the boat. The length of this ship is 12.2 meters, and the width is about 3.5 meters. Zhang Qi threw the measuring tape to Jiang Han. You can measure it yourself. Jiang Han didn't expect Zhang Qi to be so honest. He took a tape measure and measured it. Sure enough, the boat was 12.2 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. Zhang Qi jumped into the cabin again. He opened a wooden board and found a large storage space underneath. He walked to the other end, and when the wooden board was opened, it turned out to be a large storage space. You can add some water to these two storage bins to store seafood. You can also sort the seafood. After all, crabs and the like cannot be kept together with fish. Jiang Han was very satisfied with this. The storage space was large enough to hold enough fish. If there are any disadvantages, one is that there is no shed, so it is very hot in the summer and easy to get wet when it rains. There is no toilet either, so going to the toilet has to be done in the most primitive way. But if he is only 100 meters away from the island, he can go ashore at any time if he can't bear it. It doesn't feel like we are in the open sea, with the boundless ocean all around us. Crying to the sky will get no response, and calling to the earth will get no help. How much wind can your boat withstand? Jiang Han asked. My dad told me that this boat used to be able to withstand waves 1.2 meters high. It could handle winds up to level 5. But now. Zhang Qi paused, I don't know now. After all, it has not been used for so many years, and Zhang Qi doesn't know how sturdy the boat is. He sighed unconsciously. This kind of boat is most suitable for people who have fish farms. They engage in offshore aquaculture, and the aquaculture base is not too far away. With such a boat, they can reach the base in a short time. But people who have fish farms don't lack such boats. There are fewer and fewer people willing to be fishermen now, and his broken boat is really hard to sell. Jiang Han stood on the boat and jumped twice. The boat looked old, but it felt quite sturdy when he jumped on it. Look at these wooden boards, they are quite thick. If he asked someone to build a wooden boat now, they might not use such thick boards. He thought his brother-in-law's estimate was conservative. He thought the ship would last another 5 years. How about it, brother-in-law, do you like it? Zhang Qi asked jokingly. Since Jiang Han is Jiang Wenxin's brother-in-law, he is also his brother-in-law. It's just that he has no confidence in selling the ship. After all, Jiang Han is so young, and young people would look down on such a ship. Brother Qi, how are you going to sell this boat? Zhang Qi scratched his head. 500,000? How about a cheaper price, 400,000, or 200,000? He slapped his thigh and said, if you really want to buy it, you can name a price. How much are you willing to pay? It was the first time that Jiang Han saw someone offer such a price. Before he could even bargain, the person had already lowered the price to 200,000. Looking at his expression, it seemed that if he gave him 170,000 or 180,000 yuan, he would be able to give him the boat. Jiang Han didn't answer directly. The tide is coming in, can I try this boat? He thought the boat was okay, except that it looked a little old. He would have to try it out to see how it actually worked. If it really doesn't work, let alone 200,000, even if it's 100,000, it will be useless for him to buy it back. Okay, you try. Zhangqi looked at the barnacles and said, if you really buy it, remember to clean it up. This way, the weight of the boat can be reduced and the draft will be reduced. Jiang Han nodded, if I buy it back, I will definitely clean it up. Then wait for me. Zhangqi shouted a few times at the service station, and a man in his 50s or 60s walked out of the service station. How much is a liter of oil now? Zhang Kikao asked the uncle. The uncle made the number 8 gesture. Zhangqi didn't expect that the current oil price is so high, so he didn't want the ship even more. Give me 100L so my friend can try out a boat. Perhaps because he heard that the amount of oil he needed to add was too little, the uncle was a little unhappy. But he still dragged out a pipe. This boat originally didn't have an engine. My father modified it later. It can hold 1,000 liters of fuel. Zhang Qi said to them. Jiang Han calculated that it would cost 8,000 yuan to fill up the ship with fuel. This is still a small boat like theirs. For some ocean-going vessels, refueling costs tens or even millions. If the profits are not good, they cannot even make back the fuel costs. While refueling, Jiang Han jumped off the boat and paid for the gas. Zhang Qi was still a little embarrassed. By this time, the tide had risen. Jiang Han jumped back onto the boat. Zhang Qi waved at them and said, I won't go with you. He thought that when Jiang Han and Jiang Wenchen were testing the boat, they should also discuss whether to buy it or not. If he was around, it would be inconvenient for them to talk. Jiang Wenchen is his comrade in arms, and he hopes that his brother-in-law bought the boat because he really likes it. Jiang Wenchen knows how to drive a boat and has a license. He drove the boat away from the dock and said, brother-in-law, your comrade is pretty good. Yeah, my comrades are all good. He has been working in his factory for several years. The friendship between colleagues for so many years is still not as good as the friendship between comrades in arms for 2 years. Jiang Wenchen had worked on a ship before, but the work on a ship was unstable, with no insurance or fixed vacations. Considering his 2 children, he chose to work in a factory. But in terms of experience, he has much more experience than Jiang Han. He looked at the ship's draft and said, I guess there are more barnacles under this ship. Neither he nor Jiang Han was heavy. Logically speaking, the 2 of them on the boat would not be enough to cause the boat to sink that much. Over the years, the barnacles under the boat are estimated to weigh twice as much as Jiang Han. If you want this boat, you have to shovel these barnacles off for me. Brother-in-law, what do you want this for? This is not edible. I saw that there is paint on this ship. Paint is poisonous. All the paint has been absorbed by these barnacles. Jiang Wenchen wanted to say that Jiang Han was too young to know how to cherish. When they have money, they just spend it recklessly. When they are out of money, they are the only ones who have to bear the consequences. But he opened his mouth and still didn't say the words. Jiang Han was right. It was indeed not good for those barnacles to stick to the boat paint. Brother-in-law, does this boat have enough horsepower? It's okay. She said the engine is very old. Judging from the model and other things, it is indeed quite old. But the engine doesn't seem to have been used very often. The quality of the thing is good. It has been kept for so many years, and it feels like new now. Jiang Han also felt that he was quite motivated. This is only 100 liters of oil. If the oil is filled up and the barnacles on the boat are removed, the performance will be even better. I heard from Qi that his father left the island a long time ago to do business. I guess this boat has only sailed a few times. It has been stored for a long time and has become an old ship. The feeling of driving this boat was better than he had imagined. Jiang Wenchen looked at the deck again. He came to see the boat at night that day, and it looked different now during the day. He helped Jiang Han analyze, this ship has been stored for so many years, but there is no sign of corrosion. One reason is that the ship was painted with anti-corrosion paint on the hull, and the other is that the wood is really good. It must have cost a lot of money to build this ship. Jiang Han's opinion was similar to Jiang Wenchen's, except that he didn't have that much money on him at the moment. He called Shen Ren and asked him whether he had received the lightning-struck wood. Lao Lu put the express delivery sent by Jiang Han together with a bunch of other express deliveries, and did not realize that his lightning-struck wood had arrived. Shen Ren opened the package and checked it, confirming that it was real lightning-struck wood, and was surprised again. He immediately transferred the remaining 260,000 to Jiang Han. Jiang Han's mood immediately improved. Brother-in-law, let's go back. So fast? Do you want to wait a little longer? No, I am very satisfied with this boat. He went to the shipyard and saw that those comfortable 12-meter iron fishing boats with sheds and bathrooms cost about 2 million. This boat is second-hand, with no shed or toilet. Plus, it is very old, so it is definitely not worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, but it is still worth 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. Zhang Qi's initial bid was relatively market-oriented, but now he is in a hurry to sell it, plus with the pressure from the village committee, even if he doesn't buy it, if he sells it to someone else, no one will give him 500,000. Just like buying a house, if you are in a hurry to sell it, a house worth 1 million can be sold for 500,000. Jiang Han and Jiang Wenchen arrived at Zhang Qi's home, and Zhang Qi personally brewed tea grown by his mother for them. Brother-in-law, how much are you willing to pay? Zhang Qi was already thinking of asking Jiang Han to give him a very low price. Jiang Han thought for a moment and said, Brother Qi, can you sell this boat for 180,000? Jiang Han didn't lower the price too much, after all, this was his brother-in-law's comrade in arms, and they had a very good relationship. Zhang Qi is such a sincere person, he can't push his luck any further. Zhang Qi didn't expect Jiang Han to be willing to give so much. He even suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yes, I can definitely give you that. If the boat was dealt with by the village committee, he might not get a penny. Brother Qi, do you have all the certificates for this ship? All are available, all are available. Zhang Qi took out all the certificates. The price with and without a certificate is also different. It was easy to get a certificate in their time. After Zhang Qi's father built the boat, he went to get all the certificates. Even if it is renovated, there are no difficult procedures. It's not that easy nowadays. After Jiang Han and Zhang Qi signed the contract, Jiang Han immediately transferred 180,000 yuan to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was shocked. Wenchen, is your brother-in-law so capable? 180,000, I'll give it to you right away. Jiang Wenchen didn't expect that Jiang Han had 180,000 yuan on him. I heard that the class Jiang Han was studying in was full of rich second-generation students. Just now on the boat, he couldn't hear it clearly, but it seemed like he was talking on the phone with his classmates. He probably borrowed this money from his classmates. Jiang Han and Zhang Qi completed the remaining procedures, and the ship now completely belonged to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was a little excited. He now also had a boat. When he arrived at the dock, he immediately paid 7,950 yuan and filled the ship's tanker. Jiang Wenchen saw that Jiang Han was so happy, so he didn't want to pour cold water on him. Oil is really too expensive nowadays. There is no cost to go fishing, but there is a cost to go out to sea by boat. Don't let the time pass where you can't even make back the money you spent on gas. It was already evening when Jiang Wenchen helped Jiang Han drive the boat to the dock of Shijiang village. Some people in the village have started to eat. Jiang Feng also called to inquire about the situation. After Jiang Wenchen hung up the phone, he looked at Jiang Han and said, It's so late, let's go to our place for dinner. No, Zhang Heide has already prepared dinner for me. In fact, Zhang Heide had already returned to town, but he was just too embarrassed to trouble his sister. Brother-in-law, we need to take care of this boat tomorrow. Come and help. I'll pay you. No need to pay for my wages. I will come over tomorrow. After Jiang Han returned, he transferred 28,000 yuan to Zhang Heide. Zhang Heide was startled and called quickly. Brother Han, what's wrong with you? What is this money? Why are you sending such a large amount to me? Jiang Han told Zhang Heide that he sold the lightning-struck wood for 280,000 yuan. Brother Han, I can't accept this money. I don't even know what lightning-struck wood is. And you carried the lightning-struck wood back in the rain. I didn't help at all. At most, he just glanced at the lightning-struck wood a few times. Okay, we agreed that if you work with me, I will give you 10% of the income. I can't give you no share just because you did less this time. We saw the lightning-struck tree together. And we were on the tree together at that time. Maybe the lightning was meant to strike you, but it struck the tree instead. Zhang Heide didn't expect Jiang Han to play such a joke on him. For a moment, he really felt that the thunder was coming to strike him. He couldn't argue with Jiang Han, and was afraid that Jiang Han would be angry with him, so he accepted the money. Brother Han is indeed the best Brother Han in the world. He must have been extremely lucky to be able to work with Brother Han. He has to work harder in the future. Jiang Wenchen came early the next morning and brought 2 buckets of paint, which was anti-corrosion paint specially used for ships. Jiang Han knew that the paint was not cheap. The 2 small buckets didn't look like much, but they must have cost around 1,000 yuan. Brother-in-law, just come over, why bring paint? I asked them to take care of it. Jiang Feng came over with 2 children, following behind Jiang Wenchen. Jiang Han really couldn't do anything about his sister. After so many years, even though he was able to take care of himself, his sister still tried to find ways to help him. Sister, I can buy the paint myself. You've bought so many appliances for my house, so what's wrong with me buying 2 buckets of paint? Jiang Feng didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Zhang Heide appeared out of nowhere and asked, Brother Han, which ship is this? Jiang Han told him yesterday that he would come today to deal with his newly purchased boat, so he came before dawn. He wanted to come over and get the job done first, but there were several boats parked at the dock that he didn't recognize. Not wanting to wake Jiang Han up, he took a nap on the dock. They worked together and spent half a day cleaning all the barnacles on the boat and then painted it. Even the two children contributed a lot. Brother Han, can we go fishing in the sea in a couple of days? Jiang Han nodded. He didn't expect that his dream would come true so soon. Originally he thought it would be great if he could buy a boat by the end of the year. Sister, brother-in-law, thank you for coming to help me today. Jiang Han looked at the time. Sister, don't cook. I'll take you to town to eat. Jiang Feng thought it was a waste to go to town to eat and wanted to refuse, but Lingling and Wanwan had already cheered. Jiang Han happily put the two children on his electric three-wheeled vehicle. Zhang Heide was asked to jump onto the electric three-wheeled vehicle and take care of the two children. Sister, brother-in-law, my motorcycle is small and can't carry so many people. You guys go to the town by yourselves. Jiang Han said this and rode away on his three-wheeled motorcycle. Jiang Feng was speechless. She had no choice but to go now, but she was still very relieved. I never thought that I could eat my brother's food now. Jiang Wenchen, however, poured cold water on her. You just bought a boat and you're already eating out. You're wasting money like this, and I don't know how long you can last. Jiang Feng also felt that Jiang Han was wasting money, but she had an inexplicable confidence in her brother. Well, even eating can't stop your mouth. Jiang Wenchen. Inside the Hollywood Hotel. It was the first time that Meng Fei and Manhwa saw Jiang Han and Zhang Heide bring people over for dinner. When Meng Fei heard that the people coming were Jiang Han's sister and brother-in-law, she asked Manhwa to give them the best private room in their hotel. When Jiang Feng and Jiang Wenchen saw the high-end decorated box, they didn't know whether to sit or stand. The two children had a lot of fun. While waiting for the food, Manhwa thoughtfully took out a set of building blocks for them to play with. Jiang Wenchen frowned. I should have brought the test papers and asked them to do it. I've already wasted the whole morning and now I'm just playing with building blocks. Brother-in-law, Lingling and Wanwan have been working very hard. You should let them combine work and rest. Jiang Wenchen glanced at Jiang Han and didn't want to talk much. Although he was from Shijiang village, he knew a lot about Shangjiang village because of Jiang Feng. Jiang Han and Yi Tiantian are students in the same class. People in the village often say that Yi Tiantian studies until very late every day before going to bed. Jiang Han, however, did not feel any pressure to enter higher education. Every day was just like what he was supposed to do. In the end, her college entrance examination score was a few points higher than Yi Tiantian's. Some people find it so easy to study that they think it will be easy for others to study as well. Manhwa started serving the dishes. Because Jiang Han had a lot of things in the store, he brought up a lot of dishes while his sister and brother-in-law were here. Grilled conch, garlic scallops, steamed blue crab, braised sea eel, stir-fried kelp. Jiang Feng and Jiang Wenchen were dazzled. Jiang Feng finally couldn't sit still any longer. Don't serve, don't serve. We can't finish it. Jiang Han saw that there were indeed quite a few dishes, so he didn't let Manhwa order seafood. Please bring 2 more vegetables and a fruit platter. Because there were children around, Jiang Han finally asked Manhwa to serve a milk-sweet soup. Jiang Feng felt that with today's event, they could have enough time for a banquet. Jiang Han knew what his sister was worried about. Sister, I stored these seafood here some time ago. They just helped me process them. I only gave them a processing fee. Really? It was the first time that Jiang Feng heard that seafood could be stored in a restaurant. Of course it's true. Manhwa came over again, smiled at Jiang Han, and put the fruit platter on the table. He also stuck a lot of toothpicks on the fruits and transferred the fruit platter to the two children. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han suspiciously. You two know each other well. Jiang Han thought about his relationship with Manhwa and said, we are just friends, I guess. In addition to their business dealings, Manhwa also came to take care of him when he was sick that day. Jiang Feng didn't think much about it and just thought that the girl was so beautiful. She thought of Yi Tiantian again. Han, it would be great if you could find a girl as beautiful as this. She would be better than Yi Tiantian. Jiang Han was so embarrassed that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, I either won't look for someone or not. If I really look for someone, it's definitely not to outdo Yi Tiantian. He hopes that his relationship is based on true love, without any other mess. Jiang Feng glanced at Jiang Han. She had asked Jiang Han about finding a girlfriend last time, but Jiang Han just said there was no rush. Jiang Feng felt that his brother was delayed by Yi Tiantian. As long as his brother could find a girlfriend, it didn't matter even if she was a little worse than Yi Tiantian. The whole family ate very well, especially Lingling and Wanwan, who looked very satisfied. The food in the restaurant is much better than the food my mother cooks. For the last bowl of sweet milk soup, the two of them almost licked the entire bowl. When Jiang Han went to pay, Jiang Feng stood by and took a look. The fruit platter is for you. It's 230 yuan in total. Jiang Feng was really surprised to see that Jiang Han only paid more than 200 yuan for such a large table of dishes. It seems that what my brother said is true. Except for the last two vegetables and the sweet soup, he only charged the processing fee for the rest. It seems that I am really no longer able to do it. Day after day, I stay on the island, but I am not as familiar with the things in this town as my younger brother. Jiang Feng checked the time and said, Wenchen, are you leaving? If there's a strong wind or something like that later, we won't be able to leave again. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. I'll take you there today. Jiang Wenchen thought about it and said, okay. He looked at Jiang Feng and said, take the two children back first and let them do their homework. Jiang Feng also felt that this was a better approach. The two children had played for so long today and they needed to make up for it. Jiang Han was somewhat speechless, thinking that his two nieces had suffered too much. But he couldn't interfere with the couple's education of their children. Brother-in-law, I'll be right there. Jiang Han arrived at the back hall of the restaurant with familiarity, and the head chef even greeted him. Jiang Han took out 2 large bottles of sealed pickled seafood from the refrigerator. One portion is crab paste and the other portion is pickled yellow mud snails. It's not something expensive, but just like people in the mainland always want to eat pickles and pickled vegetables, the people on the island are the same. These two things go well with rice. He handed the two things to Jiang Wenchen. Brother-in-law, I asked the kitchen staff to pickle them for me some time ago. You can take them to the factory to eat. When he was in school, his sister was afraid that he would not be able to get used to the food outside, so every time he returned to the island, his sister would always let him bring a lot of pickled seafood. Now it was his turn to prepare things for others. Jiang Wenchen was a little dazed. Jiang Feng's words flashed through my mind. My brother has really grown up. Jiang Wenchen came back to his senses and took the things. Thank you. He never thought Jiang Han was a bad person. It was just that he had seen clearly how much his wife had quietly supported his brother-in-law over the years. It is not easy to be a fisherman. After Jiang Han pays the money, he and Ah Feng will suffer again. After Jiang Han sent Jiang Wenchen to the dock, Jiang Wenchen was about to say goodbye to Jiang Han when he saw Jiang Han also boarding the boat. Are you going to the district too? Jiang Wenchen was surprised. I need to get a certificate. Otherwise, I won't be able to sail this boat even if I buy it. Jiang Wenchen was not worried about Jiang Han's exam because Jiang Han was a top student after all. Then you do your best. That's for sure. After the two got off the dock, Jiang Wenchen took a bus to the factory, while Jiang Han took a taxi to the hotel he had booked online in advance. The weather at sea is changeable, and he is afraid that the ship will be late tomorrow. This certification exam will take 2 days, and Jiang Han plans to apply for a fishing license and other things at the same time. So he stayed in the district for 3 days. These 3 days will also allow the paint on the boat to dry completely. He was not idle at night in the hotel. He called Zhang Heide and said, we have a boat, right? Go to the mudflats and get some sea worms. Zhang Heide was quite happy when he heard that Jiang Han wanted him to do something. But after the tide went out, he went to the mudflat and searched for a long time but didn't find a single sea worm. He looked depressed and felt that he was useless. Zhang Heide could only call Jiang Han, Brother Han, I really can't find it. How about you give me a range? Zhang Heide is used to being defined by Jiang Han and has become dependent on him. Jiang Han suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. Why don't you use video chat? He wanted to see if he could scan what was beneath the mudflat through video. It turned out that he was thinking too much. The mudflat in the video is still a mudflat, and he can't see anything under the mudflat. Brother Han, did you see clearly? Where do you want me to find sea earthworms? Jiang Han closed his eyes and thought about it. He had seen sea earthworms several times when he went to the mudflats, but this thing has stiff hairs and moves around, so he never caught it when he went fishing. Don't we have a ship now? Now that he has a boat, he wants to go fishing. Sea worms can be said to be the universal bait of the sea. Fishing with sea worms is very effective. Well, look for some grass. He had the impression that some of the sea worms he saw were at the bottom of the mud, while others were entangled with the grass. There are sea earthworms in many places with grass. Zhang Heide trusted Jiang Han's words 100%. He immediately dug out a piece of grass and saw a sea worm entangled in it. Brother Han, you are really amazing. You can even give commands remotely now. Jiang Han was speechless. How could he be that powerful? He just has a better memory. Dig more and hide these sea worms until I come back. In 3 days, Jiang Han got all the certificates he needed. Jiang Heide was very excited to see Jiang Han coming back. Brother Han, I did as you said and got a lot of sea worms. There are 2 big jars. There are about 1 or 200 of them. Jiang Han felt that there was a huge difference between 100 and 200, but 100 is enough. Now that they have boats to go out to sea, they don't need to look at the tide software. Jiang Han, is that boat for drying paint yours? Aunt Bucktooth saw Jiang Han from a distance and ran over to ask him. Yes, I just bought it. Aunt Bucktooth's eyes widened. You are amazing, you can even afford a boat. If your parents were still alive, they would be so happy. Jiang Han smiled and said, this is all thanks to my parents. His parents passed away early, but he always felt that they were in heaven blessing him and his sister. Aunt Lee also came over and asked, Jiang Han, how much did you pay for this boat? A friend of mine bought it cheaply because he had to deal with it urgently. He didn't need to explain this to them clearly. Old man Zhang was somewhat envious. He seemed to recall his youth. 30 years ago, I also had the opportunity to buy a boat. The people around laughed. Having a chance is the same as not buying it. Jiang Han is really capable. This educated college student is different. He bought the boat without even saying anything. At this time, Yi Tian came over and looked at Jiang Han strangely. Did you really buy a boat? Jiang Han did not answer, but Aunt Lee beside him answered for him. How could this be true? The boat is still drying paint at the dock. It has been so many days, the paint should be dry by now. Yi Tian pursed her lips and said, what a big ship. Can I go and see your ship? Aunt Lee pulled Yi Tian and said, silly girl, where does Jiang Han take you to see the boat? Aren't you familiar with the village dock? You can just walk there by yourself. Aunt Bucktooth also said, yes, his is the only boat with paint drying on it. Yi Tian pursed her lips again, got it. A group of people had nothing to do anyway, so they headed towards the village pier in a mighty procession. Jiang Heide came to Jiang Han's side and asked, Brother Han, why are there so many people? Except for those who were busy playing mahjong, almost all the idle villagers came over. Jiang Han didn't find it strange. How many years has it been since anyone in our village bought a boat? The village head has a boat, the village party secretary has a boat, Jiang Ermao's family and Lao Luo's family also have a small boat. As for the new one, I have never heard of it. The young people all left, and the old ones lost their fighting spirit. Naturally, no one bought boats for many years. They just watched it for fun, and they were probably happy for us. The group of people soon arrived at the village pier, where a new boat was docked. These should have come from outside. Many foreign boats passing by the village dock will also make some supplies, such as refueling, or buying some daily necessities at the service station. Villagers generally seldom buy things at the service station, and the things there are much more expensive than those in Aunt Manhwa's village store. Some of these people saw Jiang Han's boat for the first time. They were shocked. Jiang Han, your boat is not small. I thought it was a 7-meter-long boat at most, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Is this boat more than 10 meters long? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a 12-meter boat, right? Jiang Han felt that old man Zhang's eyesight was quite accurate. It is indeed 12 meters. Jiang Han took a quick look around and found that all the people in the village were elderly, most of them were over 60 years old. He thought about it and decided to go find the dock workers. There were no young people like him at the dock, but there were strong laborers in their 40s and 50s. Like last time, Jiang Han gave them 100 yuan each, a total of 8 people. Including him and Jiang Heide, there are 10 people in total. Please help me push my boat into the sea. He had to raise the boat to a higher place to remove the barnacles and paint it. He also had to put some rocks under it. Now he had to get the boat back to the sea. The workers at the docks are all doing hard labor. Usually, whoever has work to do will do it. Pushing the boat doesn't require much effort, but they can earn 100 yuan, so the workers are very happy. The group of people worked together and quickly pushed the boat into the sea. When pushing, Zhang Lao and Lao Luo also came to help. Jiang Han also gave them 100 yuan each. Jiang Han and Jiang Heide were just about to jump onto the boat when Jiang Feng came running over with some things. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't even worshipped the boat official bodhisattva yet. Jiang Feng glared at the villagers who were watching with some anger. My brother and Jiang Heide are young and don't understand. You are already so old, don't you understand? The villagers who were watching were choked by the rebuke. I thought this wasn't popular among young people. Aunt Bucktooth said somewhat aggrievedly. Whoever said it's not popular, they just don't understand. Jiang Feng spread out the things he brought towards the boat. This ceremony could be very complicated, but she was in a hurry today, so she could only do it simply. In the past, people would invite the ship official bodhisattva onto the boat for worship. Jiang Feng lit the incense and candles. Ship Officer Bodhisattva, please protect my brother Jiang Han and his friend Jiang Haide, and keep them safe while they are on the ship. After she finished bowing to the boat, she bowed to other places, Avalakai Tesvara, Dragon King, God of Wealth. My brother is ignorant. I will come to bow to you again when he comes back with his boat. According to the local rules, after purchasing each boat, one must worship at various temples before boarding. Those who go out to sea have to worship again every time they go out to sea. Jiang Feng pulled Jiang Han over and asked Jiang Han to bow as well. Jiang Han couldn't do anything to his own sister. In fact, he was just wandering around the island and there was no danger at all. But the people on the island have believed in these things since ancient times, and in order to reassure his sister, he also worshipped. Jiang Feng did not forget to remind them, some things cannot be neglected. When you come back, remember to worship Guanyin, the Dragon King, and the God of Wealth. I just told them all. Jiang Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only nod his head. Don't worry. When I come back, I will definitely go to each temple to pay my respects as soon as possible. Jiang Han and Jiang Haide finally got on the boat. Jiang Feng also packed up fruits and snacks for worshipping the ship's official bodhisattva so that they could take them on board. Jiang Han waved goodbye to the people on the dock and said, "We are leaving." Jiang Haide also imitated Jiang Han and waved to everyone. In the crowd, the young and beautiful Yi Tiantian stood out. Brother Han, why does Yi Tiantian look so bad? Who knows? Maybe he has become mentally unstable from studying so much. He didn't have time to care about what was going on with Yi Tiantian. Jiang Han drove the boat seriously. He was a little unfamiliar at the beginning, but he got the hang of it after driving for a while. He is a very careful person. Jiang Wenxin and Zhang Qi both told him not to leave the 100-meter range of the island, and if he found the boat had gone too far, he would drive it back. Brother Han, where are we going fishing? It is still the sea closure period, so fishing is not allowed. But you can fish with a single rod. Don't worry, I'll practice some more. Jiang Han drove the boat around Jiaohua Island. After removing the barnacles, the boat's draft was indeed much less. Jiang Han was driving the boat while observing the situation on the seabed. The water depth around their island is obviously much deeper than the nearshore waters in coastal areas. The water depth near the coast is generally 40 meters, which is considered very deep. He sailed all the way here and found that the depth was more than 100 meters. However, his current scanning range is 210 meters. Just by looking down, he can still see the situation on the seabed clearly. The sand on the seabed is very rich. Not only can he see the situation on the seabed clearly, but he can also see the situation under the sand on the seabed. Just like now, he saw many sea cucumbers on the seabed and many snails lying under the sand. Jiang Han swallowed and felt a little sorry. The water is so deep that not only would he not dare to dive, even if he dared to dive, he couldn't dive so deep. He could only miss these sea cucumbers and snails. Brother Han, are there any fish? Jiang Haide always felt that Brother Han knew everything about the sea. They were already at sea, so there was no way there would be no fish. But they didn't know if they could catch any. Jiang Han stopped the boat at a place where there were many fish. Through the sea water, he saw a fish of neither big nor small, whose species could not be identified, being shared by a group of fish. Although it was cruel, it saved him the time of making a nest. Take out the sea worms. Jiang Haide took out a large jar of sea worms from his backpack. Brother Han, these are all I took today. A small portion is left at your house. There are more than 150 of them in this big jar. It seems that Jiang Haide really caught more than 200 sea earthworms in the past few days. Jiang Han looked through the jar at the bristly sea worms twisting and turning inside, and he felt physically uncomfortable again. Forget it, considering that it is effective for fishing, he still endured it. I heard that this thing has high nutritional value and can prevent and treat cancer. No matter what, Jiang Han was unwilling to eat this thing. Jiang Haide took out the scoop net that Jiang Han had bought from the internet. Jiang Haide had received this thing when Jiang Han was taking an examination in the district. This custom-made scoop net has dragon patterns carved on the poles. The pole is retractable. When fully retracted, it is 60 centimeters. It is 5 meters when fully extended. Jiang Han thought the scoop nets looked good and it was worth the more than $1,000 he spent to customize 2 scoop nets. Brother Han, I saw many people fishing. When they finally pulled the fish up, if the fish was too big, they used a scoop net. Well, put it aside. Jiang Han hung the sea worm on the fishhook and threw the hook and the bait into the sea. Brother Han, so fast. Jiang Han turned around and saw that Jiang Haide's fishing rod had a clear curve. You took the bait so quickly? But this arc only lasted for a while. Jiang Haide felt the rod become lighter and the fishing rod became straight. Jiang Haide lifted up the fishing rod, and most of the sea worm on the rod had been cut off. Only a little bit of the head was left hanging on the hook. Jiang Han's mouth twitched. It's not bad, at least the fishhook is still there. Zhang Heide opened his mouth and asked, "Can this fishhook be bitten off?" Jiang Han didn't expect Zhang Heide to really believe it, he just said it casually. He looked towards the bottom of the sea and saw a red snapper swimming leisurely at Zhang Heide's location. "When you were hanging the sea worm just now, did you expose the hook?" Zhang Heide thought hard and finally came to the conclusion, "Brother Han, I don't know. He just hung it up casually, so how could he know whether the fish hook was exposed when he hung it up? Although he is an islander, when he was young, the most he did was go fishing, and fishing was very rare. Even if I go fishing, I just fish casually. It seems like I never catch any fish." As soon as he cast his rod, a fish bit him and he was excited for quite a while. There are many ways to get the hook off. One way is to not expose the hook. In this case, even if the fish bites the hook, it is easy to spit it out. Zhang Heide looked at Jiang Han in shock. "Brother Han, how do you know so much?" He had never seen Brother Han fishing before. Could it be that he practiced secretly during the years he was in prison? "What are you thinking about? I've been reading a little about fishing these days." Zhang Heide was completely dumbfounded. Can one learn fishing by reading books? "Brother Han, you are such a good student, why can't you get into graduate school? If you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, you must have time to read." At that time, in order to let Yi Tian live a better life, he used all his free time to work and had no time to read at all. "Brother Han, can't you take the test again? If you pass, you will be a graduate student." No need. He felt that he was living a good life now. Even if he could go directly to graduate school without taking the exam, he would not want to do it. Zhang Heide touched his head. His hair had grown a little longer now. "It's better that she doesn't study anymore. As you said, Yi Tian has gone insane from studying so much. We don't need to suffer like that." Jiang Han looked at Zhang Heide in surprise. He said that Yi Tian was mentally unstable because of studying, but he just said it casually. He didn't expect Zhang Heide to take it seriously. Zhang Heide showed Jiang Han the newly hung sea worms. "Brother Han, am I doing this right?" That should be it. When he read an e-book, the pictures in the book were made in this way. At this moment, Jiang Han's fishing rod sank. Jiang Han looked down and saw that his hook was bitten by a flounder. This flounder is very big, estimated to be about 1.5 meters long. Compared with other fish, flounder is relatively easy to distinguish. Because it looks like it is lying on its back, its body is very flat, and its two eyes are on the same side. Fishing for flounder is also called flatfish fishing in many places. Most of the flounders available on the market are farmed flounders. In the past, there was a kind of flounder that was golden yellow, also called golden flounder. The price was very expensive at that time. Later, everyone discovered that the golden flounder was raised entirely with medicine. In addition to the medicine that makes the body turn yellow, the feed they eat every day also includes antibiotics. Later, this kind of golden flounder gradually faded out of the market, but ordinary flounders will continue to be fed with medicine to increase their survival rate. If there is wild flounder on the market, it will be much more expensive than farmed flounder. A flounder as big as this one is put on the market. It can almost be seen at first glance that it is wild, because flounder that big cannot be raised in a farm. If this fish can be caught, it alone will be worth more than 2,000 yuan. Jiang Han immediately became excited. Based on what he had learned from the book, he worked hard to reel in and let out the line. Zhang Heide was anxious at the side. "Brother Han, is there anything I can help you with? Let's sail." When encountering a big fish, one is afraid that his arm strength is not as good as that of the fish. If the boat can move, he can use the power of the boat to consume the fish's strength. "But I can't drive." "Then that's not necessary." Zhang Heide. Jiang Han continued to reel in and let out the line desperately. If you don't have enough experience, you can make up for it with understanding. In the repeated tug-of-war, the fishing line became shorter and shorter, and the flounder was getting closer and closer to him. Gradually, even Zhang Heide could see the shadow of the fish. "Wow, what a big fish!" Zhang Heide exclaimed. "Quick, use a scoop net." At this moment, the flounder was about 4 meters away from the sea surface. If Zhang Heide stretched his hand a little lower, he would be able to reach it. Zhang Heide came to his senses from watching the show, and quickly took out the scoop net beside him. He used the fastest speed and all his strength to catch the flounder. When Jiang Han asked the merchant to make a custom-made net, he required that the net be able to bear a weight of 60 kilograms when stretched to 5 meters. Now the scoop net has caught the flounder, and the entire pole of the scoop net has a clear curvature. "Brother Han, it's so heavy." Seeing that the fish could not escape, Jiang Han put down his fishing rod and fished up the flounder together with Zhang Heide. A fish this big must weigh about 100 kilograms, right? How is that possible? If it really weighs 100 kilograms, the pole of the scoop net will break. Zhang Heide thought about it and it made sense. The rod was not broken, which meant the fish weighed less than 60 kilograms. But this is too big. Other fish this big would have weighed more than 100 kilograms, but this fish is too flat. It looks big, but it's actually not that heavy. From the moment Jiang Han saw the fish, he guessed it was around 50 kilograms, and now it seems to be about this weight. For a flounder, this weight is quite good. Jiang Han took a tape measure and measured it, and found that the length of the fish was actually 1.62 meters. This length is already the height of southern girls. A conservative estimate is 2,000 yuan per piece. It will definitely sell. Jiang Han opened the storage warehouse, and together with Zhang Heide, he carried the flounder into the warehouse. There was already seawater in the storage warehouse at this time. The seawater in the 2 storage bins is connected to the seawater outside, which can be said to be living water. Fish kept in it generally won't die. When the wind and waves are strong, the seawater in the storage compartment can be discharged for safety reasons. This is why fishing boats are so expensive. In addition to the engine, fishing boats also have many fishing and fish storage equipment. The fishing boat that Jiang Han bought does not have many functions, but the fish storage system alone is worth the money. As for other fish that cannot be kept alive, there is a larger storage box on the boat, so you can just put the fish in the storage box when the time comes. At this moment, Zhang Heide took the bait again. Jiang Han took a look and saw that it was a very small fish, about half a pound. If you look more closely, it's an anchovy. The reason why anchovies are called anchovies is because of their beautiful tails. Like an open fan. Some particularly beautiful anchovies can also be used as ornamental fish. The fish Zhang Heide caught was not particularly beautiful. Zhang Heide lifted the rod and saw that it was a small fish. He frowned, but soon his brows relaxed again. It doesn't matter if it's a little smaller, at least he caught it. This was the first fish he had ever caught. He even excitedly showed the fish to Jiang Han. "Brother Han, I caught a fish." Although it can't be compared with the fish Brother Han caught just now, this is the fish he caught himself, so the feeling is different. Jiang Han smiled at him and said, "Not bad, keep up the good work." Only then did Zhang Heide realize that Jiang Han's fishing rod had been bent all along, just like the previous fish, and the degree of bend was almost 90 degrees. "Brother Han, it's another big shipment." Jiang Han nodded. It was another flounder. Many fish appear in groups. Flounders like to lie on the sand, and he saw several such flounders in the sand. Zhang Heide quickly put the anchovies he caught into the storage warehouse. This time he was smart and waited by the side with a scoop net. After several tugs and pulls between Jiang Han and the fish, Zhang Heide gradually saw the appearance of the fish clearly. "Wow, Brother Han, another flounder. And such a big one. Brother Han, you are amazing." Flounder is a fish found both nearshore and in deep sea. Villagers can also encounter flounders when they go to the sea, but the flounders they encounter are very small, only a few palms in size. Today's ones are as big as humans. "Brother Han, it seems that the water here is very deep." Generally speaking, the deeper the water, the bigger the fish. Zhang Heide admired Jiang Han again. Brother Han always chose the best position. Seeing that the distance was about right, Zhang Heide dropped the scoop net. The 2 men worked together again and pulled the flounder up. Jiang Han took off the hook and measured it again with the tape measure. 1 meter 63. It was actually a little bit bigger than the flounder just now. Jiang Han was also happy. He had never fished before, but now he catches such a big one every time. This feeling is very wonderful, even addictive. No wonder those who like fishing often go out fishing before dawn and come back after dark. Don't be afraid even of very dangerous fishing spots. It seems that fishing is really attractive. Jiang Han asked Zhang Heide to take a photo for him. After he put the fish away, he casually posted the photo to his moments. Catching a fish that big is worth commemorating. Their location was very close to Jiaohua Island, so the signal was not greatly affected. Then he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. He took it out and took a look. In just 5 minutes, it already had more than 50 likes. There were some names that he couldn't even match with the people. The class group also became lively. This time it was Li Fiio who posted his photo in the class group. Li Fiio at Jiang Han, "Is it true that there is such a big fish? Hu Danzin, no way, this fish is bigger than me. Yuhi, this is the first time I have seen such a big fish in my life. Tian Xingwen, who isn't? Lu Boong, Jiang Han, your fish is quite valuable, right?" Because there were too many people asking him questions, Jiang Han didn't have the energy to answer them one by one. I can only give a unified reply. Jiang Han, this fish is definitely real. I can't tell you the price, it depends on the buyer's offer. Shenren, can you sell this fish for 2,000 yuan? Shenren felt that it was a bit embarrassing for him to offer such a price. But after he bought the lightning-struck wood, he really didn't have much money left. As expected, his bid was laughed at by his classmates. Yuhi, I'm serious, I'll offer 5,000. Jiang Han, will you sell it? Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that his bunch of rich second-generation classmates would actually set their eyes on his fish. He originally estimated the fish to be worth only 2,000 yuan, but he didn't expect that one of his classmates was willing to pay 5,000 yuan. His other fish was about the same size as this one. If I sell them all to Yuhi, can I make 10,000 yuan from just the two fish? Jiang Han at Yuhi, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you. It's just that it's really inconvenient to transport it here. The fish is still alive now. Not only will it die if I transport it to you, but it will probably be rotten by the time it reaches you. Yuhi thought about it and it made sense. If the fish was alive, he could still please his customers. But if the fish was smelly, not only would he not be able to send it away, but he himself would not even want to eat it. Yuhi took another look at the picture. It was really a big fish. For the mainland, such a big flounder is really a rare commodity. It's such a pity that I can't keep this fish. Lu Boong was so jealous that he almost fell into a rage. Lu Boong, what? What did I see? The price of selling a fish is actually higher than my monthly income. Jiang Han, I haven't sold it yet, have I? Lu Boong still felt uncomfortable when he heard Jiang Han say this. Originally, they both had the same starting point. Ever since Jiang Han returned to the fishing village and he continued to stay in the big city, he suddenly felt that his starting point was higher than Jiang Han's. But why can Jiang Han earn more by selling a fish than he does? Even if he adds the 500 yuan, he only makes 4,500 yuan a month now. Jiang Han ignored them and continued fishing. He saw another flounder, but the water was a little deep. He let the fishing line down little by little, intending to put the sea worm in front of the flounder's mouth. He never expected that a sandfish that swam over quickly would suddenly bite his hook. It's simply impossible to guard against. This sandfish is smaller than the anchovy, weighing only about 300 grams. Sandfish are usually more common near mudflats, but I didn't expect to see them here too. This thing is cheap and doesn't grow big. He even felt that the sea worms he fed were more valuable than this sandfish. Jiang Han had no choice but to pull the sandfish up. He took the sandfish off the hook. He didn't want such a small fish and threw it back into the sea. Brother Han, what kind of fish is this? You threw it into the sea. Sandfish, what a waste of a sea worm. Why don't we just go to the mudflats and pick up sea worms? Although this sandfish is not valuable, it tastes pretty good. Let's take it to the Hollywood restaurant and ask Sister Fei to make us a bowl of soup. After hearing what Zhang Heide said, Jiang Han thought about it and it made sense. Out of some emotions, fishermen will put the small fish they catch back into the sea to let them grow. This can also be considered an act of protecting the ecology. But sandfish don't grow big. A sandfish weighing 3 or 2 taels is already an adult fish. In addition, sandfish have a poor ability to adapt to the environment. The weather is so hot now that they will not survive long even if they are thrown back into the sea. He has already wasted a sea worm, why not take this sandfish? There's no point thinking about it now, the sandfish has already swam away. Jiang Han could only hang the earthworm again and put the fish hook down. In the past, people in the village always said that sandfish were greedy, but he had never actually seen one. Now, as soon as he put the bait down, the sandfish that was originally far away came back. It opened its big mouth and tried to bite his bait again. Jiang Han was angry, but couldn't bear to give up the sea worm, so he could only let out the line quickly. It is one thing if it has been caught, and another thing if it has not been caught. Fortunately, sandfish are not very smart. His bait sank too deep and the fish could not find it. Jiang Han finally got his bait to the flounder's mouth. In case the flounder couldn't see, he waved the bait in front of its eyes. The flounder really took the hook. Jiang Han reacted quickly and tried desperately to reel in the line. When the flounder pulled hard, he would let out a little more line. One man and one fish, and the tug of war began again. At this time, Zhang Heide just caught a butterfly fish weighing about 1 pound. Although he could only sell it for about 10 yuan, he was still very happy. Turning around, he saw Jiang Han struggling to pull the line again. Brother Han, how come you are so good? This is already the 3rd line. Other fishermen would be lucky to catch 1 big fish each time they go out to sea, but Brother Han caught 3 big ones in a row. The sandfish doesn't count. Jiang Han pulled in 2 big fish in a row and his arms were so sore. He handed the pole to Zhang Heide and said, "Help me pull it." John Hayday spat into his palms twice, feeling a little nervous. He has never pulled such a big fish. What if there is a decoupling? I feel so much psychological pressure. What should I do? It's okay, just keep fishing. It doesn't matter if it gets off the hook. Jiang Han felt that he and John Hayday were in the same boat. He couldn't rely on himself for everything. He must give his teammates absolute trust. John Hayday was moved again. It was so happy to work with Brother Han. He nodded and took the fishing rod, his arm visibly sinking down. The feeling of having a big fish on the hook is indeed different. Fortunately, he exercises every day in prison. The strength in the arms is not small. At Jiang Han's reminder, he reeled in and let out the line. After pulling it several times, he felt that the fish was getting closer and closer to him. The shadow of the fish gradually appeared. Brother Han, it's flounder again. Zhang Hayday shouted again. Of course Jiang Han knew that these were flounders. These flounders were the largest in the area where he moored the boat. These were the flounder he was fishing for. Jiang Han saw that the distance was about right, and it was his turn to use the scoop net to catch the fish. Just like the previous two fish, Jiang Han also measured them with a tape measure. This time the fish was a little smaller, only 1.28 meters, but it was still a big fish. Jiang Han and Zhang Hayday put the fish into the storage cabin together. Zhang Hayday also showed Jiang Han an anchovy, a sandfish and two butterfly fish that he had caught. Jiang Han didn't expect that Zhang Hayday had caught other small fish while he was pulling the line. This is the sandfish. It looks familiar, as if it is the one he lost. Jiang Han looked at the time. 3 hours had passed since they left the dock. They fished for 2.5 hours. Although Jiang Han would catch the fish soon after he cast his rod, he would pull the fish for too long each time. It took more than half an hour to pull each big fish. Jiang Han thought it might have something to do with his lack of skills. When it comes to fishing, Jiang Han is a novice. At this time, both of them were exhausted. Zhang Hayday is fine, but Jiang Han really has no strength left. I have to sail, fish, and endure the scorching sun. On such a hot day, even if you do nothing, the sun will still be very hot. Jiang Han gave the water to Zhang Hayday, and also divided the tributes that Jiang Feng gave them. Zhang Hayday ate the juicy pear and saw Jiang Han's hard work. Brother Han, I also want to take the boat driving license test. Now he can't do anything. If he could learn to drive a boat, at least when Brother Han gets tired, he can switch shifts with Brother Han. Okay. Jiang Han didn't expect Zhang Hayday to be so ambitious. I took the boat driving license test this time, but no one had ever helped me with the practical training, and it cost a lot of money. If you want someone to help you with all the training, it would probably cost nearly 30,000 yuan. Zhang Hayday opened his mouth in surprise. So many? Yes, you need to think about it carefully. Jiang Han likes to say things in advance. What's there to think about? Zhang Hayday was very excited. I'll sign up for the exam when I get back. I'm just worried about having too much money to spend. Jiang Han, there are some words he never said. Brother Han, are we going back? Zhang Hayday asked. It is not convenient for them to cook on board, but they still need to eat. It's okay if we don't go back. Your sister gave us enough food. We can eat some fruit biscuits and a piece of bread to fill our stomachs. Let's go back. It was too hot to go out to sea in the summer. The problem was that their boat didn't even have a shed to hide from the sun. I'll go back around. Horned Frog Island is neither big nor small. He drove slowly just now and only toured half a circle in such a long time. Now he decided to go around from the back. The latter part is mainly composed of mountains and rocks. There are basically no people living there. But the scenery here is very good. Because there is no dock here, there are few ships coming here. In addition, he has never had a boat before, so this is the first time he has seen the scenery of this side of Horned Frog Island. Brother Han, this place is so beautiful. Jiang Han also thought it was beautiful. He admired the scenery of the island while driving the boat. Just when Jiang Han's boat arrived at a certain place, a light suddenly flashed before Jiang Han's eyes. Jiang Han frowned unconsciously, wondering why this piece of rock was translucent. He took another look and sure enough, it was translucent. Since being connected to the extreme scanning system, his eyesight has become much better than that of ordinary people. He wouldn't be wrong. Through the rock layers, he saw a large empty space in the middle of the rocky mountain. It's just that the structure is a bit complicated and he can't see it clearly. Brother Han, what's wrong? Zhang Hayday felt that Jiang Han's boat speed had slowed down significantly. Let's go over there and take a look. Jiang Han drove the boat towards the direction of the light. Even when their ship approached the place, Zhang Hayday still didn't find anything special about it. Brother Han, you're not looking for gooseneck barnacles, are you? This gooseneck barnacle likes to grow on cliffs. The best gooseneck barnacles can be sold for up to 10,000 yuan per pound. Ordinary gooseneck barnacles are also sold at 4,000 yuan per kilogram. Foreigners, in particular, like this kind of thing very much. It is said that in a certain country, several people die every year from picking this thing. Brother Han, there are only trees here. There is no way there are gooseneck barnacles. There is a small amount of soil on the Rocky Mountain here. Because the temperature on their island is just right, this small amount of soil makes this area lush and green. I don't think I'd have the luck to find anything like that. I was looking at the trees. Zhang Heidei was even more puzzled. What's so good about this tree? Jian Han stood at the bow of the boat and pushed aside the intertwined branches. Fuck, there is a cave here. Zhang Heidei couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Han, how did you find this place? It was blocked by so many trees, and I never thought there was a cave here. Maybe my eyesight is good. Jian Han said casually. Zhang Heidei really admired Jian Han. Brother Han, you always find things that others can't. There are so many people living on Jiaohua Island. I guess you are the first one to discover this hole. This type of cave is also called a sea cave and is formed by the erosion of seawater. The entrance to this hole is very small, but the space inside is actually very large. Brother Han, why is this cave so bright? Zhang Heidei felt that the cave was not very long, but he could clearly see the bottom at a glance, and he felt that the cave was very bright. Logically speaking, it couldn't be that transparent as there was something blocking the front and it was blocked at the back. You'll know when you go in and take a look. Ah. Zhang Heidei was a little scared at this moment. He is not afraid of being beaten up, but he would feel uneasy if he were to enter a place like this. Jian Han smiled at Zhang Heidei and said, then wait for me on the boat. I'll go in and take a look. Zhang Heidei was immediately unhappy. Brother Han, isn't it just a cave? Since you've gone in, of course I want to go in too. I don't know if it was to show his bravery, but Zhang Heidei jumped into the cave first. The entrance of the cave is located low and there is some water at the entrance. Fortunately, it is not deep, only reaching the calf. But Zhang Heidei's shoes and pants got wet when he jumped, and the splashing water also soaked half of his clothes. Jian Han was speechless with Zhang Heidei. Actually, it was okay for him to stay on the boat. Take off your shoes before you go in. Zhang Heidei didn't expect that he would enter the cave in such an embarrassing posture. Jian Han parked the boat, taking Zhang Heidei's previous experience as a lesson for his decision. Jian Han was much more careful. He took off his shoes on the boat. To protect themselves from the sun, he and Zhang Heidei both wore long sleeves and long pants. He rolled up his trouser legs to his thighs. Then he walked into the cave gracefully. There was no splash and no clothes got wet. Zhang Heidei. Jian Han looked at Zhang Heidei with some sympathy. Zhang Heidei felt really uncomfortable with his wet clothes. Zhang Heidei didn't dare to take off his clothes on the boat, so he took off his clothes here. Anyway, there is no sun in this cave, so you won't get sunburned. Jian Han and Zhang Heidei walked a distance inside. Because the terrain inside was high, gradually they no longer had to step on the sea water. As the space grew, so did their vision. The cave, which originally could only accommodate one person, can now accommodate two people walking side by side. When they reached the bottom of the cave, Zhang Heidei thought there was no way out, but Jian Han turned to the side. Only then did Zhang Heidei discover that there was a hole on the side. This hole is wider than the previous one. Brother Han, that's not right. Can the erosion of the sea also turn a corner? At this moment, a vast world appeared in front of them. What appeared before them was actually a beach. A beach hidden under a rocky mountain. Jian Han raised his head and looked upwards. Sunlight was pouring down through the cracks in the rocks. Although there is not much, you can already see the cave clearly. In such a large space, only a small area under their feet revealed golden sand, while the rest was covered by seawater. Jian Han scanned with the system and found that there were many good things under the sea. When will the tide go out today? Jian Han asked. Zhang Heidei took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Fortunately, his mobile phone was waterproof, so it was fine even though water splashed on it just now. Brother Han, the tide will recede in half an hour. We'll just wait for the tide to go out. The beach where they stood was filled with scattered sunlight, but a few steps back the road was shrouded in shadows. Jian Han picked up a few branches from the beach and asked Zhang Heidei to hang his wet clothes on the branches to dry in the sun. The two of them sat down to rest out of the sun. The wind in the cave here is very strong. Even in such a hot summer, it is not that hot sitting here. Jian Han was increasingly amazed at the wonders of nature. If he guessed correctly, it was not that the cave turned due to erosion by the sea water, but that this cave somehow connected with the previous cave. There are two caves connected. As for why the cave is so bright, why is there a beach in this cave? He just doesn't know. In such a comfortable place, Jang Han suddenly had an idea. He looked at Zhang Heide. Do you have a lighter? Zhang Heide felt in the pocket of his trousers that were drying in the sun and took out a lighter. Brother Han, we can still fight. In that case, why don't we have a barbecue here? Barbecuing while waiting for the tide to go out. I wonder if those dead branches fell from the gap above. Anyway, there are enough branches here for them to barbecue. Zhang Heide also perked up. That's right. It would be a shame not to use such a nice environment for barbecue. Didn't I catch 2 butterfly fish? I can't sell them for a good price anyway, so I'll just bring them here and barbecue them. Jiang Han nodded. Go get it. Not long after Zhang Heide left, he came back with 2 butterfly fish. Jiang Han had already picked up a small pile of dead branches. He used his Swiss Army knife to sharpen 2 small branches, pierced the butterfly fish with them and put them on the fire to roast. The 2 fishes soon gave off a fragrant aroma. The sea water gradually receded in front of them. Brother Han, this is really amazing. Well, we'll go catch some seafood here after we finish eating. Butterfly fish are also flat. Unlike flounder, which swims lying down, butterfly fish, like other fish, swims standing up. Butterfly fish has no fishy smell and is generally best cooked by steaming, but they don't have the conditions now. It's good enough to be able to eat grilled fish. Brother Han, I think it would be a good idea to add some salt when grilling fish next time. Jiang Han also felt that some salt should be added. He also had a deformed pot at home. The bottom of the pot was not broken, so it was still usable, but it didn't look good, so he bought a new one. When the time comes, put the old one in this cave, and then bring some seasoning over. There are limited branches here. Should we put some more carbon here next time? Zhang Heide was the first to finish eating. After that, he wiped his mouth and went to the boat to bring the tools for fishing. When they went out to get these, they felt it was unnecessary. After all, they came here to fish today. I didn't expect it would come in handy now. I saw a jellyfish desperately running into the deep sea as the tide receded. Zhang Heide ran over and covered the jellyfish with a net bag. Brother Han, hurry up, I can't hold it down anymore. This jellyfish is very big and looks very heavy. Zhang Heide could only cover him with a net bag but had no way of lifting him up. Jiang Han came over with the largest bucket, and the 2 of them worked together to put the jellyfish into the bucket. Once the jellyfish was put in, the bucket was full. Brother Han, isn't this too heavy? Heavier than any fish they caught today. Jiang Han lifted the bucket and said, I estimate it's about 70 kilograms. It's a good thing you didn't use a scoop net to pick it up. Otherwise the pole of the scoop net will break. It's so heavy. Zhang Heide exclaimed. Jellyfish are very heavy. The heavier ones in the deep sea weigh several hundred kilograms. Brother Han, how much are jellyfish selling now? With such a heavy jellyfish, are we going to get rich? Zhang Heide actually had no idea about the prices of many seafood. In his mind, the heavier the better, and the more expensive. Jiang Han thought about what happened at the seafood market that day. I saw in the market that they were selling it for 8 yuan per pound. This is wild, so I should be able to double the price. Zhang Heide tried hard to calculate, but still couldn't figure it out. Jiang Han put the bucket aside. There was no one else in the place, so there was no need to worry about it being taken away. Anyway, this one should be able to sell for 1,000 yuan. Hearing Jiang Han say this, Zhang Heide felt relieved. As expected, the heavier the item, the more valuable it is. It's really cool that I can get things worth 1,000 yuan on this network. Brother Han, see cucumber. Zhang Heide almost laughed out loud. The tide receded little by little, revealing more and more of the beach below. There are so many sea cucumbers just lying on the sand for people to pick up. If this happened in other places, the elderly would run away faster than anyone else if they encountered such a thing, and the young people would never have a chance. But now, Zhang Heide was holding a bucket and picking up the trash along the way. While picking up the items, he smiled foolishly with his 2 rows of teeth showing. This was the most relaxing time he had ever gone to the beach. This area is quite large, and Jiang Han's system is unable to scan the farthest places. Now the sea water was gradually receding, and Jiang Han saw another hole revealed. The hole is at the end of the beach. Originally he just wanted to try his luck. If this piece of seawater was not connected to the outside seawater, then even at low tide, the beach here would not be exposed. Now it seems that although this beach is surrounded by rocks, one of it is connected to the outside world. But that gap can only be seen when the tide is low. The appearance of the gap allowed a lot of light to enter the cave. As the tide receded, even Zhang Heide discovered something attached to the rocks on the side. Brother Han, why are there so many barnacles on this rock? Such a large piece of rock was covered with dense barnacles. And they are all bird-billed barnacles. Many barnacles are inedible, like the one scraped off his boat that day. only a small portion of which is edible. But that small part also absorbed paint and was dealt with by Jiang Han, and all of these bird-billed barnacles are edible. At this time, Jiang Han saw a crawling sea turtle. Jiang Han directly picked up the turtle. "Brother Han, you can't eat that. Put it down quickly." Jiang Han smiled and said, "Even you know that this thing can't be eaten. Do you still remember a Mao from the next village? He caught a turtle and was reported. Luckily he didn't eat the turtle and was only fined 3,000 yuan, otherwise he would have been in jail longer than I did." Zhang Heide felt uneasy when he saw Jiang Han holding a big turtle. He didn't want anything to happen to Brother Han. Jiang Han took out the Swiss Army knife he carried with him and pointed it at the turtle's head. Just when Zhang Heide wanted to rush forward to stop it, he saw Jiang Han prying off a barnacle next to the turtle's head. Only when Zhang Heide got closer did he see that the turtle's body was covered with barnacles. These barnacles cause serious damage to sea turtles, especially the barnacle next to the head, which may break the turtle shell over time. Unlike the finches on rocks, these barnacles on sea turtles are shaped like turtles. Is this a turtle barnacle? Zhang Heide had heard before that barnacles that look like turtles are called turtle barnacles. I don't know. This kind of barnacle is rare. It's not a good thing anyway. Jiang Han cut several times on the barnacle flesh that he pried off to make sure that the barnacle was killed. Jiang Han tried to pry the barnacles off the turtle's back again. Every time he pried a barnacle off, he would use a knife to mash the barnacle flesh. Continue until all the barnacles on the turtle's back and belly are removed. He washed the turtle clean with seawater and returned it to the sea. I don't know if this turtle knew that Jiang Han helped it. It turned around and looked at Jiang Han for a long time. Jiang Han waved at it and said, "Let's go. The tide is receding now. Let's go home quickly." The turtle seemed to understand and began to swim deeper into the sea. Zhang Heide started picking sea cucumbers again, and soon he had filled a bucket. He picked up another empty bucket and started picking up the debris. "Brother Han, are we going to pry all the barnacles off the rocks? They're not good stuff anyway." If these things were inedible, he would not bother to pry them open. But since they were edible, he wanted to pry them open. You can make money and do good things at the same time. "Brother Han, I heard that this thing has a very strong vitality. It won't die even if it doesn't touch water for a few days." Jiang Han's eyelids twitched. "What did you say?" He was thinking about other things just now and didn't hear clearly, feeling that he missed something important. Zhang Heide was a little confused. "I said these barnacles are not good things." "No, another sentence. These barnacles can stay alive for several days out of water." Something suddenly flashed through Jiang Han's mind. The price of something like bird-billed barnacles here is about 20 yuan per pound. But if he could sell these things somewhere else. Jiang Han turned on his phone and made a group video call. When people in the class group saw Jiang Han using this function, they were all a little overwhelmed. "Hu Danzan, Jiang Han, what are you doing? The social animal is still working. Lu Boong, +1 during work. Yu He, +1 at work. Shen Run, +1 during work. Tian Xingwen, +1 during work. Tang Qin, +1 during work." Jiang Han was really speechless. Except for Lu Boong, all the other people in their group worked in their own companies. These second-generation rich people are usually lazy. Even if they start from the bottom, they don't take their immediate superiors seriously. Everyone says they want to work, but they still chat in the group every day. "Jiang Han, I have something good to show you." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu He was the first to answer the group call. Then, he saw the beautiful scenery in Jiang Han's video. Then, Hu Danzan, Tian Xingwen, Tang Qin, Shen Ren, all joined the group video call. Even Lu Boong came in. "Hu Danzan, Jiang Han, where are you? It's so beautiful." Jiang Han only showed them part of the scenery, and these people didn't know that this beach was inside a cave. Jiang Han also had selfish motives. He didn't want this place to be known to others so quickly. Jiang Han smiled at the screen. "Of course I'm in my hometown." He pointed his camera at the barnacles on the rock wall. Tang Qin screamed immediately, "Oh my god, what is this? It's so scary." Li Feiya stared at the screen carefully for several times. "This should be a barnacle, right?" Jiang Han nodded. "To be exact, this is a type of barnacle called the bird's-billed barnacle. It is edible and tastes very delicious. I can't deliver that flounder to you, but I can deliver this barnacle to you." These second-generation rich people all come from business families, and they immediately understood what Jiang Han was going to do. "Yu He, just tell me, how are you going to sell this barnacle?" Their family runs an advertising company. It's not a big company, but it has a lot of clients. Several customers particularly like pure wild seafood. "Hu Danzan, I just checked online and found that this kind of barnacle exists. It is also sold online, 30 to 40 yuan per pound. The corner of Jiang Han's mouth twitched. As expected, everyone had smart brains. Knowing that this barnacle is resilient and easy to transport, some people actually started selling it online. Jiang Han, do you know where those barnacles on the internet came from? Was it shoveled off the ship, or some poisonous or hazardous place? The people in the group were suddenly speechless. They really didn't know where those barnacles came from. Jiang Han, you have seen the barnacles here. They are fresh and pollution-free. And they are big. Apart from other things, are the barnacles on the internet as big as the ones here? Jiang Han was very confident about this. The barnacles here were indeed the largest barnacles he had ever seen in his life. The people in the group fell silent again. Finally, Yui spoke first. So how much is this barnacle of yours? He just wanted to know the price. Jiang Han, my barnacles are priced at 60 yuan per kilogram, not including shipping costs. Although the price of barnacles at 60 yuan per kilogram is more expensive than that on the internet, it is nothing to this group of rich second generations. Yui, then give me 50 kilograms first. Hu Danzan, what do you want so many pounds for? Yui, why do you care about me? I bought it to give as a gift. If I can't give it away, can't I just eat it myself? 50 kilograms of barnacles only cost 3,000 yuan, including the shipping fee. It's not much. Yui thought it was a great deal. After Yui took the lead, everyone else said what price they wanted. Jiang Han thought that few people would want it, but out of the 42 people in his class, 25 of them ordered barnacles. Even Lu Boang asked for 2 kilograms, saying he wanted to try it. Jiang Han calculated that these people wanted a total of 235 kilograms. Hu Danzan and Shen Ren both asked for 20 kilograms. Many of the others ordered 10 kilograms. Hu Danzan, Jiang Han, if this thing of yours is not good, I won't pay for it. Jiang Han, no problem, everything can be paid for after delivery. If you think it tastes good, you can pay me. The group fell silent again. In their eyes, Jiang Han was just a fisherman. How could they really cheat a fisherman out of his money? Hu Danzan, Jiang Han, I was just kidding you. Hu Danzan hung up the group chat call and immediately transferred 1,300 yuan to Jiang Han. Hu Danzan, the extra 100 yuan is my shipping fee. Jiang Han, it shouldn't take 100. I'll tell you after I send it out. Hu Danzan, no need. You can keep the extra money for yourself. After a while, other people also transferred their money to Jiang Han. Less than 10 minutes. Jiang Han has already received payment of 14,100 yuan. Jiang Han didn't click to receive. He was looking for a suitable tool among a pile of fishing tools. They had to pry off those heavy barnacles before the tide rose, otherwise they would have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Han picked up the sand shovel and used it for a few times, and his hands felt sore. Then he switched to a shovel. This is much easier. They had 4 buckets in total, one filled with jellyfish and the other 2 were filled with sea cucumbers. The last empty bucket was soon filled with barnacles. Zhang Heide carried the goods and the buckets onto the boat, and then brought the empty buckets back to the cave. You come and pry the barnacles too. Jiang Han said to Zhang Heide. He would definitely do what he promised to others. Okay. Zhang Heide also followed Jiang Han's example, found a shovel and started prying the barnacles off the rocks. These barnacles all have shells and are quite heavy. Brother Han, with so many barnacles, let alone several hundred kilograms, we can even provide several tons. There are really too many barnacles here. Let's get some more. They didn't bring a scale, so they could only estimate the weight themselves. It would be bad if you get less. Zhang Heide thought of something. Brother Han, there are so many barnacles here, can I give some to my uncle? Zhang Heide usually doesn't ask Jiang Han for anything, but there are so many barnacles here. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment before realizing that Zhang Heide had been following him to the sea for so long, but it seemed that he had never sent anything to his uncle's house. Compared to his parents, his uncle is extremely kind. For Zhang Heide, his only relative is his uncle. This is not a good idea. Jiang Han looked at Zhang Heide and said. Zhang Heide immediately lowered his head. Brother Han, that's all I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. These barnacles are definitely for sale. Jiang Han was speechless. His brother had followed him for so long, why didn't he use his brain? What I mean is that it's not enough to just take these barnacles. Sea cucumbers are more nutritious and good for older people. You should give them some sea cucumbers as well. Zhang Heide was stunned for a long time. Brother Han, are you saying that I can give you barnacles? Yes, give me some barnacles and sea cucumbers. No need for sea cucumbers, just some barnacles. Sea cucumbers are really too expensive. Uncle is old now and not in good health. Even if he wants to eat something, he doesn't have the energy to go to the sea. I'll get some barnacles to satisfy his craving. Jiang Han felt that Zhang Heide still had room for improvement. He knew his uncle was in poor health before, but he could still ask him for money. Now at least he can give him something. I usually give my sister the things we pick from the sea. Since you regard your uncle as your relative, you should treat her better. Besides, you picked up all these sea cucumbers yourself today. It's only fitting that you give your uncle the things you picked up yourself. Zhang Heide couldn't win the argument with Jiang Han. Anyway, he believed every word that Brother Han said. Okay, I'll give you some. The two people chatted while working hard to shovel barnacles. Jiang Han looked at the beach and saw many Hokkaido scallops under the beach that were bigger than his head. Originally he wanted to dig out these Hokkaido scallops, but now he thinks it is more important to remove these barnacles. When the 4 buckets were full, they carried the goods onto the boat and took the empty buckets to fill them. After going back and forth several times, they still had no idea how many barnacles they had shoveled away. Until my arms became sore and the tide started to rise. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide retreated to the small stretch of beach where they had eaten grilled fish. They had eaten a butterfly fish for lunch and now they were tired and hungry. Both of their arms felt like they were not their own and were very sore. Brother Han, are we going back now? Let's take a rest. The scenery here is beautiful and quiet. Resting here is no different from resting at home. And he didn't want to sail now. The two of them just lay there with their arms and legs spread out where the sun couldn't reach them. The sea breeze blew through the cave and blew on them, which was more comfortable than turning on the air conditioner. After regaining some strength, Jiang Han discovered that there were still many dead branches on the beach. Let's eat something before going back, Jiang Han said, and lit the fire again. Brother Han, what shall we eat? Just eat the barnacles. There were so many barnacles, and he wanted to taste them. Zhang Heide also took action immediately. Brother Han, there is another piece of barbed wire on the boat, I will get it. This wire is 50 centimeters long and was originally left on the boat. Because it was next to the storage bin, they didn't notice it when they were cleaning the boat at first, but they saw it when they were releasing the fish today. Jiang Han said not to throw garbage into the sea casually, so Zhang Heide did not throw the barbed wire into the sea. I was thinking of dealing with it after I got back, but I didn't expect that I can recycle it now. Zhang Heide placed some large stones next to the fire and put the wire mesh in the middle of the stones. They pried off the barnacles and placed them on the wire mesh with their mouths facing upwards to roast. The barnacles soon began to sizzle and emit a fragrant aroma. Jiang Han put the roasted barnacles aside to cool, and then grill new barnacles. Brother Han, how do you eat this barnacle? The opening of this barnacle is too small, and the first thing you see inside the opening is a sharp object like a sparrow's beak. You can't catch it with your hands. If they were at home, they could use tweezers to pick out the meat. There are no tools here now. Do I have to use a stone to smash the shell open? This way, the soup inside is gone. The soup inside the bird's billed barnacles is a delicacy. Jiang Han handed him his Swiss Army knife and said, first, peel off a little of the shell, and then use the knife to pry the meat out. Zhang Heide did as Jiang Han said and indeed pried the meat out. The shell is no longer hot at this time, but the meat is still steaming. Zhang Heide took a bite and was so excited that he almost smoked. Brother Han, this is really delicious. He drank the soup inside the shell like water. This soup with the natural flavor of sea water concentrates the essence of barnacles and has an indescribable freshness. Brother Han, everyone says gooseneck barnacles are expensive. They say gooseneck barnacles are delicacies from hell. I think delicacies are a matter of personal opinion. I think gooseneck barnacles are not as delicious as bird's beak barnacles. Jiang Han became interested. Have you ever eaten gooseneck barnacles? That thing is a rare commodity and is rarely seen on the market. Even if you do see it, the price is ridiculously high. Even he had only heard of this kind of thing but had never eaten it. I used to be a lazy guy. One of the guys I used to hang out with got a gooseneck barnacle. He didn't have the idea of making money, so he just shared it with his brothers. I think it was delicious, but the aftertaste was not good, a bit bitter. Jiang Han was shocked. Is there something wrong with your tongue? How can something this expensive taste bitter? Then I don't know. Anyway, it was bitter when I ate it. Jiang Han didn't know how to comment. He had never eaten this thing before and didn't know what it tasted like. Jiang Han also got a barnacle to eat, and it tasted indeed delicious. The barnacles here were better than any he had ever tasted before. This time, he was more confident about his goods. If we sell it to them at 60 yuan per pound, they will definitely not lose money. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide ate several barnacles in succession. These barnacles all have shells and look quite large, but there is actually not much meat inside. Two grown men couldn't be full just by eating barnacles. Jiang Han picked out a few more sea cucumbers. He used a Swiss Army knife to cut an incision in the sea cucumber's abdomen and then cleaned out the internal organs. Then the 2 sea cucumbers were skewered together, making 12 skewers in total and also grilled. After roasting, he and Zhang Heide each shared 6 skewers. That means each person eats 12 sticks. Brother Han, will it be bad for us to eat like this? I heard that sea cucumbers are very nutritious. Many people who eat sea cucumbers all year round only eat one every 2 or 3 days. I ate 12 of them at once. I wonder if I will have a nosebleed at night. That shouldn't be the case. I've already picked out the smallest ones. One of those big ones can support 3 or 4 of these. They just thought they were eating 3 or 4 big ones. Jiang Han looked at Zhang Heide. Are you scared? Are you afraid that you won't be able to control your blood and energy? How is this possible? Zhang Heide said with a red face and bit off half of it in one bite. After eating the barnacles, eating sea cucumbers has a different taste. Zhang Heide suddenly felt that being a human being was really joyful. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. For him in the past, it made no difference whether he was in prison or not, and it made no difference whether he was alive or dead, because he had a miserable life anyway. And now, he actually hopes that he can live longer. Jiang Han's cell phone rang. It was a message from Lu Boong. Lu Boong at Jiang Han, thank you. Ison. Jiang Han, you want me to thank you, right? I want to thank you for being my breadwinner and buying me 2 kilograms of barnacles. Lu Boong, I am serious. You made me think through a lot of things. Ison. Jiang Han found that he and Lu Boong were not on the same channel, and he could not understand what he said at all. Lu Boong, do you still remember what I told you about work? I stayed in the original company because of the 500 yuan. Lu Boong, I always thought that as long as I stayed in the big city, I would be better than you. Only failures would leave the big city and return to their hometown. Lu Boong, but today you completely defeated my arrogance and my self-righteousness. You sold more than 10,000 yuan worth of goods in less than half an hour. And you did it without any investment. Jiang Han, I have costs. Filling up my tank is very expensive. Lu Boong, I always thought that I stayed here for 500 yuan because I compromised based on comprehensive considerations. But what you did today made me feel that my compromise was ridiculous. Lu Boong, thank you. I have decided to resign. Life is short. I want to be responsible for my life. I want to live it to its fullest. Jiang Han didn't know what to say. It seemed like he didn't say anything. Why did he resign? Just resign if you want to. He had heard him complain about that unit many times, saying that he had to do the work of several people and was always bullied. It's better not to do such work. Jiang Han, then congratulations on having a better future. Lu Boong, thank you. By the time Jiang Han and Zhang Heide had eaten and drunk their fill, the sun had already set. The whole sky is red, and the sunset makes it even more beautiful. The 2 of them got on board. Just like that, accompanied by the sunset, we went directly to the town's pier. Barnacles are different from other marine organisms. It's not easy for them to put such things into the storage warehouse. Plus, they shoveled so many barnacles that they placed them directly on the deck. The people at the town dock were all dumbfounded when they saw so many barnacles. It is the sea closure period now and we cannot use the internet. So now there are basically no fishing boats going out to sea. The most common ones coming and going are some fishing boats with people for fun. If the lockdown is lifted, the fishing boats will also catch decent fish. It was the first time for a group of workers at the dock to see something like this. Young man, are you going out to sea in your fishing boat? You don't need such a big boat to go fishing, and can a boat only hold so many barnacles? Isn't it too fuel consuming for such a big ship to go fishing? This boat looks to be 12 meters long. It must cost about 600 to 700 yuan in fuel per hour, right? In fact, Jiang Han didn't spend much time driving the boat today. He kept circling the island, and the total fuel cost might have been 1,000 yuan. Jiang Han smiled at the workers on the shore and said, if I didn't sail such a big boat, I wouldn't be able to carry so many barnacles. The workers thought so, but they felt something was wrong. Young man, where did you find so many barnacles? That's too much. I just saw it by accident and shoveled it down. Jiang Han was not lying. The workers did not ask any further questions. Jiang Han called Manhwa, do you have a bigger car? I have a lot of barnacles here. Can you help transport them? Manhwa was confused. How many barnacles do you have? A lot. We're already at the town dock. Manhwa, who didn't understand what was going on, drove a pickup truck over and was shocked to see so many barnacles. Why are there so many? Did you destroy the barnacles' lair? Barnacles are not uncommon, but this is the first time she has seen such a large number. You can say the old nest too. Jian Han glanced at the pickup truck driven by Manhwa. Their hotel also had a tricycle for transporting goods, and he thought she would drive a tricycle. Unexpectedly, she drove a pickup truck. There are not many cars on the island, and even fewer girls who can drive. This was the first time Jian Han knew Manhwa could drive. Compared with tricycles, pickup trucks were obviously better. But he was really surprised to see such a delicate and pretty girl like Manhwa get out of such a big car. How much can your car carry? Jian Han asked. 1,000 kilograms is no problem. When Jian Han heard that so much could be installed, he felt that he could finish all these things at once. Jian Han found 2 loading and unloading masters at the dock and gave them 50 yuan each. Master, please help us move the goods. The master was very happy to receive the money. Young man, you should make 2 batches of these things. Jian Han was stunned. My friend said that her car can carry 1,000 kilograms. The loader estimated and said, I don't think it's possible. Jian Han then realized something was wrong. In their impression, more than 200 kilograms of goods should be a lot. Plus they also have to make some to give away. It has to be at least around 300 kilograms. If it exceeds that, it doesn't matter if it becomes 400 kilograms. They shoveled desperately in that cave. When the 4 buckets were full, they were carried onto the boat, the contents of the buckets were emptied, and then they came back to fill them with new ones. This happens over and over again. They also had no idea how many barnacles they had caught. Now looking at this pile of barnacles, it doesn't look like it weighs more than 300 or 400 kilograms? The stevedore suggested, there is a weighbridge at the dock. Put the barnacles into a sack and put them on the weighbridge to find out the answer. Jian Han thought this was a good idea. He and Zhang Heide, together with the loading and unloading master, packed the barnacles into snakeskin bags. He put the goods in the snakeskin bag on the scale. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the numbers keep going up. It weighs 1,115 kilograms. He and Zhang Heide actually caught more than 1,000 kilograms of barnacles. Meng Guo was also speechless. It seemed that it really had to be divided into 2 trips. They first transported more than 800 kilograms of goods and loaded them onto the truck. Jian Han asked Zhang Heide to stay and look after the remaining things, and he and Meng Guo got into the car together. Let me be clear in advance, our restaurant can't accept so many. I guess my relatives won't accept so many barnacles either. Meng Guo really didn't expect Jian Han to get so many barnacles. Jian Han saw a pack of wet wipes in the car, so he took one out and wiped his face and the sweat off his face at the same time. The amount also scared him. Fortunately, barnacles are harmful organisms in the ocean and there is no such thing as a closed season. Otherwise, with such a large number of them, the relevant departments would have to come after him. How much can you charge? Meng Guo thought for a moment and said, about 200 kilograms at most. 200 kilograms is fine, my classmates also want more than 200 kilograms. In this way, more than 400 kilograms were removed. He made some more to give away, and thus reduced the weight by 500 kilograms. Barnacles are very resilient and can survive for 6 days without touching water. If I give it some sea water, maybe it will live longer than me. Meng Guo turned to look at Jian Han. Sure. Jian Han, I didn't expect you to have a new buyer so soon. You won't stop providing us with goods in the future, right? Jian Han then realized that he had said the wrong thing. The little girl was furious, like a hamster whose pine cone had been snatched away. How could that be possible? How could I give you less than what you deserve? Didn't you like my post on WeChat Moments? I have 3 fish like this, I'll give them all to you. Meng Guo immediately laughed again. Could it be that those 3 fish were given to us because your buyers refused to accept them? What are you talking about? Those fish were originally meant for you. I didn't give them to others when they asked me for them. And those barnacles are also given priority to you. Just pick the good ones and give the rest to others. After Jian Han finished speaking, he swallowed guiltily. He secretly glanced at Meng Guo's face and found that the little girl was no longer angry. They didn't go to the front door. Meng Guo parked the car at the back door, which was closer to the warehouse. Meng Guo asked Jian Han to pile these barnacles in the open space of the warehouse. When Jian Han was unloading the goods, Meng Guo was also helping. She was wearing a short t-shirt and shorts. With her small arms and legs, she couldn't carry much, but she tried her best to lift it. Just sit over there, I'll do it. It was embarrassing enough to borrow their restaurant's warehouse, so how could they ask her for help? Meng Guo drank a bottle of water and went out. Soon, she brought a restaurant worker over. Old Xia, help Jian Han unload these things from the car. Old Xia usually works as a handyman in the kitchen and has seen Jian Han several times. Old Xia is a very nice person. When he heard that he needed help, he started to work seriously. Jian Han felt a little embarrassed, so he ran to a nearby shop, bought a pack of Huaza cigarettes, and stuffed it into the pocket of Lao Xia. Old Xia took the cigarette and worked harder. Jian Han and Menghua came to the dock again and put the remaining barnacles on the car. Next is the stuff in the storage bin. Seeing 3 such large flounders, everyone at the dock exclaimed in amazement. Young man, did you catch this? Zhang Heide was very proud. Yes, Brother Han fished all by himself. Everyone looked at Jiang Han with a different look. They thought these 2 young men could only shovel barnacles, but they didn't expect them to catch such a big fish. And there are 2 full buckets of sea cucumbers. Young man, are you going to catch fish in the sea? It is the sea closure period now, and no one would be so bold as to cast a net at this time. Moreover, the goods caught with nets are different from those caught at sea. People on the dock could tell at a glance that these fish were caught by fishing, and these sea cucumbers were caught from the sea. Normally, there aren't that many sea cucumbers. Did you guys go diving to pick them up? Zhang Heide wanted to say something, but when he saw Jiang Han shaking his head at him, he stopped talking. Just dive. Anyway, he picked up a lot of sea cucumbers last time he dived. The people at the dock began to sigh. Ho Xingning is in good health and can still dive to catch sea cucumbers. We can't dive any further. At this time, the dock staff ran over and asked if their ship would stay here overnight. Jiang Han didn't want to go back at night. When he was testing the boat last time, he heard from his brother-in-law that some docks charge money for parking the boat. Could it be that this staff member was asking him for money? How much does it cost to park a boat like mine for a day? Jiang Han asked. You are from the island, right? We are from Shijiang village. People on the island have a discount. A boat like yours only costs 100 yuan to dock for a day. Zhang Heide was dumbfounded. 101 a night is considered a discount? Parking fees aren't that expensive. The staff at the dock were also shocked by Zhang Heide's words. The mooring fee must be more expensive than the parking fee. How many people have boats? There are people with cars everywhere. You are still people from the island. If you are from outside, a boat of more than 10 meters will cost at least 500 a day. Jiang Han didn't want to argue, he didn't expect it. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. They can park their boats at their own village pier for free, but other boats also have to pay to park at the village pier. This is also the reason why the village committee of Zhangqi's village is eager to dispose of Zhangqi's ship. Because this ship has been parked there for many years, it takes up space for other ships and hinders them from collecting fees. Jiang Han paid the money and that was it for tonight. At worst, we can just moor the boat at the village pier. With $100, he can buy a lot of things. When Jiang Han and his companions returned to the warehouse, Menghua weighed the things they had brought this time. Menghua didn't expect there was such a big jellyfish in the bucket. He asked Jiang Han to catch the jellyfish and put it on the scale, and it weighed 75 kilograms. Menghua was stunned for a moment. Is it so heavy? No wonder Jiang Han had such a hard time grabbing her just now. If she weighed 20 kilograms more, she would be almost as heavy as her. Jiang Han, tell me the truth, did you really catch this when you were fishing? How could you encounter such a big jellyfish when you were fishing? Did you use a net secretly? How could I use a net? Jiang Han knew that Menghua's suspicion was not unreasonable. Generally, the water level in places where people go to the sea is relatively shallow, and it is difficult to encounter such a large jellyfish in shallow water. Seeing that Menghua still didn't believe it, Jiang Han raised his hand. Jiang Han, swear to heaven, if what I said is false, let me. Before Jiang Han could finish his words, Menghua covered his mouth with his hand. Jiang Han just felt that Menghua's hands smelled sweet, and he kissed them uncontrollably. Menghua was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand and ran out with a red face. Jiang Han was completely stunned. What was he doing? If it smells good, then just smell it. How can you just kiss it like that? Zhang Heide, who had just sorted out the barnacles, came over with a confused look on his face. Why did Menghua run out? Is he not feeling well? Zhang Heide suddenly exclaimed again, Brother Han, why are you bleeding from your nose? Jiang Han used a tissue to wipe away the blood from his nose very calmly. What's the big deal? It's just what I ate when I was eating sea cucumbers. Zhang Heide looked suspicious. He had eaten a lot of sea cucumbers, so why didn't he have a nosebleed? After a while, Meng Fei walked in. Jiang Han felt guilty again. Could it be that Meng Fei was here to settle accounts with him on behalf of Menghua? Meng Fei looked at Jiang Han apologetically and said, I'm sorry, Xiaoquo suddenly feels uncomfortable in her stomach, let me weigh these things. Is Xiaoquo okay? Jiang Han was a little worried. It's okay. In fact, Meng Fei didn't know what happened to Menghua. When she saw her, she covered her face and hid in the bathroom, then called her in the bathroom to come and weigh things for Jiang Han. Meng Fei was also shocked to see the bags of barnacles on the ground. She opened a bag and took a look. The quality was indeed good. But why are there so many? I'll sell these barnacles to you at 28 per pound. I'll take 200 pounds. There is no such thing as farmed or wild barnacles, because all barnacles are wild. On their island, bird-billed barnacles can generally only be sold for 20 yuan per kilogram. The price Meng Fei can give is really high. Thanks, Sister Fei. Why are you being so polite to me? Meng Fei knew that he couldn't settle the accounts well, so he took the computer and pressed it. 28 times 200. I will give you 5,600 yuan. Meng Fei looked at Zhang Heide inadvertently. Zhang Heide blushed without saying a word. Meng Fei was speechless. He looked at the jellyfish that had been weighed. The price of farmed jellyfish here is not high, but yours is big and wild. I'll give you 18 yuan per pound. The total is 1,350 yuan. Zhang Heide's mouth opened wide. I found this jellyfish. This time, Meng Fei looked at Zhang Heide with approval. It seems you are quite capable. Zhang Heide's face turned even redder. Meng Fei looked at the anchovy and the sandfish again. Zhang Heide immediately said, I also caught these, but they are too small. Leave them in your store and we will eat them ourselves when the time comes. Good. Meng Fei looked at the 3 flounders as big as humans again. Who caught this flounder? Seeing that Jiang Han not only did not speak but also stood aside, Zhang Heide could only speak for Jiang Han. Brother Han fished for them, but I also helped. I used a landing net to scoop them up. Yeah, if Heide wasn't here, I wouldn't be able to catch such a big fish by myself. Jiang Han also spoke for Zhang Heide. The bigger the fishing boat, the more people are needed, and many things cannot be done by one person. Meng Fei's eyes narrowed as he smiled. I see. You 2 brothers can't live without each other. She looked at Jiang Han again. The heaviest of your 3 fish is 55 kilograms, and the lightest is 43 kilograms. I'll give you the highest price for wild fish, which is only 40 yuan per kilogram. The average price for a fish is about 2,000 yuan. Meng Fei felt that the price was still a bit low. It's the sea closure period now, and wild flounders this big are rare. Some bosses are willing to pay a high price for them. How about this? I'll help you sell it first, and if someone is willing to pay a higher price, I'll help you sell it. Jiang Han quickly thanked Meng Fei. The 2 sisters Meng Fei and Menghua really helped him a lot. Meng Fei smiled and said, You don't have to be polite to me. If you have a better buyer, you can contact him yourself. Meng Fei is an open and honest person in doing business. Even if Jiang Han has better channels in the future and stops selling goods to her, she will still recognize Jiang Han as a person. Meng Fei went to see the sea cucumbers again. Jiang Han asked Zhang Heide to give the full bucket of sea cucumbers to Meng Fei, and keep the bucket that was not very full for himself. The bucket was full of sea cucumbers, weighing a total of 48 kilograms. Today's price of sea cucumbers is 195 yuan per catty, a total of 9,360 yuan. For all these things, not counting the flounder, I'll give you 16,310 in total. Meng Fei would give a little more every time, and this time he gave 40 more. When Meng Fei asked people to pick the barnacles, Jiang Han also sent an extra 20 kilograms. Ding, the host sold seafood worth 16,350 yuan and obtained 16,350 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 18,287 points. You can now use 17,500 system points to redeem a 35-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful. Host has a scanning range of 245 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points are 787 points. Host, keep working hard. Sister Fei, do you have any foam boxes here? Meng Fei pointed to a pile of foam boxes in the corner and showed them to Jiang Han. These are all the foam boxes we have in our store. All the previous ones have been thrown away. Jiang Han took a look and saw that there were about 30 or 40 foam boxes of various sizes. That's enough of that. Can we please stay busy here for a while? The restaurant was about to close, and Meng Fei thought for a moment before saying, I'll close the front door. When you're done, go out the back door and I'll help close it. Okay, thank you. Jiang Han sorted out the chat records in the group and made a document. Together with Zhang Heide, he weighed the items according to the weights on the document and put them into foam boxes. And write the name of the consignee on the foam box. He found the business card that Manager Fong had given him that day and called. Manager Fong, we need to transport over 200 kilograms of goods. Can these goods be expedited? We have expedited service. Are your goods ready? The goods are ready. Then we have a truck that will leave tonight before 12 o'clock. Someone is working overtime today, so you can ask them to prepare the order for you, and the goods will be shipped off the island at 12 o'clock tonight. Jiang Han didn't expect it to be so soon. He thought it would be tomorrow morning at the earliest. It seems that it is beneficial to keep a manager's contact information. They borrowed the hotel's three-wheeled vehicle and transported more than 200 kilograms of barnacles to the express delivery point. After making the order, Jiang Han took photos of each order and watched with his own eyes as the goods were loaded onto the truck. Jiang Han then gave the orders he had taken to the corresponding students. Only at this time did we collect their money. Ding, the host sold seafood for 14,100 yuan and obtained 14,100 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 14,887 points. You can now use 12,500 system points to redeem a 25-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful, the host has a scanning range of 270 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 2,387 points. Host, keep working hard. Jiang Han thought that there were still a lot of goods in the hotel's warehouse, and it was not a good idea to keep piling those things there. Meng Fei and Manhwa still had to do business. Tomorrow morning, let's put the remaining barnacles in your rental house. If we can't get them out for a long time, we'll have to transport them back to the village. Zhang Heide had no objection, and he didn't want their affairs to affect Meng Fei's business. Jiang Han slept in Zhang Heide's rental house at night. When he opened his phone, he found that Ma Xiaomei had sent him a message 2 hours ago. He was busy with the barnacles at the time and didn't notice it at all. Ma Xiaomei, I have been too busy these days and forgot to add you to the group. My sister and I have returned home now. My sister eats the jar of crab sauce every day. Without crab sauce, she can't eat. Ma Xiaomei, covering her mouth and laughing. JPG. Ma Xiaomei, Jiang Han, are you there? Jiang Han, sorry, I just saw your message now. Ma Xiaomei, it doesn't matter, I'll add you to the group now. Jiang Han was soon pulled into a large group of 500 people. The name of the group is Group 5 of Couchsurfers from all over the world. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. That means there are 5 such groups? After seeing the group announcement saying that everyone joining the group must change their real name, Jiang Han also changed his online name to his real name. Ma Xiaomei sent another private message to Jiang Han. Ma Xiaomei, we have 10 groups like this, and there is a vacancy in Group 5, so I added you in. Jiangan. After sending the private message, Ma Xiaomei went to post a message in the group. Ma Xiaomei, hello everyone, this is our new friend, Jiang Han. He lives on Jiaohua Island. There are very delicious seafood on the island. Ma Xiaomei sent them another photo of the dried seafood that Jiang Han sent them last time. Ma Xiaomei, products produced by Jiaohua Island must be top-notch. Ma Xiaomei also posted the photo of Jiang Han holding flounder in the group. Ma Xiaomei, this is the fish Jiang Han caught himself. Shi Junhao, wow, what a big fish. Tian Jia's, the sea is so magical, there are fish this big. Ruanyan, this fish is bigger than me. Lu Xiaomeng at Jiang Han, you are so awesome. Yi Tian at Jiang Han, this fish is so big, you can't finish it by yourself, give me half. Jiang Han was stunned. Why was Yi Tian here? Just then, a line of small gray words appeared below. Yi Tian has been removed from the group chat by the group owner. Only then did Jiang Han realize that the group leader was Ma Xiaomei. Ma Xiaomei sent another private message to Jiang Han, sorry, I forgot to kick her out of the group. Jiang Han's eyebrows twitched. Why did he feel that Ma Xiaomei did it on purpose? He deliberately waited until this moment to kick Yi Tian, but he had no evidence for this. Someone in the group is at Wanyan at Jiang Han, can you send me a copy of the useful information you gave to the group leader? I will give it to you at the market price, and I will also pay for the postage. Lu Xiaomeng, I also want dried seafood. Si Zining, I want 1-2. Fong Dalong, +1. Shi Junhao, +1. Tian Jia's, +1. Jiang Han didn't expect there was such a channel. Jiang Han, I don't have any dry goods in stock at the moment, but I have some barnacles, does anyone want any? Jiang Han sent a photo of a bird-billed barnacle. Jiang Han, you can also buy barnacles from other places online. The price is about 30 or 40 yuan. My price is a bit higher, 61 kilograms, and shipping is not included. Lu Xiaomeng, wow, your goods are so expensive. Jiang Han, every product is different. I am very confident in my products. They are not only large in size, but also extremely fresh. For a moment, the group was quiet. After all, Jiang Han's price is twice as much as others, and shipping is not included. Couchsurfers are generally young people whose family conditions are average. Except for a few who like excitement and experience life, people from normal families with good financial conditions will definitely stay in hotels when they go out for travel. How could they sleep on the sofa in someone else's house? Just when Jiang Han was about to back down, Ma Xiaomei came running to support Jiang Han. Ma Xiaomei, you have such good stuff, but you didn't tell me about it alone. I want everything from your island. Ma Xiaomei transfers 1,200 yuan to you. Ma Xiaomei, give me 20 kilograms first. You can pay for the postage upon delivery. Ma Xiaomei, he, I can eat the best seafood again. My sister must be very happy too. Ma Xiaomei's order was like a faucet being opened. Si Zining, I am just asking, can I buy 1 kilogram? Jiang Han, of course, as long as it is 1 jin or more, it is fine. It's too tiring to pack half a pound or something. Although the customer is God, he is really too lazy to pack half a pound or something. Si Zining, then give me 1 pound. Si Zining, I'm in the southern province. How much is the postage if you send it to me? Jiang Han, I'm not sure about this. I'll tell you after I issue the order. Si Zining, okay, thank you. Si Zining transfers 60 yuan to Jiang Han. Tian Zhai's, I'll take 2 kilograms. Tian Zhai's transferred 120 yuan to Jiang Han. Fang Dalong, I want 4 pounds. Zhang Dalong transferred 240 yuan to Jiang Han. Lu Xiaomeng, I also weigh 1 pound. Lu Xiaomeng transferred 60 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was dumbfounded as he looked at the transfer information that kept coming in. Although the quantity these people ask for is not large, there are too many of them. There are only 42 people in the class group. There are 500 people in this group. Ma Xiaomei sent another private message. Ma Xiaomei, do you want me to help you promote it in other groups? Jiang Han wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Han, for now, I only have over 600 kilograms of surplus goods. Suddenly I was worried that there wouldn't be enough points. Jiang Han was taking notes while calculating the required amount. Just then, a person suddenly appeared. Gao Yangzhou, no wonder the group is so lively. It turns out they are selling barnacles. Gao Yangzhou, I like this thing. My parents, uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters also like it. Gao Yangzhou at Jiang Han, give me 100 kilograms. Gao Yangzhou transferred 6,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Jian. All of a sudden, he only had 55 kilograms of stock left. He had promised Zhang Heide to send some to his uncle. He also wants to give some to his sister. Someone else is about to place an order. Jiang Han quickly stopped him. Jiang Han, thank you for your support, everyone. I am out of stock. I will let you know when I have the product. Zoli, how come they are gone so quickly? I was busy with something just now and just saw that you are selling barnacles now. Kohong Yuan, I just saw it too. I also like to eat barnacles. Jian. Jiang Han, I'm really sorry, everyone. If you want something else, you can tell me. I'll register it for you. If there is new stock, I'll send it to you first. The booking boom started again in the group. A few people who had just successfully placed an order saw that many people had made reservations, so they booked another one. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. The ordered quantity had exceeded 800 kilograms. If there were always barnacles in the cave that could be pried open, could he have made a fortune just by relying on the barnacles? Jiang Han slept soundly and now he was not worried about those things at all. When he woke up the next day, Yui sent him a message early in the morning. Yui, have your goods been shipped? Jiang Han, it was sent out last night. I've sent you the delivery note. Above what he said was the photo of the express delivery slip. Yui, then please send me another one. My dad actually praised me, saying that those customers like this kind of pure wild, original and fresh goods. My dad asked me to buy another 100 kilograms. Jian. Jiang Han, no more. Yui, why is it gone? Jiang Han, it's gone. Yui, I saw a lot of them on the rocks that day. Perhaps because he felt that it was difficult to express himself clearly by typing, Yui called directly. Jiang Han, don't play tricks on me. I was finally praised by my dad. You can't not give me the goods. If you don't give me the goods, I will never let you go. Jiang Han had only known about forced sales before, and this was the first time he encountered forced buying. Brother, those things are on the rocks. I have to pry them off before I can sell them. Then go ahead and pry it off. My 100 kilograms are worth 6,000 yuan. You won't be so stingy with money, right? Jiang Han naturally didn't want to go against the money, but when he raised his arm, it felt so sore. I didn't feel anything yesterday, but today this sour and refreshing feeling went straight to the top of my head. Can I wait 2 days? I'll add 500. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched. This was a bit too much. I'll add another 500, making a total of 1,000. Okay, I'll go pry it off for you today. After hanging up the phone, I received Yui's transfer information. Yui transferred 7,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Yui clicked to receive. Jiang Han, wait until I ship the goods before ordering. He, just order now. Once you order, you can't deny it. Jiangan. Jiang Han still didn't order. Now not only his hands were sore, but his whole body was sore. It seemed that it didn't matter whether he ate or not. He set the alarm and slept for another 2 hours. Zhang Heide was also tired and got up late. By the time they got up, it was already past 10 o'clock. Brother Han, what are we going to do today? Zhang Heide wiped his face and waited for Jiang Han's instructions. Let's go to the restaurant to sort out the goods and send those out first. Zhang Heide was stunned. Brother Han, you are confused. You have already sent the goods yesterday. He helped yesterday. Well, someone else has placed an order. Zhang Heide stood there in a daze. They were both very tired last night, so he fell on the bed and fell asleep. If he was not mistaken, Brother Han had not come out since he entered the room last night. The goods were sold without any noise? Brother Han, how many kilograms did you sell this time? He remembered that Han Ji's classmates bought more than 200 kilograms in total. It would be great if I could sell more than 200 kilograms this time. I left 55 kilograms for us. Zhang Heide was completely petrified. What language was Brother Han speaking? There are a total of 1,115 kilograms of barnacles, and only 55 kilograms are left? So they are all sold out? Hurry up, there's still a lot to do today. It's already 10:30. The tide went out at 1 p.m. yesterday and it will go out at 2 p.m. today. They had better be in the cave before 2 p.m. When Zhang Heide heard Jiang Han's urging, he quickly followed Jiang Han out. The situation today is much more troublesome than yesterday. Everyone ordered a large amount yesterday, so there were only about 20 people in total who needed to pack up. There are more than 150 portions that need to be packed today. Brother Han, the hotel doesn't have enough phone boxes. Jiang Han asked Zhang Heide to continue sorting the goods. He stood up, poured a glass of water, took a sip, and then called Manager Feng. Jiang Han explained his situation. It's okay. I'll have someone send you some express delivery forms. Just fill them out and stick them on. We also have the foam packaging boxes you want in our warehouse, but we'll charge for them. How much will it cost specifically? Jiang Han had never thought of taking it for free from them. A 3-gene package costs 10 yuan each, a 20-gene package costs 15 yuan each. Okay, I'll get the foam box. Jiang Han looked up the price of foam boxes online again, and found that the price online was at least 1/3 cheaper. He decisively placed an order online for 100 pieces of various specifications. After seeing that he had to go to the district to get this thing, he didn't hesitate. Anyway, Zhang Heide is going to the district to learn how to drive a boat, so we can just ask him to help with the transfer of shipment when the time comes. When Manhwa came in, he watched them packing boxes and putting up express delivery notes in surprise. No way, you found a new buyer so quickly. Jiang Han smiled at Manhwa and said, yes, thanks to you. Manhwa originally thought that even if he found a buyer, it would not cost too much. After all, there are mountains of barnacles here. As a result, when she came back after finishing her work, all the barnacles had been packed into boxes, leaving only a few in the corner. Manhwa opened his mouth in surprise. All sold. Yes. Jiang Han took out another 5 kilograms from the remaining 55 kilograms and handed them to Manhwa. Here are 5 kilograms for you as a snack. Manhwa waved his hand quickly. No need. My sister said you gave us 20 kilograms more yesterday. Jiang Han still gave the 5 kilograms to Manhwa. He felt that it was not enough. Manhwa had helped him so much, so he had to buy her some extra gifts. Jiang Han checked the time and said, Xiaoguo, help us get some dishes. We'll deliver these things to the express station and come over. Want me to drive you? No. It was lunchtime and the restaurant was very busy. Jiang Han didn't want to bother Manhwa anymore. Now these barnacles are packed in foam boxes, and the volume of the cargo has suddenly increased. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide each borrowed a tricycle from the hotel and drove back and forth 3 times. Only then did we deliver all 657 kilograms of goods to the express delivery point. Return the tricycle to the hotel. Their table of food has been served. That sandfish was actually made into soup. Jiang Han looked at the head of the sandfish with a depressed look on his face. He really had given it a chance, but it kept crashing into his dining table. It is said that the sand in October is as delicious as mutton soup. Sandfish tastes best in winter. Now it is summer and the taste is not as good as in winter, but it is fresh. Because they were in a hurry, Jiang Han and Zhang Heide wolfed down their lunch. After eating, the two of them returned to the village in their own boat. Jiang Han made a phone call and asked his sister to come and get the barnacles and sea cucumbers. He also sent Zhang Heide to deliver them to his uncle while they were still fresh. I started to organize things at home. He brought the pots and seasonings from home, and asked Aunt Giwa next door to buy some charcoal. Rural people often use wood stoves to roast chestnuts, bamboo shoots, etc. When they use large wood, there is always a lot of carbon left. When Jiang Feng came over, he saw Jiang Han looking anxious and thought something had happened. What are you doing? Going to war? He even brought charcoal with him. Jiang Han pointed to the side hall. The barnacles and sea cucumbers are over there, take them yourself. Jiang Feng did not go over, but put the 2 jars of bayberry wine she brought on the table. I asked you to take it last time, but you didn't. Are you going out to sea again today? She had never seen her brother so anxious. Yes, to sea. Jiang Feng saw her brother put the broken pot and a bent spoon into his bag. What you do? Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. Well, there is a lot of empty space on my ship, I will put it here first, maybe it will be useful someday. Jiang Feng felt that it was not convenient to cook on his boat, but his younger brother is a college student from a prestigious university, and his ideas are definitely different from hers, who just graduated from junior high school. It's very hot, I'm afraid you'll get a heat stroke. Give me an empty bottle and I'll fill it with bayberry wine. People on the island who suffer from heat stroke eat bayberry wine from previous years or bayberries soaked in wine. Huaxian Genki water is basically useless. Jiang Han found an empty bottle of Nutri Express and gave it to Jiang Feng. The opening of Nutri Express is relatively large. After Jiang Feng washed it clean and poured the wine into it, he also put several bayberries in it. Jiang Han still had to sail, so he didn't like eating these things. But Jiang Han didn't explain. He could eat Zhang Heide if he didn't want to, and if he really gets heat stroke, he won't drink alcohol, just eat 3 bayberries. Zhang Heide was also very quick. Knowing that Jiang Han was waiting, he put the things at his uncle's house and came over. Sister, we are leaving first, remember to close the door for me. Jiang Feng was speechless. Are young people so busy when they return to their hometowns these days? She went to the side hall again to look at the things Jiang Han left for her. In addition to barnacles, this time she was given so many sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers are good things. Wenchen works very hard every day, so he should really eat some sea cucumbers to replenish his body. Leave half for Wenchen. I sold the rest and kept it for my younger brother. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide got on the boat. Jiang Han looked at the time and then relaxed. Ding, the host sold seafood worth 10,000 yuan and obtained 10,000 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 12,378 points. You can now use 10,000 system points to redeem a 20-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful. The host has a scanning range of 290 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points are 2,387 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han was startled when he heard the sudden system prompt sound. He took out his cell phone and checked, and saw that 10,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank card. The remitter is Manhwa. Jiang Han didn't expect that the current scanning range would be 290 meters. His vision was also greatly improved. Now, right out on the sea, 250 meters away, he could actually see a seagull's hair standing up. Manhwa called, Jiang Han, my sister asked me to remit 10,000 yuan to you. Did you receive it? Got it. Were those 3 fish sold so quickly? One boss spotted them at first sight and took all 3 fish away. It seems you have good luck. Jiang Han had a smile on his face. Thanks to you guys. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to sell it at such a high price. You are just sweet talking. You don't take any real action. Jiang Han raised his eyebrows. What practical actions do you want? I don't know about that. You can figure it out yourself. I won't say any more. My sister is calling me, so I have to go get busy. Manhwa hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Jiang Han suddenly looked at Zhang Heide. Tell me, if you want to give a girl a gift, what should you give her? Zhang Heide was stunned. Brother Han, why do you suddenly ask this? Sisters Meng Fei and Manhwa have helped us so much. We should at least show our appreciation in some way. Zhang Heide thought about it and it made sense. He had a lot of money now and he had long wanted to buy a gift for Meng Fei. I just don't know what to buy. I originally wanted to buy clothes for Meng Fei, and then I checked online, is it a good idea to buy clothes for girls? As a result, he saw a lot of different comments. I bought clothes for my girlfriend on Valentine's Day, but she gave them to her dog and said I bought them too small and she couldn't wear them. She also said I laughed at her for being fat. My girlfriend used the clothes I bought as a rag. She said they were ugly and tacky. I had a girl I was dating for a while. After I gave her a set of clothes, she broke up with me. Zhang Heide cleared his throat and said, except for buying clothes, everything else should be fine, right? Jiang Han also felt that buying clothes was not a good idea. Everyone had different tastes, and there were so many clothes on the market that he had no idea what style to choose. After returning, I'd better check it online. Seeing that Zhang Heide was in a trance, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Heide thought about it and said, "I think my uncle is quite strange. When I first took something to him, he thought I was doing something bad again and wanted to beat me. I assured him that I had gotten it from the sea. He sighed again, but he was quite happy when I left." Jiang Han didn't say anything else. Zhang Heide's family situation was indeed quite lamentable. Looking at Zhang Heide's confused expression, sometimes it's good to live heartlessly. When the two of them arrived at the cave, there was still some time before the tide went out. Jiang Han simply dealt with the unfinished business. In the morning, he was afraid that he would be too late, so he just took pictures of the express delivery slips one by one on his mobile phone but did not send them out. Now he sends them out one by one and receives their transfers at the same time. Ding, the host sold seafood worth 39,420 yuan and obtained 39,420 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 41,807 points. You can now use 40,000 system points to redeem an 80-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful, host has a scanning range of 370 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 1,807 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Now, he doesn't even have to calculate the total himself, the system has already calculated it for him. Unexpectedly, this time, he actually sold barnacles for nearly 40,000 yuan. At this moment, he could clearly see that under the beach in the distance, there were not only Hokkaido scallops as big as his face, but also colorful red scallops. Jiang Han calculated that the barnacles he shoveled yesterday were sold for a total of 59,120 yuan. This calculation really scared him. He felt like he could really make a fortune selling barnacles. He calculated that the total revenue from yesterday's batch of goods was 79,870 yuan. Jiang Han directly transferred 8,000 yuan to Zhang Heide. "Brother Han, how come you have so much?" Zhang Heide felt that he had more than enough money. "There are just so many. When you drive a boat, it costs a lot of money for fuel and other things. Have you deducted these costs? By the way, there is also the parking fee. We parked the boat for one night yesterday and they charged us 100 yuan. Zhang Heide wanted to save some money for Jiang Han. Jiang Han didn't really reduce the cost. "I'll give it to you, just keep it." Giving him 10% profit is not high in itself. Jiang Han also told them the express delivery fee each person needed. Soon, Jiang Han collected all the express delivery fees. Jiang Han felt that it was a waste of time to keep doing this kind of trivial work. "I don't know if my sister is willing to do this kind of thing. If his sister is willing to do it, he would be willing to give her money. I'm afraid my sister won't accept the money." At this time, the sea water had slowly begun to recede. "I tried several tools yesterday, but in the end I felt that a shovel was the most labor-saving. There is a section of these rock walls that is not exposed to sunlight. Anyway, no one else here can see it." Jiang Han and Zhang Heide simply took off their clothes and started working shirtless. "After yesterday's labor, my arms are already very sore. At this moment, I am really gritting my teeth and holding on." They worked for an hour or so, drank some water, rested for a while, and then continued working. He was afraid that Jiang Han would not help him pry the barnacles off, so he called to urge him to do so. Jiang Han got angry. "Be quiet. If you keep arguing with me, I will ship the goods to everyone else but you." He hung up the phone immediately and dared not disturb Jiang Han again. After Jiang Han and Zhang Heide finished their work, they both lay down on the beach exhausted. "Brother Han, the tide is starting to rise." "Yeah." Jiang Han wouldn't move either. Looking at the still densely packed bird-billed barnacles on the rock wall, Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were both a little confused. They felt they had pried enough. But compared with the overall amount, it is just the tip of the iceberg. How many barnacles are there here? Last time he thought there were several tons of barnacles here, but he still felt it was not enough. Maybe more than 10 tons, or even more. "Brother Han, if no one discovers this place, can we continue to make money from the barnacles here?" "Yeah." It seems that their lives will not be too bad in the short term. The two of them rested for more than an hour. When the tide receded just now, Jiang Han still didn't have time to pick up the Hokkaido scallops hiding under the sand. Fortunately, Zhang Heide hurriedly picked up 6 sea urchins. Jiang Han put instant noodles in his bag. Now that they were both hungry, they simply put 2 packets of instant noodles into the broken pot and cooked them. While the noodles were cooking, they cut open the sea urchins with gloves on. Among these 6 sea urchins, 2 are purple sea urchins and 4 are horse dung sea urchins. Jiang Han brought things like salt and vinegar, but forgot to bring mustard. I simply poured the yellow bile of the purple sea urchin into the cooked instant noodles. Zhang Heide also imitated Jiang Han and poured the roe of the purple sea urchin into his instant noodles. Although the taste of purple sea urchin is more like crab roe, it is a bit fishy. The sea urchins they got from the 4 gates last time were basically this kind of purple sea urchin. The strong taste of instant noodles can just neutralize the fishy smell of purple sea urchin. The horse dung sea urchin is very delicious and much more expensive than the purple sea urchin. You can eat horse dung sea urchins raw. Jiang Han forgot to bring chopsticks and a spoon. Although there were not many dead branches nearby, he could still use them to make 2 pairs of chopsticks. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide each used 2 branches as chopsticks to eat instant noodles and sea urchin. The retail price of such a large horse dung sea urchin is probably around 100 yuan per piece. The 2 of them had a seafood instant noodle meal costing more than 200 yuan per person. Although the taste of purple sea urchin is not as good as that of horse dung sea urchin, it has a unique flavor when mixed with instant noodles. Eat a few mouthfuls of instant noodles and then a few mouthfuls of horse dung sea urchin. The taste is so delicious. Brother Han, I heard there are a lot of horse dung sea urchins in Xiaorizi, and the price is more expensive than here. I wonder how it tastes. Jiang Han ate his food leisurely. The things in Xiaoxi are expensive because they are imported. Some people just like to import everything. In fact, the taste is not as good as that in China. If nothing else, at least the domestic ones are fresher. Think about that kind of fruit. Imported fruit is horribly expensive, and the taste is almost the same as cheap domestic fruit. Zhang Heide thought about it and it seemed that it was not imported. The expensive ones must be good. He took another bite of raw horse dung sea urchin. It tasted so delicious that he didn't believe that the ones over there could be better than what they had. When they returned, the boat was loaded with many more barnacles. Jiang Han thought about it and decided to tell Jiang Feng about the barnacles. Sister, is it convenient for you to go to town? I'm really too busy, so you can help me register, collect money, and sort the goods. I can give you 10%. Are you really that busy? Then wait for me, I'm going to town now. No need for money. Thinking of her brother's anxious look at noon today, she really believed that her brother was very busy. If you don't charge, I won't need your help. I'll pay others 100 yuan an hour and let them help me. Jiang Feng was frightened when he heard it. How can you waste money like this? Okay, 1.1 point, I'll take your money. Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief. Are Ling Ling and Wan Wan okay? They're fine. And Wang next door is available. I can ask her to help keep an eye on them for me. Jiang Han felt relieved when he heard Jiang Feng say this. Jiang Han created a new group and put the QR code of his group in, Group 5 of couchsurfers from all over the world. After all, Ma Xiaomei's group is a couchsurfer group, and it's not good for him to always sell seafood in this group. He named his own group Seafood Free Shopping Group and he also invited his sister Jiang Feng to join the group. Jiang Han, those who have booked barnacles please move to the Seafood Free Shopping Group. Soon, more than 200 people joined the group. Some who had not booked barnacles also came in. Jiang Feng was shocked when he saw that the group, which originally had only a few people, suddenly had hundreds of people joining. A system message popped up for every person who came in. Her phone kept vibrating. Jiang Han waited until few people came in, so he took a photo of the barnacles and posted it in the group. Jiang Han, I just found some new barnacles today. If you still want to buy them, you can place an order now. I saw that there are many friends in the group who did not make an order yesterday. The quantity today is still limited. Please place an order first if you have made an order. If there are any left, I will give them to other friends. The group became lively again. Jiang Han's phone started vibrating again. People in the group who weighed 2 kilograms, 1 kilogram, 4 kilograms, and 5 kilograms started reporting their weights again. Some quantities are different from those at the time of booking, so the current quantity shall prevail. Jiang Han asked Jiang Feng to do the statistics, and when he finished, Jiang Feng was stunned. The total amount of barnacles required is 920 kilograms. Moreover, after those people reported the weights, they transferred the money within the group. Jiang Feng calculated that the price of the barnacles sold by her brother was 60 yuan per catty. Yesterday, their family ate 10 kilograms. Oh my god! They spent 600 yuan on one meal, and the total price of 920 kilograms is 55,200 yuan. My brother said he wanted to give her 10% of the money, so 10% of 55,200 yuan is 5,520 yuan. Jiang Feng was completely dumbfounded. How could there be so many? Jiang Feng wanted to ask a lot of questions, but didn't want to disturb Jiang Han. We could only speed up and rush to the town. She waited at the dock for a while and saw Jiang Han driving the boat over. Seeing the piles of barnacles on the boat, Jiang Feng felt relieved. She was originally worried that her brother wouldn't be able to take out such a large amount. Now it seems that everything my brother does is well prepared. You gave me money on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Feng's face was tense and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Sister, I'm really short of manpower. It's said that good things should be kept within the family. If I don't let you have all the good things, who will I let them go to? Jiang Feng's tense face finally couldn't be controlled anymore, and the smile on the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed anymore. You are the only one who reads a lot and is good at talking. This time, Jiang Han did not call Manhwa over. He had already contacted Manager Feng, and after Zhang Heide got off the boat, he went to get the phone box and the list. He found 2 more workers, put the barnacles into sacks, and put them on the scale to weigh them. This time it's even more than last time, at 1,220 kilograms. Jiang Han handed another pack of cigarettes to the dock manager and borrowed a small area of the dock. After Zhang Heide came back, Jiang Feng and Zhang Heide started packing and putting up labels. Now the task of taking orders and delivering express delivery notes to customers is also given to Jiang Feng. Jiang Han felt a lot more relaxed at once. His group placed an order for 920 kilograms, and he ordered 100 kilograms, which is 1,020 kilograms. Now there are 200 kilograms left. Jiang Han shouted into his group again. Jiang Han, we still have 200 kilograms left, who wants it? Soon, those who did not sign up last time started signing up. Perhaps it's the effect of limited supply. This time, everyone ordered a lot, averaging more than 10 kilograms. Only 9 people signed up, and 198 kilograms out of 200 kilograms were consumed. Jiang Han quickly called a stop. Jiang Han, there are only 2 kilograms left, who wants it? The 2 kilograms were immediately ordered. If there were only 2 kilograms left, this person would have wanted to order more. This time, Jiang Han and the others didn't leave any for himself. Because I was more familiar with the business this time, I handled it much faster than the first time. Plus, with Jiang Feng's help, it was even faster. Although Jiang Feng only has a junior high school education, she is careful and smart. She does these things quickly and well, without any mistakes. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening when they finished their work. The staff at the dock came to ask what to do with their boat. It is free to park your boat at the town pier for 1 hour. Now it has been more than 1 hour. Boats outside the island charge 50 yuan for every hour over the limit, while boats within the island charge 10 yuan. Jiang Han's boat has been here for more than 3 hours. Jiang Han paid 50 yuan and said, I'll leave after I finish my meal. Brother Han, don't you live in town anymore? Well, I'm going back to sleep. There is no place like home. Jiang Han still feels more comfortable sleeping at home. At this time, the Hollywood restaurant was still open, so Jiang Han called Manager Feng at the express station and asked him to go with them for a midnight snack. Jiang Feng checked the time and said, Ling Ling and Wan Wan are still at home. I'll go back first. When Jiang Feng came over, it was still daylight. Now it is already dark. Jiang Han was worried, so he called a car and gave the driver 10 yuan more, asking him to take the person back to his home. Cars on the island are like this, they often drop people off at the village entrance and leave. It only costs about 30 or 40 yuan to call a taxi, and the driver charges 10 yuan more, so he is naturally willing to take the person to the doorstep. Jiang Feng waved to Jiang Han, don't stay up too late, go to bed early. Got it, sis. Holy One Hotel. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide still ate the seafood they had stored in the store. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide didn't think much of it, and Manager Feng enjoyed the meal very much. Although he is a manager, his monthly salary is fixed. The most he eats every day is some small seafood. He would never buy things like swimming crabs and sea cucumbers, but now he was allowed to eat the table full of exquisite seafood. Jiang Han, I've made you my friend. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Jiang Han smiled very reservedly. I wouldn't come to you unless I have something to ask. We just want to be friends. Yeah, just make friends. Manhwa asked everyone else in the store to go back first, and Meng Fei also went back to rest. She made a fruit platter and sent it to Jiang Han and the others. He also gave Jiang Han the key to the store. Jiang Han, put the bowls and other things on the table after you finish eating. I will come to clean up tomorrow morning. Remember to help me close the door. Manager Feng didn't expect that Jiang Han was so familiar with the people at the Hollywood Hotel. Holy One Hotel is considered the most famous hotel in this area. Whenever something big happens at home, we will have a banquet at this restaurant. During festivals, there are often no seats available. Manager Feng immediately looked at Jiang Han with a higher opinion. Shimo Village. Yi Tian Tian was hungry. She searched around at home for a while and finally ran to the village store, woke up Aunt Manhwa from the bed, and bought her a pack of instant noodles. Aunt Manhwa, we are all from the same village, you are being disrespectful. A pack of instant noodles in a big city is only 3.5 yuan, but you were selling it for 5.5 yuan, which is 2 yuan more expensive. Aunt Manhwa was a little unhappy when she got up from the bed. Tian Tian girl, why am I not kind? Things on the island are expensive. You know this before. These things are shipped from the inland. Isn't the shipping fee free? If you don't want to eat it, just give me the instant noodles back. Aunt Manhwa said this and was about to get the packet of instant noodles. Yi Tian Tian quickly held the pack of instant noodles in her arms and said, I want this pack of instant noodles. After she scanned the code and paid, she stared at the package of sausage for a long time, and finally turned and left. Aunt Manhwa went back to bed cursing. Everyone says that Tian Tian is a graduate student and Jiang Han is not worthy of her. Look at how petty Tian Tian is. She is not as honest as Jiang Han. Asterisk. After Jiang Han and his friends finished their midnight snack, Jiang Han closed the door of the restaurant. He sent a message to Manhwa and found that Manhwa was not asleep, so he ran upstairs and returned the key to her. Manhwa was wearing a white lace hollow nightgown. Perhaps she was washing her face, and she was wearing a rabbit ear hairband on her head to fix her hair. Jiang Han was stunned for several seconds. Manhwa blinked his misty eyes and asked, What's wrong with you? No, go to bed early. It was the first time he saw Manhwa like this. He sailed back from the town dock to the village dock. When I got home, it was almost 11 o'clock. Thinking that he had not received the money yet, Jiang Han picked up his phone and clicked to receive the payments one by one. To be honest, listening to the sound of money constantly coming in is quite relaxing. The fatigue of the day seemed to have been dissipated a lot. Ding, the host sold seafood worth 74,200 yuan and obtained 74,200 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 76,007 points. You can now use 75,000 system points to redeem a 150-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful, host has a scanning range of 520 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points are 1,007 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han was stunned. The scanning range was now 520 meters. Although 520 meters sounds like a lot, it is nothing when placed on the ocean. His vision is not limited by day or night. He opened the window and found that he could clearly see the schools of blackhead fish swimming in the sea. He felt the distance and it was about 500 meters. He couldn't see clearly farther. The entire ocean is vast and boundless. He still needs to keep working hard. Once the scanning range exceeds 1,000 or 2,000 meters, he will be able to better discover the best resources. Jiang Han took a look at his total income for the day, which was 74,200 yuan, including the 100 kilograms ordered by Yu He and the extra 1,000 yuan he paid. What he gave to his sister was the list from the shopping group. The total income of the shopping group was 67,200 yuan. Jiang Han remitted 6,800 yuan to his sister. Another 7,500 yuan was remitted to Zhang Heide. After thinking about it, he added everyone in the class who had bought barnacles from him to his shopping group. Jiang Han, I will post news about seafood here in the future. You can also ask any questions here. Lu Xiaomeng, group owner, can I add my friends to the group? They also like to eat seafood. Jiang Han, of course. Soon, Lu Xiaomeng invited 6 friends to join the group. Others followed suit. Before long, there were more than 300 people in his group. Jiang Han used to think that doing business was far away from him. Unexpectedly, he started doing business so naturally now. Jiang Han was lying on the bed. Excluding the money he had spent during this period, he now had about 300,000 yuan on him. I don't know if this amount of money is enough to renovate his old house. After all, houses in the countryside have upstairs and downstairs and are quite large. If I finish the whole renovation and then do some work on the yard, it will cost a lot of money. Jiang Han searched online and finally found an interior design company. Jiang Han, can you help me draw a design? Minjaya Design Company, of course. What kind of house do you want to design? Jiang Han sent the photo of the old house he lived in. Minjaya Design Company, this is similar to a small villa. Such a design drawing costs 3,000 per piece. Minjaya Design Company, if you do full or half package in our company, the design drawings are free. Jiang Han asked about the price, and the other party sent him the price list for full and half packages. There are several levels of full and half packages. Each grade has different prices depending on the materials. Jiang Han took a look and followed his price. The cheapest half package costs 500,000, and the full package is even more expensive. John Han, I just need the design drawings. The other party was still trying hard to promote his half package and full package services. John Han, I'd better go look somewhere else. Minjaya Design Company, no. Our designers are very famous in the country. And we are also very efficient. If you place an order today, we can give you the design drawings the day after tomorrow. John Han, okay. John Han paid the money and waited to receive the design drawings. He did not stay in his hometown for nothing during this period. Although most people went out, there were still people on the entire island who were unwilling to go out. Many people like to go back to their hometown to build a house after making money outside. As a result, a group of laborers aged 40 to 50 stayed in their hometown to help people build houses. Hiring people from your hometown will definitely be much cheaper than hiring people from outside. Even if the price is the same, he will hire people from his hometown based on the principle of keeping the wealth within the family. Moreover, the situation on the island is somewhat different from that in inland areas, and the houses on the island need to consider wind protection more. Even if it is just decoration, the design of windows and other things must conform to local conditions. The workers in my hometown are obviously more experienced. John Han slept comfortably, and when he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. I feel a lot more energetic, but the pain in my body is even worse. I was forcing myself to go yesterday, but today it's just adding insult to injury. John Heyday called over, Brother Han, are you still going out to sea today? John Han felt the pain in his body become even more severe. Do you still have the strength to get out? John Heyday was also in pain, but for Brother Han, he could endure anything. As long as Brother Han lets me go out, I will go out. Let's talk about it at night. We can have a good rest during the day. The sun is too strong during the day and I can't stand the sunlight. If you still have energy at night, go fishing. If not, forget it. John Han casually cooked a pot of sea cucumber porridge in the rice cooker and used a plate of mud snails as a side dish. The breakfast was just so simple. After breakfast, the temperature gradually rose, so John Han turned on the air conditioner and lay on the rocking chair in the living room, browsing his phone and eating ice cream. Thinking of what John Heyday said, he also wanted to take the boat driving test, so he sent the information he had read to John Heyday. John Han didn't know how long he had been lying in the rocking chair, but he felt his legs getting numb. He opened the door and decided to go out for a walk. As soon as he went out, he was stopped by Aunt Lee. I haven't seen you these past 2 days. Did you go out to sea? How was your catch? Aunt Kumquat came over and said, Oh, don't ask. As he said this, he was about to pull Aunt Lee away. Aunt Lee looked puzzled. What's wrong with you? This John Han has been going back and forth, but he hasn't taken anything off the boat. What do you think he gained? He definitely didn't gain anything at all. Luck and the like are only temporary after all. John Han just watched Aunt Shinju pull Aunt Lee away. John Han was a little amused and helpless. It was not that he didn't have the goods, he just unloaded them all at the town dock. Those things were packaged at the dock and sold all over the country. However, John Han did not need to tell the villagers about this. Whether he earned a lot or a little, he did not need to announce it to others. He just needs to live his life well. John Han didn't want to cook for himself at noon, and there was no seafood left in the pond. Most of his seafood is stored in the Hollywood restaurant. The sea cucumbers this time were the ones he gave to his sister last time, but his sister thought there were too many and left them for him. I remembered there was a pizza shop in town that offered delivery. John Han didn't want to eat seafood at noon, so he ordered a 399 beef supreme pizza set. John Han took a walk and returned home. Jiang Erma watched John Han walk into the house and sighed in his heart. Others don't know John Han's situation, but he knows it. At that time, in order to facilitate money transfer, Jiang Ermao had John Han's WeChat. He had seen Jiang Han's circle of friends, such a big fish. The fish was not seen by the villagers and was probably sold directly in the town. It would be great if I could sell that fish to him. He gave John Han 1,000 and could earn another 1,000. Now there is nothing. Aunt Allen brought a bucket of clams to him to sell. He quickly calculated the bill, paid the money, and wanted to chase her away. John Ermao, the money you give is getting less and less. Last time, it was 5 yuan more for the same weight. That's enough. I'll give you another $5. Let's go. How can you be like this? You are a fellow villager and you are chasing people away. I was wrong. I apologize to you. Is that okay? Jiang Ermao sent the man away and sighed again. When Jiang Han was picking up the takeaway, he was seen by Yi Tiantian. When Yi Tiantian ran over in her high heels, she almost slipped on the stones on the ground. Jiang Han, why did you order takeout? Yi Tiantian knew this pizza shop, which was in town. The price was not cheap. The population of their island is limited, and there is no systematic takeaway service. This store supports delivery, because the staff of this store delivers the food themselves. It's just delivery, and there's an extra 15 bucks. Jiang Han felt that Yi Tian was a little boring, so he ordered takeout. Did he need any reason? Jiang Han opened the door and wanted to go into the house, but was stopped by Yi Tian again. Jiang Han, didn't you say that you have a small appetite for this kind of thing? It's so big, you definitely can't finish it. Cut half for me. Jiang Han remembered that when they were in school, they both had no money. The main income for living was earned by him working part-time. Yi Tian likes to eat pizza and other things very much, and she always eats good food. Yi Tian said that they would eat together, but Jiang Han bought single portions to save money. When eating, Jiang Han only took a small bite symbolically. Fearing that Yi Tian would feel psychologically burdened, he said that he could not eat such food. It can be said that Yi Tian ate the entire pizza by herself. Jiang Han glanced at Yi Tian and said, "No." With that he closed the door with a bang. When Jiang Han's door opened, Yi Tian clearly felt a comfortable cool air blowing in. Now that the door is closed, it's warm again. Yi Tian was angry and decided not to give it to him. She wanted to see how long he could continue to show off. She turned and left, but Jiang Han's yard had not been repaired yet. The place where Yi Tian was standing was made up of 2 stone slabs. At this moment, her slender heels were just embedded in the gap between the 2 stone slabs. Yi Tian took a long time to pull it out. She returned home in a panic, but her mother was still playing mahjong and had not come back yet. She still had to prepare dinner and wait for her mother to come back to eat. Looking at the things in the kitchen, my mother is busy playing mahjong every day and never goes fishing. There was nothing to cook in the kitchen. Jiang Han lay in the rocking chair for the entire afternoon and ate the entire pizza. It really feels good to eat a big pizza by yourself. Zhang Heide called again, "Brother Han, are you going out to sea?" Jiang Han's body aches didn't ease much. "Let's not go out today. Social workers have 2 days off a week. Let's just rest today." After hearing what Jiang Han said, Zhang Heide hung up the phone and went to the internet cafe to play games peacefully. When Jiang Han was sleeping at night, he dreamed of a god with a dragon head and a human body. "He looks so majestic, isn't he the Dragon King?" Jiang Han immediately knelt down in front of the Dragon King. As a result, the Dragon King opened his mouth and said, "Jiang Han, you don't keep your word." Jiang Han woke up with a start. When he went out to sea, he did promise his sister that he would visit various temples to worship upon his return. How could he have forgotten this? He called Zhang Heide and asked him if he wanted to go to the temple to worship. Zhang Heide said yes, so he asked Zhang Heide to buy some fruits and snacks as offerings. He called his sister again. "Sister, are you going to the temple? Last time my sister said she wanted to go with him." "I'm going, wait for me." An hour later, they went to Guanyin Bodhisattva first. Jiang Han knelt on the futon. "Avalakai Tesvara, you must bless me to have a safe and smooth life." Jian Feng also knelt on the futon. "Avalakai Tesvara, you must bless my brother and wish him a safe and smooth life." Zhang Heide also knelt down. "Avalakai Tesvara, you must bless brother Han to have a safe and smooth life." Jiang Han looked at the 2 people speechlessly. "Don't you have anything to ask for yourselves? I came here today just for your matter. I can handle other things myself next time." Jiang Feng said confidently. "Brother Han, I depend on you for my livelihood. If you are well, I will be well too." Zhang Heide said with confidence. Jiang Han was speechless, but what they said seemed to make some sense. They went to the Dragon King temple again. Strangely enough, the Dragon King looked exactly the same as in his dream. It's just that the things in dreams are alive and can talk. Jiang Han did not dare to be careless and was more serious than when he was with Guanyin. "Lord Dragon, as long as you let me be well behaved when I go out to sea, I will often buy fruits for you to eat." After Jiang Han said this, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed like he was threatening the Dragon King. "Lord Dragon, I will buy things and visit you often. I also hope you can bless me a little." Jiang Feng and Zhang Heide bowed to the Dragon King again and again. "Lord Dragon, you must protect my brother. Lord Dragon, you must protect brother Han." After the 3 of them finished, they went to the god of wealth. People on their island are like this, they are very busy worshipping the gods. In fact, it is not just ordinary people who are like this, but also ancient emperors. I remember there was a garden in the old summer palace where various gods were enshrined. There is a saying, "Gods and Buddhas in heaven protect us." No matter where the god is from, as long as he can protect you, he is a good god. They came out of the Dragon King temple and went to the god of wealth temple. The incense offered by the god of wealth is the best. The purpose of praying to the god of wealth is very simple, which is to get rich. Jiang Han lit some very high incense sticks, asking the god of wealth to bless him with more wealth. After completing the tour, Zhang Heide returned to the town. At first Jiang Han thought that Zhang Heide stayed in the town just to play games. Now he knew that Zhang Heide and his family had completely fallen out. Jiang Han didn't say anything and went to his parents' grave with his sister. They had said a long time ago that they would visit the grave together, but it has been delayed until now. Jiang Feng was fine at first, but then she started crying in front of her parents' grave. Dad, Mom, my brother has made great progress. He really has made great progress. He can earn money now and take care of me. You can rest in peace now. Jiang Feng cried more and more sadly, and she almost couldn't stop crying. Jiang Han was not used to women crying, and he didn't know how to persuade them. He found a rock to sit on and waited for Jiang Feng to calm down. After his parents passed away, he realized how difficult it was for his sister. She was not even an adult yet, but she had to take care of him. I really suffered a lot to support him to go to college. Perhaps it was during this period that she really saw that he could make money. She finally let go of the worry that had been on her mind for several years. Jiang Feng didn't know how long she had been crying. She suddenly raised her head and looked behind him. Are there any summer bamboo shoots there? What? Jiang Han was stunned. The change was too fast. Please forgive him for not reacting for a while. Summer bamboo shoots, are they summer bamboo shoots? Jiang Han looked in the direction of Jiang Feng's finger, and they were indeed summer bamboo shoots. Jiang Han's eyesight is much better than Jiang Feng's. Looking from this perspective, this whole area is densely packed with summer bamboo shoots. Jiang Feng pushed aside the weeds and said, "Oh, these are summer bamboo shoots. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the bag over. There are so many here. Take them home and cook them with meat. The extra ones can be dried into bamboo shoots." Perhaps because Jiang Han was too slow to react, Jiang Feng ran over, took the bag himself, and hid in the bushes. Jiang Han had no choice but to pick up a bag as well. "Sister, let me help you." When he crawled into the grass, Jiang Feng had already pulled out several bamboo shoots. "When you were little, you got tired of eating mussels. Mom and Dad were gone, and I couldn't make anything else. That summer you were sick and had a poor appetite. I ran to the mountains to pick summer bamboo shoots. I put them in a big stove and brined them overnight to make salted bamboo shoots. I used the salted bamboo shoots to make porridge for you, and you were finally able to eat a full bowl of porridge." Jiang Han also recalled his childhood. After their parents left, it was really these mountains and these seas that supported the two siblings. As a child protected by nature, Jiang Han felt that he should respect nature more than others. "Sister, the hard times are finally over. We will get better and better. Yes, yes, yes. I have a husband and a younger brother to take care of me now. Things will definitely get better and better." Jian Gan. Right now, the person he has the most difficulty dealing with in the entire world is his sister. Because there were so many summer bamboo shoots in this area, the two of them collected a lot in a short time. Bamboo shoots are very heavy, and Jiang Han was afraid that Jiang Feng couldn't carry them, so he helped her carry them home. Jiang Feng looked around the house but didn't see Jiang Wenchen, so she asked the two children, "Where is your dad?" "Dad went fishing at the beach." Ling Ling said, "Isn't my brother-in-law going to work today? It was the weekend 2 days ago. He took a day off from work. He wanted to come back last night, but he couldn't buy a boat ticket, so he came back early this morning." That's how it was. No wonder when he asked his sister to help the day before yesterday, his sister also asked the neighbor and Wang to look after the two children. "It turns out that my brother-in-law didn't come back. Mom, I've been doing my homework for a while. I want to watch Dad go fishing," Wan said while hugging Jiang Feng's thighs. Seeing Jiang Feng's face darken, Jiang Han quickly said, "Let me see how my two nieces are doing with their homework." He took the test paper and had to say that the difficulty of the first and third grade exams now was much higher than when they were there. There is also a lot more homework. At that time, he could finish his homework in half an hour, and then he would play like crazy. During the summer vacation, he could finish all the homework for the whole summer in the first 2 days, and then have fun all the time. Seeing the numerous mistakes on Lingling and Wanwan's test papers, Jiang Han raised his eyebrows unconsciously and the corners of his mouth twitched several times. He secretly glanced at his sister, who was busy peeling bamboo shoots. "Ha ha ha, Lingling and Wanwan are awesome. They really made progress this time." He quickly marked the wrong questions of the two little girls on the test paper, and winked at them, "Correct them quickly." The two little girls were very smart and immediately understood what Jiang Han meant. Under Jiang Han's guidance, I corrected every question. Sister, Lingling and Wanwan did their homework very well. They only made 1 or 2 mistakes, but they have all been corrected now. Can I take them to the beach to find my brother-in-law? Jian Feng was extremely happy when she heard that the two children only got one or two questions wrong. Go ahead. Don't play too long. His dad is in the district these days and bought them each a set of test papers. After listening to this, Lingling and Wanwan started to tremble, as if they had heard a horrible horror story. Jiang Han was glad that he was not a bad student before, otherwise he didn't know how his sister would torture him. It seems that what he said last time about combining work and rest was in vain. My sister's hair is curly, and my brother-in-law's hair is curlier than my sister's. My sister finally managed to stop curly hair by herself, but under the influence of my brother-in-law, it started to become curly again. Jian Han held a little girl's hand. Sister, it's not too late to do the test paper tomorrow. I have used up all my energy during the summer vacation, and I won't have the energy to study when I really want to. Jiang Feng paused while peeling bamboo shoots. Really? Sister, please give them some time to play every day. Jiang Feng hesitated a little. Then why don't you take them out to play for a while? Okay. Jiang Han looked at Lingling and Wanwan. I'll take you fishing too, okay? Very good. Long live uncle. The two little girls jumped up happily. Last time he bought a bunch of things for the two little girls, but the little girls just played with the other things and ignored the two fishing rods. It's rare for someone to take them out nowadays, and they are very happy even if it's just to go fishing. Jiang Feng gave them the two children's fishing rods that Jiang Han bought that day. I also chopped up a can of green fish for them to use as bait. There are two lighthouses in the entire Jiaohua Island. Shangjiang village occupies one of them. The lighthouse is on a reef 700 meters away from the main village. There is a man-made dam from the village to the lighthouse. Jiang Han walked over with the two little girls and saw Jiang Wenchen sitting on the embankment fishing. Dad! Dad! The two little girls saw their father and shouted loudly. Jiang Wenchen also saw them. When he approached, his first question was, "Have you finished your test papers?" The high spirits of the two little girls suddenly became much lower. Brother-in-law, I've finished it. I checked it. It's very well done, except for one or two questions. When Jiang Wenchen heard that he had only gotten one or two questions wrong, his expression immediately eased a little. Brother-in-law, the two of them are tired from studying and have been rubbing their eyes. I brought them here to fish, look into the distance, and relax. Jiang Wenchen said nothing after hearing what Jiang Han said. Indeed, the teacher said Lingling's eyes are on the verge of myopia. That's right, brother-in-law. We need to let them out to play from time to time. It's not good for girls to wear glasses when they are so young. Jiang Wenchen thought it made sense. After you finish a test paper, take a break. The two children were about to be happy, but Jiang Wenchen immediately said, 10 minutes. The two children's faces fell again. Brother-in-law, they did well on the test today, so let's reward them by playing for a while longer. Jiang Wenchen nodded and stopped talking. Jiang Han glanced at the place where Jiang Wenchen was fishing and said, Brother-in-law, there are no fish here. Jiang Wenchen glanced at Jiang Han and said, fishing requires patience. You are too young to understand. He looked at his two daughters again and said, you have to be patient when doing things, understand? As long as you are patient, you will be able to wait for what you want. I understand. The two little girls answered crisply. Jiang Han was a little speechless. Others were waiting for rabbits to come to them, but he was waiting for fish to come to him. There are no fish in this area. How can he possibly wait for fish? The fish are not stupid and will not hang on to the ditch by themselves. Jiang Han's current scanning range is 520 meters. He took the two little girls and sat down more than 200 meters away from Jiang Wenchen. Afraid that the two little girls' fair skin would get tanned, he specifically told them not to take off their hats. He shared the fishing rod between the two little girls. Jiang Wenchen's voice came from 200 meters away. You just spoiled them. How can these two children fish? Brother-in-law, fishing is like doing homework. You will get it if you practice more. And how can you know if you don't try? With Jiang Han's encouragement, the two little girls hung the chopped fish pieces on the fish hooks as Jiang Han taught them. Lingling let the fishing line down first, and when Jiang Han felt it was about time, he asked her to stop letting out the line. Wanwan is 2 years younger than Lingling. There are some things that Wanwan doesn't know how to handle, so Jiang Han patiently teaches her step by step. There are many yellow-legged insects in the area where they are. This thing is also called yellowfin snapper. Its color is not bright, but its fins and tail have a little golden color. The price is about 20 to 30 yuan per pound, and it is a very common home-cooked dish for people living by the sea. Jiang Han saw a yellow-legged fish circling around Lingling's fishing hook. It doesn't bite the hook directly, but sucks water desperately. I want to use this method of absorbing water to suck the fish pieces into my stomach. I don't know if it discovered something, but it stopped sucking halfway through. Jiang Han felt it was a pity, as this yellow foot was quite large in this area. Jiang Han could only ask Lingling to reel in the fishing line a little more. Jiang Wenchen looked at them. They had just sat down and they started adjusting the lines. They were definitely going to fail this time. I don't know if the two little girls will cry when they go back. Wow, fish! Lingling shouted in surprise. With Jiang Han's help, Lingling lifted a half-pound yellow-legged fish. Dad, it's yellow-legged lily. Don't you like eating yellow-legged lily very much? My mom's fried yellow croaker is the most delicious. Take this back and let her fry it for you. Jiang Wenchen's eyes twitched. Thank you, Lingling. They say beginners have good luck, and it seems to be true. Lingling, you just got lucky for a while, don't be proud. Okay, Dad. Wow, I caught a fish too. Wanwan also exclaimed. When Jiang Han helped Wanwan lift the fishing rod, there was also a yellow croaker hanging on the hook. This yellow-legged horse is slightly smaller than the previous one, but it is still about 3 or 2 taels in weight. Jiang Han put the bait on them again and said, Lingling and Wanwan are really great. Let's catch more fish, okay? Okay. The two little girls said in unison, their crisp voices like the chirping of orioles. Jiang Wenchen thought they were too naive. How could a person be so lucky that he could catch fish just by saying so? He has been sitting there for 2 hours and has not caught any fish. But, kids love to play. It's a rare opportunity for the two children to relax, so just let them be. With Jiang Han's help, the two children cast their fishing rods in an orderly manner. This time, the two children raised their fishing rods almost at the same time. Lingling was very quick to understand. This time Jiang Han didn't help her, so she lifted the rod up by herself. On their hooks, they both had a yellow croaker. Neither fish was heavy, weighing between 3 and 5 taels. Even so, Jiang Wenchen was extremely envious. The two little girls put the fish in a bucket. Dad, we have 4 fish. Mom can fry 4 yellowtails. Dad, are we awesome? Dad, how many fish have you caught? Jiang Wenchen. You two are great. I wish you could be as good at studying. When Jiang Wenchen mentioned studying at this time, the two little girls became unhappy again. Jiang Han felt something was strange. Why did he feel that his brother-in-law was jealous? Being jealous of your own daughter? Because the fish only bite the daughter's hook and not his hook? I don't usually think that my brother-in-law is such a petty person. Brother-in-law, why don't you come over here and fish too? There are more fish here. No, I think my side is fine. There will definitely be big fish soon. Jiang Han didn't think there were any big fish. At least he didn't see any big fish within his sight. At this time, a group of small green-banded male fish swam over from my brother-in-law's side. But the little male fish are too small, weighing only about 20 grams each, so it is useless to hook them up. And even small male fish would not bite his hook. It's the yellow-legged fish again. This time Lingling pulled up a yellow-legged fish weighing 7 or 8 taels. Sister, the fish you caught this time is so big. As he finished speaking, Wanwan's fishing hook was bitten. With the help of Jiang Han, Wanwan pulled up a yellow croaker weighing nearly 1 kilogram. Wow, this fish is bigger than my sister's. Dad, you said you wanted to catch a big fish. Do you want to catch a bigger fish than mine? Jiang Wenchen, he really didn't want to talk. Yes, Dad wants to catch a very big fish. As long as you are patient, you will definitely be able to catch a big fish. The wind was quite strong at that time and they were quite far away, so Wanwan didn't hear Jiang Wenchen's words clearly. Dad, what did you say? Can you say it again? Jiang Wenchen, I said I would definitely be able to catch a big fish. Wanwan, what? Jiang Wenchen, I will definitely be able to catch a big fish. Wanwan, then Dad, you must catch a big fish, otherwise it would be too embarrassing for you to lose to a little kid like me. Jiang Wenchen, I really want to cover her mouth, what should I do? Jiang Wenchen threw a lot of green fish pieces into the area in front of him. Lingling looked at him in surprise. Dad, why did you throw your fish pieces into the sea? Why didn't you hang them on the hook? Dad is making a nest. Is it such a waste to make a nest? We didn't make a nest. Why can't you catch any fish even though you made a nest? Jiang Wenchen, he couldn't stand it anymore. The little cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. Stop talking, you're scaring all my fish away. Jiang Wenchen had just finished speaking when, with the help of Jiang Han, Wanwan pulled up another half-pound yellow-leg fish. After a while, Lingling also pulled up a yellow-legged fish weighing 1 kilogram. Dad, you're wrong. The fish weren't scared away by us at all. Instead, they bumped into our hooks. Jiang Wenchen. Dad, these fish are so stupid. They are willing to sacrifice their lives just to eat. They are too easy to catch. Jiang Wenchen. He silently looked at his empty bucket, and then at the fish that kept being caught by the hook. He felt that the two children were here to collect debts. Not only is he a poor student, he's also so annoying when fishing. I saw the two little girls catch fish again. His heart felt a little itchy. Is it really that there are no fish where he is sitting? But he just said that fishing requires patience. Isn't it a bad idea to go to them now? But it was Jiang Han who invited him just now. It's not a good idea for him to refuse to go when he was invited by his brother-in-law. Jiang Wenchen gritted his teeth, picked up his things and went over to them. Just as his butt sat down, Jiang Han helped the two little girls pack up their things. I think you guys have caught all the fish here. Let's go to another place. Jiang Wenchen. Okay, we'll listen to Uncle. Jiang Han took the two little girls and changed positions again. Brother-in-law, why are you sitting over there? There should be no fish over there. You should change places. Jiang Wenchen moved his butt but didn't move. He just sat down. If he says there is no fish, does that mean there is no fish? He doesn't believe it. Jiang Han didn't force it. He helped the two little girls to lower their fishing rods. I have to say, there are really a lot of yellow-legged insects in this area today. The two little girls had just sat in this new seat for a short time when they started to pull the yellow legs up again. Jiang Wenchen waited for a while. Even as Lingling and Wanwan pulled up fish one after another, he still didn't catch a single fish. Jiang Han secretly glanced at Jiang Wenchen. Brother-in-law, what happened? Are you constipated? His face looked so ugly. He looked at the time and saw that they had been out for more than an hour. There are almost 20 fish of all sizes in the bucket. Lingling, Wanwan, let's go back and fish again next time. The two little girls felt that they had not fished enough. For the first time, they discovered that fishing was so much fun. With this speed of catching fish, how could it not be fun? But when Jiang Han asked them to go back, they obediently started packing their things. Not noisy at all. Jiang Han thought his two nieces were very well behaved. What's wrong with poor grades? Even though her grades are not so good, she is still his good niece. Dad, we caught a bucket full of fish. We are going back now. You should also do your best. Jiang Wenchen. When Jiang Feng saw the bucket full of yellow-legged mushrooms, she couldn't stop smiling. My two babies are really capable. They actually caught a fish. Jiang Feng never thought that the two children could really catch fish, because the bucket she gave them was not big. It's bursting at this moment. Excluding the water in the bucket, the total weight of these fish would be at least 12 or 13 pounds. Wenchen likes to eat yellow jiaolai the most. Yellow jiaolai tastes best when fried in oil. Han, you should stay and eat too. Jiang Feng had seen her brother's flatfish, which were as big as humans. The two little girls were able to catch so many fish, and it must have been with the help of her brother. No, I've already made an appointment with Heyday. I'll go to town to eat tonight. Seeing her brother say this, Jiang Feng did not force him. Strange, why hasn't Wenchen come back? I'll give him a call. Jiang Feng picked up her phone and called Jiang Wenchen. Wenchen, you can come back now. Lingling and Wanwan have caught a lot of fish, enough for us to eat. Seeing Jiang Han walking into the yard, Jiang Feng leaned over the window and shouted at him, next time you come over, tell me in advance and I'll cook your favorite dishes. Okay, let's talk about it next time. In fact, Jiang Han did not have an appointment with Zhang Heyday, he just didn't want to trouble his sister too much. But after hearing what his sister said, he really wanted to eat fried yellow jiaolai. Go to the Hollywood restaurant and ask the chef to cook for him. Jiang Han, the seafood you have here does not include huang jiaolai. Manhwa was very clear about Jiang Han's inventory. It's okay, just give me a whole one from your place. I want to eat it now. Manhwa was a little confused. Jiang Han already had some stock here, so why would he eat what was not in stock? Okay, eat what you like. By the way, your stock is not very much, you should also restock it. Okay, I'll put some more here then. Not long after, the fried yellow croaker was served. This time he didn't call Zhang Heyday. He just wanted to be alone today. The fried yellow croaker made by the chef was delicious, but it didn't taste like my sister's. There are some things that he cannot forget even if his sister has forgotten them. During those years, my sister really suffered a lot to raise him. One year he broke his leg while climbing a tree and needed surgery. There is no money at home. My sister went door to door, borrowing money from her fellow villagers. She wrote ES to every household. It took my sister many years to pay off that money. If it weren't for his sister, his leg would have been useless. After Jiang Han finished his dinner, he strolled around the town. A new cold drink shop has opened in town. The stuff is not expensive. Frozen mung bean porridge, 5 yuan a bowl. Frozen white fungus, 7 yuan a bowl. Frozen pumpkin soup, $5 a bowl. Jiang Han ordered a bowl of frozen white fungus, and seeing that there was a barbecue restaurant next to it, Jiang Han also ordered 2 grilled scallops. He was only 60% full at dinner, so eating a little more now would be just right. Although there is air conditioning in the store, many people still like to sit at the simple tables placed outside by the owner. Jiang Han also likes to sit outside and eat. It was windy, not hot, and the air was fine. Now his field of vision is getting wider and wider, and he can clearly see that 300 meters ahead is a shop selling shrimp dumplings. The owner of this store also set up several small square tables outside. A few elderly people sat at a small square table, eating fried dough sticks and bragging. A young man of about his age, who looked sloppy and could barely walk steadily, walked past the elderly people. Then he was seen calmly trying to take the wallet from an elderly man's trouser pocket. Jiang Han stood up immediately. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Han roared, and the bastard looked at him viciously. Then he picked up his wallet and ran towards Jiang Han. "Hey, my wallet!" The old man wanted to chase the gangster, but he was too old to do so. Jiang Han was also stunned. According to normal logic, shouldn't he just drop his wallet and run away? "Why are you running towards him? Tell you not to mind your own business," the bastard said as he picked up a brick from the side and was about to smash it on Jiang Han's head. Jiang Han was no pushover either, and he dodged immediately. The gangster wanted to attack Jiang Han again, but a huge express package hit him on the head. The vicious thug suddenly fell to the ground, and even the knife in his hand fell out. Zhang Heide sat on the gangster and started beating him on the head. "Brother Heide, it's me. I'm a Mao from Huangji village next door to you. We've fought and drank together before. Have you forgotten me?" Hearing the name Mao, Jiang Han remembered that this person was the one that Zhang Heide mentioned last time, who was fined 3,000 yuan for catching a turtle. "I don't care who you are. If you dare to attack my brother Han, I will beat you even if the emperor comes." Jiang Han knew that if he continued to beat him, someone would die, so he asked Zhang Heide to stop. "Don't take yourself with you for this kind of person. Just send him to the police station." Mao immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Han and Zhang Heide. "Two big brothers, you can beat me, but please don't take me to the police station." He really doesn't want to go to jail, so his parents will break his legs before he goes to jail. "Don't let me see you doing bad things again next time, or I'll send you to jail for 10 years. Jiang Han looked quiet and gentle, but he had a sense of majesty without even getting angry. Mao immediately kowtowed on the ground. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother." Perhaps because he was afraid that Jiang Han would go back on his word, he turned around and ran away after he shouted. The old man just picked up the wallet on the ground and kept thanking Jiang Han. "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my wallet." In fact, Jiang Han was also speechless, because his eyesight was so good. Since he saw it, he yelled out of reflex. Usually, a thief would stop and run away after hearing the yell. Who knew he would actually come towards me? "Old man, you have enough money, right?" The old man was still a little shocked. "Losing the money is not a big deal. The main thing is that my spouse's photo was in the wallet. My spouse passed away several years ago, and this photo has been with me all these years." The old man started to cry as he spoke. Jiang Han couldn't help but think of his parents. This is what a couple with a good relationship is like. When one of them passes away, the other will miss him her every day. "My mother's health was not good to begin with, and after my father passed away, she died just half a year later because she missed him so much." Seeing that the old man was very emotional, Jiang Han bought him a bowl of rock sugar and red bean soup from the cold drink shop. He was not used to being thanked all the time, so he found an excuse and left with Zhang Heide. Jiang Han looked at the package Zhang Heide was holding. "What is this?" Just now, Zhang Heide hit Mao with this thing, and it looks quite heavy. "This is the bayberry tree I bought. It's a large seedling. The trunk is already very thick. The store owner told me that it will bear fruit next year." It turned out to be a tree. No wonder it knocked Mao unconscious. "Brother Han, isn't there a missing bayberry tree on your side of the field? I'll plant it, maybe we'll get struck by lightning again next year." Jiang Han was speechless. It was just a coincidence that time. If it were really that easy to get struck by lightning, the whole mountain would be full of lightning-struck wood. Lightning-struck wood would be worthless. "That's okay. At least we have bayberries to eat." The store owner said this kind of bayberry is the sweetest. If it doesn't taste good, we can still use it to make wine. Jiang Han thought about it and said, "Then let's plant it." He didn't have many bayberry trees to begin with, and chopping one down would make even fewer. He really should plant more. "Okay, I'll go plant it tomorrow morning." Zhang Heide originally came down to pick up a package and bought a pack of cigarettes. Who knew he would see such a scene? "Brother Han, I used to hang out with Mao and the others. If you hadn't come back with me, I would probably still be in the same situation as Mao." He didn't think that what he did was so deserving of a beating before. But just now, when he saw the old man holding the photo of his wife and cherishing it, he really felt that he had done a lot of wrong things in the past. That's enough. There aren't that many hypothetical things in this world. We just need to do our best. Zhang Heide touched his head. He didn't understand a lot of what Brother Han said, but he just felt that it made sense. After Jiang Han returned, he found a bowl of fried yellow radish and a bowl of stewed bones with summer bamboo shoots on the table. There was a note under Huang Jialai's plate. Give it to you as a midnight snack. These handwritings are so sloppy that you can tell at first glance that they were written by my sister. Today, my brother-in-law is here, and she even sent him something. She really doesn't avoid my brother-in-law at all. Jiang Han played games on his mobile phone for a while, took a nap in the rocking chair, and then ate the 2 bowls of food. Bamboo shoots are usually harvested in spring, also known as spring bamboo shoots. In some places, bamboo shoots are also grown in summer, but they taste bitter. They have bamboo shoots in spring and summer. Especially the summer bamboo shoots, which are not bitter but sweet. Very tender and delicious. It tastes great when made into salted bamboo shoots. If there was rice, Jiang Han would have wanted a bowl of it. After eating and drinking, Jiang Han turned off the air conditioner and went to sleep in his room. He opened the window and the sea breeze blew in. It was very comfortable and he didn't feel hot. He lit the mosquito coil again and slept peacefully all night. The next day, Zhang Heide came over after planting the bayberry trees. Jiang Han told him that they would go out to sea today, so he came here early in the morning. Brother Han, are we going around the island today as well? What else can we do? His brother-in-law told him that it would be best to sail the boat within 100 meters of the island. They can sail and fish at the same time. He still had a lot of scallops to pick up in that cave. As for the barnacles, just take it easy for now. Most people in the group who wanted to buy it have already bought it. At least wait until those people receive the goods and eat them. Thinking of the barnacles, the soreness in my arms came back a lot. Anyway, he wasn't going to shovel barnacles today. Just when they were packing their things and about to go out, Jiang Feng called. Akan, are you going out to sea today? Out to sea? What's the matter? Can you bring Ling Ling and Wan Wan with you? Of course. Jiang Han was just a little surprised. Usually, whenever she had time, her sister would help the 2 little girls do the test papers. Today he actually took the initiative to let the 2 little girls follow him out to sea. These 2 kids got addicted to fishing yesterday. After dinner, they clamored to go out to sea with you tomorrow. So you agreed. Jiang Han found it unbelievable. How could that be possible? Wenchen said that if they could finish 2 test papers that night, he would let them go the next day. And they actually finished 2 test papers that night. Jiangan, they have already finished 2 test papers. They worked very late, but they woke up earlier than me in the morning. They started clamoring to go out to sea with you again. Sister, you and your husband must keep your word. Since you promised, you must do it. Otherwise, they will have no motivation to do the test papers in the future. Jiang Feng also thought this made sense. Then wait for us for a moment, we'll be right there. 5 or 6 minutes later, my sister and brother-in-law came over, each in an electric bike, with a child. Jiang Feng pulled the 2 little girls over and said, let Wenchen go with you. Once we're on the boat, you guys go about your business and let Wenchen take care of the kids. She knew that her brother and Zhang Heide went out to sea to make money, and it would be bad if the 2 children were delayed. It would be even better if my brother-in-law came with me. Sister A Feng, aren't you going? Zhang Heide asked. Me? I'm not going. In the early years, women were not allowed to board fishing boats because they were considered unlucky. They thought it would affect their fortune and increase the risk at sea. It would have been fine if the 2 kids went up, but Jiang Feng herself didn't dare to go up. Even though times have changed, Jiang Feng still wouldn't dare. She accompanied them to the dock, looked at the ship, thought for a moment and said, are you really not going to invite the ship's officer Bodhisattva on board? In the past, people would build a shrine on the boat to place the boat watcher Bodhisattva, or carve a boat watcher Bodhisattva on the boat. Sister, didn't you pray to the ship's official Bodhisattva last time? That's different. I always feel more at ease with a real thing. I think I don't need my boat anymore. Putting a bodhisattva in the boat is like having an invigilator who is always watching you to see if you break the rules. Besides, my boat doesn't even have a shed. We can't let the ship's officer Bodhisattva bask in the sun with us. Jiang Feng thought about it and it made sense. If the ship officer Bodhisattva was exposed to the wind and sun, he would probably be angry. Jiang Wenchen carried Ling Ling onto the boat, and Jiang Feng carried Wan Wan onto the boat. Sister, it's rare that everyone is here. You should come with us. If you go, your brother-in-law can also go fishing. Jiang Wenchen rarely agrees with Jiang Han. Han is right, everyone is here, you should go and have some fun too. Seeing that everyone welcomed her, Jiang Feng began to hesitate. Jiang Han reached out and pulled Jiang Feng into the boat. When Jiang Feng's feet stood on the bed, the uneasy feeling in her heart miraculously disappeared. The two little girls cheered happily again. That's great, Mommy is going with us too. Since Jiang Wenchen was there, Jiang Han gave the task of driving the boat to Jiang Wenchen. I sat comfortably on the boat with everyone and enjoyed the sea breeze. It is cloudy today and there is not much wind on the sea, but you can still feel the wind when the boat is sailing. Compared to the days when the sun is shining brightly, today is so comfortable. Even the two little girls felt comfortable. As soon as Jiang Feng got on the boat, she started distributing fruit to everyone. Then she saw some things placed on the boat. There were pots, wire mesh, and barbecue forks. I had seen pots before, but this time there were more things than last time, including a lot of tableware. I even brought a lot of charcoal. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han in surprise. What do you usually do? Jiang Wenchen also saw this, but he didn't say anything and continued driving the boat. He always felt that Jiang Han was unreliable, and it turned out to be true. Since you rely on the sea for your livelihood, you should go out to sea seriously. He doesn't look like a serious fisherman at all. Jiang Han coughed uncomfortably. Sister, didn't I tell you last time? I just put it on the boat as a backup. If I need it, I'll take it out. Jiang Feng thought it was right and said nothing more. As you get further away from the village pier, the surrounding scenery becomes different. The two little girls became more and more excited. Akan, where have you been fishing these days? Brother-in-law, we don't count. We'll just count wherever the boat lands. Jiang Han has been observing all the way. Although there were always fish, they were not concentrated. Generally, where there are schools of fish or where large fish die, the fish will be relatively concentrated. I don't know how long it has been open. Brother-in-law, stop for a moment. Jiang Han saw where the fish were concentrated. What Jiang Han saw this time was a sunfish. A group of fish were biting a sunfish. The sunfish weighed more than 100 kilograms and was half bitten, but it was still swimming in the water, blinking its eyes. Sunfish are very strange things. It is so stupid that it will not run away even if bitten. However, due to its unique structure, it can survive even if it is half bitten. Although it has many natural enemies, it has a strong reproductive capacity. In addition, its meat is very unpalatable, so humans basically don't eat it. It has actually allowed these stupid fish to remain alive in a certain number. Brother-in-law, let's fish here. It is said that when a whale dies, all things come to life. The death of a whale can feed many, many fish. Although this sunfish cannot be compared with a whale, it is not small either, and there are many fish surrounding it. He had found a completely natural hunting ground. Although Jiang Wenchen thought this place was not good, the boat belonged to Jiang Han, so he couldn't say anything. What's more, the main purpose of his trip was just to accompany his two daughters to play. Jiang Han and Jiang Heide had already taken out their fishing rods. With the help of Jiang Feng, the two little girls also took out their fishing rods. Jiang Wenchen also took his own fishing rod. 4 adults and 2 children started fishing on this wooden boat. Jiang Han took a look and found that the main fish in this area were mullet, followed by sea bass. The sea bass here are still relatively large, and no matter how big the mullet is, it can't be that big. A mullet weighing 3 pounds is considered a big fish. This is good, suitable for 2 little girls to fish. The 2 little girls, because of yesterday's experience, are already very skilled in everything today, and I have really good luck. As soon as we cast the rod, the fish will bite the hook. Jiang Wenchen's eyebrows twitched unconsciously, and he unconsciously recalled the horrific scene of yesterday. He didn't catch any fish when he got home yesterday. He unconsciously looked at Jiang Han twice more. Whether Jiang Han's attitude is serious or not is one thing, but his fishing skills should be pretty good. Otherwise, how could he have caught so many yellow-legged fish with his 2 daughters? Jiang Feng still knows some basic skills of fishing. Seeing that her daughter's hook was bitten, she helped to lift the fishing rod. Jiang Feng easily pulled up the 1-pound mullet. In just 5 minutes, both little girls gained something. 2 minutes later, Jiang Heide also caught a mullet. Jiang Wenchen was nervous just now. It would be too embarrassing if he was still in Air Force today. When Jiang Wenchen found that his rod suddenly sank, he finally relaxed. After 2 days, he finally caught his first fish. Even though it was just a small mullet, he was still very happy. He originally wanted to bait a fish in this place, but when he saw his daughter catch a fish with just 1 cast, he felt embarrassed to do so. I didn't expect that he could catch fish without making a bait. Now everyone has caught fish, Ling Ling even caught 2, only Jiang Han didn't catch any fish. Jiang Wenchen felt a little relieved. It seems that my brother-in-law has bad luck sometimes. During this period, he learned from Jiang Feng that Jiang Han had obtained a lot of good things while fishing. But how can a person always be lucky? At this time, Jiang Wenshin's rod moved again, and Jiang Wenshin caught another mullet weighing about 1 kilogram. Jiang Wenshin's eyebrows moved happily. He is not a talkative person, but at this moment he is a little too proud of himself. Akan, you have to be patient when fishing. You're unlucky now, but maybe it will get better in a while. Jiang Han nodded. Brother-in-law is right. He was struggling with a cunning sea bass, which had touched the bait with its tail but would not bite. Just when Jiang Han was considering whether to give up the fish actually took the bait. Jiang Han quickly reeled in the line. Jiang Wenshin's eyebrows twitched. Judging from the degree of bend in the fishing rod, this fish was obviously much bigger than the one he had caught. Just let out some line. Jiang Wenshin gave instructions based on his experience. Jiang Han did let out some line, and compared to the last time he went fishing for flounder, this time was obviously a lot easier. He let out a little line and then took it back a large section. Soon, a sea bass weighing more than 10 pounds was getting closer and closer to the sea surface. Zhang Heide cooperated tacitly, took out the scoop net, and caught the sea bass. Wow, what a big fish! The two little girls immediately shouted excitedly. Jiang Wenshin was also quite surprised. Sea bass can indeed be very large, but the average sea bass is only between 3 and 5 kilograms. This sea bass obviously weighs more than 10 kilograms. It's almost 1 meter long. Jiang Wenshin held the sea bass and shook it. It must be 14 or 15 kilograms. This is considered a big fish among sea bass. Jiang Han did not put the sea bass into the storage warehouse containing seawater. Sea bass is different from freshwater bass. Freshwater bass can be kept alive, but sea bass are basically dead when they come ashore. The possibility of keeping them alive is very small. He placed the sea bass directly in the boat's storage hold. It seems that he will have to put some ice packs or something in the storage compartment of the ship when he goes out to sea in the future. The weather is too hot in the summer, and I'm afraid that if we keep the food for too long, it will become stale. When Jiang Han looked up, he found that Jiang Wenshin's face was a little pale. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Are you feeling unwell? No. Jiang Wenshin's tone was light. He was just feeling a little down. In terms of unit price, wild mullet is more expensive than wild sea bass. But his fish only weighed 1 kilogram, while Jiang Han's fish weighed more than 10 kilograms. One fish Jiang Han caught was worth several of his. Why can't he catch big fish? Lingling and Wanwan came up to Jiang Han and said, "Uncle, you are so great. You can catch such a big fish. Uncle is the best." Jiang Feng looked at his brother with satisfaction. "You don't know, Uncle has caught a bigger fish before." "Wow, Uncle, you are so awesome." Cough, 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 cough. Jiang Wenshin coughed violently. Jiang Feng looked at him with concern. "Wenshin, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay. I choked on my own saliva." Jiang Feng quickly found a bottle of mineral water from the thing she brought and handed it to him. "Drink some water quickly to moisten your throat." Jiang Wenshin drank some mineral water and looked much better. "Wenshin, how come you were choked by your own saliva?" "Well, maybe the boat was a little rocky today." "Dad, the boat isn't rocking today." Jiang Wenshin, the little cotton jacket has a big leak. The group returned to their fishing spots and started fishing. There are really a lot of mullets here, and they are greedy, so you can catch one at a time. Jiang Wenshin felt that his brother-in-law was really good at finding places to fish. He has never come across such a good fishing spot in all these years. Just like the situation before, everyone caught several fish, but Jiang Han did not catch fish as frequently as everyone else. When Jiang Han's fishing rod bent downward, Jiang Wenshin's eyebrows twitched unconsciously again. "Good job. Why does he always catch the big fish?" Zhang Heide handed the fishing rod directly to Jiang Feng. "Sister Feng, help me fish for a while." He picked up the scoop net and stood next to Jiang Han again. How could there be any difference if Brother Han took action? Really? Another sea bass about 1 meter long. My uncle is awesome. Big fish only bite his hooks. Uncle, you are much better than Dad. Jiang Wenshin, isn't his face a face? After the sea bass was on the boat, Jiang Han put it in the storage box on the boat. At this moment, Jiang Feng screamed. She was just fishing for Zhang Heide for a while, but she didn't expect that the fish would be hooked. She was more nervous when she caught the fish herself than when she was carrying the rod for the two children. Jiang Wenshin dropped his fishing rod and ran over. With the help of Jiang Wenshin, a black sea bream weighing half a pound was not caught off the hook. Wow, black porgy. Mom is really amazing. She actually caught a black bream. This fish has the highest price per pound among all the fish today. Lingling and Wanwan were almost drooling over the black eagle fish. Mom, I really want to eat black snapper. Me too. I want to eat black sea bream sashimi right now. Jiang Feng was a little embarrassed. Sis, since the two kids want to eat, just make it for them. You were wondering why I put those things on the boat just now, and now they are useful. Jiang Han asked Jiang Haide to find the chopping board and knife from the pile of things. Jiang Feng looked at these things speechlessly. There really was everything. Under the expectant gaze of the two children, Jiang Feng immediately killed the black sea bream and cut it into slices of delicious sashimi. Generally, sea bream can be eaten raw. I particularly like to use sea bream to make sashimi. Jiang Han also squeezed out the mustard sauce. The group of people stopped fishing and ate the half-pound sable fish with mustard sauce. No wonder the two little girls drooled when they saw the black sea bream. The sable fish did taste good. Black snapper has a unique refreshing flavor. If you don't dip it in mustard sauce, you can still taste the unique sweetness of fresh seafood. This is sashimi made right after it was caught from the sea. The vitality of the fish is much better than if it is kept for a period of time before being processed. Everyone still felt a little unsatisfied. The half-pound black sea bream was only shared by 2 pieces per person on the boat and there was no more. Fortunately, the 2 little girls stopped making trouble after licking their lips. He obediently took his small fishing rod and went fishing. Others continued fishing for mullet. Jiang Han saw that the 2 little girls liked to eat black sea bream, so he wanted to catch one. But I really didn't see any black sea bream in this area. At this moment, Jiang Wenshan's fishing rod suddenly bent downward. Jiang Wenshan suddenly became excited. This time it was really his turn to catch the big fish. Jiang Han looked towards Jiang Wenshan with some curiosity, and when he saw him, his whole face turned purple. What is this? Did you catch the fish used for baiting? Brother-in-law, stop fishing. He almost blurted out these words. Fortunately, he didn't actually say it. Look at my brother-in-law, he must be really happy when the big fish takes the bait. If he poured cold water on him at this time, he didn't know how his brother-in-law would look at him. In fact, he didn't care what Jiang Wenshan's attitude towards him was. He was just afraid that it would affect their relationship. At this time, half of the sunfish had been bitten off, and 2 small fish were still hanging on its body. The skin of the sunfish is thick, and small fish generally cannot bite it. I guess a big fish took a bite, ate its fill and left. Then these small fish started to nibble at the spot where the big fish had taken a bite. As the sunfish was pulled up little by little, Jiang Wenshan became more and more excited. The other people on the boat also looked at Jiang Wenshan curiously, wanting to see what he would catch. Even the 2 little girls were watching attentively, without blinking. Jiang Han dropped his fishing rod and ran to the 2 little girls. One on each side, they covered the eyes of the 2 little girls with their hands. Jiang Feng was wondering why Jiang Han did this. The fish that Jiang Wenshan was fishing was getting closer and closer to the sea surface. Gradually, they could see clearly the fish that was bitten beyond recognition. Oh shit! Jiang Wenshan cursed in his heart. Why is it this kind of fish? Jiang Feng didn't expect it to be this kind of fish. Even if you come across this kind of fish while fishing, no one wants it. It's really disgusting. I don't know if it can be sold in other places, but it can't be sold on their island. No one would buy it at $1 per pound. And the fish is bitten like this, it looks scary. Jiang Wenshan became ruthless and cut the fishing line directly. The sunfish and the 2 small fish on its body fell into the sea again. No wonder there are so many fish in this place. It turns out that this sunfish has made its own nest. Even if a sunfish is half eaten, it still has a chance of surviving. But the fish was eaten so badly that Jiang Wenshan felt the chance of it surviving was still very low. Because Jiang Wenshan caught the fish that was nested. The noise was so loud that many of the fish in this area were scattered. At this time, the sun also came out. The sun was shining on their bodies, and it was almost noon, so the 2 little girls suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Sister, it will take about 10 minutes to get to the town pier from here. How about you go back first? The 2 sea bass I have here will not be fresh if they are kept in the storage box. You can help me take them to the Holowun Hotel to sell them. Jiang Feng glanced at her 2 daughters and said, okay, let's go back first. Let me go back with you, Jiang Wenshan said. Jiang Feng shook his head. It's rare for you to go fishing. Go fishing some more. Then you can come back with A Han and the others. There are some things Jiang Wenshan didn't say, but Jiang Feng knew that Jiang Wenshan was in a bad mood these days. She could probably guess some of it. Jiang Wenshan doesn't like to build interpersonal relationships, and he has been somewhat excluded in the factory during this period. It seems that the leader also likes to make things difficult for him. Lingling and Wanwan also said, Dad, please fish for a while longer. We have something good waiting for you at home. When Jiang Wenshan heard his 2 daughters say the same thing, he nodded and said, okay, I'll bring something good back in the evening. Jiang Han called Manhwa while he was on the boat. I caught a top-quality sea bass, come to the dock and get it. Remember to drive over. Manhwa's cute voice came from the other end of the phone. Why do you want me to come and get it? Can't you get it yourself? I'm going to find more and better goods for you. If this seed base is left any longer, it will become stale. I don't have any freezing facilities here. If it goes bad, I won't be able to give you the best goods. Manhwa thought about it and said, okay, I'll drive to the dock. When Jiang Han's boat arrived at the dock, Manhwa's van was also there. Jiang Han discovered that there were quite a lot of cars in their hotel. In addition to the pickup truck, there was even a van. Jiang Han, where's the goods? Jiang Han handed 2 seed base and a snakeskin bag to Manhwa. Here they are. Manhwa opened the bag and took a look. It was indeed top quality seed base. It is rare to find such a big seed base in the closed sea now. You have already met my sister and my 2 nieces. The 3 of them are going back to the village. You can drop them off at the town supermarket and they will call a taxi to go back by themselves. Jiang Feng was embarrassed. The town supermarket is not far away. We can just walk there. Manhwa finally realized that Jiang Han called mainly to ask her to take his sister and 2 granddaughters to the town supermarket. The seed base was just an incidental addition. Manhwa was not angry either. Sister A Feng, I'm going there anyway. I'm just stopping by. Although the distance is not far, it's hard to walk there in such a hot day. You can handle it, but the 2 children can't. While Jiang Feng was still hesitating, Manhwa had already pulled the 2 little girls into the car. Lingling and Wanwan also like Menkuo very much. Sister, you are so beautiful. Prettier than the stars on TV. If my sister were to film a TV show, she would definitely be a one-of-a-kind top star. Manhwa laughed out loud at the praise from the 2 little girls. Sister, you look better when you smile. Manhwa felt like he was floating up to the sky. Manhwa put a foam box in his car, and there were many ice packs in the foam box. Manhwa put the 2 seed base into a foam box with ice packs to achieve simple preservation. Jiang Feng had no choice but to get into the car. Sister Menkuo, have you passed the supermarket yet? Yes, aren't you going back to the village? I remember Jiang Han said you were from Shangjiang village. This is the way to Shangjiang village, that's right. Jiang Feng was stunned. You. Sister A Feng, don't get me wrong. I just happened to be in Shangjiang village for something. The 2 little girls cheered again. Wow, we can go straight back. Sister, you are so nice. Manhwa drove the car all the way to the door of Jiang Feng's house. Jiang Feng got out of the car with the 2 little girls. Goodbye, sister. Lingling and Wanwan waved to Manhwa. Goodbye, little darlings. Manhwa watched them walk into the yard before driving away. It was her first time in Shangjiang village, and she had nothing to do here. But I said that just to put Jiang Feng at ease. She hummed a song and drove the car back onto the main road. On board, Jiang Han and the other 2 drank some water and ate some fruit and bread to fill their stomachs. The task of sailing was still left to Jiang Wenshan, but for some reason, Jiang Han felt that the ship was getting farther and farther away from the island. Brother-in-law, where are you going? Jiang Han felt that Jiang Wenshan had a destination. The tide will go out soon, let's go to the small island nearby. Jiang Han looked at Jiang Wenshan in surprise. Brother-in-law, didn't you say that the ship can't be 100 meters away from the island? Well, 100 meters is just a symbolic number, just to tell you not to run too far. Jiangan, didn't you say that this ship is too old and we should put safety first? Now it seems that the boat is quite safe. Besides, we are in an archipelago. There is an island within a short distance. The farther away from our island, the closer to other islands. If the boat falls apart, you can just swim to other islands. Jiangan, he really didn't expect his brother-in-law to be such a brother-in-law. He has known him for so many years, but he really can't tell. In the morning, my sister and 2 children were there. The boat was sailing slowly and steadily, and it kept circling the edge of Jiaohua Island, for fear of any accidents. Now that my sister and 2 children are gone, the boat is moving fast and unstable. The main reason is that the boat has long exceeded the 100-meter range. It turns out that the lives of these grown men are not worth living. Don't be afraid. I've seen it. If the boat falls apart, even if we can't swim to the island, these planks are still very reliable. We can each hold a plank. There are many ships coming and going here, so we can be rescued in less than 2 hours. Seeing Jiang Han and Zhang Heide looking at him in astonishment, he explained, relax, as long as you don't leave the archipelago and don't go to the ocean, you'll be fine. Jiang Han took a sip of water and said nothing. Zhang Heide imitated Jiang Han and drank a sip of water without saying anything. While they were silent, they saw a ship that was about the same size as theirs, but their operating and living area is a double-layer structure. It is not only equipped with air conditioning, but also has a kitchen, bathroom, lounge, and you can walk upstairs and downstairs. Jiang Han had good eyesight. Through the window, he saw a crew member leisurely making coffee. What the hell? Jiang Han looked at the sun above his head. Their boat didn't even have a shed, let alone air conditioning. The sun beats down on my body, and I just rely on my strong body to withstand it. At this moment, he really wanted to have a comfortable boat. At this moment, Jiang Han discovered that the crew member who made the coffee had also discovered them. He looked at their miserable appearance as they tried to withstand the sun with their bodies and sneered. Jiang Han was so angry that he raised his middle finger at the crew member. Amid Jiang Han's endless emotion, Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were brought by Jiang Wenchen to a small island not far from Jiaohua Island. Originally, there were 2 natural villages on this island. Later, the number of people on the island decreased, and the remaining people were arranged by relevant personnel to go to the town. Jiang Han had heard some of this before. With the process of urbanization, the population in some remote areas is becoming fewer and fewer, and some villages with few people have simply disappeared. In terms of scope, this island also falls under the jurisdiction of Jiaohua Island. The environment on the island is special, and every time a typhoon comes, the relevant departments will transfer the residents on these small islands to a safe place. Although there are few people on these small islands, if any accidents happen, it will be very troublesome for the relevant leaders. So the higher-ups paid money to settle these people in the town. Jiang Han looked at the time and there were still 20 minutes before the tide went out. They walked around the island. There are still several empty buildings and some infrastructure left on the island. Unlike demolitions in other places, the houses here were not demolished. Jiang Han glanced at the sea. There were a lot of good stuff in the sea, but he didn't know how much would be left after the tide receded. Jiang Wenchen saw a garbage bag floating on the sea. He picked it up and put it into the bag he brought with him. The marine environment has deteriorated. When we were young, we could find a lot of big fish every time we went fishing. Now it's getting worse every year. Even on our island, it's like this, not to mention those coastal areas. Jiang Han was not so pessimistic. The country has now invested a lot of money in ocean governance. Coupled with the improvement of people's quality, the overall marine environment has improved compared to previous years. It will get better and better in the future. Jiang Wenchen smiled and said nothing. Jiang Han did not continue to find topics. The gap between people is sometimes even greater than that between people and animals. The 3 grown men just waited in silence for the tide to recede. Zhang Heide could still take a few puffs of his cigarette. Jiang Han and Jiang Wenchen, apart from being exposed to second-hand smoke, sat on the beach like sculptures. Finally, the sea water receded. Jiang Wenchen saw 2 cat's eye snails that had not yet had time to lie on the sand. He quickly put the 2 cat's eye snails into the bucket. Jiang Han took 2 steps and stopped. At his feet there happened to be a black sea bream that the 2 little girls liked very much. But this black sea bream was too small, only half the size of his palm. I guess it was too late to swim away when the tide went out and was stranded here. Jiang Han avoided the spines on the black sea bream's back, picked up the small fish and threw it back into the sea. Jiang Wenchen picked up several more conchs and was very glad that he came to this island. Perhaps because no one lives here anymore, the resources on this island are at least much better than where they live. At this time he saw a lot of clams, which were densely packed together. There is a lot of mud attached to these clams. There are so many clams, it is impossible for him to pick them up one by one. He got a net bag with finer mesh, scraped the clams along with the soil underneath into the net bag. He took the net bag to a place with more sea water. He grabbed the 2 sides of the net bag and kept shaking the clams in the sea water. The mud inside the clams was shaken out. The net bag was originally full of clams, but after washing away the mud and sand, only about 1/5 of it remained. Jiang Wenchen put the 1/5 of clean clams into the bucket. I scraped the muddy clams a few more times like I did before. When he looked up, he found that Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were doing nothing, just staring at him as if they were watching a show. Jiang Wenchen sighed unconsciously. His brother-in-law is still so impractical. The tide is starting to recede. Why don't you hurry up and go to the beach? Zhang Heide was already used to asking Jiang Han for his opinion. Brother Han, where are we going? Jiang Han pointed to the other side. Let's go that way. Zhang Heide heard Jiang Han say that they were going to go to the sea in another direction. He was very happy. He and Brother Han are always talking and laughing together. When have they ever felt so depressed? In Zhang Heide's impression, Brother Han is still a very free and easy person. But for some reason, he always felt that Jiang Han was quite reserved in front of his brother-in-law. It's like being a bad student who was afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing in front of the teacher. Once Brother Han becomes reserved, Zhang Heide will become reserved as well. The feeling was so suffocating. Halfway through their walk, the 2 of them came across an artificial stone trough. I don't know what this stone trough was used for in the past. Among them, the side facing the sea is particularly high. When the tide went out, several large blue crabs were caught. Zhang Heide was dumbfounded when he looked at these big blue crabs. It's so easy to go to the beach today. He picked up the pliers and put the big crabs directly into the bucket. Zhang Heide's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. Although there are a lot of clams in Jiangwenchen, they are not valuable. These big blue crabs of his are worth a lot of clams. Jiang Han brought Zhang Heide to the rocky beach. He looked through the rocks and saw something in the cracks. Since Zhang Heide couldn't see what was under the rock, Jiang Han didn't let him touch it. He pointed to the rock in the distance, which was about 500 meters away from here and was just within Jiang Han's scanning range. Go look over there, there might be something in the crack of the rock. Zhang Heide walked over there without any doubt. When he saw those things, he was overjoyed. Because the distance was quite far and there was a bit of sea breeze, Zhang Heide called Jiang Han directly. Brother Han, you are amazing. There are Buddha's hand snails in the cracks of the rocks. This poor quality Buddha's hand snail can be sold for about 100 yuan per pound, right? Look at the quality of the Buddha's hand snails here, it is definitely not bad. As for how high these prices can be, it is up to the hotel to decide. Zhang Heide dug out the right pair of pliers from his backpack and began to pull out the Buddha's hand snails one by one. I found that pulling out this kind of thing is quite stress relieving. He is somewhat addicted to it. This thing is somewhat similar to gooseneck barnacles, but the price is cheaper than gooseneck barnacles. The gooseneck barnacles that many hosts online are trying out are actually this kind of Buddha's hand snail. Sometimes Zhang Heide is too lazy to expose fakes when he sees them. Zhang Heide quickly finished pulling out a nest and found that the area was densely packed with many Buddha's hand snails. Zhang Heide spat into his palm, lit another cigarette and put it in his mouth. I just kept pulling out the snails. Jiang Han started a fight with the octopus. The last time he was on Jiaohua Island, he also encountered an octopus and had a fight with it for a long time. But because of the twins, he didn't catch the octopus in the end. Later, because of this, he specially went online to order special non-slip pliers. I didn't expect that these pliers would come in handy today, because there are so many octopuses here. Anyone who has been to the sea knows that compared to other creatures, octopus is relatively difficult to catch. One reason is that the octopus is relatively flexible and can fit into even the smallest gaps. Another reason is that the suction cups on his legs have strong suction power, and once a rock is sucked in, it takes a lot of effort to grab it out. Sometimes it will even suck your hand. It's just very troublesome anyway. Fortunately, catching this kind of thing also becomes easier with practice. At the beginning, Jiang Han fought with the octopus in a battle of wits and courage, and was sweating profusely. Finally, he drew lessons from experience. No matter how good a pair of pliers is, they are not as useful as your own hands. If the pliers couldn't get it out, he would use his hands. There were so many octopuses here that before long he had caught a dozen or so. Some weigh 3 kilograms, some weigh 5 kilograms, and the largest one weighs only about 7 or 8 kilograms. He put the octopus into the bucket. He didn't dare fill the container too full with the octopus, for fear that the octopus legs would pull it out. He filled half a bucket with octopuses and then changed to another bucket. When both buckets were full, he put all the octopuses into the fishing tank. There are a lot of big blue crabs hiding under the rocks. These blue crabs all weighed about 1 pound, and Jiang Han accidentally caught a large bucket of blue crabs. After catching the blue crabs, he went back to catch the octopus. Because of his X-ray scanning ability, he is very efficient and almost always catches the target accurately. His cell phone rang and Manhwa sent him 1,000 yuan. Manhwa, Jiang Han, you are so lucky. Your 2 fish were taken away by a boss. If they were sold by kilogram, sea bass would not be sold at this price. Jiang Han bit the gloves with his teeth and took them off. Then he sent Manhwa an emoticon of thanks. Manhwa sent another voice message to Jiang Han. I sent your sister and your 2 nieces home safely. I sent them right to their doorstep. The last word has a curved tone, which sounds numb and tingling. Jiang Han also sent a voice message. Sister sent me a message. After thinking about it, Jiang Han sent a red envelope to Manhwa. Manhwa responded with an angry expression. Manhwa, who do you think I am? Your 2 nieces are very cute. I like those 2 children. Manhwa didn't take the money. Jiang Han stood there in a daze for a long time. It was she who asked him to express himself specifically last time. Now that he has expressed himself specifically, she is angry again. Alas, women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. Ding, the host sold seafood for 1,000 yuan and obtained 1,000 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 2,007 points. System points do not meet the redemption criteria. The host still has a scanning range of 520 meters. Host, please continue to work hard. Jiang Han was grateful that the system exchange had a delayed nature. Otherwise, when he was collecting money in the group, he would be yelled in his ear for every red envelope he received, and he would not be able to bear it. Jiang Han put on gloves and caught another octopus that was trying to escape. The sun gradually sets. Zhang Heide came over carrying a bucket and a half of conchs. Brother Han, I'm rich. I have so many Buddha's hand snails. He saw what Jiang Han had caught again. Brother Han, are there so many octopuses and big crabs here? Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Different places indeed bring different gains. They watched the tide rising little by little, and then Jiang Wenxin called. The tide is rising. Let's go back. I'll wait for you at the beach where we started. Okay, let's come over now. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide each carried 2 buckets of water and rushed back to the original place. Although Zhang Heide didn't know what Jiang Wenxin had done, he had a mysterious confidence in Jiang Han. Brother Han, your brother-in-law works in a factory. How much does he earn a month? I don't know. According to the current situation in the general district, including various bonuses, it's probably around 7,000 to 8,000 a month. I'm not sure about the year-end bonus. That's so much. I thought it was only 3 or 4,000. After leaving that kind of place, Zhang Heide also thought about working in a factory, but the HR department didn't want him when they saw his experience. My brother-in-law is a blue-collar worker, not a college graduate who works in an office. And they get overtime pay. Now the people who tighten screws in the factory make as much as those who work in an office. Even so, the family is still stretched. My sister doesn't have a job at home. We have 2 children to raise. Jiang Han didn't know anything else, but he was very clear about one thing. The couple lived frugally but spent a lot on the upbringing of their 2 children. During the summer vacation, I sent my 2 children to town to attend training classes. My brother-in-law didn't want his 2 children to learn singing and dancing, so he let them learn Go. There is a training institution in the town that specializes in teaching children how to play Go. When the 2 children were young, they took classes in speaking skills. Although I didn't learn much, I did spend a lot of money. Zhang Heide thought about it. It is said that children are money-eating beasts. Jiang Wenxin's salary is enough for a bachelor to use. But for those who have wives and children, it is indeed not enough. Brother Han, there are only your sister and you in your family. Instead of working so hard to tighten screws in the factory and taking the boat back and forth every week, it would be better for your brother-in-law to follow you. Jiang Han paused. Don't say that in front of my brother-in-law. Why? Zhang Heide didn't understand. I can't explain the details, but you just need to remember that people are different. If it weren't for my sister, he would never play with someone like my brother-in-law. Aloof, proud, self-respecting, old-fashioned, inflexible. A lot of bad habits. But he is really good to my sister. Because of the last advantage, he reluctantly endured all his bad habits. When they were almost at the beach, Jiang Han gave Zhang Heide a wink. Zhang Heide immediately stopped the previous topic and said, "Listen to Brother Han." The 2 men saw a pile of straw on the road, probably left there by the villagers before they left. Jiang Han just picked up the pile of straw. Jiang Wenxin was stunned when he saw such a large bundle of straw tucked under Jiang Han's armpit. Then he saw Jiang Han's bucket full of big blue crabs. The corners of Jiang Wenxin's mouth twitched unconsciously. He thought he had caught 5 big crabs, which was enough. Unexpectedly, Jiang Han caught a bucket. And Jiang Han also caught so many octopuses. Looking at Zhang Heide again, he took a breath of cold air. Zhang Heide actually got a bucket and a half of Buddha's hand snails. And he also got 5 big blue crabs. Jiang Wenxin was originally quite happy, but after this comparison he was not so happy anymore. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide also saw what Jiang Wenxin had done. The 5 big blue crabs were placed in the bucket. The other things were placed in 2 not very big snakeskin bags. A snakeskin bag full of clams. The other snakeskin bag was not full, and the contents were also mixed, including conchs, cat's eye snails, clams and so on. The most valuable item was the conch, but unfortunately it was not as big as the one they found last time. Jiang Wenxin was a few years older than them after all. He stood there trying to calm down and adjust his mood. Let's go. We can still have dinner when we get back. Good. The 3 of them got on the boat together. Jiang Han separated the octopus and crabs and put them into the fish hold. Jiang Wenxin was stunned again. There seemed to be something in the fish hold. It seems to be octopus and crab as well. Seeing Jiang Wenxin's shocked look, Jiang Han explained, "There are quite a lot of octopuses and crabs over there. My bucket was full several times. When there was no more in the bucket, I put them in the fish tank." Jiang Wenxin originally didn't feel how hot the sun was, but at this moment, he seemed to have a heat stroke. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Han saw that Jiang Wenxin's face was a little pale. It's okay, maybe I got heat stroke. Now the sun is setting and the sky is gradually covered by sunset glow. It is bright red, like a beautiful oil painting. Fortunately, the sun is about to set. Jiang Han found the bottle of bayberry wine that Jiang Feng had prepared for him last time in a storage box. He poured out 5 bayberries into a disposable cup and added a little wine. Brother-in-law, eat something. I'll drive the boat. Jiang Wenchen did not refuse. He sat on the bed and ate some bayberries and drank some wine. He finally felt a little better. He is a man who can't sit still. Seeing Jiang Han driving the boat, he pulled out the straw that Jiang Han had brought one by one and started tying crabs. Looking at Jiang Wenchen's serious expression without saying a word, Zhang Heide did not dare to sit idle. They also started using straw to tie up crabs. The boat arrived at the town pier again. It's dinner time, and Hollywood Hotel is now the busiest time of the day. Meng Fei definitely doesn't have time to greet them. Meng Guo's role in the Hollywood Hotel is like a brick, he can be moved wherever he is needed. She ran over and took them to the warehouse. This time they rented a tricycle from the pier. After seeing so many things, Meng Guo admired Jiang Han even more. Of course, there are always good and bad people fishing in the sea. You really have never had a bad experience. For Jiang Han, there is only good and better. A lot of things here belong to my brother-in-law, so please count them for my brother-in-law first. Okay. Meng Guo looked at Jiang Wenchen. Brother Jiang, are these things yours? Yes. Jiang Wenchen first gave Meng Guo 5 tied-up large blue crabs. The price of seafood varies from day to day. Today's price is 90 yuan per catty. Brother Jiang, your 5 blue crabs weigh a total of 6.5 pounds, which is a total of 585 yuan. She then asked Jiang Wenchen to put the clams on the scale. There are more clams. Brother Jiang, you are lucky. The price of clams today is 20 yuan per pound. You have 43 pounds. The total is 860 yuan. Jiang Wenchen's mood suddenly improved. He didn't expect there were so many. On weekends, he would go to the beach to sell some things. The price given by the purchasing station in their village was relatively high compared to that in other villages. I didn't expect this restaurant in town to give so much. His other bag contained more miscellaneous items. He picked one up and weighed it on the scale. There are exactly 10 kilograms of conch, and now it's 15 yuan per kilogram, a total of 150 yuan. There are fewer cat-eye snails, only 8 catties. Each catty is 18 yuan, a total of 144 yuan. In Jiang Wenchen's bag, besides the conch, there are also fragrant conchs and others. Both prices are acceptable. Jiang Wenchen didn't even put it up for sale. One reason was that the quantity was too small and the items were too diverse, and the other reason was that he felt he had sold enough today, so he would take the rest back for his wife and children. When Meng Guo saw Jiang Wenchen put the bag away, he wanted to calculate the price. Just wait a minute. I still have some fish. Jiang Wenchen brought over another bucket of fish, which was the result of his family's fishing for the whole morning. The 2 children caught just as many fish as he did. Meng Guo didn't expect there were so many mullets. She scooped the mullets out of the bucket with a large net bag. There are more than 30 mullets in total. But mullet is not heavy. Even with so many mullets, the total weight is only 14 kilograms. There are a lot of farmed mullets, and the price of farmed mullets is only about 10 yuan per catty, and the better ones can be sold for 20 yuan. Because these were all wild goods, Meng Guo gave them 35 yuan per pound. These mullets are good. The total is 490 yuan. After confirming that Jiang Wenchen had nothing to sell, the computer with a human voice started adding numbers. The last number called out was 2,229. Jiang Wenchen liked cash, so Meng Guo gave him 2,250 yuan. Jiang Wenchen's hands were shaking as he held the money. Last month, he was late once and his attendance bonus was deducted. He was depressed for 2 days because of this. I didn't expect that the money I earned from fishing today would be much more than my full attendance bonus for a month. Everyone says Jiang Han is lucky, and his trip today was indeed not in vain. Jiang Wenchen is not a person who likes to watch the fun, but because his brother-in-law was still there, he took the money and didn't leave in a hurry. He was still quite curious. How much could Jiang Han sell these for? The big blue crabs that Jiang Han caught were all very big. Meng Guo didn't count how many they were. She first put the big blue crabs that Zhang Heide had tied up on the scale. The large blue crabs that had not been tied up were put in a bucket and put up for weighing. This also included the 5 that Zhang Heide caught in the stone trough at the beginning. These crabs weigh 70 kilograms in total. In other words, Jiang Han caught more than 60 kilograms of blue crabs by himself. Jiang Han, your crabs alone cost 6,300 yuan. Meng Guo put the octopus on the scale again. These are large octopuses and of good quality. The price of octopus today is 55 yuan per pound. You have 82 pounds in total, so the total is 4,510 yuan. Jiang Wenchen was stunned for a long time. These things alone added up to tens of thousands of dollars? Next is the highlight of today. Zhang Heide kept a plate of Buddha's hand snails and weighed the rest. Today's Buddha's hand snails, I can give you 240 yuan. You have 45 kilograms here. The total is 10,800 yuan. All your stuff adds up to 21,610 yuan. Manhwa gave Jiang Han 21,700 yuan, which was directly transferred to Jiang Han's account. Jiang Wenchen was really shocked. It turned out that he could earn more than 20,000 yuan for one trip to the sea. Jiang Han and Zhang Heide were very calm. They have seen bigger scenes before. Compared with their past achievements, today's harvest can only be said to be okay. Zhang Heide also caught some mullet, but he didn't sell them. He left them all in the restaurant, planning to eat them slowly later. At the beginning, Jiang Han also took out a few large blue crabs and a not very big octopus. All of these are also available in the hotel. Jiang Han asked Manhwa to cook the remaining Buddha's hand snails first. The goods were just picked today, so they must be fresh and delicious. Manhwa was also quite surprised. It's very difficult to get Buddha's hand snails, and each one is very light. You actually got so many at once. Zhang Heide shook his sore wrist and said, "You don't know, I plucked out that patch completely." Fortunately, that patch of Buddha's hand snails was a little easier to pull out than those in other places. Jiang Wenchen put the money away, walked to Jiang Han and patted him on the shoulder. He had always thought that it was unreliable for Jiang Han, a graduate from a prestigious university, to return to their small island to be a fisherman instead of staying in a big city to develop. But looking at it today, if he can maintain this state, it would be worthwhile for him to stay in his hometown. It would be better if we could be more pragmatic. He wanted to say something, but moved his lips and said nothing. "Brother-in-law, please stay and have dinner with us." "No, your sister is waiting for me." After Jiang Wenchen left, Zhang Heide felt relieved. He was just afraid that Jiang Wenchen would stay for dinner. Suddenly, Jiang Han looked at Zhang Heide. Zhang Heide was shocked, thinking that Jiang Han had seen through his little thoughts. Han brother, what's wrong with you? Have you ever thought about going it alone? If he gets 10% of today's income, it would only be over 2,000. I was wondering if you would have needed more today if you had done it on your own. Zhang Heide, who never even blinked an eye when someone was slashed in the head, looked like he had lost his soul at this moment. "Brother Han, are you going to chase me away?" Jiang Han really couldn't stand him anymore. "I was just joking with you." Zhang Heide immediately recovered his spirits. "Brother Han, you scared me to death. This kind of joke is not good. What can a person like me do on my own? I might starve to death in less than a week." Jiang Han was speechless. He arrived at the hotel lobby, found a seat by the window and sat down. Manhwa brought out the dishes one by one. "Ziokuo, have you eaten? Let's eat together." Jiang Han saw that Manhwa was sweating from busyness. "I've already eaten. We're in the catering business. We either eat early or late. Our schedule is different from yours." Manhwa ran away again when she heard someone calling her. Zhang Heide suddenly remembered something. "Brother Han, it seems that girls don't like the smell of cigarettes." "It depends on the person." Jiang Han looked at Zhang Heide for a second longer and felt that there was something wrong with this guy. "They say smoking is bad for the body, and I really want to quit. Do you have any good ideas? Even if you can just let me smoke less." Jiang Han took a bite of the Buddha's hand snail, which was very fresh and chewy. "I can't help you quit smoking completely, but I do have a way to smoke less. Just do as I say." Zhang Heide immediately pricked up his ears to listen. "Brother Han, go ahead. This is actually very simple. You should not smoke on a regular basis. If you want to smoke, you should eat a meal first. You can smoke a cigarette after you finish eating." Zhang Heide felt that everything Jiang Han said made sense. "Okay, I'll do this starting tomorrow." "No, I'll do this starting now." At this time, Zhang Heide had no idea that he had fallen into a big pit. Ding, the host sold 21,700 seafood and obtained 21700 system points. Accumulated last points, total system points, 23,707 points. You can now use 22,500 system points to redeem a 45-meter scanning range. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange successful. Host has a scanning range of 565 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points are 1,207 points. Host, please continue to work hard. Another 45 meters was added, bringing him closer to his small goal of 1,000 meters. The island today, if he remembered correctly, seemed to be called Balon Island. There should be other things on that island, and he just took a quick look today. Anyway, now that we have a boat, we can go there again anytime. Jiang Han summarized today's situation. Although the Buddha's hand snail grows on the rocks, it will not run away or hide. But pulling this thing out is very time consuming and it is easy to break it if you are not careful. It is amazing that Zhang Heide can pull out so many in such a short time. He wasted a lot of time catching octopuses. The price per octopus is actually not low, but catching this kind of thing takes too much effort. I remember the most difficult octopus to catch, which took him more than 20 minutes to catch. Next time he will decide based on the situation. If the octopus is hiding in a complicated place, it would be better for him to give up. Jiang Han transferred 2,400 yuan to Zhang Heide. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they went to the back hall of the restaurant. Over there are the big blue crabs they caught today. The two sisters Menghua and Mengfei helped them a lot. The price they give for seafood is always the best price, and they always give more when we settle the total bill. Seeing how busy they were, Jiang Han thought of the crabs that had not yet been tied. He and Zhang Heide sat down and tied the crabs together. Whether it is steaming or boiling, it will be much more convenient to tie it like this. And it is not easy to be pinched. The most important thing is that the legs of crabs processed in this way will not break easily. A crab's legs are worthless once they're broken off. Menghua saw the two of them helping out in the restaurant, so he poured each of them a glass of watermelon juice. I don't know since when, the two of them have become acquaintances in the hotel. The two of them went about their business without saying hello, and the other staff members walking around didn't find anything strange. After Jiang Han drove the boat back, he slept until dawn. When he woke up the next day, he found that his sister had transferred 500 yuan to him. It can. Jiang Feng, yesterday your boat took our family on a day of fun. We should pay for the gas. Jiang Han did not refuse and happily took the 500 yuan. He was very willing to help his sister, but any help should be limited. If it exceeded the other party's tolerance, it would be bad. If charging for gas can make his sister feel comfortable, he will pay for it. When he opened the shopping software, he found that Minjaya Design Company had already given him the design drawings. He took a look at it and thought the design was okay. If he changes to another design company, it might be the same. He called Zhang Heide and asked him to contact the people who were building the houses. Although Zhang Heide has no idea, but if Brother Han asks him to do it, he will definitely get it done. At this moment, Ma Xiaomei sent a message. Ma Xiaomei, Jiang Han, have you been at home these days? Jiang Han, yes, what's wrong? Ma Xiaomei, there is a girl named Nan Nan who wants to come to your island to play. According to the rules of this circle, if you are at home, you have to provide your sofa to Nan Nan. Jiang Han, sure, no problem. At first, all he knew about this circle was told to him by the twins. Since joining their group, he began to understand what kind of circle this is. Most of the people in this circle are young people who love traveling, but their living conditions are average. The cost of accommodation and food accounts for a large part of the travel, especially accommodation costs. Nowadays, it costs hundreds of dollars a day to find a hotel to stay in, and the conditions are very poor. During holidays, even hotels with poor conditions have outrageously high prices. Living in someone else's home can save you some of this money. If the host is willing, you can cook at home or eat with the host. This also saves on meal expenses. Ma Xiaomei said there are 10 such groups, and these people are distributed all over the country. You can find local couchsurfers almost anywhere you travel and save on accommodation costs. It can be said that this is a group that helps each other. You help others and others help you when you start your journey. This circle provides opportunities for young people who want to travel but don't have much money. Soon, the girl named Nan Nan added Jiang Han's WeChat through the business card sent to her by Ma Xiaomei. Nanan, hello, I'm Nanan. I'm on my way. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be there in the afternoon. Jiang Han, okay, just contact me when you get there. At this time, someone in Jiang Han's shopping group was asking about the dry goods again. Thinking that his brother-in-law should have gone to work, Jiang Han went to his sister's house in person. The two little girls were doing the test papers with sad faces again. Jiang Han didn't want to disturb the two children, so he called Jiang Feng to the side hall. Sister, did you see the message that someone in the group wanted some useful information? Jiang Feng was washing something just now. She wiped her hands on her apron and said, see, you don't have any dry goods to sell to her. Sis, you know me. I have no interest in doing these things. There are only two ways to do dry goods business. One is to get a large amount of fresh goods, dry them and sell them. Another way is to buy fresh goods from other people and sell them. The first one obviously makes more money, but it is very tiring. You need to turn the crops over from time to time when drying them, and if it rains or something, you have to collect the crops in time. Jiang Han felt that he didn't have the patience to do this. The second method requires going door to door in the village to build relationships. Jiang Han felt annoyed just thinking about it. The dry goods he sent to Ma Xiaomei and her sister last time were brought from Aunt Gihua's home. He could also ask Aunt Gihua to do this, but Aunt Gihua is an outsider no matter what. Instead of this, it's better to let my sister do it. As for Aunt Gihua, he usually buys quite a lot of vegetables and eggs from her. Jiang Feng was a little nervous. Apart from getting some seafood to sell at the purchasing station, she had never done such business. I dried some mussels last time. I have about 30 kilograms of mussels at home. Then go ask in the group. Jiang Han gave Jiang Feng an encouraging look. Jiang Feng sent a message to the group. Jiang Feng at Wang Jingqing, hello, I am Jiang Han's sister. I have some mussels at home, do you need them? Wang Jingqing, excuse me, what are mussels? Jiang Feng was confused. Mussels are clams. How could she tell what mussels are? Jiang Han, mussels are green lip clams, also called hong in some places. Mussels are cooked and then dried to become mussels. Jiang Han also uploaded a picture of mussels that he found online. Many people in the group are from inland areas, and some have never even eaten mussels, let alone know the relationship between mussels and clams. Everyone suddenly felt that they had learned something new. Compared to others, Wang Jingqing's home is closer to Jiang Han. She has received the barnacles she bought last time, and cooked and ate it. The taste was really good, and my family members also said it was delicious. Unfortunately, she only bought 3 pounds. There is not a single barnacle left in the house now. Ma Xiaomei said that the dried seafood here at Jiang Han is delicious. Last time Jiang Han said that it was out of stock, so this time she just asked with the attitude of giving it a try. Seeing Jiang Han answering the question personally, Jiang Han's sister was full of sincerity. She wanted to buy it. Wang Jingqing, how much is this? Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han, and Jiang Han made a gesture. Jiang Feng, 50 yuan. Jiang Feng, the price of 1 catty. Just now, Jiang Han checked on the internet. The prices online vary depending on the size of the mussels, with large, medium and small ones having different prices. The clams my sister sells are very big, and the price of 50 yuan per pound is similar to the price online, but they don't offer free shipping, so the overall price is still more expensive than online. Jiang Han also explained the situation to everyone in the group. But after Wang Jingqing bought 3 pounds of Jiang Feng's mussels, the rest of the mussels were quickly sold out. Jiang Feng opened his mouth in surprise. Is this so easy? Watching the money transfers in the group one by one. If she accepted all these transfers, she would have 1,500. Ahan, I didn't see it wrong. I actually made 1,500 yuan in one go. Sister, what are you thinking? It's not that easy to make money. Jiang Feng was stunned. You mean they will take the money back? How is that possible? I mean, you have to go to the beach to pick these mussels, peel them, cook them, and even take the trouble to dry them. You spent a lot of time to earn these 1,500 yuan. After hearing what Jiang Han said, Jiang Feng's heart finally settled down. She was so scared that her mood went up and down like a roller coaster during these few minutes. It's okay. It's 1,500. Jiang Feng hasn't gone to work since she gave birth. She actually wanted to go to work, but there was no one at home to take care of the children. If she went to work, who would take care of the children? How many years have passed? If she could make money this way, she suddenly found the feeling of working. She thought of something else. We grow a lot of loofahs at home. In the past, the loofahs would slowly age after the beginning of autumn. This year, the loofahs age very quickly. After the beginning of autumn, they almost turn into loofah nets. Ahan, can I sell loofahs in the group? Jiang Han had a lot of question marks on his head. Why do you sell loofahs? Sell it as a dishcloth. Don't we all use loofahs as dishcloths? Don't people in the city use dishcloths? Jiang Han sometimes admires his sister very much. Her imagination is really unique. People in the city have their own dishcloths, but you can try it. After all, this thing is quite rare. City people use dishwashing cloths to wash dishes with detergent. Loofah is pure natural and can remove oil. You don't need detergent to wash dishes with a loofah. No chemical ingredients are used, which makes it healthier. Sis, if you think this thing is good, you can try to sell it. Anyway, we won't suffer any loss by asking. Jiang Feng also thought this was true, so she started promoting loofah in the group. Because there are many curious people. Jiang Feng patiently explained how loofah came about and the benefits of using loofah to wash dishes. Apart from the initial nervousness, Jiang Han found that his sister was quite outstanding. Sincerity and enthusiasm are the secret weapons for sales. His sister has both. As expected, Jiang Feng sold several loofahs at once. Some people buy 2 or 3 copies at a time. Jiang Han took a look and found that the people who bought these loofahs were basically the same people who had just placed orders for dry goods. Jiang Han figured it out as soon as he thought about it. They don't include postage for these things. Things like loofahs are definitely not worth the price. Jiang Feng only sells them for 2 yuan each. Even if you buy 2 or 3 at a time, it's less than $10. If you buy the loofah alone, the postage will be more than this price. When buying dry goods, if you also buy a loofah, you don't need to pay the postage separately. Sister, we can expand our horizons in the future. If someone places a large order, we can give him a few loofahs as a gift. Jiang Feng thought about it and it made sense. Loofahs were not worth much. If the order was large, it would be necessary to give a few as gifts. Then I thought about it again, it was not right, I can't send it. What's wrong? I've sold almost all of it just now, and the remaining is only enough for me to use. Jiangan. Jiang Feng originally complained that there were too many loofahs and she could not use them all. Now I feel that I planted too little at the beginning. Sis, if you don't have a loofah, we can give you something else. Like some beautiful shells or something. Jiang Feng was stunned. How can this be possible? Aren't shells even less valuable? Sister, from now on, you should change your mindset. The people in our group are generally young people who don't have much savings. But their spending power is no less than that of older people who have savings. They like new things, that is, fun things. Things that we think are ordinary may be very popular with them. Jiang Feng pondered Jiang Han's words carefully, trying hard to digest the meaning of Jiang Han's words. I think I understand a little bit. There used to be so many shells. I threw them all away. I will save them in the future. Especially the ones with beautiful colors and rare shapes. I will give them to the people who place orders. You don't need to place a big order. For things like shells, I can deliver them as long as you place an order. Jiang Han felt that her sister had finally come to her senses. When Jiang Han left, Jiang Feng stuffed another bag of salted bamboo shoots into Jiang Han's hand. Last time, she picked a lot of summer bamboo shoots, and she made salted dried bamboo shoots out of the ones she didn't eat. Knowing that Jiang Han likes to eat this, I specially left a pack for him. Thanks, sis. If he cooked porridge in the morning, he would soak the salted bamboo shoots, drizzle them with sesame oil and vinegar, and he could drink 2 large bowls of porridge. When I left my sister's house, Zhang Heide called. Brother Han, I have made it clear. There is also a division of labor among teams like this on the island. The people who build houses are different from those who decorate them. The guys doing the renovations are all busy lately, so they won't be free for about a week. If you need it, I can book it for you. Jiang Han didn't hesitate, then help me decide it. Sooner or later you have to renovate it anyway. Brother Han, when do we go out to sea today? I'll contact you then. We should be out tonight. This damn weather is so hot, it's even hotter in the afternoon. My brother-in-law had heat stroke yesterday. According to the weather forecast, today will be hotter than yesterday. He doesn't want anything to happen to him. When he returned to his village, the village radio was also talking about the weather. Our island has experienced 2 days of high temperatures above 40 degrees. Today's daytime maximum temperature is 41 degrees, and tomorrow's daytime maximum temperature is 42 degrees. Don't do outdoor work if it's not necessary. If you go out to sea, please take precautions against the heat. Jiang Han thought it would be wise not to go out in the afternoon. When the sun goes down, the temperature here drops faster, at least much lower than in the city. Old man Zhang just came back from town riding his electric 3-wheeled motorcycle. There are things in the 3-wheeled motorcycle. He shouted to his family and his wife ran out. Lift up the top thick cloth and you'll see a large phone box underneath. It took 2 people working together to lift the big phone box back. At this time, Lao Luo also brought back a large phone box from the town. Jiang Han knew what they were going to do. Many people on the island are engaged in seafood business, and ice is needed to keep seafood fresh. There is a store in town that specializes in making ice. There are still many people in the village who don't have air conditioners at home. When they can't stand the heat, they go to the ice shop in town to buy big ice cubes. This large ice cube is not expensive. If you keep ice cubes at home, your home will be much cooler. There are not many days on the island that are extremely hot, and when it is unbearable, they use these large ice blocks to cool down. Yi Tian suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Han, lend me your scooter and go to town with me to buy some ice. The ice is too heavy, I can't lift it by myself. Seeing Jiang Han standing there without moving, Yi Tian glared at him in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? You're not so stingy, are you? You're not willing to help with such a small matter. Jiang Han felt that Yi Tian had really become stupid from studying. What was their relationship now? Why should he help her? Jiang Han walked into his yard with his long legs. When Yi Tian followed him into the yard with her short legs and high heels, Jiang Han had already closed the door and let Yi Tian experience it herself facing the door. Jiang Han, I was really blind before. I really didn't realize you were such a person. The air conditioner's outdoor unit started to work with a humming sound, and hot air continued to spray into the yard. Yi Tian was so angry when she knew Jiang Han turned on the air conditioner. Just thinking about Jiang Han lying comfortably in the air-conditioned room, he started to feel uncomfortable again. If it were in the past, Jiang Han would definitely beg her to go to his house to enjoy the air conditioning. Just then, the door opened. Yi Tian was so excited again. Jiang Han, I knew you couldn't bear to see me so hot. Jiang Han was speechless. Yi Tian, the brain is a good thing. If you lose it, go find it back. What did you say? Yi Tian never thought that Jiang Han would say such vicious words to her. Mr. Jiang, here's your cheese and pasta. Jiang Han took the takeaway. It was so hot today and he didn't want to cook. There was only one pizza place in town that delivered. Fortunately, it had more than just pizza. Jiang Han closed the door again, and Yi Tian made a big mistake. It turned out that Jiang Han opened the door to pick up takeout and didn't want to let her in. Jiang Han finished his takeaway happily, especially the pasta, which he paired with salty bamboo shoots, which gave it a unique flavor. He set the air conditioner to 22 degrees, and the house was not hot at all. Just as he was about to take a nap in the rocking chair, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Han looked outside through the window and saw a tall, thin girl with short hair and bangs. Perhaps because the door was not opened, Jiang Han's WeChat phone rang. Hello, I'm Lu Nanan. I'm already at your door. It turns out that this is the girl named Lu Nanan. Jiang Han opened the door and saw Lu Nanan's face. The tall and thin girl has a delicate little face the size of a palm. Hello. Lu Nanan greeted politely. Jiang Han, let someone in. You can use the downstairs area as you like. Don't go upstairs. Last week, he had installed wireless internet. We use the best internet connection, and routers are installed upstairs and downstairs. Now there is no problem of poor network downstairs. Okay, thank you. According to the rules of the circle, providing a sofa does not really mean providing a sofa. But for a smaller house, if there is no extra space, at least the sofa in the living room should be provided. If the host is polite and there is enough space, you can provide any guest room you want. When Ma Xiaomei traveled to Europe, she came into contact with European couch surfers, and she also visited a castle and stayed in a castle room. Lu Nanan saw Jiang Han lying on the rocking chair in the living room playing with his cell phone. She set up the tent in the side hall. The side hall is connected to the living room. Although it is not as cool as the living room, it can still get some air conditioning. Compared with the twins, Lu Nanan is obviously much more reserved. Seeing that Jiang Han was not paying attention to her, she began to relax a little. There is an electric cooker in the kitchen. If you haven't eaten, you can go to the kitchen and cook for yourself. But I only have rice here, no vegetables. You can also go to the aunt next door and buy some vegetables that she grows herself and cook them. No need, I have food. Lu Nanan said and took out an apple from her bag and started eating it. This is her lunch today. The corners of Jiang Han's mouth twitched unconsciously. No wonder he was so thin. Jiang Han ignored her. He had already provided everything he was supposed to provide. He covered his stomach with a blanket, lay comfortably in the rocking chair, and took a nap with the air conditioner on. If you go out to sea at night, you should really rest now. I don't know how long I slept when Zhang Heide called me. Brother Han, I won't go fishing with you today. What happened? Jiang Han knew Zhang Heide. Unless there were special circumstances, he would definitely come over. Sister Fei is not feeling well, so I am accompanying her to see a doctor at the town hospital. Sister Fei, what's wrong? The blood test results haven't come out yet. The doctor said it's probably acute gastroenteritis and heat stroke. It's related to Sister Fei's overwork during this period. Then you accompany Sister Fei to see the doctor first, and contact me if there is any situation. If the town hospital is not able to handle it, we will send the patient to the district or city. Okay, I'll keep an eye on this. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Han was still a little worried. He and Meng Fei had a cooperative relationship, and she was the one who collected all his goods. Now that she was sick, he should have gone to see her. But now, Zhang Heide is already in the hospital, and if he goes there it will only cause trouble. If the problem is not serious, he should go there tomorrow. I just wonder if Menghua will be too busy to handle everything in the restaurant alone? He called Menghua, and heard Mengua's busy voice on the line. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm super busy here. I'm hanging up now. Hello. When Jiang Han looked at the phone, Manhwa had already hung up. He looked at the time and it was time for dinner. Jiang Han thought about it and decided to put on his sun protection gear. Although the sun is about to set, the remaining sunlight is still strong enough to hit my body. He looked at Lu Nanan and said, I'm going out and won't be back in the short term. If you go out, you may need to wait outside the door when you come back. Being a good host doesn't mean he has to hand over the keys to her. Lu Nanan bit her apple and nodded. I'm tired from traveling today, I won't go out. After hearing what she said, Jiang Han didn't say anything else. He rode his electric three-wheeled motorcycle to the Hollywood Hotel. When Manhwa saw Jiang Han, he was obviously stunned. Why are you here? Are you short of help? I'll come and help. Just give me food. Manhwa was originally very busy, but at this moment, he felt that the day was not so hot. It's so short of staff. She was supposed to go with her sister, but if she went with her sister, there would be no one to take care of the hotel. Manhwa handed the menu to Jiang Han. If there are guests coming, you should entertain them. If they like to place orders in the mini program, let them place their orders in the mini program. No matter how good the restaurants in town are, they can never compare to those in big cities in scale. The Hollywood Hotel is already the best restaurant in town, but it still has problems with staffing. There must be a lot of people in the kitchen. There were originally 3 waiters, but one resigned due to family matters and we couldn't find a good one anymore. Now Manhwa is basically doing some of the waiter work. Meng Fei is doing the accounting and other things himself. Jiang Han glanced at the menu and said, You will be going back to school next month. What are you going to do here after you return? We're already trying to hire someone. Manhwa was also annoyed by this matter. There are a lot of idle laborers on the island, but it is not easy to find smart and reliable ones. They also want to find young female waiters, which is even more difficult to find. Jiang Han said nothing more. He took the menu and went to the front to entertain the guests. Manhwa originally thought that Jiang Han would not be able to adapt, but unexpectedly, Jiang Han did it with ease. Some female customers, seeing that Jiang Han was handsome, even went out of their way to strike up a conversation with him. Manhwa was speechless. These female customers were not like this when she was serving them. There was a person who was about their age and had already looked at Jiang Han several times. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Manhwa squeezed in and took Jiang Han's arm. Sorry, he already has a girlfriend. Then Jiang Han was asked to receive the elderly. By the time the restaurant closed, both of them were so tired that they collapsed on their chairs. Fortunately, there was some food left for them in the kitchen, so they just had to bring it over and eat. It's already 9:30 in the evening and they have just had time to have dinner. Manhwa looked at Jiang Han. You won't blame me today, right? What? Jiang Han didn't understand. I mean, did I ruin your romantic encounter with the female customers today? How is that possible? I also want to thank you for helping me out. Real. Of course it's true. I don't know those people. Why would I add them on WeChat and give them the opportunity to harass me? Manhwa covered his mouth and laughed. Is this really what you really think? Do I need to lie to you? After Jiang Han finished eating, he didn't stay for long. Tomorrow morning, I will go to see your sister. Do you have anything you want me to tell her? Zhang Heide called just now and said Meng Fei's blood test report is out and there is no major problem. It was acute gastroenteritis plus heatstroke, which was the same as the doctor's initial diagnosis. Tell them not to worry. Meng Fei also talked to Manhwa and told him to just look after the store and not to visit her. She will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Just tell her to take more care of her health. Manhwa couldn't do anything about his sister. Like the Iron Lady, she never needs a break when doing business. Okay, got it. Jiang Han brought some fruits to see Meng Fei the next day. Seeing that Zhang Heide took good care of Meng Fei, he sat for a while and then came out. When we arrived at the Hollywood Hotel, we found that business was not very busy in the morning. We do some preparation work in the morning, and the customer flow at noon is not bad, but it will be busier in the evening. The people in the kitchen were preparing the food, and Manhwa just took care of it appropriately at this time. Seeing this, Jiang Han returned to the village. Lu Nanan didn't know what she was doing last night and she just got up at this time. She also carried a heavy digital SLR camera on her back and held a tripod in her hands. Jiang Han was stunned. This was quite professional. Jiang Han, where is the better scenery here? Are you talking about our village? The Golden Beach must be more beautiful. It would be even more beautiful in the evening or when the sun just comes out, when the sky is red and the sea and sky are one color. Lu Nanan understood what Jiang Han said, as she had also taken pictures of the sea before. The scenery of the sky will be reflected on the sea surface. The more beautiful the scenery in the sky is, the more beautiful the sea will be in the photograph. Lu Nanan immediately took off her SLR camera and said, "Then I'll go and see it in the evening." Jian Gan. He just wanted to remind her that it was easy to get heatstroke if she went out now, but now it seems unnecessary. Seeing her take out another apple to eat, Jiang Han was even more speechless. There are indeed huge differences between people. If he travels to a place, he definitely won't stay at someone else's house for 2 days in a row without going out. Jiang Han originally planned to go to the town in the evening, but at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Manhwa called and said that they had temporarily hired a waiter and asked him not to go. Jiang Han felt a little relieved when he heard this. I hope this new waiter can be put to good use. Otherwise, Manhwa will fall ill again before Meng Fei recovers. Jiang Han checked the tide software and saw that the tide started to recede at 5:30 this afternoon. But it's summer now, and the sun is setting at 5:30. Today Zhang Heide still has to take care of Meng Fei, and he doesn't want to go fishing alone. If the fish you catch is too big, it would be bad if there is no one to help you. After thinking about it, he decided it would be better to go to the sea nearby. Go at 6:30 and come back at 7:30. I don't know how much I can gain in just 1 hour. When he went out, he found that Lu Nanan also went out with a SLR camera. Lu Nanan saw him and asked him for directions. Which way is the golden beach you mentioned? Jiang Han pointed in a direction, over there. Seeing Lu Nanan going in that direction, Jiang Han's brows tightened unconsciously. He always felt something was wrong. Anyway, you go to the beach wherever you go, so he might as well go to Golden Sand Beach. At this time, the sunset glow hung in the sky. The entire Golden Beach is a sea and sky blending into one. It is really beautiful. In addition, due to the low tide, the area of Golden Sand Beach has become much larger. So beautiful. Lu Nanan exclaimed unconsciously. It is said that photography is the art of light. Lu Nanan took advantage of the excellent light and took several photos. Jiang Han saw that Lu Nanan was simply taking pictures and thought he was overthinking. This is probably just a pure photography enthusiast. Jiang Han ignored her and observed the beach. His visual range is now 565 meters, which is much larger than the last time he came to the beach. Looking around, most of the things on the beach have been picked up by the villagers who came to the sea. The things under the beach are some snails. This time, there are more cat's eye snails and fragrant snails. There are also many pointed snails that look like nails, which are called nail snails. This snail is also called cone snail, which is different from the freshwater snail that hosts schistosomes in inland areas. Although this kind of sea snail is edible, Jiang Han would never bend down to pick it up. Even if he picked it up, it would only be the snail shell, or a hermit crab that eats the snail shell as its home. The snails bought on the market are all dragged up from specific sea areas using nets. It is basically impossible to encounter live snails when fishing at the sea. Because Jiang Han arrived late, he could only pick up as much as he could before the tide rose. The cat's eye snails and fragrant snails are already lying on the sand. Jiang Han shoveled them out from under the sand one by one. When they were first shoveled out, most of the bodies of the cat's eye snails and fragrant snails were exposed. Jiang Han squeezed out most of the water with just one squeeze. The snail meat shrinks into the shell. Jiang Han picked up the bigger ones and also picked up a few moon shells. After a while, his bucket felt a little heavy. Before he knew it, he was already quite far away from where he had stood at the beginning. When he looked up again, at the edge of his scanning vision, he saw a brightly colored corner of a conch. What is that? Jiang Han was stunned and unconsciously took 2 steps in that direction. As the scanning center point moved, the full picture of the conch became clear. It turned out to be a very large conch. Next to this conch, there is another conch of similar size. He actually saw 2 such large conchs at once. Seeing that the tide was about to rise, Jiang Han took 2 steps at a time and walked towards the direction of the 2 snails. Old man Zhang was confused. Jiang Han, why are you running so fast to the sea? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Han digging out a very beautiful snail from the beach. Before old man Zhang could finish his surprise with his mouth wide open, he saw Jiang Han dig out another beautiful snail of similar size. Old man Zhang is old and a little blind. He rubbed his eyes and ran over to look again. Oh my god, conchs! 2 such big conchs. They are so beautiful. The meat in this conch is gone, but it won't affect its sale. The conch is sold for its shell. This thing was probably washed up by the sea. 2 of them in one charge. Jiang Han, you are so lucky. Old man Zhang didn't know what to say to Jiang Han. Others also came over one after another, even the 2 little kids Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoa came over. What a beautiful snail. Brother Jiang Han, can you give me this snail? I want one too. Wang Xiaobao's grandmother hit Wang Xiaobao directly on the head. Don't underestimate this conch shell. If you sell a conch shell this big, you can get about $100. How can I give it to a little brat like you? When other people around looked at Jiang Han, they were all envied. I earned 200 yuan just from these 2 snail shells, which is equivalent to many people's daily salary. Jiang Han was originally quite excited. He knew about this conch, but he didn't know its exact price. All I know is that this thing is known as one of the 4 famous snails along with the crown conch, the phoenix conch and the nautilus. Except for the conch he picked up today, the other 3 have become nationally protected marine creatures. As the only snail among the 4 famous snails that has not become a protected animal, Jiang Hang'an can tell with just his toes that the conch is very valuable. But now someone tells him that this thing is only worth 100 yuan. Jiang Han took another look at the snail. It was really beautiful. His house is also being renovated, so if he can only sell them for 100 yuan each, he won't sell them. It would be so beautiful to put it at home as a decoration. He looked up into the distance through the crowd surrounding him, and what he saw gave him a big fright. The tide was rising, but Lu Nanan not only did not come back, but instead walked towards the sea. Jiang Han quickly dropped the bucket and ran towards Lu Nanan. What you do? Jiang Han grabbed Lu Nanan's arm and pulled her back. The tide is rising, do you want to die? Lu Nanan was very thin and light, and was easily pulled up by Jiang Han. Seeing such a dangerous scene, the villagers gathered around again. Little girl, this is too dangerous. Lu Nanan smiled at everyone nonchalantly. I just thought the scenery was beautiful, so I wanted to take more nice photos. I was inadvertently stunned and walked forward a few steps. Jiang Han looked at Lu Nanan suspiciously. Take pictures? Where's your camera? Lu Nanan patted her head and said, look at my memory. When I was sitting on the big cobblestone to rest just now, I put the camera on the cobblestone. As he spoke, he found the pebble and hung the camera around his neck again. Jiang Han always felt something was wrong, but Lu Nanan had a bright smile and didn't look like she was lying at all. The villagers nearby were still trying to reason with Lu Nanan earnestly. Girl, we are an island here. The water depth here is different from that in coastal areas. The beaches along the coast are usually very flat. If you walk any further here, you'll die. As the old saying goes, clear water is shallow, green water is deep, and black water is abyss. You are just one step away from green water. Jiang Han looked at Lu Nanan again and asked, do you want to take more photos? Lu Nanan shook her head. No more photos. The best light only lasts for a few minutes every day. I've already taken the best photos. Jiang Han had heard before that some photographers would carry their blankets and sleep on the top of a mountain in order to capture the most beautiful sunrise, just to capture the most beautiful 1 or 2 minutes of light. Jiang Han had no way of understanding this. Lu Nanan looked at Jiang Han's bucket and said, these 2 conchs you found are so beautiful. Jiang Han thought Lu Nanan was even more strange. You also know about the conch. I know a lot. The price of conch has increased a lot in the past 2 years. Jiang Han looked at Lu Nanan suspiciously. How high can the price go? They said this snail is only 100 yuan each. Lu Nanan burst out laughing. You believe everything they say? Jiang Han did not respond. After all, the people in the village are old fishermen on the island, so most of what they say is reliable. This Lu Nanan looks strange. He doesn't trust the people in his own village, so does he trust her? Now that the tide was high, he found the bucket he had just dropped and headed home. Although many villagers coveted his conchs, he left the bucket there for so long that no one took it away. Even Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiao just looked at and touched the snails and did not really take them away. This shows that the people in their village, except for a few, are quite reliable. Lu Nanan stopped taking pictures and followed Jiang Han. Jiang Han was speechless about Lu Nanan. Didn't she come to the island to play? It's only been an hour and she's gone back? Lu Nanan stared at his bucket for a few seconds and asked, can you let me take a look at your conch? Jiang Han looked at her warily, and finally showed her one of the snails. You know what, the way this woman looks at things is quite similar to those antique experts on TV. I looked at every angle carefully, especially the area around the lips, where I spent a lot of time. She also took it out to look at it in the sun. Hey, do you see what's going on? They've been watching for more than 10 minutes. Seeing Jiang Han's alert look, Lu Nanan returned the conch to Jiang Han. Didn't you say this thing is only worth 100? Why are you so nervous about something worth only 100? Jiang Han, he was speechless. Do you know blood giant clam? Lu Nanan asked. Jiang Han was a little confused. I've only heard of giant clams. Now they are a species under state protection. They can't be bought, sold, or eaten. So you didn't know. The conch turned into a blood clam. The price instantly increased 40 times. What do you mean? Do you want me to forge something? Jiang Han felt that this woman had character problems. Lu Nanan was also confused for a moment. How can this be considered fake? Lu Nanan found another apple, and this apple was her dinner today. She originally thought she had brought too many apples, but she didn't expect to eat this one. Your snail is so big, you'd better not sell it as a blood clam. If I were you, I wouldn't do it for less than 5,000. Jiang Han looked Lu Nanan up and down. Who are you? He actually knows so much about things like conch. Lu Nanan's mouth was stuffed with too many apples, and she had trouble making the sounds in her mouth. It took me a lot of effort to swallow the apple in my mouth. I'm just a photographer. I didn't have much education, and I traveled all over the world when I was very young, so I know a lot of different things. Jiang Han didn't ask any more questions, always feeling that this woman was weird. It's almost 8 o'clock now and he hasn't had dinner yet. He didn't plan to sell the snails in the bucket today, so he boiled them in water, dipped them in mustard and ate them for dinner. The rest will be kept in the pond, and the dead ones will be thrown away tomorrow, and the living ones can be eaten for breakfast. After eating, he went upstairs. He checked some information about the giant clam and the blood clam on his mobile phone, and found out that they were really true. Blood clam was originally the biting parts on both sides of the giant clam. Now that giant clams are protected, conchs have become a substitute. This is not considered fake and is a recognized substitute. If you sell the conch as a conch, it will only cost 1 or 200 yuan. The lips of the conch are ground into beads and sold as blood clams, and the price can be increased dozens of times. Jiang Han has really broadened his horizons. There is actually such a routine. But Lu Nanan said that it was too big to be worth buying as a blood clam. Jiang Han measured it with a ruler and found that one snail was 20.2 centimeters and the other was exactly 20 centimeters. According to information on the internet, the 20-centimeter conch is very rare, and scarcity makes things valuable. Even if these two are not made into beads, they can still be sold at a very high price. If Lu Nanan's estimate is correct, one conch would cost 5,000 yuan, and two conchs would cost 10,000 yuan. The price increase from 100 to 5,000 is really outrageous. And from what Lu Nanan said, the price could go up further. He thought about it and felt that it was necessary to test his rich second-generation classmates. After all, his class is full of talented people. Jiang Han sent a photo to the class group. Hu Danzan, wow, what is this? It's so beautiful. Hu Danzan, Jiang Han, is this the conch you picked up? Hu Danzan, I really like this conch. At Jiang Han, can you give it to me? I'll pay for the postage. Tang Qin, this is a conch, you just asked for it. Jiang Han is just a fisherman, do you have the nerve to do that? Tang Qin at Jiang Han, how big are these two conchs? Jiang Han, one is 20 centimeters, and the other is 20.2 centimeters. Tang Qin didn't speak for a long time, but the others were chattering. Hu Danzan, 20 centimeters doesn't seem very big. If it were 1 meter high, it would look great in my yard. Yu He, what are you thinking? Can a 1 meter tall conch be called a jackfruit conch? If you could really buy a 1 meter tall conch, could it be real? Hu Danzan, I'm just making an analogy. This thing is so beautiful. It would be perfect if it was 1 meter high. Jiang Han looked at the screen of his mobile phone, waiting for the person who actually made the bid. It was unknown how much time had passed before Tang Qin spoke again. Tang Qin at Jiang Han, your conch is quite pretty. If you sell it somewhere else, I can only give you 200 or 300 yuan at most. Tang Qin, how about this? Since we are classmates and I like these two snails, I will buy them for 3,000 yuan. How do you think? Good job. It is said that the second generation of rich people are idle and have no real skills. Which one of these is not a shrewd person? Looking at Tang Qin's appearance, it's obvious that she knows her stuff. If he didn't know about the blood giant clams, he would have been really grateful to Tang Qin for buying 2 snails from him for 3,000 yuan. Jiang Han, I won't sell these 2 snails. My house is about to be renovated. I want to put these 2 snails in my house as decoration. Tang Qin, it's such a waste to use it as decoration. How about this? I'll pay you 3,500 and you sell it to me. Hu Danzan, Tang Qin, are you sick? How come it's a waste if Jiang Han puts it at home as decoration? It's not a waste if he puts it at your place? Hu Danzan, Jiang Han, ignore him. I also like these 2 snails. I'll pay 5,000 if you sell them to me. Tang Qin at Hu Danzan, please stop making trouble. Hu Danzan, how did I mess up? You are allowed to have a good eye for me, but I am not allowed to have a good eye for you? Hu Danzan, why, are you the only one allowed to buy this? Hu Danzan at Jiang Han, I'll add another 1,000 yuan, sell it to me for 6,000 yuan. Tang Qin, Hu Danzan, don't go too far. Hu Danzan, how did I go too far? At Jiang Han, I'll add another 1,000 yuan, and the 2 snails will be worth 7,000 yuan. 2 girls were arguing, and no one else wanted to get involved. Jiang Han was also speechless. He remembered that Hu Danzin and Tang Qin seemed to have not gotten along well when they were in school. Tang Qin at Jiang Han, don't listen to Hu Danzin's nonsense. She has raised the price now, but she won't pay later. Tang Qin at Jiang Han, I really like these two snails. Let me give you 10,000. No more. Hu Danzin, I'll give you 12,000. Hu Danzin, who said I won't pay? Hu Danzin transferred 12,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Tang Qin, I'll offer 13,000. Hu Danzin, I'll offer 14,000. Tang Qin, I'll give you 15,000. Hu Danzin at Tang Qin, okay, it's yours. Tang Qin. Hu Danzin, what did you do so unexpectedly? Hu Danzin, congratulations to Tang Qin for winning two beautiful conchs at a price of 15,000 yuan. Hu Danzin, what? You don't want to pay? Hu Danzin at Jiang Han, the 12,000 I mentioned earlier still counts. If you don't want Tang Qin, just sell it to me for 12,000. Tang Qin transferred 15,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han usually collected money after sending the express delivery, but this time he received the money first. Jiang Han, Tang Qin, thank you for liking my two conchs. Please send me your address privately. I will mail the conchs to you tomorrow. Tang Qin looked at the 15,000 yuan she received and felt like she was dreaming. She originally wanted to buy the two snails at a low price. How come the price became 15,000? She had no choice but to send the address to Jiang Han as the money had already been spent. At this time, Hu Danzin also sent Jiang Han a private message. Hu Danzin, I helped you raise the price so high, how do you thank me? Jiang Han knew she did it on purpose. Jiang Han, have you eaten the barnacles I sent you last time? Hu Danzin, I've tried it, it's delicious. Do you have any more? My mom said I didn't buy enough. Jiang Han, I don't have any now. I'll give you 20 kilograms when I go get some. Hu Danzin, okay, it's a deal. If there is stock, I want 50 kilograms. Add the 20 kilograms you gave me, that's 70 kilograms. Jiang Han, okay. Jiang Han saw that another classmate was asking him about the bird-billed barnacles in the class group. By now, almost everyone has received the barnacles and eaten them. Tian Xingwen, I only found out when my barnacles arrived that my dad also bought barnacles online. Tian Xingwen, my family has eaten both types of barnacles. Tian Xingwen, the barnacles bought online also taste delicious. But compared to the barnacles sent by Jiang Han, they are inferior. Tian Xingwen at Jiang Han, I ordered less last time. Even though the barnacles are heavy, there is only a little meat inside. I can eat 10 kilograms in one meal. Tian Xingwen, this time I want 100 kilograms, I want my ignorant cousins to have a taste too. Shenren at Tian Xingwen, how did your cousins offend you? Tian Xingwen, it's none of your business. Shenren, who cares? At Jiang Han, I've reserved 50 kilograms. Yuhi, I want 300 kilograms. Don't ask me why. Customers like it very much. Lu Boong, I'll have 5 pounds, too. The last 2 pounds were gone just as I could taste them. Lu Boong, there wasn't much meat, but the soup from the barnacle shells was really delicious. Jiang Han watched as people in the class group placed orders one after another. He also sent the QR code in his shopping group. Several more people from the class joined the shopping group. The largest group of people in this shopping group are couchsurfers, as well as their friends and relatives brought by couchsurfers. These people either haven't placed an order yet, or have placed an order and already eaten. Jiang Han mentioned the pre-order matter. He wanted to see how many people wanted the goods this time. Now his group, including the few who just joined, has 352 people. At this time, the people who wanted the goods would madly report the weight they wanted to order. Jiang Han was too lazy to calculate it himself, so he left the matter to his sister. At this time, Jiang Feng transferred 160 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han's mind was full of question marks. What money did my sister transfer to him? Jiang Feng, I sold those dried goods and loofahs through your platform. Jiang Feng, I have already sent all these things out. I have also received the money. Jiang Feng, I will do the express delivery for you, and you will give me 10%. I will use your platform to sell things, and I will also give you 10%. Jiang Han knew what his sister meant and took the money decisively. He was also very happy to make his sister feel comfortable. He looked at the two conchs. He was also very happy that 200 became 15,000. It was too late today, so he didn't go to town. Even if you go to the express delivery point, it may not be open. Thinking of Lu Nanan's strange look, Jiang Han hesitated for a moment, but still locked the two conchs in the cabinet. You must always be on guard against others. He always felt that Lu Nanan was a weird person. Jiang Han woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall asleep. He was wondering whether to go to the bathroom. He doesn't have a toilet upstairs yet, so he has to go to the bathroom downstairs to use it. It seems that when renovating the house, he wants to also include a toilet upstairs. Suddenly he heard a muffled sound coming from downstairs. He walked downstairs quickly, and when he passed the hall, he was startled. This Lunanan actually got a rope and hung it on the beam in his house. At this point, her neck was hanging on the rope. Both legs kept kicking. The sound just now was her kicking away the stool she was standing on. Jian Han was angry and anxious, and he immediately picked up Lunanan. Lunanan is too thin, and her bones are hurting people. Lunanan coughed several times before she came to her senses. When I looked at Jian Han, I found that Jian Han's whole face was gloomy. Jian Han felt something was wrong during the day. He said he was going to take a photo, but he ended up placing the camera on the cobblestones. But when the tide was high, I walked towards the sea. He pulled her back then. I even thought about hanging myself in his house at night. If he hadn't gotten up and taken this walk, what he would have seen tomorrow would have been a dead body. Lunanan smiled awkwardly. It's not what you think. I'm doing extreme sports. I'll come down by myself later. Jian Han's eyebrows were already knitted together. Do you believe what you said? Lunanan, I believe it. Jian Gan. Jian Han, I have no grudge against you. Why are you trying to hurt me like this? Lunanan didn't understand. How can I be said to be harming you? Isn't it? Jian Han's eyes were colder than before. You came to our island as a couch surfer to travel and take photos. If you die, the first person the police will look for will be me. Even if they find out that your death has nothing to do with me, there will be a lot of gossip in the village, and I don't know what the villagers will say about me. I can't stay in this village anymore. And now you actually want to die in my house. Even if I resist the pressure and continue to live in the village, I will be overwhelmed every time I enter this house. Even if I wanted to sell this house, I can't sell it because of what happened to you. Lunanan lowered her head in shame. I never thought there would be so many problems. She just wanted to find a beautiful place to end her life. Now that all the apples have been eaten, it's time for her to leave this world. Jian Han now doesn't know whether this woman is stupid or bad. I will tell Ma Xiaomei about your situation. When the sun rises, you must leave this island. He had no business if she died anywhere else, but she couldn't die on this island. Ison. Don't call me, do you think I know you well? Jian Han felt that his temper was pretty good, but when something like this happened today, he was really angry. In order to prevent any accidents, he decided not to sleep from now until dawn until he got the woman off the island. I'm sorry, Jiang Han. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. Since I broke up with my boyfriend, I've been suffering from severe depression. Jiang Han raised his eyelids and glanced at Lunanan. Just you? Depression. Jiang Han really couldn't tell. My condition is called sunshine-type depression. I look sunny on the outside, but I am depressed inside. Perhaps in order to have someone to talk to, Lunanan recounted the entire process of how she and her boyfriend met, got to know each other, and broke up. When I looked at Jiang Han was already yawning and about to fall asleep. Jiang Han felt that Lunanan's words were more effective than sleeping pills. If it weren't for keeping an eye on her, he would have really fallen asleep. I originally thought that she was suffering from depression and her boyfriend must be a scumbag. It turned out that they were just breaking up normally, but she made such a fuss. After Lunanan finished speaking, her body was shaking slightly. Jiang Han, can you hug me? She really needed a hug now. Jiang Han just sat there, not moving. Lunanan waited a long time for the hug, but she burst into tears. Jiang Han looked at the time and just hoped that dawn would come soon. He wanted to get rid of this evil as soon as possible. What Jiang Han didn't expect was that this woman cried for 2.5 hours. After she finished crying, she raised her head and smiled at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, thank you. Jiang Han, he didn't do anything. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for not wanting to give me a hug. Jian Gan. Weird, so weird. After we broke up, I was obviously so sad. But I didn't shed a single tear. Because you didn't want to hug me, I felt even worse. I just let out all my recent pain. Jian Gan. I'm completely fine now, I don't have depression anymore. Jiang Han thinks depression is also a kind of mental problem. I heard that some mentally ill people are very smart, smarter than normal people. In order to achieve their goals, they will even create illusions. He felt that the current Lunanan was just an illusion. Maybe it was just to make him let down his guard and then die peacefully in his home. Why are you taking pictures if you're ready to die? I am a photographer. Taking beautiful photos before I die can put a perfect end to my career. So while at the beach, she walked towards the beautiful ocean, but left her camera with the stunning photos on the pebbles. Jiang Han stared at Lunanan again. It was abnormal, too abnormal. Is this an idea that a normal person could have? Jiang Han finally made it to dawn, but he was hungry and needed to eat something. He looked into the pool. Sure enough, a small portion of the things I kept in the pond yesterday had died. Jiang Han threw away the dead ones, and although there were a lot of them left, he stewed them all in one pot. Lu Nanan swallowed her saliva at the sight of the seafood. Jiang Han, can you give me some to eat? I'm willing to pay for it. Jiang Han glanced at her and said, don't you only eat apples? I have eaten all my apples. That was the last one last night. She thought she would never have to eat apples again after yesterday. She didn't expect that she would be able to see the sun the next day. Jiang Han didn't take his money, but still gave her some seafood. You eat apples to lose weight, right? Have you ever asked your body if it wants to be abused like this? I even thought about losing weight until I died. Lu Nanan was stunned. Did she need her body's consent to do this? She ate the seafood in front of her. She hadn't eaten anything other than apples for a long time. The seafood tastes really good. It seems like it's pretty good to just live like this. An hour later, Jiang Han finally sent Lu Nanan to the boat leaving Jiaohua Island. Watching the boat sailing farther and farther away, Jiang Han finally felt relieved. From now on, whether she is dead or alive has nothing to do with him. Jiang Han went to the express delivery point to find Manager Fong and sent the 2 conchs out. He also insured the 2 conchs. When we passed by the Hollywood Hotel, Meng Fei had not returned yet. There was indeed an extra clerk in the restaurant. Menghua ran over when he saw Jiang Han. Jiang Han, why do you look so bad? Jiang Han thought about what happened in the evening and didn't want to mention it. Seeing that Menghua was in good condition, he said a few words of concern and went back. When he got home, he took a shower and had a nap. When he woke up, he found that Lu Nanan had sent him a message. Lu Nanan, Jiang Han, thank you, I am really fine now. Lu Nanan, I plan to submit the photos I took at Jinshitan to the Yayaping photography exhibition. Jiang Han didn't know what this Yayaping